Yeah! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. I didn't have anything for you prepared today. So
that's okay.
Wow.
That's
for
all right.
everyone's favorite
EFAP guest.
EFAP guest, an operator of trolleys, Adam Friended.
Oh yeah, trolley problems.
Yes.
Exciting.
If you guys didn't see me and Adam briefly, we're on EFAP.
Briefly, yeah.
We're on EFAP
Adam bugged
yesterday.
out. Look, a bunch of people want to get on EFAP. So there was 3 people waiting. They asked for people to leave. I volunteered because I'm a cool guy that way.
Soul.
Yeah, exactly. Look, a lot of these, I realize people are dying to get on EFAP. So, and I'm terrible on shows when I'm 10th seat on the show. It's like I don't really want to fight to say something. And I always think of something to say, right? But it's like a cacophony of voices. And it's weird. I don't know. I'm just socially bad at it, Sitch. Help me improve.
Hold on. I should really send Jesse that. I should really tell him who it is, right?
No, don't worry about that. Come on.
I should tell him.
We got a show.
I feel bad.
We got a show to do here. Why are you even thinking?
I'm gonna tell him.
Let that go.
I'm gonna fix this.
There's an important question here. A lot of people want to get on.
I wasn't listening.
You're not even paying attention.
I know. Sorry, everybody.
I
failed the show. Let's end the stream and start over.
In the first minute 30 of the show, you're not even paying attention. Look, you give me a hard time because I drift off in like the 4th hour. You can't even make it through the first 5 minutes.
I know.
Look, a lot of people, they are dying to get on EFAP. Can you give them some advice? Because, when you're 10th chair on EFAP, it's very difficult to get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, you have to just kind of bully your way into the conversation.
Right. Look, I don't like to bully my way into conversations. Yeah. It's just not my... It's not my style, so I'm real bad on those shows. Sitch is better.
So, okay. So to answer the question, how do you get on EFAP? Well, it's simple. You make a YouTube channel that's successful or interesting, and you hope Mahler, Rags, or Fringy notice it, I guess. I don't know what am I supposed to tell you?
It's true. That is kind of true.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, so if you want to check us out, it was actually pretty fun. We covered a Wisecrack video that I'd never seen before. Our good friend Wisecrack. It was this kind of insane video on why the trolley problem, the classic meme, the philosophical problem. You're controlling a trolley. You have your mother and loving family on one side of the track, and then you have 1,000 infants on the other side of the track. Which track are you going to send the train down? And this dirty commie from Wisecrack was explaining why the trolley problem actually sucks, and he hates it. And it was very, very stupid argument.
Right. And he didn't say the one thing that I was thinking is the limitation of the trolley problem, and never said on EFAP, is that it only focuses on single foundational morality, the care foundation. I mean, you can shoehorn in other foundations like loyalty if you want to put your dad on the track versus, somebody you don't know. But really, you're still kind of channeling everything into care. I kept thinking, how do I talk about lying, which I think is an important moral foundation in society? Like, how do I talk about honesty in terms of the trolley problem? You can't.
No,
you can't.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's no one's saying that the trolley problem is like the universal end all be all explanation for all philosophical problems.
Right. But if you're going to do a video, making the argument that the trolley problem sucks, it seems like that would be a good argument why the trolley problem sucks. Yet nobody said it.
Well, I mean, his argument, you'll have to watch our appearance on EFAP if you want to know his argument. But anyway, enough about that.
Yeah, who cares? What are we watching today? What's the video? What's on the agenda for today?
Today we're watching a pretty awesome and also completely insane debate between Coleman, Hughes, and Jamal Bowman on whether colorblindness is good or bad.
Right.
And there's a very interesting backstory to this, which Coleman Hughes will explain in the beginning of this video, about why this debate even exists in the first place. Which
I was wondering if we were going to skip that. Yeah, but I guess we're not. We're going to watch it.
Well, I could just explain it if you want to skip it.
No, I mean, no, I think it's interesting. We can watch it.
Okay.
How much of this debate is over definitions?
A lot of it.
Yeah, like 90% of it, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the problem that, you have in these conversations is that usually when you're debating against some like hyper woke leftist idea, you'll be talking to someone and they'll like suddenly, it's like the, mop and bucketing. They're going to adopt or try to adopt some far more moderate position. And you're like, well, do they not realize that they're carrying water for like insane leftist radical, garbage, and they're just an idiot? Or are they just pretending for the sake of this conversation? And it's annoying because it's not really clear most of the time. And with Jamal Bowman, I don't know what the hell, like, I don't know what he actually believes.
Yeah, that's a problem that I have as well. It's so much the arguing over definitions just avoids any substantive conversation. And that's the problem. You walk away from this thing and you're like, well, what do you think on the substance of this?
Right.
Who knows?
Right. Nameless Ghoul for $20 says, hi, Adam. Thanks again, Sitch, for sharing my trolley meme with the EFAP crew. Oh, hey, it's Kilo Kino. Glad you both made the EFAP's big 250th. Yeah, so he made a very funny trolley meme featuring Wisecrack. So thank you.
Sweet.
And thank you for $20. Twitter sucks. Our Circuit God Uncle for $20 says, stream started. Awesome. I can go get a nap and continue to ignore the show. Wow. Hurtful.
Sweet.
For our own God Uncle.
You ignore the show, but jump in just to super chat. I love it.
Well, okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's the correct way to handle the situation. Okay. Ready to jump into this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. Today's episode is a recording of a debate that occurred a few weeks ago between me and Jamel Bowie, who is a columnist for the New York Times. This debate was hosted by TED as well as Open to Debate, formerly known as Intelligence Squared. The motion was, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? Jamel took the affirmative and I took the negative. Now there's a long backstory to this debate, and I'll give you guys the short version here. I gave a TED Talk about colorblindness back in May, which was finally released about 2 weeks ago. From what I could tell on stage, the reaction to my talk was largely positive, but I could see a handful of scowling faces out of the corner of my eye. Following the talk, the handful of scowling faces, some of which were internal to the TED organization, grew in number and eventually demanded that my talk not be released. So after a long back and forth, we finally agreed that TED would release my talk normally, but that my talk would be followed by a separate debate on the topic of colorblindness.
Okay. How insane is this? So we have Coleman Hughes, who have you watched the TED Talk? It's pretty short. It's pretty good. It's like 10 minutes long about
the TED Talk?
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. So he does this. He does this. He does a good like 10-minute-ish TED Talk on colorblindness.
Couldn't even make it 22 minutes. What a loser.
Wow. Horrible. But so, I mean, I watched it and I was like, oh, it's very good. It's not, it's not offensive. It's not like some crazy thing. He's not advocating for any sort of radical something or other. And it's just, so he does it and, everyone watches it, seems to enjoy it. Everyone seems to have a problem with it or doesn't have a problem with it. And yet he sees out of the corner of his eye, some people that work at TED are very upset by this.
Right. A lot of eye rolling.
Right. Even though the crowd likes it because the crowd is made up of like normal people and not insane leftists.
Right.
And,
all colorblind people.
Yes. And, who had lived their whole lives being told that to be a good person on the left, you have to be colorblind. And now it's like, no, it's the opposite. And they're confused. And so he does this TED Talk, completely uncontroversial. And yet these, total a-holes behind the scenes at the TED place are just so against colorblindness because they're all woke leftists that the only way they're going to release this talk that he did, by the way, that he went on stage and performed for TED, the only way they're going to release this is if they can set up a debate on the topic as well. That's so insane.
It is. It is. Look, this idea is controversial for people. They've turned colorblindness. Well, they've turned colorblindness into racism, and racism is controversial. I mean, I think it should be controversial.
Yeah, but that's what it's insane that like the left-wing progressive anti-racist stance for the last 60 years is now so controversial that it has to be debated in order for TED Talk to release, talk about it from a black individual.
We're turning the ship around.
Oh my God.
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's the equivalent. Look, everyone on the left realizes what Elon Musk did with Twitter was a big mistake. You don't throw away 17 years of branding overnight, right? It's the exact same thing. They have fucking 50 years of branding into this colorblindness thing. And they're like, nope. Gone. It's all racist. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't you think? It's like, how is it any different?
I agree.
In this colorblindness idea is in billions of people's brains. You can't just flip a switch. Yeah.
Well, and I think it's literally, again, because far leftists don't care about science or psychology or anything. It's all ideology first. I mean, this idea that you can construct a society where certain groups of people are allowed to use their racial identity, the minority are allowed to use their racial identity to confer power and privileges, but the majority are not allowed to use their racial identity for that purpose and just have to pound sand. That's not going to happen. That's just never going to happen. That's a fantasy. That's insane. That will never, ever, ever work. The reason that we've seen people kind of push back and go into ethno-nationalism is because any weapon you use against your opponent, they will use against you. If you are going to use and utilize your racial identity to give yourself power and privilege, everyone's going to look around you and say, hey, they're doing this thing to gain power. I should do this thing to gain power too.
Yeah. Especially in a place like a liberal democracy where if you've got the numbers, you have power at the ballot box.
Yeah. Yeah. So
this is completely insane.
Now, as you all know, I am more than happy to debate these topics, and I have actually actively sought out debates in the past. For instance, I offered to debate Ibram X. Kendi several years ago and donate all the proceeds to a charity of his choice, but he declined. And whenever he has been asked about it, he has lied about me allegedly misrepresenting his work without ever producing a single example.
How badly would you like to cover that Ibram X. Kendi Coleman Hughes debate?
Oh, that'd be great. God. Has he debated? I don't think he's debated anyone.
No, he won't talk to anyone.
Yeah, so
John McWhorter's been trying to get him to talk to him too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's
talk about
the real
his bubble.
Thing. That's the real thing. He just doesn't want to debate his ideas. So
yeah, because he knows his ideas they won't stand.
Yeah,
he's going to look like a moron.
I mean, we listened to part of a while ago. I think we listened to a piece of him talking to what's his name?
Yeah, he couldn't even get that right. He used racism in the definition of racism, and the entire internet was like, "Wait a second here, that's circular. You can't do that."
What was that guy's name? I'm totally blanking.
Who he was talking to?
It was Ezra Klein. Yeah, he had this conversation with Ezra Klein, who's like completely sympathetic and an ally to everything he stands for. And Ezra was providing like the tiniest of pushback, and he was like annihilating his ideas.
Yeah, we covered that podcast, but he also did a talk in front of some group. Ezra Klein wasn't there, but I think the Ezra Klein talk took place after this talk. You remember the talk that someone in the audience asked him to
define racism.
Someone in the audience during the Q&A asked him to define racism, and he defined it using the word racism, and everyone was like, you can't do that. Look, that tells us nothing about racism.
Right.
It's the classic "what is a woman" thing.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. A woman is a woman.
hmm
A woman is anyone who wants to identify as a woman. Well, if they identify as that woman, what is that?
It was like I'm trying to find. It's like a racist. It was something like a racist is a person who supports racist policies or something.
Right.
Like,
yes. Yeah. Okay.
Like,
Well,
okay.
so the person that supports the racist policies, what are those?
And then it was like, let's see. What is racism? Racism is a marriage of racist policies and racist ideas. You're like, well, what is a racist? Well, racist is a person that believes in racist policies. It's like, wait, what are we doing? Oh God, it's so dumb.
It
It's
is
so
dumb.
dumb.
It
Yeah.
is dumb. This is what John McWhorter hates about this stuff, because it completely makes academia look like fools. He's
Of
like,
course.
wait, I'm a part of academia.
Of course.
It's making me look like an idiot. Not only that, I think he got a genius grant. A genius grant. Can't even define racism without using a circular definition.
No, you misunderstand. A genius grant isn't for someone who's a genius. It is for a person
To help them
get
become
a genius, to hire a genius to fix their ideas. Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
Duke Norton for
logical.
$20 says, "I have no idea that Ted had to bow to actual racists as part of free speech. As a Duke of Freedom, an enemy to aristocracy, I vehemently against this dumb way of censorship. S-class is the best class."
Nice.
I agree completely, Duke. I agree completely. Oh, and also, guess what?
What?
We hit 50 subs, 50K subs.
50 whole subs. Oh my
50
God, we're halfway to
entire subs.
100.
We're halfway to 100, everybody. But no,
Yeah,
thank you.
we hit 50K, yeah.
So thank you very much.
50,069 people have subscribed to the channel. We're up 2,200 subscribers over the last month. So
There you
yeah,
go.
thanks for subscribing, guys. A lot of people like our clips. So we've been trying to do better about uploading daily clips for you guys. So, and I might even try to talk Sitch into recording a couple clips. So you will only be able to see them if you subscribe to the channel. So
Wow, that's
yeah,
true.
look at that.
In any event, I was more than happy to debate this topic, and I gave the producers a few dozen people that I thought might want to take the other side. Jamel Bowie was one of those names. Now, Jamel and I have no face-to-face history, but as so often is the case with writers who disagree in public, we have a sour history on Twitter. I think it was 4 years ago that I wrote an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal called Martin Luther King, Colorblind Radical.
I just want to point this out really quick. So the debate people didn't even have someone that came forward with a grievance and said, I want to debate Coleman Hughes on this because I disagree with him. There's just kind of a general disagreement, and they had to find somebody to debate the other side of that. Does that strike you as odd?
It's like, listen, Coleman, we're not going to put up your talk until you debate someone. Now,
Right.
we don't know who, we have no clue who we want you to debate. You have to go find a person that's acceptable for us to debate.
Yeah, what the hell? This means that people who are bitching and moaning
Yes.
and complaining don't even know what the fuck they're moaning about. They have to go find somebody else to make the argument for them because they're just pissed.
That would have actually been funny. It's like, oh, why don't the people who have a problem with the TED Talk debate me?
Yes. Now
Yeah.
that would have been funny. We could have mined that for cringe all day.
Oh, man. Yes.
Yeah. No, we just know this is wrong. We want you to find somebody that has good arguments on why it's wrong. Is it so obvious that the moral intuitions are leading the ship here? It just seems painfully obvious in this situation.
Years ago that I wrote an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal called Martin Luther King, Colorblind Radical. In that article, I argued that Dr. Martin Luther King's values were antithetical to the values of woke racial justice warriors today. At bottom, Dr. King's version of anti-racism was to give race as little meaning as possible and to prefer class-based policies over race-based ones. Progressives today do the opposite. They insist that your race is meaningful everywhere and always. And they want racial discrimination under the euphemism equity to be injected into nearly all of our social policy. So in any event, Jamel didn't like...
What do you think is driving that politically? I have a very clear belief on this.
Driving what?
Why is the Democratic Party pivoting so much to race?
Well, I mean, I've said this a million times. I think it's because, well, I think it's for two reasons. I think it's kind of the same reason the right has fixated on a lot of cultural issues, is because it kind of circumvents populist economic energy. It's easy to fixate on broad race issues that, like, if you go into office and you say, I'm going to have a public option for healthcare, okay, which is something Joe Biden ran on. If you promise some tangible service,
right,
like it's very easy. Yeah, it's very easy for people to see whether you delivered that on that promise or not. But if you run on something kind of vague, like I'm going to make things better for minorities, it's like, well, what does that mean, right? Or I'm going to end racism. What does that mean? Like, it's just so vague. People can kind of exist in this murky field of whether they were actually successful or not. That's number one. And then number two, I think the other reason is just because, they've been talking about this forever. Democrats see the demographic breakdown for voting, and they see the demographic changing happening across the country, and they're thinking, well, we're going to win by just, trying to appeal to minorities as much as possible. Like, I think it's a very cynical strategy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that part of the equation is obviously demonizing conservatives in the Republican Party on race, because if you had half of the black community start voting conservative, then I don't think the Democratic Party is viable any longer. So I think that's a big part of the equation as well.
Yeah, you could be right.
So number 3. But yeah, I agree with both your 1 and 2 as well. Just easy, cynical politics. It's interesting.
My Wall Street Journal op-ed, so he resorted to the age-old tactic of calling me a, quote, grifter. Now, I'm not one to anger easily over these kinds of Twitter spats, but I remember this one got to me years ago because it just made no sense and it felt like punching down. At the time, I was a college student earning maybe $400 a month by writing, and he was a New York Times columnist making God knows how much money. Yet somehow, I was the grifter. Now, years later, in a different Twitter spat, Jamel backpedaled and claimed that the word grifter was not an accusation that I was in it only for the money, even though that is literally the definition of the word. Anyway, suffice it to say...
Don't you love this? I love the drama.
This is so insane. It's like he writes this very, innocuous, probably also super based article about, Martin Luther King, definitely in favor of colorblindness, right? Kind of what, like, is literally his most famous speech that everyone knows is all about colorblindness. At the end of the day, his principle was one rooted in colorblindness, and yet this guy just calls him a grifter. And then when he calls him out, he's like, well, how am I a grifter? He's like, oh, no, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it in this way that everyone means the word grifter.
Right. I meant it as a compliment.
Yeah. I was like, what is that fucking... Well, actually, it's possible. And I'll see if I can find the specific accusation, because maybe when he said grifter, he didn't mean like in terms of money. He meant in terms of he's trying to acquire whiteness.
Ooh, he's grifting off the white privilege.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I hate all these mental gymnastics.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find I found Coleman's original tweet on it from a few years ago. But I want to see if I can find the specific language or specific time that Jamal Bowie called him that.
How long before they start calling black voters who vote Republican whites? they just write them down as white voters.
I mean, blackface and white supremacy. We're
Look,
pretty
the
close.
black population in America is declining as they start voting Republican. Yeah, we're down to 6% black population. Well, wait a second here. Aren't we closer to 20%? Oh no. As they vote Republican, we classify them as white.
Okay, I found it. So, Jamal Bowie, he tweeted out, he said, the face when the grift is incredibly strong. And he just linked to the article. And then he said, this dude really put a, quote, what about black crime in MLK's mouth? Incredible. This is what he had a problem with. This is a part of the article. Coleman Hughes wrote, King's contemporary counterpoints were the Nation of Islam and the Black Power movement, which emphasized racial division over common humanity. King didn't mince words when addressing this movement in a 1960s speech at DePaul University. Quote, black supremacy is as dangerous as white supremacy, and God is not interested merely in the freedom of black men, he said. God is interested in the freedom of the whole human race and in the creation of society where all men can live together as brothers. How based is that?
I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, wow, atheist.
He's a secret atheist socialist, everybody.
Communist.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Based MLK over here, right? Super based.
Of course, yeah.
And how could you, after he says that, how could you contend that he's not colorblind? I'm glad. Listen, I got to use this because I do want to talk to some content creators who are making claims about MLK being secretly against colorblindness. While no one can know what King would have thought about the Black Lives Matter movement, we can take a clue from his speech, Where Do We Go From Here, given in 1967, a year before his death. He said, quote, let us be dissatisfied until that day when nobody will shout white power, when nobody will shout black power, but everybody will talk about God power and human power, end quote. If conservatives whitewash King's opinions on economics and foreign policy, then progressives whitewash his views on race. King discussed many topics that now are considered taboo, if not racist on the left. Consider the problem of violence in the black community. King lamented frequently and consistently seeing, quote, brutal acts and crimes by Negroes against Negroes in many a week in Chicago. He observed in 1966, quote, as many or more Negro youngsters have been killed in gang fights as were killed in the riots there last summer, end quote. A glance at today's homicide statistics in Chicago show that little has changed since King made that observation, yet such violence gets scant attention from racial justice activists.
That's the line that completely triggered him. That's the black on black crime thing that got under his skin.
It's funny that he produces, and that's the only section that Jamal showed. It's interesting that he put this on Twitter, and I read this and I'm like, wow, this article is amazing. This is a great article. And this is supposed to be like, I'm supposed to read this and go, oh, what a grift. What a grifter. Jeez.
Well, if you're progressive, you do read it as grifting.
Mm-hmm.
He's making a lot of conservative arguments.
Oh, and here's he had 3 more tweets on this. He said, the piece has this is Jamal Bowie. The piece has all the hallmarks of someone who doesn't have a holistic understanding of King's work as much as he worked backwards from a conclusion. The irony! Oh my God. I hate these people. They project everything. They're so ironic. I've heard this a million times. This came up with what's her name?
What is her name?
The
Michelle Goldberg?
No, fuck. The Martin Luther King was secretly in favor of violence lady.
Oh, Straighter Aid?
No, what? No, the leftist mafia lady who used to be in the leftist mafia.
Oh yeah, Olay.
I knew it was an O, as a no name, but no, because like when she was having this conversation,
that you rely on my memory.
I know, Jesus,
it's great.
It's like it's terrible. You have better memory, but then I'm like trying to like get to something, and you're like, what? Okay, don't worry about it.
Oh, look, all the people I mentioned have that opinion of Martin Luther King. That is the problem. When you say, oh, the leftist lady that is trying to whitewash Martin Luther King, I'm like, That's all of them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, and I can't complain because I can't remember these people's fucking names. But no, it's the thing with Olay is that when she had this conversation and she was on a panel, she had a separate panel where she talked about this, and even FT Signifier was talking to this other guy about this. It's like they're all like, "Oh, please ignore all these specific things that MLK said. If you take this magical, holistic approach, you can just somehow derive a secret meaning that was never spoken from all his works.
Right.
If you just take all his works,
hearsay.
you shove it in your brain and you roll it around, you go, oh, I just see the patterns. I just see the patterns."
Yeah. They always include some hearsay from somebody. It wasn't on the record, but he definitely recalls Martin Luther King saying he was a communist.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
There was no love lost between Jamel and me prior to this debate, but I'm nevertheless grateful to Jamel for agreeing to participate, and unlike his prior snipes on Twitter, he was nothing but respectful during this debate. In the end, it makes you wonder how many unpleasant interactions occur simply because the venue is social media rather than real life. So in any event, this is a formal debate with opening and closing arguments, and I really recommend that you listen to the whole thing. Colorblindness is also the topic of my upcoming book, which will be out early next year, and I'll have a more formal announcement of that coming soon. So without further ado, my debate with Jamel Bowie. Does colorblindness perpetuate racism?
Guess who's going to read that book and who isn't? Sitch, any guesses?
no idea.
Any guesses?
No clue.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to...
Oh, wait. Before we get into the debate, Eric for $20. Thank you, Eric. Says, enjoy the show considering a Rumble channel. We're not really currently, but maybe in the future. Should we do a Rumble channel?
I don't know. I've only had one experience on Rumble.
Are you allowed to dual stream? You're not allowed to dual stream, right? We'd have to choose one or the other.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll think about it.
Well, hold on. I don't know that. Maybe you can
I don't
dual
know.
stream. I don't know.
I don't think you can, but if we can, maybe.
They're offering big contracts to these people that are moving over to Rumble. The problem that I have with Rumble is I think their numbers are untrue. I think they're completely fake. And so I understand the motivation for wanting to fake your numbers because you want to entice creators over there. But I don't want to stream to a bunch of pretend numbers.
Well, listen, I can stream to as many pretend numbers as possible. If we're getting paid, okay.
Well,
if
we're
we
not
get some big juicy contract,
we're not going to get paid. Everyone that talks about Rumble advertising, they're like, I made like 14 cents.
Okay.
So,
well, I mean, we don't make that much money off ads anyway.
No, we make most of our money off of super chats because you guys are so generous. Thank you so much. You're definitely keeping us in business.
Right.
So we're completely member supported. And yeah. So I don't know. The answer is
maybe.
Oh.
PC for $20 says, is there a corollary to Sitch's law and the people that will redefine words to suit their arguments? Seems fairly common when racism is defined as people's plea, or when woman is defined as anyone who wants to be a woman.
That's a great question right there.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't officially. There can be.
Sure.
Because obviously... So, I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Obviously, this is a tactic that we see very occasionally on the right, but you see mostly on the left. I don't know why. It seems to be very specifically a left or a leftist thing to try to redefine a word to win an argument instead of arguing whatever the concept or the idea is. So, yeah, that could be like a subsection of Sitch's law.
It's definitely going on, and it's one of the reasons why so many of these debates do revolve around definitions, because people are trying to move the definitions in the public's mind. This whole debate is around that. Jamal wants you to hear the word colorblindness and think whoever said it is a racist piece of shit.
Right.
And Coleman Hughes is basically operating from a more pragmatic perspective, thinking that it's useful socially and we have a giant investment in it. Yeah.
True.
Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan and welcoming you to this special debate where we are taking on the question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? We're going to get into the topic in just a couple of minutes, but first I want to explain a little bit more about the context of today's debate and today's program. It's being co-hosted by my organization, Open to Debate, but we're also doing it in partnership. I am delighted to say with the organization
Can colorblindness perpetuate racism? It seems by definition colorblindness. If you are perpetuating racism in a colorblind system, that seems like you're ignoring colorblindness.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem with this conversation is that so colorblindness definitionally cannot perpetuate racism.
Yeah. That's the whole point of it.
Well, okay. There's two ways to talk about this. Okay, I'll give the good faith way, and let me give the bad faith way, and then I'll give the good faith way. The bad faith way, and both of these are argued by CRT and by those advocates, is that no one who says they're colorblindness is actually colorblindness. They're all lying. Okay, that's kind of the bad faith argument.
From the CRT perspective, right?
Right. They go, oh, they're all just lying. They're not really colorblind. What they're doing is they're just intentionally, they don't want to help minorities. They want to maintain majority race power in the country by the system that was already set up. So they're going to enact a series of laws that will, without mentioning race, be used to keep minorities down, right? That's sort of the bad faith interpretation of it. So they say that the people saying they're colorblind are just lying straight up. The good faith interpretation, by the way, when I say bad faith and good faith, I mean like from the CRT bad faith or good faith perspective. The good faith version of it, which I also disagree with, is the idea that, well, maybe people can truly be colorblind. However, because of, the past, because of the history of racism, because of slavery and Jim Crow and all these other things, it basically set Black people and other minorities on a path where they're so economically below everyone who's not Black, that the only way they'll achieve equity or equality in our society is to have specific laws and policies that are targeted at the Black community by name to lift them up to everyone else's position.
Right.
And so they'll say colorblindness will perpetuate racism because as long as the laws are colorblind, once the system has already been set in place in the past, it'll just continue to create the same outcomes going forward in the future forever.
Right. An equal playing field is not going to change the social dynamic that exists today because they're so far behind in the race.
Right. It's like you've all seen the meme of the two people at the race, and it's like the Black person has all the weights on them and the white person doesn't. And the weights represent, even though they're starting at the same spot, theoretically, right? Or I guess a better way to visualize it.
Yeah, it's not the weights. It's that they've been running the race. They're like 15 laps into it. And then now the Black runner is starting.
Yeah, well, I guess the better way to visualize, I've seen both. I guess the better way to visualize it, referring to the specific question, would be that you have the white person starts the race, 100 feet ahead of the Black person, essentially, in this analogy. So even though they are both allowed to participate in the race, that'd be the colorblind aspect. They're both allowed to race. The Black person starts off way in the past. They're way back there. So, I mean, I disagree with both of these conceptions. I understand that, like the good faith version, I think that happens, but I think the only way forward is a colorblind approach, and we can always do policies, which Coleman talks about extensively in this debate, where you try to lift up people based on their socioeconomic status, as opposed to their race.
Yeah, of course. That's the problem, because there are plenty of white people that have started far back in the race too, because they came from nothing. Yeah.
Right. And it does seem like a total slap in the face to white people who have come from lower income backgrounds to say, oh, well, you get bent. We're not going to help you.
Yeah, it's totally unfair. Where's that button?
Know and love, and that is TED. So to kick things off, I would like to invite the head of TED, Chris Anderson, to join me for just a couple of minutes. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good to see you, John. It's very nice to be with you and with everyone today. We've actually long
Just trying to navigate this race thing. You know, all these new people here. Very upset about this this race stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to save Ted from the social justice warriors. You know that's what's going on, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy's old school. He's probably rolling. He's like, what the fuck? You published the video. What do you mean you can't publish the video? We recorded it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
oh.
even though it is ridiculous that they had to do a debate for this, I'm glad because I like the debate. So I guess it worked out in our favor.
I mean, I could do without the debate. Just the fact that it's a big deal says something.
I mean, I agree. Yeah.
It really says something here.
Your mission. I think the world needs more discourse around divisive topics, so that's what you do, and it's really very meaningful for us here at TED to get to partner with you on this one.
So,
if I may just say, hello to the TED members joining as well today. It's great to have you here. It's an important topic, matters a lot to so many of you, and so it's great to have this experience with you. John, perhaps you could just tell us a bit more actually about Open to Debate, and because some of our community aren't familiar with you.
Sure. And
so they changed their name from Intelligence Squared to Open to Debate. What do you think happened there? What's going on with that, Sitch? I mean, what's wrong with Intelligence Squared? I kind of like that name.
I know,
it sounds smart.
I like Open to Debate better. It's a better name.
Oh, do you?
Intelligence Squared.
Well, you know, some big crybaby complained about the name. You know that's why they changed it.
Okay, maybe. I think it's kind of a dumb name. But
oh, you think Intelligence Squared is a dumb name?
Yeah, I mean, what does that even mean? It just sounds very egotistical.
Racist.
I don't think. Oh, you think that's why? Because IQ thing. I think it's just. It sounds very pretentious. It's like we're so smart. Our intelligence is squared.
Yeah, I think people could be upset by it. Like,
okay, maybe.
What's the matter with? Look, why are you putting so much emphasis on intelligence? There are other ways of being smart.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they also shifted to doing specifically focusing on debates where before they hadn't.
Sure.
So.
I want to say,
sure.
I just look. I'm certain of it. I'm just so certain of it.
Okay.
Look, my gut is never wrong.
Yeah.
Someone complained about that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the complaints were very small at first, and then they just became voluminous.
Mm-hmm.
we're also delighted to welcome the TED audience. We are thrilled to have you joining us today. And to talk about Open to Debate, I'll make it very brief. We share a mission with TED where we share the view that hearing ideas is an important thing, that it matters, that ideas have power, that ideas live. But we also recognize that very often ideas are going to be in conflict with one another. Ideas held by people who disagree, but in good faith. And our goal is to get those people together and to get them into a forum where they can test their ideas against one another, to do so civilly and to do so respectfully. And for the audience who is watching this conversation unfold, for them to understand why a point of view they may disagree with, which are the hardest ones to hear sometimes, why those points of view are held by somebody in good faith. So we like to explore that by asking our debaters to come here with facts, with data, with logic, with critical thinking, but basically to explain why they may disagree with somebody else. And what we like to say is, let's be open to something like that happening. Let's be open to listening. Let's potentially be open to changing our minds. But let's, in the end, learn that we can disagree with somebody without having to think that they are our enemy. And in that way, we hope to advance the cause of civil discourse. So I
agree with all that, based and true. Obviously, we try to do that on the show as well. I don't, what's the point of even debating people who are bad faith? Well, entertainment, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be funny.
Beyond that.
There is none beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely not in the search for truth when you debate bad faith people.
I know civil discourse is so much of what TED has always been about. So, Chris, I just wanted to ask you, how does this idea of healthy debate kind of live up to TED's tagline of ideas worth spreading?
Well, I think it's integral to it, and should be even more integral to it. You know, we believe in ideas, and because of our format of these short talks, it's easy for someone to conclude that we think that an idea can just come packaged neatly in 14 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever. And we actually don't think that. I think most ideas don't arrive in the world fully formed in a sort of neat cut and packaged. They actually need testing, and they need exploration, and they need nuance, and they need...
Do you want to skip to the actual debate?
I kind of like this, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm thinking, look, I wrongfully called Sitch out on Twitter.
What?
I felt bad about it immediately after I said it, because I used that word reflexively, and that wasn't cool.
I don't care about that.
I shouldn't have said that.
Why the reflexively didn't bother? Nothing about that tweet bothered me.
Okay. Well, I am constantly thinking about policy, and I came to a realization that I think one of the chief things that makes Donald Trump is interesting is that he comes up with new policy prescriptions that really expand the imagination of what we can do politically. And I like that. And I think people do find that interesting, and not, the same old boring policy prescriptions that everyone comes up with. I think this is one of the things that Fake has going for him, that he is coming up with policy prescriptions that are unique and interesting.
Right.
And it's one thing that I think, well, Sitch and Adams should try to do more and more and more. We're like good faith interlocutors here. So I test out a lot of interesting policy prescriptions. And I do agree with what Anderson is saying here, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
What Mr. Anderson is saying about how ideas, it's really dumb to try to come up with an idea fully formed yourself. Ideas are really created and birthed through interaction with other people. So
True.
I like coming up with ideas and bouncing them off a Sitch and kind of developing them, and seeing where things go. So
it's interesting that you said that about policy, because I realized this is also kind of in tune with what interests me in storytelling as well. I'm not super interested in policy and discussing policy.
Right.
And people will be like, how can you care about politics and not care about obviously I care about policies. And if you're voting for someone, you should vote for the person that is going to enact the policies you want. But just personally, where my interest lies is more in the broader philosophy and theory behind what's motivating people's actions. That's just what interests me personally, more so than the actual policy prescriptions.
Well, I like to pair the two, though. That's the thing.
Well,
because
sure. You can be the policy and I'll be the theory.
Well, no, policy has to appeal to people in certain ways in order for it to ever become a reality.
Right.
So, I do think of that stuff. One of the things that I kind of always think about, it bugs me when I see people point to problems and they don't have any sort of solution. I find that very unsatisfying. Mm-hmm. So when we're going to talk about a topic, I'm starting to think in terms of, well, I want to kind of have some potential solution that would solve this issue. Like we talk about the cost of housing a lot on the show. Well, not a lot. It comes up from time to time. So I'm starting to think, well, what are the solutions to this problem? Like, I don't want to just bitch about the problem without having some sort of policy
Bitching
prescription that I can say. It is fun, but it's so much more satisfying if we can bitch and moan and then say, and by the way, here's the answer, you dumb shit. Like, if you just did this, it would fix everything, you moron. Mm-hmm. Right? So, but you got to go that extra step. You got to come up with a thing. Like we complain about CRT a lot. And I feel like I feel like we're on firm ground complaining about CRT, and I feel like a policy prescription for banning it in public schools is on firm ground, because I do think it comes off a lot in the same vein as various other religious philosophies that have been banned in public school, and I think you can ban it on those grounds. So the war is really, how are you defining it? Obviously, the left is defining CRT as just African American history, Black history. Until you get past that, you're not going to, these bans are all going to look like racism.
Mm-hmm. So let me just, and then we'll get back to the video. I just want to read your tweet that started this. Adam said, another way Sitch is way more conservative than me is in policy prescriptions. I'm constantly thinking of new policy goals to tackle existing problems. Sitch is often reflexively against these new ideas. Who is the more conservative here? Kissy face emoji.
Right, yeah.
And then I fired back saying, I am reflexively against bad ideas.
But you always perceive new ideas as bad ideas.
God, that's not true. You just have a lot of bad ideas. Like,
no, sometimes
custodial voting.
sometimes I just want you to engage. Look, it's important to engage with all the problems that some policy prescription might have. But sometimes I want you to also engage on the other side of that debate and use your brain to start thinking of all the good things that could happen as well. Like I could be missing a lot of positive effects of the policy prescription. So I want you to engage on both sides of it. I want you to engage on all sides of the conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like custodial voting?
Shocking, I know.
I have a supporter on the split minimum wage, an interesting new supporter.
And they need critiquing. and sometimes at the live conference, we get to do this, and the talks online, people don't
Sitch didn't like that. Notice that.
I'm just ignoring you.
see that as much. And so it's actually very exciting to have this chance now to dive in deeper.
And nuance is one of our favorite words here. And today's event is definitely going to explore an idea that we hope we can explore with some nuance. It's been
nuance is just a bad word. People should stop using the word nuance. Nuance is completely useless in any of these conversations. Do you disagree, Sitch?
one that has been debated for decades.
What?
The word nuance.
What about it? I stood up for like 10 seconds.
Nuance means something different to everyone. It's like a completely useless word. My whole thing is clarity. Like, I don't like to use words that are unclear, that people can change to mean whatever they want it to mean. Nuance is one of those
word.
words.
I don't know what to tell you.
No. So look,
Yeah.
You don't think some words are clearer than others?
Well, some words are clearer than others. I mean, I think nuance to me is pretty clear. But whether people interpret it as a good thing or a bad thing is up to them, right?
Right. Yeah.
And people use nuance often in dishonest ways, which can give it a bad rap.
Sure. Nuance ranges from meaning needless complication to sensitive understanding.
Right.
Which is totally useless. It's completely useless.
Well, it's sort of like, a lot of times when we have these conversations with people about something, like if we're talking to someone who's a leftist about gender, right? Like, the understanding what gender is a nuanced and complicated concept, because it's sort of like there's a complicated intuition process that goes into play when you look at a person and you kind of put your brain maps like how you're going to categorize them. And one of the first things that you do is you categorize them as like a man or a woman. And how exactly that process works is a complicated, nuanced process. So it can be difficult to explain it clearly to someone in some kind of simplistic, objective standard. And so for you to say, like, it's very nuanced how this process occurs, I understand what the person's saying. It's saying, like, well, it's a thing that we kind of all intuitively understand, but it's complicated at the same time to explain. There's a lot of nuance involved. right? Like something is not as simple as it appears, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yeah. Needless complication.
Listen to this fucking guy.
Look, I
guy.
can't help myself.
Listen to him. Listen to this joker.
It's not that complicated.
It is complicated because then you get into the whole like, well, can you define what a man or a woman is that explains what every man and woman are?
As I
said, do that, Adam?
As I said,
yes.
Needless complication.
Define what a woman is, Adam.
You have DNA?
Yeah.
You want to do it on DNA? You want to do it on skeletal structure? What do you want to do?
People don't look at someone and perceive their DNA.
You don't know that.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think pheromones are?
But there's no evidence that humans have pheromones that are detectable.
What?
I know, isn't that weird?
I was lied to.
Seems like there should be. It seems like there is, but apparently I would hear my goal or my guess is that there probably is. We just don't have a way of detecting it yet. But
what is the t-shirt smelling experiment that they do?
Well, it's not. They're just smell. It's not pheromones.
It isn't? Those aren't pheromones on there?
According to however these nerds define pheromones.
The t-shirt smelling experiment is very interesting. They had men sleep in t-shirts, and there's some genetic discrepancy that makes certain people compatible or incompatible fertility-wise. So they isolated those genes in the participants of the experiment, and then they had women just smell the shirts of various men, and they said which shirts they found more attractive or whatever. And the gene discrepancy measures up with the smell, which is super interesting. So that smell that you get, like, oh, this person smells funny, really like is kind of a genetic marker.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that bizarre?
It is. It's very strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense on a weird level, but
Sitch, have you ever kissed a girl and been like, wow, I'm not feeling that. This is the detection system.
Yeah.
It's very nuanced. No, it's not. It's very simple.
Well, you wonder if that's like when one person, is like really into someone else and the other person isn't, and it's like an instantaneous attraction. I mean, is there some kind of pheromone smell thing happening?
Oh, wow.
What is it? What exactly is happening in that moment?
That's an interesting.
Or is it just all psychological? There's just something about their physical appearance that psychologically, hits someone in some way and doesn't hit the other person. That's the problem. It's a very complicated thing to try to like piece out.
Well, no, this is great because this is the redundancies in nature. If you think about it, you've got two detection systems, right? So one detection system could be off and the other one could not. So, one person feels, oh, that was great. The other person's like, no, I wasn't feeling that.
Right.
That's one detection system firing. Both detection systems could fire correctly and both people would be like, wow, we're really incompatible.
Mm-hmm.
All based off of one kiss. Isn't that
weird? I would
see
with the shirt smell test, the thing that would have been interesting was after they did it and they kind of like figured out who the women were attracted to or should have been attracted to based on smell, was to have those women interact then with those men without telling them who had the thing to see if it actually lined up or not. Or if when they actually interacted, like however they appeared would override the smell. Or maybe you have to be so close to the person to get the smell in the first place. Like you wouldn't, unless you were physically attracted to them, you would never even smell that.
Right. Yeah, no, that would be great. Great confirmatory evidence.
It's very much been in the headlines recently as a result of the Supreme Court's decision to strike down affirmative action in college admissions. And I'll let you take it because we really got the inspiration from a TED Talk.
Well, indeed. One of today's debaters, Coleman Hughes, gave a talk about colorblindness at our flagship event this year in Vancouver. It's a powerful talk, and it sparked a lot of emotion, a lot of reaction, a lot of pushback, a lot of discussion, a lot of interest. And so I think it's going to be a wonderful chance to dive deeper into that issue. And it's a test on something that people feel so passionately about whether we can do this, John, whether we can actually, debate it in good spirit and in good faith and so forth. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Well, as you say, it inspired this program we're about to do now. And again, we're very glad to see how this works out the first time that we're partnering this way. Chris, thanks so much for kicking things off with me, and we'll get started in just a moment.
Thank you. Good luck.
So, to what we are debating this time, when the Supreme Court recently struck down the use of affirmative action in college admissions, one of the concepts that the conservative and liberal justices disagreed on was that of colorblindness. The idea that not using race to determine either one's judgment of another person or how to offer opportunities to another person is the most fair way to proceed and amounts to treating everyone equally. But colorblindness defined that way also has many critics who say that the concept overlooks the realities of racism that persists in our society, and that not taking race into account in many situations is the opposite of being fair. So the court may have settled the law on affirmative action for now, but colorblindness as a value is far from a settled question, and that is what we are taking on in this debate, where we are asking, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? So let's get to it and meet our debaters. Answering yes, in arguing that the answer to that question is yes, I want to welcome New York Times columnist Jamelle Bouie. Jamelle, welcome back to Open to Debate. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
And answering no to that question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? Host of the podcast Conversations with Coleman, contributing writer to the Free Press, Coleman Hughes. Coleman, you are also a previous guest on the program, so I want to say to you also, welcome back to Open to Debate.
Great to be back.
So before we get started, I just want to explain that we're going to have some structure to this. The debaters will have, in an opening round, an opportunity to make their case, and then we'll have some conversation, and then after that, we'll have some questions, and we'll sum up with closing statements from each of the debaters. So let's get on to our opening statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain your position. Jamelle, you are up first. Once again, in answer to the question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? You are saying, yes, it does. Please tell us why.
All right, let's get started. So as you said, the question at hand is, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? And I think that before we try to answer the question, it is worth defining the terms of the question, in part because people have different senses of what each of these words mean. So colorblindness, I think it's fair to say, in its modern form, is generally understood, as Coleman has written, in fact, to be the idea that we should strive to treat people without regard to race in our public policy and our private lives. My main concern here is public policy, so I think we can say that to be colorblind means that the state in particular does not see race as a social reality, does not acknowledge it.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so he defined colorblindness.
Here is public policy to be the idea that we should strive to treat people without regard to race in our public policy and our private lives.
Okay, do you have is that an acceptable definition of colorblindness?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I agree
You
too.
disagree? Yeah.
I agree. I guess the wiggle room will be in what it means to strive, right? Like, is strive a long-term goal? Is it a short-term goal?
Well, sometimes they also throw some wiggle room in to the word treat people.
Right.
Yeah. That was
Right.
what the move Jangles tried to pull on us. Where
Right.
he said, sitting at the back of the bus was civil rights. Remember that?
Yeah, he tried to. Yeah, there's some insane.
Right.
He tried to say
It was like
these are
the policy.
colorblind policies or something.
Right.
You're like, what? They're literally not. What are you talking about? This
Yes.
is insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a decent definition. I don't super big problem with it. At least that we're starting from.
My main concern here is public policy, so I think we can say that to be colorblind means that the state in particular does not see race as a social reality, does not acknowledge it.
Okay.
That's bullshit. He's already cheating.
Right. So he's saying that colorblind means the state will not acknowledge the existence of race as just how people perceive it, which, well, I guess you have to ask him, what does he mean by state acknowledging it? Like, you're saying
It's on
that
the census. They keep track of it on voting records. They keep
Right.
track of it in hospital records. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Right. Like, I think broadly it's fine for this. I mean, the state is aware of it, and is aware that it exists. Does that mean that you should have laws should be specifically targeting race in some specific fashion? Probably for the most part, not.
Right.
So I don't think it's fair to then categorize that as like the state is like sticking its fingers in its ears and closing its eyes and pretending like race doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
But I think this actually raises an additional question, which is what is race? And we know that race does not exist independently of a set of historic conditions. Specifically, the modern idea of race as we know it emerges out of the subordination of indigenous Americans and various groups of Africans during the 16th and 17th centuries. It was a conceptual schema that explained and justified their enslavement and exploitation. And so I think given those facts,
So he smuggles in the race only exists to oppress people. That's like that's kind of a giant claim that he just flopped down on the table there.
Well, this is kind of something Nate brought up that Dialogue always got very mad about for some reason, where Nate said it's important to remember that they were already enslaving people and then use race as kind of a post hoc rationalization to justify it, as opposed to people were racist and that's why they went looking for, African slaves.
Yeah, when they were enslaving people who were of the same race, they found other justifications like, oh, they're from a different tribe. Those people are not smart. Those people
different
are
class,
the
religion,
underclass.
right.
Yeah, we're the aristocrats. They're
Right.
those people are the serfs. Like, they always came up with ways to justify it. Yeah, exactly.
Of course, that's what humans do. They look for ways to justify what they want to do. But the weird thing I don't understand this. Whenever I hear these far lefty types talk about this, they always make sure to bring this up. They think this is like so important. Race only exists because, white people wanted to subjugate black people, right? They always bring this up every time you have this conversation. And I don't know why, because I just say, well, that's why we should get rid of it, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point.
Like if this category was only it created to subjugate someone, then shouldn't you be in favor of getting rid of the category?
They can't get rid of the lens though, because the lens is oppressor oppressed. That's the only lens they have on society. Men are oppressing women.
Yes.
Whites are oppressing blacks. Rich are oppressing poor. That's the only lens they have. So the lens has to exist.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
But this is the thing. I don't feel like that is a useful lens for men versus women, because men and women have to collaborate on all kinds of things. Business, family, politics. Like, it's not a good idea to categorize men and women as in a war of the sexes constantly. Sooner or later, they have to collaborate on various projects.
Right.
Same exact thing with race. Why is it a good lens to look at race through? Why is it a good way to categorize race as some socially constructed feature of society designed to oppress people? You think that's going to foster cooperation between the quote unquote races?
No.
Yeah, it's not.
No. Well, and it's interesting because if all these leftist race gender theorist stuff, they're all rooted in conflict theory, which is the idea that history is a series of conflicts between different groups of people. Originally, Marx had it, the elites versus the poors. And then now we have it mapped onto men versus women and white versus black. And if that is the framework, if the base framework of reality that you're proposing is that reality is a series of conflicts between groups, then obviously you have to defend the category and existence of the group. Because if you eliminate the category in the group, your entire theory of the world doesn't work anymore.
And that is the problem right there. They're defending the lens. And race just so happens to be the point that they're defending it on right here. Yeah.
Well, And it's funny because, like, we talk to so many people on the left, like, President Sunday, who want to deconstruct every category to meaninglessness, but you somehow have to protect the oppressed categories.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And this is kind of what, James Lindsay's always talking about with Kimberly Crenshaw in her intersectionality paper, some of her other papers, is that she was basically like, oh yeah, you can deconstruct every category except for Black and except for oppressed categories, right? Because to deconstruct those categories is like inherent racism or sexism.
Yeah, that's where they get all their political power from.
Yeah.
Strange how that works, right? Don't deconstruct the category where I'm getting all of my political power from. Look, I have an interesting question that came to mind here. Who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed in the punks versus goth category? Do the goths oppress the punks, or do the punks oppress the goths?
I don't even understand the question you're asking.
Well, that's good. That is a good point. That is the same way that we should look at race. That's exactly the same way that we should look at race. Is that why
you asked the question?
Yes.
It's a nonsensical question?
Yes, because it's stupid.
Okay.
Like, look, if I asked the jocks versus the nerds, it would be easy.
Right.
But they want to jam every single category into this oppressed lens. And I'm just like, look, the goths and the punks, they get along. Why would you want to force them into this oppressed category? You're literally creating a conflict where one does not exist.
Well, because their framework of reality is just that there are groups that are always at conflict. And so they have to look at it like, oh, the punks and the goths, they have to be at conflict eventually.
This is why that lens is toxic.
True.
Because you're taking categories that aren't in conflict and have no need to be in conflict and never would be in conflict and placing them into conflict just by setting this system, just by observing them in this way. This is what color blindness seeks to avoid. Color blindness seeks to destroy that lens, that Marxist lens, that oppressor-oppressed lens. We're supposed to. This bothers me a lot because we recently did a stream where we talked about cultural Marxism, right? And it so bugs me that a lot of the Marxists who object to the term cultural Marxism, they never address the substance of what cultural Marxism means. It's basically Marxism. I think you can boil down to looking at everything through an oppressor-oppressed lens. Proletariat, bourgeoisie. It's basically putting someone in the proletariat and someone in the bourgeoisie of anything that you're examining. But to look at race with that, I mean, that's what cultural Marxism is. They never, ever, they just are offended by the fact that you're using the term Marxist in this derogatory way. And fair enough, obviously they're Marxists, so they want to protect their turf somewhat. But why they have all this training in Marxist theory, address the substance of the fucking argument. Okay.
Well, it's interesting because whenever I've gotten to these arguments with progressives or flavors of socialists on Twitter, almost all of them literally understand almost nothing about any of the theories or philosophies they're pushing.
So you're
like, I was in this argument with this guy who was identifying as a libertarian socialist, like Vosh. He didn't know that socialism was a critique of liberalism. And he refused to believe, he refused to believe that socialism was a critique of liberalism. He sent me some article from the Jacobin, and it literally made my point. And I showed him, I said, your article you sent me is making my point. It's a guy who's saying, hey, I know that every single person views Marx as a critique of liberalism, but he didn't want to throw away the whole thing. And here's two elements that he wanted to keep, or he said were good. And I said, you sent me this thing that proves my point. And it's just like, he just can't see it. He just can't see it. And then when you bring up And it's the same thing because he's like, oh, I sent him some Ryan Chapman videos. Like, that's the guy that believes in the neo-Nazis, the cultural Marxist conspiracy theories. It's like, oh my God, these people, they understand nothing.
Right.
They watch Vosh, they watch some other idiot and just tells them a bunch of shit that their intuition goes, I like that. Yeah. And then when they say, oh, cultural Marxism, that's a Nazi conspiracy, they go, oh, boo, Nazi.
Boo.
So,
yeah, no, I mean, we could say it without using the words cultural Marxism. It's going to take a lot longer, right? I mean, you're going to have to lay out the entire argument that I just laid out.
yes.
But we can do it without using that term if it offends your sensibilities. I just want you to address the substance of the argument. Never
Right.
happens. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we could
one
say
of these days.
conflict
Conflict
theory
yeah.
based on culture or conflict theory based on race-based
Yes.
conflict theory.
Yeah.
Uh,
You think that's good?
Yeah, maybe. Johan Belanger, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian. Says, just started following you guys. Really enjoying your content. The cope about colorblindness is awful. They're just making shit up as they go. By the way, the enlightened centrist view is both A-team reigns supreme and S-class is the best class. Well, thank you.
But first, look. Now, I don't buy into a lot of this CRT stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem like culturally A-team is a little more oppressed than S-class.
They are, and it's a good thing. We're here to oppress the A-team.
Just by
They deserve their oppression.
just by the tone of the reading of the super chats.
Look at this microaggression over here. Your
This
tone
is
of voice is not good enough. You're oppressing me.
I would call it a microaggression if it was an occasional super chat. It's every single super chat.
It's a macroaggression.
That tone of voice is part of the macroaggression.
Okay, how about this? Whenever I say A-team, I go, A-team reigns supreme. Is that better?
Not in Doomer's voice, okay?
A-team reigns supreme, everybody. Is that better?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Is that better?
It is funnier. I'll give it that much.
Okay. Dialogue always. Hey, thank you. Dialogue always gave a $5.
Oh, no! No!
Dialogue always says, I find it funny that you keep asking why we don't deconstruct race, knowing that there are laws restricting or protecting people based around race. So you understand, okay, this is a problem. You're sort of like...
Dialogue always, there are laws protecting people. People.
Yeah, like this is the problem. You're viewing this in this. You did I don't know if you only just came in now. You did the bad faith interpretation of colorblindness that I laid out, which was that they just want to get rid of colorblindness in the law so that they can all secretly in their minds still discriminate against people. Obviously, because I said it a million times. Okay, we can have the concept, and I feel like it's really bad faith. And I don't know why people do this. Obviously, we can exist in a world where I agree that there can be protections for people based on their biological identifiers, like race, and say you can't discriminate against someone on the basis of their race, and that's fine. Okay, that's not color. That is a colorblind actual approach. That is literally colorblindness. You're saying you can't. It's kind of saying you have to be. It's literally mandating that you have to be colorblind. You can do that and still deconstruct the category of placing importance on race or saying we need to unify around race. It gets annoying that, like, when I say something, and people should know what I mean, they know that I mean importance or unifying around it for political power, whatever, that they kind of leave that part out of their mind and they say, oh, he wants to get rid of race. He wants to deconstruct race because he secretly wants to, get rid of the Civil Rights Act and allow people to be racist. Like, that's obviously not what I meant, and you should be aware that's not what I meant. But
yeah, if we could press a button and all the racial inequality went away, we would press that button, definitely.
Yeah, of course. But no, I want to secretly be racist against people. So the people that don't want to and this is also why it's kind of that was an untrue statement what you said. The people who are fighting against deconstructing the category of race, they don't give a shit about rights in the first place. The whole CRT prescription is based around the idea that rights are nonsense in the first place, which is based directly on Karl. It's so funny. like you literally, if you want to see that there's a literal direct line between CRT and Marxism. And CRT, if you look it up, it says the CRT perspective is cynical and doesn't trust the idea of rights because rights separate people from their communities. It says, I have my rights, you have your rights, we're all individuals, right? Where all these individuals are rights kind of walking around. That is almost word for word lifted from Karl Marx.
Really?
Yes, from his On the Jewish Question.
Oh, wow.
He
That
says
doesn't sound racist.
Yeah, no, it is. It's almost a word for word lifted of Karl Marx saying that why he doesn't like rights. So, Good Faith Gary for $20. Thanks so much. Says here to help with the systemic oppression of A Team. S class is the best class.
Boo!
Thank you, Good Faith Gary.
Boo! Boo! Heckle!
Jay Bowman for $20 says happy colorblindness stream. A Team wins, even if we're oppressed.
A Team wins again.
There you go.
Look at that.
We would be on safe ground to say that race refers to the set of social relations produced by racism. It is the mark on our social reality left by the fact that
Wait. I gotta hear that.
He did it.
16th
He
and
did
17th
it.
He did. Yeah, I know.
centuries. It was a conceptual schema that explained and justified their enslavement and exploitation. And so I think given those facts, we would be on safe ground to say that race refers to the set of social relations produced by racism. It is the mark on
Oh my God.
Well,
I don't know how you can do that definition, because at the same time, if you want to say there are distinct features of the black community, well, do those exist because of racism?
yes.
Like, is rap music popular in the black community because of racism?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you saying yes or?
I mean, under his definition, it would have to be.
But doesn't that seem odd?
It's funny because, and maybe he doesn't understand. I've heard people give this definition, and it's funny because maybe he doesn't really understand how wide the implications are, is what you just laid out. Because then if that's the definition you're going to give, that means that every aspect of being black is
about
racism.
Yes.
Right. And so why would you ever want to protect any aspect of black culture if every part of it is a product of racism?
Ding, 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 ding. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
All of a sudden you're like, well, hip hop music we should get rid of that. It's racist.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like hip hop music. I think yeah. And I fundamentally, I disagree. I don't see black. I don't like the term African American because I don't see blacks as Africans. I see them as Americans.
That's why they don't really use the term so much anymore.
Yeah, they use black instead. Yeah, because a lot of blacks find it offensive as well. They're like, look, I've never been to Africa. I'm American. What are you talking about?
I'm not a European American or something stupid like that.
And blacks tangibly represent American culture in a lot of ways.
Right.
So I fundamentally disagree. Like, rap music that's a part of American culture. A giant part of American culture.
It is. And, obviously lots of aspects of black culture have been adopted, worldwide as American culture. People always like to bring up blues and, things of that nature. But I think the reason he's using this definition is because it's kind of sneaky. He snuck in. He says racism is the product, or he said race is the product of racism. And I think the reason he's doing that is because under that framework, you can't really abolish race because it's a product of something. It is not something, it is a product of something. So that's kind of, he's like trying to redefine or define race in some way where it's like, well, you can't actually not think about race because race exists as the product of something. And so therefore you can't even attempt to teach people to not even try to think about it.
Right.
It's like saying like you have a baker baked a bunch of cakes and you're going to like, okay, I'm going to teach you to be cake blind. You're not going to be able to perceive these cakes on this counter. And it's like, no matter what you tell someone, they're always going to see that those cakes exist on that counter.
Coleman does a great job in dismantling this argument in this debate.
Yeah.
Totally annihilates it. It's great.
On our social reality, left by the fact that one group needed some kind of ontological explanation for why another group was destined to be enslaved. So if that's race, then our definition of racism is straightforward. In terms of social policy, it should be broadly agreeable to say that racism, emphasis on the ism here, is a system of social action meant to inscribe relationships of subordination and domination between groups. The political, ideological, economic, juridical systems created to preserve a supposedly natural domination of one group over another, that's racism. We could restate the question here, I think, using these terms, but it would sound a little convoluted, so we're going to rearrange things a bit.
So they always try to, so again, they're always trying to sneak concepts in. This is why it's kind of annoying. They're always trying to sneak concepts into the definition of things. So he's just trying to define racism as systemic racism.
He is, yeah, totally. He's defining it as group subordination, but that completely takes individual prejudice off the table.
Yeah, but not just the group subordination aspect. Just he's like, it's a system designed to maintain these systems of oppression, right? Or just exist to have these systems of oppression, which is like, okay, I mean, obviously there, was systemic racism or institutional racism. And obviously there were systems of oppression against Black people, but it's very simple. I mean, I just think the classic definition of racism, to prejudge someone or to, on the basis of their skin color, to create negative stereotypes about a person.
Yeah, he's taking all the stereotypes I'm always whinging about completely off the table here.
Right. To me, it's fine. That's the classic definition of racism. I think it's the fine definition of racism. And then if you want to talk about these other things, you say, well, that's systemic racism or that's institutional racism. But he's trying to smuggle the concepts together because they always want to argue that there is this kind of invisible systemic racism that you can't really see or point to and no one can prove, but it still exists. So you have to do something about it.
Yeah, I think the stereotypes create the system, which that's why I think colorblindness fights the stereotype.
Yes, I agree.
We make meaning. When we say perpetuate, we mean to continue on or to reinscribe. To say that we are reinscribing a problem is to say that we aren't alleviating or ameliorating it. So one way we could pose our initial question is to ask, can you ameliorate racism as a system of subordination and domination while turning a blind eye to the social relations produced by that subordination and domination?
Okay, wait, I have to go back. This is so dense. Everything he's saying is so dense. Okay, he's smuggling in so many concepts here. So he said he wants to redefine perpetuate as reinscribe. Okay, which is subtle, but that's important. Because perpetuate just kind of means to continue something, right? So like you could say, if there's some system that you think is oppressive or whatever, and all you do is you allow it to continue, it's perpetuating the system. But to reinscribe means that you continually reestablish or renew something, usually in a stronger way. So he's using perpetuate as like, oh, well, we're like reestablishing racism again and again every generation in a more solidified, stronger fashion. Which is obviously not what I would agree exists and is ridiculous. But
that's a giant claim.
There was a great chart that Coleman brings up in his TED Talks. And it's like a chart that shows people's perspectives on race relations. And you see it's like, white people, I forget what the exact numbers were, but you see like the white people are like 5 or 10 points above Black people and thinking like things are less racist. And you see as time goes on, they're both going up at like the same rate. Both white people and Black people overall think the country's becoming less and less and less and less racist and things are getting better and better and better. And then as soon as it's like woke year, 2014, 2015, you see those lines both for Black and white plummet into the ground.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, oh, what happened? Was there some magical racism that just made everyone racist? Or did all this woke shit become the mainstream and it made everyone hate each other?
That's number 2.
Yeah.
I picked number 2. It's door number 2.
To say that we are reinscribing a problem is to say that we aren't alleviating or ameliorating it. So one way we could pose our initial question is to ask, Can you ameliorate racism as a system of subordination and domination while turning a blind eye to the social relations produced by that subordination and domination?
So like, so this is where you're talking about, overly complicating a question to the point of like,
It's nuanced, Sitch. You're just looking at
no. This is because it's.
I know.
It's like
this is why I hate the word nuanced.
it's really annoying because it's like
Needless complication.
This is needless. Well, it's not needless. There's a very specific reason. What he's done is he's basically tried to redefine every word of the question in a way that makes him automatically right.
Win the argument, yeah.
Yeah. He's saying, well, it's like the meme of the guy who's like, well, I've redefined all the words, so I'm automatically right. Checkmate, loser. Tips Fedora.
That's exactly what's going on here.
It's just like,
this is another problem with the lens. You can never have equality with this lens because you're going to flip it. You're going to say, you're going to introduce a bunch of race-based policies that favor blacks over whites. Okay, so now what?
right.
Now what situation are we in?
Right.
It's just
Now,
so
if racism
stupid.
is simply another form of inequality, and that's what it is, then our question really is about how we address inequality generally. So I think we can substitute inequality for racism in the question and pull it up a level of abstraction to this.
You just said we could substitute inequality with racism.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
a super Mott and Bailey, mop and buckets,
Right.
shell game switcheroo. Because you can definitely say, well, there's a system that produces some kind of unequal results. That doesn't mean it's racist. Is the NBA racist against white people?
Well, obviously, all the NBA players are extremely wealthy. So
Well,
I was thinking more in terms of now poor whites are categorized as blacks.
No, but I'm saying in the NBA, there's significantly more black people than white people.
Of course, yeah.
So, well, that's unequal. It's unequal.
Right.
So is
It
it
is.
racist?
Well, I wouldn't qualify it as racist, but according
Well,
to
under his definition,
you would have to qualify
Yes.
it as racist.
Right.
That's the problem with the definition.
Right.
I don't know if you know this, Sitch, but that's never how it works.
Okay.
As long as it's positions of power and status, nobody cares if they're unequal.
Well, if the minority is in the
Yeah.
top slot, unless they're Jews, then everyone
Yes.
cares because everyone hates us. But
Yeah,
because they're jealous. But
that's sad.
Can you ameliorate a system of inequality without reference or attention to the social relations produced by that system of inequality? And I think the obvious
it's weird because he keeps saying, can you ameliorate? Can you fix a system of inequality without acknowledging or referencing the inequality? And it's like, well, that's
Yes, you can.
Well, but even under his definition, okay, of colorblindness, which was to strive to not consider race, right? That doesn't line up. It just means to strive for something. That's all it means. It means that that's the goal. The goal is colorblindness.
Right.
answer is no. Consider class. Class is not simply a question of income. It is a relationship between two groups or multiple groups as it relates to production. And as a result, we mostly recognize that to reduce or even end class inequality, we have to also take account of class domination.
Wait. Did he just smuggle Marxism in?
He did, 100%. He's even talking about the means of production.
Yeah, because, so this guy's just a Marxist. I missed this the first time I listened to this conversation. Because he said class isn't just about income inequality, it's about production. That is not how 99% of the population, when they say class, they just literally mean like, are you rich or poor or middle class? It has nothing to do with where you are in the production chain, okay?
Yeah. I mean, you can inherit money and not produce anything.
Exactly, right. Or you could start a small business, make crap tons of money.
Right.
It's just interesting. So he just smuggled Marxism into this conversation. So they just really show, but this is a problem. All these guys are hiding their power level. All these
they're
Marxists
hiding the fact that they're
level.
Marxists.
Yes, and that they're viewing everything from a specifically anti-liberal Marxist lens.
Right.
To production. And as a result, we mostly recognize that to reduce or even end class inequality, we have to also take account of class domination. We can't simply redistribute wealth from one group to another. We have to do something about the relationship between laborers and owners of capital and everyone in between.
So he's basically trying to, in a very nice way, or in a very, oh my God. So I hate this crap. All these guys are lying. They're all hiding their power level, because what he's saying is, if class is not about money and it's about means or relation to production, that in order to solve
means of making money is what he's saying.
Right. But so what he's saying is that in order to solve the problems of class inequality, you have to essentially abolish capital.
Well, I don't know that that's what he's saying. Look,
That is what he's saying.
Here's the dumbed down version of what I think he's saying. He's saying that you can't just take income from business owners and give it to poor people, because those poor people are going to spend their money on products and services. It's just going to go right back to the business owners. You have to take away their businesses and give those to the poor people so that they have a way to produce things and generate income. That's what I believe he's saying.
Yeah, no. I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say he's saying you have to abolish capital.
Who is stopping people from starting businesses? Look, I don't, I hear, look, I'm not a member of the black community. If you can't tell, I'm like a white dude from California. So, but I do listen to some of these shows and live streams with various black creators. And I mean, it ranges, because there are some black creators that are very entrepreneurial, and they say, look, in order for the black community to get ahead, we got to have an entrepreneurial mindset. We got to be in business. We got to start our own businesses. And I see that as a good thing. But there are a lot of black creators that think that's acting white or being white or becoming white or giving into whiteness.
Well, that's the leftist perspective.
Yeah. So I'm much more inclined to side with the entrepreneurial spirit in the black creators that are saying start businesses. It's strange that he seems to be saying, I don't know why you have to appropriate somebody else's business or destroy somebody else's business when you could just start your own business, right?
Right.
Inevitably, when this comes up, though, if you bring this up on a live stream, they're going to hearken back to the Black Wall Street and where did that take place? Tulsa. That's it. The Tulsa Massacre and Black Wall Street, right? They're going to basically say, well, black people aren't allowed to start their own businesses, as if that didn't happen 90 years ago.
Right.
Right.
It had nothing to do with white people saying we need to go stop white people from creating businesses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of just an excuse. So
yeah.
Starting businesses is hard. And like every single white person is not a business owner, because a lot of people just don't want the responsibility. So
sure, not everyone has that the brain for it. I don't really have the brain for it.
Look,
sit up.
I have the brain for it. I'm not necessarily sure I want that kind of responsibility. Right. So there's twofold there.
Yeah. Okay, let me go back for a second, because I want to hear his full answer to this uninterrupted.
Groups as it relates to production. The answer is no. Consider class. Class is not simply a question of income. It is a relationship between two groups or multiple groups as it relates to production. And as a result, we mostly recognize that to reduce or even end class inequality, we have to also take account of class domination. We can't simply redistribute wealth from one group to another. We have to do something about the relationship between laborers and owners of capital and everyone in between. Otherwise, we end up in the same place that we started. And so back in the 1930s, when we began.
Okay, so what he's saying is, I don't know why the camera switched to Coleman. So what he's saying is, he's literally just laid out the most standard version of Marxism. Right. That, we need to abolish capital ownership. Now, I don't know if he's in favor of state ownership of everything, or if he's in one of these, everything should be run by a co-op. Probably the co-op model, because that's what's popular nowadays. But it's annoying to me that these people that are just Marxists are arguing anti-liberal Marxist gobbledygook to a left-wing audience of liberals, and they intentionally hide their power level, or they word it in a way Like, if it wasn't for all of my horrible readings of all this Marxist gobbledygook, and I was just a random person, 10 years ago, and I heard him say that, all that would have just gone straight over my head. I wouldn't have understood anything that he was referencing at that point.
Yeah,
I just would have been like,
agree.
oh, okay, yeah, sure. Right.
And not only that, he's doing this in a debate about colorblindness and race. What the fuck? And we're not even allowed to say the word cultural Marxism. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here? This is literally a debate about racism.
I'm glad.
And this guy's entire opening statement is about Marxism. Dude, you disagree, Sitch? What the fuck?
No, I agree completely. But I'm glad he did it because it gives away, if you're paying attention or you have the prerequisite knowledge, it gives the game away.
Yeah, it totally does.
This guy's just a Marxist.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the answer to the question. He's just a Marxist. Obviously, Marxists don't agree with colorblindness for the million reasons that we've already talked about. So,
right, but their reason for disagreeing with it is particularly insidious. And the only reason that people at the TED Talk are all rolling their eyes and uncomfortable with this is because they've been told by a black person that colorblindness is racist. They don't know all this stuff that goes along with it.
Right.
That's the only reason they feel uncomfortable about this. This is so insidious.
Yeah.
This is so dishonest.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to really tackle class inequality in a serious way, we passed both the Social Security Act and the Works Progress Administration, but also the National Labor Relations Act, aimed directly at reconfiguring the relationships between workers and non-workers. We recognize...
Well, no, so it's interesting. So he gave two, I don't know what the last thing that he referenced was. I'll go look it up. Wait, I'll go back. That's what it was called.
End up in the same place that we started. And so back in the 1930s, when we began to...
They cut to Coleman Hughes here because he's like, why am I in a Marxist debate? I thought we were talking about, racism and colorblindness.
Right.
Oh, man. Is there polling numbers on the black community and their
affinity to Marxism?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
How would you... I wonder how
Probably
the black community would feel about their community being run by Marxists.
Yeah, probably not high.
Yeah.
Really tackle class inequality in a serious way, we passed both the Social Security Act and the Works Progress Administration, but also the National Labor Relations Act, aimed directly at reconfiguring the relationships between workers and non-workers. We recognize that it was not simply people...
I want to look up what that National Labor's Relation Act is.
Yeah,
I'm not clear. But it's interesting because the two first examples he brings up are not Marxist, like Social Security. That's not changing the relationship between labor and capital. It's literally just giving people money.
Right.
So it's just that's I don't know why he would bring that up. That kind of destroys his position entirely.
Right, and it's race neutral. It's literally a colorblind policy.
Right, but no. So what he's trying to say is that he's trying to say, in order to alleviate class problems, you can't be class blind. You have to address class.
Right.
That's what he's saying. But this is why this is like a stupid thing. We would say that theoretically in our liberal society, we should be class blind in the terms of if you see someone or you meet someone who's from a, quote, different class than you, whether it be lower or higher, you shouldn't create a bunch of assumptions in your head about what that means for that person. Like, that's what it'd be to be class blind. It doesn't mean that the government should not say, well, if you're poor and you need assistance, you can get it. Like, it's just this total conflation straw man of what anyone's talking about in these conversations.
Of course, yeah. And we literally have progressive taxation. Imagine something like that in the case of race, which, I mean, they're in favor of something like that in the case of race.
The National Labor Relations Act of 1935, also known as the Wagner Act, is a foundational statute of United States labor law that guarantees the right of private sector employees to organize in the trade unions, engage in collective bargaining, and take collective action such as strikes. Central to the act was a ban on company unions. Okay, so this does not have anything to do with Marxism at all, even remotely. You could obviously have unions and collective bargaining by workers under liberal society and capitalism.
Yeah, we do have that.
Yeah. So again, he brings this up in a fundamentally dishonest fashion, I would argue.
Yeah, the fairness of distribution between labor and management. You don't need a Marxist lens to look at. Okay.
Well,
all the Marxist lens does is tell you one side is the oppressor and one side is the oppressed.
So the argument he's trying to make, and it's kind of complicated why this argument's stupid. He's trying to say, okay, when it came to class, we passed a law that acknowledges that there's workers and there's management, and therefore workers are protected along the lines of being the category of worker to unionize and to strike against management or capital ownership. And so he's comparing that to, therefore, in order for Black people to address issues, they need to have that same kind of version where like Black people can organize in a theoretical union of sorts to address for claims against white people. That's a comparison he's trying to make.
Wow.
The reason that this is stupid and doesn't make any sense is because, as he's already laid out, the difference here is that with race was an artificial category that was post hoc constructed to rationalize subjugating Black people as slaves.
Right.
And so the way to so we should all be in favor of eliminating this completely artificially created, post hoc created justification for bigotry. That would be the goal. Or when we're talking about class is not an artificial top-down construction created by some sort of post hoc individual. It's an emergent property of just working. Someone starts a business, someone owns land, someone owns a thing, and they say, I need to hire a person to work and do a thing. And so if they do, and by the nature of that relationship, there's going to be an unequal distribution of power.
Right. That emerges.
Right. So to compare these two things is really stupid.
Yeah.
People who are disadvantaged, it was workers, and we acted accordingly. So unless racism is a special kind of inequality, then the same goes for it as well. The way to address it, to ameliorate it, is to at least take note of and respond to the social relations that structured and continue to structure its ongoing existence. And that would put us against an ideal of colorblindness.
Thank you very much, Jamel.
So I think, as you said, Adam, the social relations that create these racisms that he's talking about is the fact that people are racist.
Okay.
Like if people were colorblind and they didn't have these prejudices and stereotypes in their mind, they wouldn't be producing racist systems or acting in racist ways.
So I'm correct?
You are correct.
Okay.
I know it's shocking to you, but sometimes you're...
Don't look. I'm often correct, so.
Uh-huh.
I'm the underdog here. People love it when I'm correct.
Mm-hmm. Euros Nikolic 95 for 2,500 RSDs. Well, thank you. I don't know what RSDs are. Serbian dinars. Well, thank you. Says, and thank you. This is your very first super chat. Thank you. Even though I probably butchered your name. How can I force Sitch and Adam to read my book without doing anything illegal? It's called Fragmented Mind.
I mean, I'll read a few pages, and if it's good, I'll keep going. So
okay, I'll send
sometimes
you...
people try to get me to read stuff, and it's just not well thought out. Or
well, he wrote this book.
Yeah, but look, I'm willing to accept that someone could just write a book that's well thought out and interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm making sure. Yeah. When I said his book, I meant literally his book.
No, I understand that. Yeah, okay. And like I said, I will read a few pages. And if you grab me in the first few pages and I want to continue to go, I will continue to go. People do suggest books sometimes, and I do check them out, and I think, why'd you recommend me this book? Like, this is like, maybe, I don't know if you watch the show or anything, but this book is just, I mean, it's a mess, and like nothing I'd be interested in. But I usually check out everything people ask me to check out, and some of it's great. I think, oh my God, thank you for sharing this with me. And some of it is not as great, but I still thank you for sharing it with me because, maybe I would have been interested.
Well, the book looks interesting. I sent you a link on Amazon.
Okay, cool.
So we'll check it out.
Yeah. Well, I think I want to do a call-in stream on the MMT stuff too, but I got to kind of... Well, a lot of people seem upset, and now I'm more interested in why are people so triggered by this stuff. Jeez, I thought you're not triggered by it, right?
I'm triggered by the thought of doing a call-in stream.
We thought of doing a call-in stream. Look, we can section it off. We can say, look, we're not going to do more than an hour or two or whatever you want to do. But
whatever. We'll talk about it later. Bob Van Gogh for $20 says, racism is the belief that one race is inherently superior than another. Racism isn't your fart on a butterfly and it disproportionately flaps its wings on a minority group. Right. That's a really good way of framing it. I do like that.
I like it. It's straight to the point. It's not needlessly complicated.
Right. Even this is $20. Let me read it because this is what we were talking about earlier. Nax Last for $5 says, Sitch and Adam, resident biologist here. Humans can't detect pheromones because we lost the vomeronasal organ most mammals have, which specializes in social smells.
Really? Okay.
There you go.
Well, I stand corrected.
Interesting.
I hope I remember that. A lot of times I get corrected on things and I forget. It takes a while to sink in.
Yeah, sure.
People have pointed out, and I think I might actually be guilty of this. Although it's funny, the person that pointed this out in the comments, the instance that they were pointing to, I wasn't guilty of it. So in that particular situation, sometimes I think I use a stereotype of progressives that is as unfair as the stereotype I'm often fighting of conservatives as greedy racists. And I think that there is some validity to that. I don't know why I do that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's going on? You think that's happening?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, okay.
What'd you say? I was reading this article. Christian Bob sent me an article that contradicts the pheromones thing. But what were you saying?
Oh, so it's not true?
No, there's an article. It's funny. It's from BetterHelp, which is hilarious because we were talking about that on EVAP yesterday. This article
Isn't it funny how all the communists advertise for mental health treatments? What's that? What's up with that?
What's going on there? Yeah.
Communism is not a cure for mental health. It's a way to destroy your mental health.
So this is interesting. What would you ask me? If you want. Yeah.
We could be guilty of using a negative stereotype of progressives that they're all... I don't feel like I'm doing this. I don't, but if you can point out areas where I do, where I just say, oh, all progressives are groomers. Like, I would never say that. That's why.
No, I mean, and I usually I'm usually conceptualizing progressives as like, ignorant people. Maybe there's your stereotype. Ignorant people that are carrying water for socialism and don't realize it.
Right. But that's not all progressives.
No, it's most progressives. There's also the actual socialists who are pretending to be progressives but aren't because they're socialists.
Right.
So in this article, it's interesting. So beyond the scent study that you were talking about, they did another study where they did the T-shirt test with heterosexual and homosexual men, and they found that women were usually into the heterosexual man scent and gay men were into other gay men scents.
No way.
So there was some way that they could tell based on the scent.
That's
whether
crazy.
They were straight or gay. According to the study, I'd have to look into this. But if that's true, that's very fascinating.
Hell yeah, it is. That's
how you could determine that. Yeah. And then it said there's a different study for the University of Chicago that showed men who used topical pheromones usually had a 52% improvement in starting conversations and an even better rate of improvement in staying engaged in conversations I assume they mean with women. They also typically receive more compliments and experience noticeable flirting from female recipients and saw a 40% increase in women's sexual responsiveness. In the same study,
Christian Baller sent you this. Christian, are you using these pheromones?
He's rubbing the pheromones all over his body.
Where do I get these pheromones?
It's like, remember in Anchorman, he had like Sex Panther?
Oh yeah, the Panther Musk.
The Panther Musk. In the same study, women used topical pheromones, found themselves asked on dates more often, and saw an increase in foreplay during sexual activity. Approximately 74% of women who participated in the study saw a huge increase in their interactions with men, while most reported having sex more often, receiving more intimacy, such as hugs and cuddling. I mean, I'd be interested to look in that study, because what are these pheromones like? Because I'm wondering, like, does the pheromone, maybe putting the pheromone on your body is like changing your behavior, not anyone else's?
It's just making you more confident.
Yeah, or because, like, is it a hormone? I mean, you're literally rubbing hormones on your body. Obviously, it's going to change your behavior. So
there's something interesting about that word, hormone.
There you go.
And especially in this conversation, right?
Well, and also I feel like there's some definitional... I
mean, I'm not a big puns guy, but...
Right. Also, I feel like there's some definitional play going on here, because how they're defining pheromone might not be the specific way in which biologists define pheromone. So, but anyway, it's all interesting. PC for $20. Thank you, PC says, ignoring the ethics, income-based policies can have a clear criteria, like wages. How would a race-based policy work? Would everyone need to submit DNA evidence? How would this handle mixed race or immigrant applicants? It's a good point. You'd have to have, I don't know. It'd have to be outcome-based, number one, and then number two, who's eligible? Would it just be like, would there be a judge there, like pornography? They know it when they see it. They know a black person when they see them. Like, this person just looks at you and makes a determination about whether you're white or black.
This is all just post hoc rationalization for racist policies against whites. That's exactly what's going on here.
Yes.
Mel, Coleman Hughes, you are up next.
What?
No disagreement.
No, I just agree. That's what it is. Yeah.
You are answering no to the question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? Here's your chance to tell us why.
Okay, I'd like to thank Ted and Open to Debate for setting this up, and Jamel for participating. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, so it's a privilege to have the opportunity to speak about it. Our question today is, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? And my answer is an emphatic no. Colorblindness historically and today is actually the best way to fight racism. Colorblindness doesn't mean pretending not to see race, right? We all see race, of course, we can't help it. It means that once we've noticed race, we still commit to treating people without regard to it, both in our personal lives and in our public policy.
Perfect. What a perfect definition.
Look, he totally simplifies it.
Yeah. Great. Wonderful.
He's not. Why is he not talking about production, Sitch? I don't understand.
Colorblindness is the antidote to the poison of racism. Now, there's been a very dishonest but effective PR campaign against colorblindness for decades. It's been painted as somehow naive at best, or actually racist at worst. But I'm here to say today that the principle of colorblindness, the same principle which my opponent attacks today, is the one that our most celebrated civil rights luminaries wielded to great effect in the battle against white supremacy and segregation. The idea that colorblindness is racist is not just untrue, it's the opposite of the truth. The leader of the most important abolitionist organization, Wendell Phillips, said in 1865 that the end goal of the abolition movement was to create a government colorblind. The founder of the original March on Washington movement, A. Philip Randolph, had atop his list of demands the elimination of every law that made a racial distinction. Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP made Justice Harlan's phrase, "Our Constitution is colorblind," their mantra, and quoted his Plessy dissent in nearly every anti-segregation court case they filed. The senators who sponsored the Civil Rights Act literally called it colorblind. Bayard Rustin wrote that race-based preferential policies had nothing to do with and were indeed antithetical to the civil rights movement.
So you said that the reason for like the anti-colorblindness is just to create policies and laws that are racist against white people.
Yeah.
And that's true, but I want to add on to that. There's another element here because what Coleman's kind of going through how there's been this history of laws passed through colorblind and on colorblind logic that have, made society better, obviously. And another reason that these guys are so against it is because they're Marxists and they want to destroy liberalism. And so they have to destroy the concept that liberalism, which would be based philosophically from like the origin point on colorblindness, they have to therefore show that colorblindness and liberalism are not effective at combating racism in order to bring Marxism into play. That's what they're doing.
Right. Our philosophy is winning, winning, winning.
Yes. Marxism
and
has never won.
Everybody, all the Marxists,
Yep.
all the neo-Marxists, all the reactionaries, all the neo-reactionaries, all the dark Enlightenment types, they're all just mad. They're all just sad that liberalism is taking over the world.
It has been for hundreds of years and no signs of slowing down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Capitalism and liberal democracies. It's just like, it's like a match made in heaven.
Bloody Adam. Bloody Adam.
Don't give me your Bud Adams.
Bloody Adam. How can you say that when people have lost meaning in their lives and income inequality under neoliberal policies sucks? Obviously, that means we need to abolish liberalism.
Well, liberalism bakes in a kind of mechanism to regulate the market. That's the problem that I have is a lot of these solutions, they don't really, abolish the market. Why can't we just work on regulating the market a little better?
As regulations are evil.
Look, incremental regulation of the market. And I say this often on the show because I want people to remember it. Market regulation and the welfare state was created to stop socialism.
Right.
It is not socialism itself. It's created because if you stratify society too much, you'll get a bunch of people in the underclass that will scream, behead the rich, and we want a socialist state. And that always ends in utter catastrophe, if not genocide, at the very least starvation, mass starvation. Yeah, so like one of the ways that America has combated this is a safety net. Social Security, unemployment, workers' rights, things like that. Yeah. We're always trying to keep socialism at bay. And this is when we have an outspoken contingent online that are socialists. I always wonder, well, life has to suck for them. It has to seem somewhat unfair. You don't turn to socialism because you've got things lined up, right? Because you got a good job and things are going your way, right? You turn to socialism because things suck. And life
I don't
is
necessarily
unfair.
agree with that. I mean, that's true for some
not
people.
with this guy. Obviously, this guy's, got the. It's interesting because it all is relative, isn't it? I would say that he's turning to socialism because life sucks for him because he sees himself as an elite, should be respected in his field, and everyone laughs at him because he's the Marxist.
Right.
So he's turning to Marxism for the same reason someone lower on the economic strata would turn to Marxism.
Well, I was going to say, it seems like a lot of people who turn to Marxism, they actually grew up in a pretty middle or upper middle class situation where they were taken care of, and they essentially want that replicated for everyone. So they said, the government should take care of everyone the way my parents took care of me.
Right. And once they hit the real world, they realize this sucks.
That's not feasible. Yeah.
They don't enjoy their work or whatever it is. Yeah.
There's, did you ever watch the first season of Mob Psycho?
I didn't know.
There's a great part that's you should watch just the end because it is like the perfect encapsulation of like socialism and this thought that you're talking about. Because so if you haven't seen Mob Psycho, basically the main plot is there's a kid who's born, he has like super powerful psychic powers, but he's kind of like a complete social autistic weirdo, and he's kind of trying to figure out how to, like, he doesn't view his powers as making him special because they've never really helped him be happy. Even though all these people that are completely motivated by power seeking, like, are like, just
they want his powers.
Yeah, they want his power, and they cannot fathom why he is unhappy,
right,
with being so powerful. It's the same person that did One Punch Man, so that's why it's kind of similar thematically. And there's a secret organization that's bent on dominating the world through psychic powers. In the last episode of the first season,
this sounds great.
Oh no, it's really great. You love it.
Why haven't I watched this?
I don't know. It's hilarious too. It's very funny. In the end of the first season, like the main character and some other people are fighting against this organization that wants to take over the world with psychic powers. And the guy who's kind of like the local leader of them, and he always wears a mask. And at the very end, he takes his mask off, and he's like this old man, and he gives his evil villain speech about why he's evil. And the whole speech is that because he was born with psychic powers, everyone in the world should just acknowledge how great he is, and no one does. And society never acknowledged how awesome he was, and it made him bitter and sad. And as he's saying this, because it's an anime, he's like transforming visually into a baby that's crying about how society just wouldn't recognize his greatness, and that's why he has to destroy everything and take it over. And I just feel like that's so much of like kind of what you're hearkening to when you talk about like kind of a lot of the socialist mindset of like, basically they had parents that took care of them and told them they were awesome and special, and they kind of go out in the world and it's like a big slap in the face.
It's on Netflix. That's great. I'll watch it. I'll definitely watch it.
Yeah, no, it's great. And it's the animation is beautiful. So
that's one of my major critiques about the right. They always undermine. They always want to call our social safety net socialism, which really undermines the whole project. It's like,
yes, it does.
It gets us closer to socialism. Why it's so? There is something very interesting about those movies that the solution is always, the monster gets stronger the more that you attack it, and people have to come to this realization that we need to stop attacking it. Oh my God, if we nuked it, it would be so much more powerful, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So much of politics is like that.
Well, you can attack. Yeah, you have to attack it in very specific ways.
Yeah.
Different ways. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. That reminds me. I'm not going to go on a whole thing. I could relate that to Paranoia Agent, another great anime that's kind of about that concept.
I've watched part of that one, but it's been so long since I watched it, I barely remember it.
Rather unenviable position of having to argue that all of these civil rights activists were somehow perpetuating racism by promoting colorblindness. It's not just not true, it's the opposite of the truth. Our failure to enshrine colorblindness has led to a list of disastrous race-based policies. I could talk about the restaurant revitalization program, which you heard about at TED, where emergency funds for restaurants were handed out primarily based on race and gender identity. I could talk about Governor Kathy Hochul's recommendation to hand out limited COVID antivirals based in part on racial identity of the patient. Or we could talk about affirmative action. Now, my opponent's employer, the New York Times, ran an interesting podcast about it last week. They noted a college tutor in Queens who had lots of Asian students as young as 16, 17 years old who were desperately scrubbing their applications of any sign that they might be Asian, erasing things like chess club and math club, because they know the admissions officers on the other end would devalue their application if they were known to be Asian.
That's so sick.
Insane? Yeah, it's sick. It's so disgusting. Oh my God.
It is. It's totally disgusting.
Which is virtually identical to what Jewish kids had to do applying to college in the first half of the 20th century. And once again, my opponent's in the unenviable position of arguing that it's not these policies that perpetuate racism, but it's somehow ending them which is really racist. Again, I submit it's not just untrue, it's the opposite of the truth. If you want to fight racism, remove race from public policy. And if you want to fight injustice, do so based on class. And by definition, class policies will disproportionately benefit Blacks and Hispanics because they are disproportionately likely to be poor. That was the position of the civil rights movement, and that is my position today.
The ultimate pragmatist. Yay.
I know. I mean,
Yay.
Coleman is definitely based. We have to be careful because we say class too. We should be saying socioeconomic. So they can't do this Marxist magic to try to
call you a class reductionist.
No, to just be like, oh, well, you have to be, you have to change the class subordination by the the bourgeoisie.
Oh, right.
Like, shut up.
Thank you, Coleman. Jamel, so we're going to now move into the conversation section of the program. We'll be right back with that.
This is great, too, from a debate perspective, because he ignored all of that Marxist nonsense.
Well, he probably just had an opening statement that he was reading, so.
Yes, that too.
That'd be my guess.
But he had plenty of time left over.
Well, I mean, I think he should have. I kind of disagree. I think he should have pointed it out. If he caught it, he might not have caught it. To point out, my opponent is literally looking at this from a Marxist frame without actually saying that's what he's doing. So obviously he's going to be against the foundation of liberalism, which is colorblindness.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan, and we have Jamel Bowie and Coleman Hughes debating this question: does colorblindness perpetuate racism? And in the opening statements, we saw fundamentally where they disagree. Jamel Bowie taking the point of view that to embrace colorblindness is to turn a blind eye to reality, the reality that racism exists and continues to exist. He makes the point that you can't begin to address inequality if you don't want to name and acknowledge that inequality. He cites several examples in other contexts where it's been named and addressed, but he asks why, on the question of racial inequality, do we have to pretend that it doesn't there? And he does feel that it amounts to a pretense. Coleman,
notice in the paraphrasing, nothing really specific about the Marxist stuff.
He probably didn't even catch it.
Yeah, I'm pointing it out because you always say, and this guy probably is just an old school liberal.
Yep.
He's the one who is carrying water for these Marxists.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he is specifically, because I don't know anything about John's specific political views, because he does a lot of the moderation for these conversations, but he could theoretically, because he doesn't understand what's being discussed, as most people don't.
Why didn't he come out and say, listen, and he threw a bunch of Marxist stuff in there to...
Right. Yeah, because he missed it.
Right.
So, well, even if you caught it, if you're the moderator in a debate, I don't know if you should be pointing out, like, he did a Marxism. Like, I don't know.
He pointed out in other contexts, like bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. The proletariat should claim part of the means of production. Otherwise, you're never really going to end racism. And back to you.
Right. Back to you, John.
Right.
Argues the opposite point of view. He says that colorblindness is the antidote to racism. He would, as he said, enshrine colorblindness in our institutions and in our thoughts and ideas and in our documents, and that the failure to do so has actually exacerbated racism, leading to race-conscious policies that he has described as disastrous. I want to go take this in parts and pieces. I would like to ask each of you to actually not just continually make your opening points, but to respond to some of what your opponents have been saying as I bring those up. Jamel, I want to go to you first and ask you to address Coleman's recitation of the list of starting with abolitionists and others who have pushed back against obvious manifestations of racism, and then through the leaders of the civil rights movement embracing colorblindness as he defines it. And he went through quite a long list of that. And I'd like you to take on the historical aspect of the term colorblindness as Coleman has done, and please respond to it.
Sure thing. I want to begin this with...
So this is kind of interesting, and I kind of like the way that this is structured. So the moderator is like actually saying, they said X, and I want you to address this. Like he's asking very pointed questions, which I think is good. And maybe we should, going forward, if we ever moderate conversations, usually we're in the conversations, right? But if we ever moderate conversations, maybe that's the role we should take. Because I think that's a little bit more interesting. And it kind of can prevent some of the meandering that happens in these debates where people just say whatever they want for like 20 minutes.
Well, we should do it when we're in the conversations and they dodge our questions. I mean, I try to do it. I mean, I say, that's not a response. You're not answering the question. A lot of people don't like it because I will interrupt when I feel like they're going on a tirade that's just completely off topic.
Right. But it's just psychologically, like if you're in the debate and if we're in the debate and we say you're not answering the question, that's different than the moderator who's neutral or supposed to be neutral is saying, I want you to answer the specific question.
Right. Well, I'm going to be neutral moderator on Tuesday, so.
Who are we talking to on Tuesday?
Pandering politics.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Exciting.
On the historical aspect of the term colorblindness, as Coleman has done, and please respond to it.
Sure thing. I want to begin this with a focus on Wendell Phillips in particular. If people aren't aware of Wendell Phillips, he's probably one of the most famous abolitionists of the antebellum period, sort of really a luminary, a Garrisonian, a colleague, contemporary of Garrison, Frederick Douglass, et cetera, a really important guy. So it's really significant that Coleman points to Wendell Phillips as kind of the origin point for the term colorblindness. And in Coleman's gloss, he says that what Phillips meant was a government.
You like that? You like that? Coleman's gloss. Ooh, it's a little shit right there. He glossed over it. All right.
Yeah, Wendell wasn't a Marxist.
Government that did not recognize race in any manner, that took an entirely neutral approach to citizens. But I don't think that's quite correct. So Wendell Phillips uses the term colorblind, or specifically the phrasing government colorblind, in two instances at the beginning of 1865, the first time he uses them. The first is at a speech at the 32nd meeting of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society on January 26th, and again, a month later, at the Brooklyn Academy of Music on February 23rd. Now, the first instance is interesting because it's a big debate between Phillips and Garrison and Douglass and other abolitionists over President Lincoln's initial Reconstruction policies. Now, Lincoln's initial Reconstruction policies centered on the quick readmission of Louisiana to the Union. Louisiana kind of captured relatively early on in the war. And Lincoln's plan essentially is we have a percentage, about I think 10 or 15% of Louisiana residents pledged to the Union, and then they can be readmitted on full privileges. And in the relevant portion of the speech, the portion that leads up to the use of the phrase government colorblind, Phillips excoriates this policy. And the reasoning he gives is that simply readmitting Louisiana without any attention to the relationships of subordination and domination between whites and blacks in the state would not address anything. It simply recapitulate the conditions of slavery. We'd be right back to where we started. It's in that context that he says a government colorblind, no distinction of race in the camp or in the Senate. So colorblindness here in the context of the portion of the speech does not mean the non-recognition of race. It means the non-recognition of racism. That is the rejection of the legitimacy of any kind of hierarchy by the state. The state says there's no race hierarchies, no.
This is such bullshit.
Yeah.
Such bullshit.
So
bullshit.
So if the argument was, I'm trying to find the speech that he's referring to actually check this out. I don't have it yet, but if
these laws must not be racist, but you could acknowledge race.
Right. Like if you have a state that was formerly a slave state and you admit it into the Union without changing the laws, obviously it's just going to recreate slavery because you haven't changed anything. And so this guy's arguing and saying, well, there should not be this, laws based on race, which would then get rid of laws based on racial subjugation, which would be a colorblind approach.
Right.
So what is his
argument is that they still acknowledge that race exists, which it's like nobody ever said colorblind is not acknowledging. They're doing this complete straw man of colorblindness, as in you're supposed to never even be able to see race, physically see race.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
it's dumb. It's totally dumb.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just this ridiculous straw man.
He's saying this colorblind law was designed to get rid of racism, but you could still see race.
Mhm.
I win.
Did you know? Have you considered? It's
Yeah.
like Bowie here is in the well. He's the guy in the well. And he's like, have you considered you can't be colorblind because people have eyes?
Yeah, exactly.
They can see things. Have you considered that?
Coleman Hughes totally annihilates this guy.
Yeah.
It's great.
No one is above or below.
So
And it's-
Jamel, it sounds like you are saying that this tension that we're discussing today is 120 years old. That this disagreement about what we meant by colorblindness goes way back.
Right.
I want to take that to Coleman to respond to.
Just real quick, I want to say my
Sure.
immediate point is that the way in which Coleman's evoking Phillips just isn't correct. Phillips is essentially making a race-conscious argument, but using a different kind of language. And we run into trouble when we transpose today's meaning of a particular word onto the past.
Well, you're the one that changed the meaning.
Yeah.
You're literally the one that changed the meaning.
He's like, listen, I'm redefining this word in a different way. So how dare you use your original definition that matches up with this other person's original definition to make an argument?
That is
you didn't accept
also-
my definition.
That's also in billions of Americans' brains because they've been educated in America over the last 40 years.
Yes.
Just, oh my, what is going on here? They think that they can update society like an Apple update. It just goes out to everyone's brains and, oh, update. Look, oh yeah, this is a new software.
Yeah.
No respect for how culture works.
Okay, so Coleman, your an initial challenge is that from Jamel in relating to Phillips is that even then this disagreement over what the term meant existed and was relevant and had impact.
Well, I'll start simply by quoting Wendell Phillips, and I will let the audience decide what he means by this. Quote, when once the nation is absolutely irrevocably pledged to the principle. Sorry, this is the wrong quote. Sorry.
Let's start over.
Start that again.
Yeah, sure.
I will start by quoting a relevant passage from Wendell Phillips, and you can decide what you think it means. Quote, God has chained this generation to the one great duty of eliminating from American politics the idea of race. Whenever an American magistrate is colorblind, unable to distinguish white from black, when that day comes, the duty of this generation is done and sealed, and this epoch is closed.
That sounds pretty definitive to me.
No, but you don't understand. It means something different.
So pulling out the quote is kind of devastating. You always do
Yeah.
that, Sitch. You always bring out the critical race theory quote. You're like, here, let's just look at a quote here.
Because they try to be sneaky with this bullshit. They're like, did you mean that? And you're like, well, explain this quote. And then they're like, well, you see, I can redefine all the words to mean something different. It's like, oh, okay, that's good.
Let's just look at this quote from the Newland phone call here. Let's just read this real quick.
Right. Right.
It's like always, it's just so devastating. It's so devastating.
So to me, I suppose reasonable people might disagree about any number of historical figures and what they believed, but it seemed very much that by colorblind, he meant what I mean by it. And when he passed away, when Phillips passed away, America's first black judge, George Lewis Ruffin, described him as one of the few white Americans wholly colorblind and free from race prejudice. Taken together, it seems that, Wendell Phillips really meant colorblind when he said colorblind.
Can I
Destroyed.
Yep.
Destroyed. Can I respond? Was Wendell Phillips a Marxist?
respond to that real quickly?
Yeah,
Sure.
please do.
Just so the thing to consider is that Phillips is not just speaking in the abstract here, right? He has a set of policies that he would like to see the government pursue. And again, we have to consider the context of the late 1860s. And so what Phillips wants is, first and foremost, he wants Black Americans to have the vote, which is considered at the time to not be a colorblind policy. It's very much considered to be a race-conscious policy, and he describes it as such in this January 26, 1865 speech. The second thing is he wants...
Okay, wait.
Yeah. How are you defining that to be to be race-based policy?
Well, they're doing... Okay, so he's doing this kind of like BS thing where it's... So if you have a society set up where you say only white people can vote, and there's Black people in the society as well, and you say, oh, well, we want to make it so that the law is colorblind, right?
Right.
So that everyone can vote. Then obviously, yes, the point of the law is so that Black people can vote. Obviously. But the point of the colorblindness, the point of the argument is to show that the continual framing and arguing of things from that specific colorblind perspective is sufficient and valuable and will bring about the changes you want. So just saying, well, I mean, it was to help Black people. No one's saying, but you, okay? You're the one making the argument that colorblind laws can't help Black people. You're the one making that straw man argument. No one is saying that colorblind laws will not help Black people.
Right. Why you're taking away the exclusivity of voting from whites. I mean, it's so simple to frame it as in the colorblind way.
Yes.
It's not giving the vote to Blacks. It's denying them the vote.
Yes. And say theoretically, like, okay, so let's say that it wasn't colorblind in reality originally. Okay. So they say, okay, we're going to give Black people the right to vote. So then what happens so then Asians can't vote? Because it says white people and Black people. Doesn't say anything about Asians. Oh, you got to pass a law just for Asians.
No, I think they just opened it up to anyone could vote.
No. I understand that in reality. I'm saying under his stupid framework of anti-colorblindness, okay, if they had actually passed a law that just specifically said Black people can vote too, they would have had to pass a law for every different ethnic group to vote.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's not how it went.
No.
I think Blacks were going to get the vote before women. I think Black people were going to get the vote before women were going to get the vote. And everyone was worried about how the optics of that. So they gave women suffrage before that became a reality.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
The redistribute land specifically to freed people, but also some free people. And so again, this is not a colorblind policy as we understand it today.
Okay.
Bullshit.
Well, again, so he snuck that in as we understand today. So he's according to his kind of BS definition.
Yeah, he's using his BS definition of colorblindness.
Right, because even in this, Clarence Thomas brought this up in his dissent, or his not dissent, his concurrence of the affirmative action ruling, was that policy, that law, the Freedmen's Bureau thing, there's a reason it was called the Freedmen's Bureau and not the Black People's Bureau. Because it was not about them being Black, it's about them being former slaves. So even that, and the law was structured specifically for people that were slaves and were now free. So even that was a colorblind.
Wow, yes. Interesting.
Right. And it's weird because like essentially, so Bowie has constructed the straw man where he says colorblind laws can't help Black people. Okay, which is a straw man. He's the one arguing that. So then whenever there's an example in the past of a colorblind law helping Black people, he pretends that the law wasn't colorblind to conform with his original straw man position.
Right.
It's like, oh, okay.
To conform with his definition.
Yes.
So we're left with kind of a bind, right? Like, is Phillips just self-contradictory? Is he contradicting himself? Or is he, again, not talking about the recognition of race as identity, but the recognition of racism as a system of caste and subordination? There was not really a language for race as identity back in the 19th century, but there was a language of race and racism as caste and subordination. And the subsequent examples.
What is this? So he never he's never explained how he's differentiating this clearly. You can have a system of subordination and caste that is based on your identity, which is what race was being used to do.
Right. It could be an identity beyond race, I think is what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying he keeps saying that there's a difference between defining race as a, quote, identity and defining race as a, quote, system of subordination and caste. And it's like, well, racism was a system of subordination or systemic racism.
Based on identity.
Based on the identity of race. Right.
Yeah.
So he's making this distinction that he's never really fleshed out or explained why he's making. I mean, I guess he's just making this distinction because he wants to adopt the Marxist framing of systems as what matters and individuals don't matter. But he hasn't really explained in this conversation why it's valid to make this distinction he's making.
All this is word game bullshit. That's why I hate this stuff. It's completely brain dead, substanceless nonsense.
Right. Arguing about definitions and how things should be defined and all this garbage. Yeah.
Look, Sitch and I want to argue substance. We don't want to argue this lame brain. Let's redefine this so that we can win an argument.
Right. Well, that's what the annoying thing is that if you were to tell him that, he'd say, well, no. You're the one that's redefining race and racism. I'm the one originally using the correct definition. And you're like, okay, buddy. So it like forces you to have this stupid debate about definitions.
I won't. I'll just say, look, I don't want to debate you.
Okay.
Go write a thesaurus. Go write a dictionary somewhere. Get out my face.
Go write a thesaurus, you.
Get out my face.
That Coleman, his opening.
This guy's like a college professor somewhere, huh?
No, he's a New York Times author or something.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
19th century, but there was a language of race and racism as caste and subordination. And the subsequent examples that Coleman used in his opening of Harlan, of the Civil Rights Movement, of A. Philip Randolph, who described himself even as a race man. So it seems like weird to say that he considered himself a race man, someone interested in the.
So I think the problem is, like, if we were to talk to this guy and I were to ask him, you need to explain to me very clearly why and how you're defining race and racism in this very specific way. It would probably literally take him an hour or longer to explain this. And you say, well, if it takes you an hour to explain a concept that people intuitively understand instantly, obviously your explanation is stupid.
Totally stupid.
And pointless. Because people, if there's something that's happening on an intuitive level, okay, that means that it's using your lizard brain, right? I know that's not the correct term, but that means it's using your elephant, it's using your, these very base functions.
Your unconscious motivations and intuitions.
That is able to look at something and create a thought about it instantaneously, okay? So you don't need an hour-long explanation to explain that process. And if it takes you an hour to explain this super complicated, what race and racism means and all this stuff, that means that you're just making up bullshit.
Totally making up bullshit. Everything he's talking about, when he's saying that race in the past was a system of oppression, I think, yeah, it was. And guess what we developed as a concept to fight that system of oppression? Colorblindness. Dumbass. So it's like, what is your proposal if you're saying, look, colorblindness hasn't really worked because there's still racial inequality in society? I guess what his solution for what is going to work is racism.
Yes.
So if you're going to go back to that old chestnut, we have to be racist. We have to be racist against whites in order for us to achieve racial equality. Then all of a sudden you have to throw away all the work you have done.
Right.
Yeah, which is just weird. Weird and sad.
The benefit of colorblindness was that it wasn't something that was created out of the ether. It's based within the fundamental principles of liberalism, which our country was founded upon. So it's kind of like it was easy for people, even though they had to fight a bunch of racists, it's easy for people to philosophically argue through all of American history for a colorblind approach, because by doing so automatically is the high ground maneuver. because you're like, well, this is the fundamental philosophy our fucking country is built upon, bitch.
Of course, yeah. Colorblind, you can't have a mixed race society like America has without the concept of colorblindness. I mean, I would argue the reason why we could have the levels of immigration that we have in America without doing tangible damage to the culture. I understand there are people on the right that will argue we are doing tangible damage to the culture. I'm not necessarily sure that's the case because we have this concept of colorblindness.
Right.
That allows cultures to come in and assimilate.
Right.
I do think eroding that assimilation process is a problem, but it generally comes from the left.
Yeah. But so like essentially what I'm trying to say is if you have a country that's founded on, because a bunch of like people make a very, very uninformed argument about this. And this came up with the Matt Walsh thing I saw on Twitter. And this came up with Charlie Kirk defending Matt Walsh.
Right.
I don't know if Charlie Kirk is just an idiot or what's going on there.
They're not making colorblind statements.
Yeah, about like, well, the founding fathers wanted this to be a white country for white people. What are you talking about? The foundational principle of liberalism. This is what the high ground maneuver is, and this is why this worked. The foundational principle of liberalism was that people need to be treated as individuals and that all individuals have some level of natural rights inferred to them by nature or by God.
Right, regardless of race.
Right. Well, but that's the thing. If that's your presuppositional position, is that people need to be treated as individuals that have individual rights that are natural rights that are granted upon them. It doesn't say white people. The philosophy is pretty strict. It's pretty clear what's going on there. And so obviously colorblindness is baked into the philosophy, even if people wanted to ignore it for 100 years and pretend like it didn't exist.
Right.
And this is why a lot of the founding fathers were completely aware of the contradiction. They were aware of the contradictions in the philosophy, and they went along with it because they understood the pragmatic reality of the financial institutions and the fact that so many states were so reliant on slave labor, and the fact that people were just racist wouldn't go along with what actually would have philosophically made sense, or would have been philosophically consistent, I should say, with liberalism.
Yeah, they relied on the fact that it would emerge eventually.
Yeah.
Because it is baked into the ethos of liberalism or individualism, maximizing individual rights.
Right. Someone brought up, I forget who it was, they brought up there was some version of, I forget, there was some Jewish group that wanted to basically advocate for liberalism essentially within the in-group, but that of Jews, but then to exclude everyone else. And essentially, I forget who brought up or what it was called. And my argument is that, well, then that's not really liberalism. That's just a lie. Okay.
Right. Yeah. That happens a lot.
Yeah. You can't just say, well, obviously there's always going to be a difference, and there has to be a difference in terms of how in-groups versus out-groups are treated, to the extent. Like, just because you're in favor of individual liberalism doesn't mean you have open borders or something to that effect. Obviously, you still have borders. But what it means is that you have to just judge it based on individual merit of the person. You don't just say classes of people, groups of people just don't get to come because of their association with the group.
Yeah. I just had this idea. The whiteness stuff that is always being perpetuated, which oftentimes we call business culture, but it's being defined as white people culture.
Right.
Is that idea culturally colorblind? Because I don't think it is.
Is the idea that calling it white colorblind, or is the idea of the culture itself colorblind?
Well, taking that business culture, which I do think should be colorblind. I think any culture can adopt that culture regardless of... Right. I mean, Asians are basically dominating in this culture. Right? I don't know why they're calling it whiteness, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The culture itself is not the culture itself is colorblind, obviously. Now there's going to be specific cultural elements that are different in America versus Japan or China or something. But that's not a color thing. That's just a regional country thing. So it's like
One
an
of the-
American business culture versus a Japanese business culture, which is going to have similarities, but it'll also have differences.
One of the things they put on the list I remember is like punctuality,
Right.
which I have a sordid history with, obviously, from the show. But the just taking a attitude towards punctuality and saying that belongs to a certain race. Like some races have punctuality and some
That's
races
horrible.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible, right?
Yeah.
Because that should be a race neutral thing. I don't think
Yes.
it's good to be pinning that on any one race. But that's kind of what whiteness tries to do. I'm wondering, I feel like a lot of the problem is a lot of the, can we say that the black community is kind of not really adopted colorblindness? If a substantial number of black people have this idea that, punctuality and business culture is white culture.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about with Nate, is that if you have this idea among some people in the black community or any non-white community where to basically adhere to principles of the majority culture or to adhere to principles of business culture, that to do such a thing would be to give up would be to be a race trader, would be to give up your blackness, to give up your minorityness or whatever,
Right.
and to become white or whatever, then yeah, obviously those people are not operating under a colorblind lens at all.
So maybe the idea of colorblindness just offends a lot of black people or people in the black community.
Oh yeah, it does. Because, well, here's the thing. From a right-wing perspective of how I define left versus right, the phobic versus the ethnophilic, right?
Yeah.
Colorblindness is going to be not exactly a good attribute to like people on the far right.
Right.
And people that have right-wing moral intuitions normally, they might not be in favor of the colorblindness approach. They might have to learn culturally to associate that. And the thing that's funny is that a lot of these people in the black community who are like running around like they're leftists, I think they're not. I think they're actually very right-wing if you were to give them a moral intuitions test, I think they'd be very right-wing.
I accused FD Signifier of this, and he didn't like that. Based on the schooling thing. Well, he is xenophilic. He is xenophobic, rather.
He's xenophobic, yeah, right. And
Yeah.
I would be very curious if he would take that test and for other people to take that test to see what their moral foundations are. Because they are very much within we need to build borders around our community. We need to protect our community from outsiders. There's some sort of outside force that's coming into our community and degenerating it from within. They're hitting all sort of like the classic right-wing notes. They're not the ones saying we need to flatten our border, tear down our borders, and kind of like assimilate into whatever the majority culture is.
Right, but they are advocating for segregation and college dormitories and stuff.
Though I should be careful in how I'm phrasing this because human psychology is very, very confusing. So, for example, you can have someone who has right-wing moral foundations and is black, and they won't become an ethno-nationalist, like a black nationalist, but would become the opposite. They can become, a Clarence Thomas type, right? Or like a quote, or Larry Elder. They could become a quote black conservative. And it's because what they're viewing is that psychologically they're saying, I'm looking at people who are manifesting certain elements of the conservative mindset and it's producing the XYZ results. And so they're kind of mapping that on, white conservatives. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Why are they mapping it onto white?
Because they're looking at people that are manifesting conservative moral intuitions successfully.
Right.
Economically successfully.
Right. Larry Elder and Clarence Thomas being the examples, who both, by the way, I've read both their books, were about introducing conservative principles to help the black community.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, but it's being characterized as selling out, being white, that kind of thing.
Right.
Which brings me back to my original premise. But what point did you want to make?
Well, no. So what I'm saying is that I think this this is kind of the complicated human psychology element. I think you can have someone who's black who has, quote, right-wing moral intuitions that could become a black nationalist.
Right.
But you could also have a black person who has moral or right-wing moral intuitions that just becomes a conservative and then would be deemed a race traitor, or could be deemed a race traitor by black leftists because they're emulating, quote, white behavior.
Right. That's why I bring up the concept of cultural colorblindness, because I do think, and this is something that the black community has to adopt. No one can force it on them. But if the black community is not going to adopt a colorblindness outlook, if they're going to look at whites as whatever they do is bad and we shouldn't emulate them, they're technically avoiding a colorblindness mindset, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they are. So
true. Let's see.
Got some super chats or something?
Jay for $20 says that pheromone study was 100% funded by Big Pheromone.
Cool. Where do I get some?
True.
I'll take it.
You want the big pheromone?
Sure. I'll try some pheromones.
You love black people, Adam?
Of course. Not the mean ones.
Oh, okay.
Some black people are super mean.
Wow. That's racist.
Don't you think?
Can't believe you'd say that.
I mean, some white people are super mean.
Jeez.
I like nice people.
Hit it up.
No way.
Okay, don't hit it
I'm
up.
thinking. No, I'm conjuring up some some policy here. I'm trying to think of what to call it. Custodial voting. But with race.
Let me be clear, because Majin is confused. I'm not saying, okay, people don't understand. I guess here's the problem. In our society, the term xenophobic is all it's ever talked about.
You said ethnophobic, which I don't think is a word, by the way.
Right.
Xenophobic is the word. Xenophilic is the word. Yeah.
So in our society, xenophobic is always talked about. Xenophilic is never discussed.
Right.
And xenophobic is only discussed in a negative context of racism. And so they say, well, wait a minute, Sitch, how can you say that people on the right are xenophobic and people on the left are xenophilic? Are you saying only people on the right are racist? That's not true. There's lots of racist left-wing people out there. That's because xenophobic and xenophilic are both racist to just in the other direction. Okay. So if you're xenophobic, you'll be racist to people who are against your, who don't look like you. That's xenophobic. Oh, if I'm white, I go, oh, I don't like anyone that's not white. I'm xenophobic, right?
Right.
But if I'm white and I think all white people are racist assholes, I'm racist and I'm xenophilic. Because what I'm saying is, I like
other cultures better.
Right. Yeah. My culture, the people that look like me are the bad ones. They're the badmins. Okay.
Yeah.
They're both racist from like you basically need in your society, as Dev would say, the golden mean. You need some level of xenophilia and some level of xenophobia. Because if you don't have any xenophobia, you just have open borders, you have no cultural protection. And you know what happens? You're just going to have basically another group of people come in who will be protecting their culture, and they will essentially take over. And you will
a bunch of xenophobes are going to come in and take over.
Exactly, right. But if you have so you do need a level of xenophobia. You have borders. You need to protect your culture. You have to say, listen, my culture is worth maintaining and protecting. I don't believe in this kind of multiculturalism, cultural relative, gobbledygook.
Yeah.
You definitely want some level of xenophobia. And then you also want some level of xenophilia, because if you have zero xenophilia, you're essentially saying, well, we're going to build a wall around our country and we'll never let anyone ever in ever.
No new ideas, no new culture, no change.
Right.
Right.
Which, I mean, that's kind of like,
that's
kind of like what Japan's doing. And I mean, it's, there's positive to that. It's obviously, it's going to protect their culture to an extent, like to a greater extent than other cultures, but it's going to have a lot of downstream ramifications. Like, everyone in Japan is depressed. Their demographics are spiraling into the toilet. So
Right.
you need both
remember
these
that
things.
remember that questionnaire where the far left people said that they liked the universe better than their own family?
Yes.
That's exactly what's going on.
That's
here with
exactly what's going
the
on here, Jeff.
xenophilia. Yeah.
Right.
That's like xenophilia gone wild.
Another reason, here's the nuance. Another reason why this is complicated is because, there was someone on Twitter that was shitting on Jonathan Haidt.
I think I saw that.
And and Jesse Signal kind of weighed in. And he wasn't shitting on Jonathan Haidt, but he agreed to some element, and I was kind of pushing back.
Jesse single-minded.
And I like Jesse, be nice. And
no, it is. I just tell you single-minded, so you'll remember his last name is Single.
Oh, did I say Signal?
Yeah,
Jesse Signal.
Signal is what you do when you like a girl. You smile. You signal across the room. Hey.
Right.
Single is what you are when you never signal across the room. Okay.
Right.
It's Jesse Single.
So Jesse Single, kind of talking about this, and I said part of the reason people are confused, and this actually came up in the Coleman Hughes had a conversation recently where two people were saying that there really aren't moral intuitions. Everything's just based on tribalism. And I completely disagree with that. The reason that people are confused by this is because you can have an issue that either the left or right will adopt. And because of tribalism, the other side will go against the issue.
Right.
But what they're missing is that the issue can be argued from, you can have a situation where many issues can be argued from either a left or right-wing moral intuition framework.
Of course, yeah. Abortion is a good example.
Right. So going to the Black nationalism perspective, and I was kind of bringing this up with Dev when I was talking about whether the Nazis are right-wing or left-wing and how to conceptualize them, how I think it makes sense to conceptualize them. So if you have someone who's a Black nationalist, and you ask me, say, why are you a Black nationalist? What is the core intuition? What is the core moral intuition? Because to me, that's what I'm trying to get at when I say something is left or right. What is the core moral intuition that's motivating a person to be a Black nationalist? And if the core moral intuition that's motivating them is a desire of equality and flattening hierarchies.
Right.
They're
coming at it from a left-wing intuition. Right.
Right. That's the left-wing moral intuition. You say that person is a leftist. If you have a Black nationalist who you say, well, why are you a Black nationalist? And they say, I need to protect my specific group of people first and foremost.
Yeah.
My culture, my people.
Defending my tradition.
I need to defend my traditions, right?
Right.
That's
very left wing.
That's the right wing. Exactly. That's very obviously the right wing moral intuition. And so it creates a situation, which is very bizarre, where you can literally have two groups of people. You can literally have two different people that are both Black nationalists, both allied in some way, but have completely opposite moral intuitions about why they're aligned with this idea.
This is what happened to the early atheist community when they first formed online.
Yeah.
They all came to atheism from very, very different moral intuitions. Like you had the feminists who were like, I hate men and women and religion is patriarchal, right? And then you had a bunch of men who were like, I am rational and I don't like religion because it's not true.
Right.
And those two groups hate each other's guts.
Yeah.
As soon as they sniffed it out that they were there because of different moral intuitions, they were like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is the same thing that's going on here.
Yes.
They're like, you're a Black nationalist for that reason?
They're like, wait, yeah. And I mean,
you're a radical leftist.
I mean, you could already see this too, because obviously there are Black nationalist groups that are radical socialist groups that are obviously motivated by leftist intuition. And then you have like Black nationalist groups like the Nation of Islam and other things that are obviously motivated by right-wing moral intuition.
Yes, totally. And then once they realize they're all in the same club, they're like, I hate you.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. This happens again and again. So this goes back to answering the question about racism on the left, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying this is part of why, because whenever I talk about the xenophilia versus xenophobia thing, some people just I don't know. They just think I'm only saying people on the right can be racist, which that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
So,
yes. It's a lot of racism on the left.
Yes.
Particularly right now, that is fostered out of an intuition of wanting to flatten hierarchies.
Right.
It's racism against white people. It's racism against Jews. It's racism against Asian people because they perceive those races as being economically advanced.
That's a great point. And maybe that's a better way to frame it versus xenophobia versus xenophilia, is that the racism for the left and the right are motivated by different things. The left racism is motivated by the desire to flatten hierarchies and create equality in their mind. And the right-wing racism is motivated by protecting a tradition or a culture.
Yep. Yeah.
So
look, aren't you glad we made that so clear and we didn't have to add any nuance to needlessly complicate
well,
it?
we did, but that's probably a better way of framing it.
No, I'm anti-nuance now, just so you know.
The fate of African Americans, but also a staunch colorblind figure. These figures are also talking about a context where race means in public policy, in judicial policy, it means a system of subordination. It means a system of domination. And so in that context,
it doesn't have to.
Right.
It's so annoying, Sitch. It doesn't have to mean that. The whole point of colorblindness is to take away that meaning. I don't get it. Why does he keep defaulting to that?
Mm-hmm.
Colorblindness is the answer to that problem. What is his answer?
Socialism.
No, racism.
Socialism.
Racism is the answer to that problem.
Okay.
Colorblind.
Look, he's basically saying that the oppressor-oppressed system is going to exist. The only way that we can do it is we flip it a little bit. We're like, now we'll be racist against whites for a little while. Then we'll flip it back. Like, I don't want to have a boom and bust cycle on racism.
You don't.
No, I just think we should. Colorblindness is the solution to that.
Blindness takes on a very different hue, no pun intended, and the solutions that these folks come up with are not ones that pay zero attention to those relationships of subordination and domination.
Okay, it's clear that the two of you disagree on the on how you interpret the historical use of the term, but I want to move now on, Coleman, for you to address the thrust of what I believe is Jamel's opening argument, that colorblindness also amounts to essentially being blind to reality. Turning a blind eye to reality was the phrase that he used. And that turning a blind eye to that reality means not setting yourself up to deal with that reality. So can you address that piece of his argument, that you've got to see it, you've got to name it to address it?
This is a total straw man. I think everyone would acknowledge that race is a social reality. There are also many other variables in life that are social realities, like beauty, nepotism, height. Scientists will find that people have an average tendency to treat people differently along all kinds of dimensions. It's a separate question how one fights that. If you want to fight it by re-enshrining that same principle into policy and trying to reverse discriminate along those lines, well, that's fine. That may be your position. But you can't then say to people who disagree with you, well, you just aren't acknowledging that this is a social reality. If you want to discriminate along a particular dimension, you should simply own that position, but you shouldn't say of your opponents that you guys are saying this social reality doesn't exist. These are two different positions.
So, Jamel, Coleman takes issue with your claim that it's a head in the sand attitude.
Yeah, so I should say first that it's a bit of a category error to analogize race to beauty or height or eye color, or, there are plenty of things we can point to that have some sort of like differential impact on people's lives, like qualities of that sort.
It's funny, he's complaining about the category error here when he's the one that compared race to class in a very category error type of way.
Of course, yeah, that's part of the Mott and Bailey.
But that's not what race and racism are. They aren't analogous to this. First of all, because they're not biologically real, right? Like skin color is, but the meaning we attach to it is socially constructed, a phrase I'm sure everyone's heard.
Okay, that's retarded. Because like obviously when Coleman was talking about, he was saying you have something that's based off of a real biological factor, like height or eye color or hair color, and then you ascribe some kind of meaning on top of it.
Right. Yeah.
So just because you don't have which first of all, there are socially ascribed meanings to some of these things, right? Like, oh, if you're blonde, you're stupid.
Right.
Or,
I've heard that.
Yeah. Or, something, oh, if you're short, you're angry because you're short.
Right. Yeah.
Short
man's complex.
Yeah, right. Napoleon complex. Yeah. There's all sorts of, things that are ascribed to things. Eye color, not so much in America, but
the second states isn't marked by a system of hierarchy based off of hair color or based off of height. There was no kind of like Jim Crow for short people, right?
Hold on. We need to go back and listen to what Coleman said, because this feels like a total fucking bullshit punt.
It's that find that reality
argument that you've got to see it, you've got to name it to address it.
This is a total straw man. I think everyone would acknowledge that race is a social reality. There are also many other variables in life that are social realities, like beauty, nepotism, height. Scientists will find that people have an average tendency to treat people differently along all kinds of dimensions. It's a separate question how one fights that. If you want to fight it by re-enshrining that same principle into policy and trying to reverse discriminate along those lines, well, that's fine. That may be your position. But you can't then say to people who disagree with you, well, you just aren't acknowledging that this is a social reality. If you want to discriminate along a particular dimension, you should simply own that position, but you shouldn't say of your opponents that you guys are saying this social reality doesn't exist. These are two different positions.
Okay, I'm glad we went back and watched this. So Coleman's argument here, very clear. All right. He says race is a social reality. There are other things that are social realities. And he gives three examples: beauty, nepotism, and height.
Right.
Okay. And he says people will treat you differently among these dimensions. If you're very attractive, people will generally confer better things upon you. If you're a family member, people will generally confer better things upon you, or a friend. And, if your height, there's obviously bias, tall people, especially for women, women are more attracted to tall people, not short people, blah, 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 right? We all know this.
Of course. Yeah.
Right. So Coleman lays that out, and then he says, okay, how do we fight these things? Assuming that you believe that we should be fighting these things. We shouldn't be living in a society based along these social realities of beauty, nepotism, and height. And he says...
height, blindness policies.
Right. Well, if we lived in a society where, height was maximally important, you would need to have some kind of height blind law, right?
Resources do accumulate to taller people. I mean, that is a fact. Right? Yeah.
Yes. Right. But if it got to a point where it was just so apparent, you would need to create some kind of law to prevent that. Well, you wouldn't need to, but people would advocate for it. And so,
yeah, you can compete on other metrics. So obviously, if you have a super genius that's short, hiring them for a job that requires hiring the tall guy for the job that requires intelligence is not going to be good.
But I'm glad you brought that up. So let's say, we have like tall people are, acquiring too much resources in our society, not based on merit, but based on the fact that they're tall, because for some reason people find tall people appealing.
That's tough because
Right.
I did see a study where tall people do better in sales specifically. So it's hard to argue that there's not something merit-based going on.
Yeah, but that's perfectly aligns with what I just said. Because if humans psychologically, for whatever reason, like tall
want
people,
to buy from a tall person,
then exactly. That's what sales is. It's trying to psychologically convince someone of something.
right? Yeah. No,
So-
it's interesting.
Right. So this is, and you could actually use height. This is actually a really good example to think about. So if you wanted to sort of like, if that became an issue, if that became, so substantial, this height prejudice that was an issue, you'd say, okay, well, how do we fight against that, right? And so you'd have the height blind person, Coleman, saying, well, I think what we need to do is, as a society and as a culture, we need to sort of figure out, we need to kind of like negate the preferential treatment in our minds and our culture of why we view being tall as a good thing. And why we view being short as a bad thing. We need to kind of like teach ourselves out of that feeling. Okay, we need to destroy that idea, that cultural idea. And then you'd have a Bowie would say, no, we need to specifically create programs that lifts up short people, no pun intended.
So that you create a bunch of animosity towards short people that like animosity already, some kind of animosity already exists towards short people, or some sort of systemic injustice. Well, it's not really an injustice, it's just like a feature of the natural world. So there's something unlucky about being short, and you're going to create a policy that actually creates a system that makes people tangibly not like them for a completely unrelated reason.
Right. So if you're working in office and you see a short person in there, you're going to think,
yeah, affirmative action hire.
Affirmative short person, shorty. Affirmative action. Yeah, look at that.
Obviously, they can't do their job. They
can't
hired
reach
for
the keyboard, Adam.
They got hired for the short quota.
They have to sit on a phone book.
This is not good.
My great grandmother was so short she actually had to sit on a phone book to like drive. I think.
Right.
Yeah, back in the day.
That's hilarious.
Yes, it was very short.
They couldn't make a seat that went up?
I suppose this is like the 1940s. I don't know what year this is. This is very old. I don't know how cars were back then. So
I had a 64 Plymouth Valiant that had a bench seat, so it really I mean, you would have to do the phone book thing.
Right. Yeah, maybe it's something, I'm sure it's something like that. But so then Coleman's argument is okay. And he's saying, okay, Bowie, if you want to argue that, that we should have short people affirmative action, that's fine, but you need to argue that specifically and clearly and say that your position is that you want to take the element, height or race, and you want to solidify and re-enshrine that element in the law.
Right.
And you can't just pretend that I'm making some sort of magical definitional categorical error and say I don't really understand what's happening. I do understand what's happening. We just have a different opinion on how to solve the problem. Okay.
Right. This is what I hate, because it is a dodge of the substance, and Coleman Hughes just completely calls him out on it. He says, listen, substantively what you want to do is to codify into law racist policies.
Right.
Stand up and say it. Come on, just come out with it. You're a racist. Why are you tiptoeing around it? This has to be maddening for them, because this is basically what the Republicans were doing, right? Back in the 1960s and 70s about affirmative action.
Yes.
They were saying all these policies are racist, you racist pieces of shit. Right?
Yeah.
And then say to people who disagree with you, well, you just aren't acknowledging that this is a social reality. If you want to discriminate along a particular dimension, you should simply own that position, but you shouldn't say of your opponents that you guys are saying this social reality doesn't exist. These are two different positions.
Okay, so very clearly,
I love it.
Saying, I understand your argument. You don't understand my argument. Stop telling me I'm not acknowledging the social reality. I am acknowledging it. You need to acknowledge what you're doing and just and just own it. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. You're trying to say that we don't see race. We see race. We're saying that our policy should not take race into account. You want to take race into account. You need to own that position.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Let's see. Will he acknowledge it, Sitch? Does he, or does he?
Well, we already saw. So.
Does he try to wiggle out of it?
Let's see.
So Jamel, Coleman takes issue with your claim that it's a head in the sand attitude.
Yeah, look at that, and he completely simplifies it to just head in the sand attitude. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
So I should say first that it's a bit of a category error to analogize race to beauty or height or eye color, or, there are plenty of things we can point to that have some sort of like differential impact on people's lives, like qualities of that sort. But that's not what race and racism are. They aren't analogous to this, first of all, because they're not biologically real, right? Like skin color is, but the meaning we attach to it is socially constructed, a phrase I'm sure everyone's heard.
So so under this, so first of all, Jamel is not answering the question. This is all a massive dodge. He's going to do exactly the very thing that Coleman accused him of doing. Okay. He's going to say, you're not acknowledging the social reality. He's just going to argue about the definitions. Okay, he's going to dodge the concept because he doesn't want to actually take the position publicly that he wants to take.
You can't take that position. You're a racist if you take that position. He knows it because colorblindness rules.
Yes. And it's ridiculous that he's going to pretend that beauty doesn't have a social reality behind it.
Or he even said it doesn't have a biological component, which I'm like, newsflash, it does. You moron.
Well, yeah. He's like, skin color doesn't have a biological component. Beauty doesn't have a biological component. And
height doesn't have a biological
reality.
component.
Yeah, this is like insane.
Eye color doesn't have a biological component. What?
Right.
What the hell? Take a biology class sometime, dude.
Very dumb.
But the United States isn't marked by a system of hierarchy based off of hair color or based off of height. There was
Well,
yeah, see, that's what I'm like, what are you talking about?
you say that, but
What are you talking about? There was a study given to me by a salesman, mind you.
oh, okay.
Who understood the height advantage he had in sales.
Mhm.
This is one of the reasons why he was in sales.
Wasn't there this thing that's like, it's the average height of presidents? Isn't
of
it always
course.
like way above the average?
This is a problem with DeSantis. I think DeSantis is only 5'10". As soon as he's on that debate stage, they're going to have to give him the phone book, and someone is going to sneak the picture of DeSantis standing on the phone books and Trump standing. Well, I will DeSantis and Trump debate? I'm not sure they will. So that may never happen.
I mean, Trump's probably never going to show up on stage. So
it'd be interesting if Trump dips in the polls, he'll have to debate. So
right. Yeah. But even then, even if we throw out height, because, which is stupid, because obviously height does affect these things. Not just Jonathan Haidt, but height. Obviously, there's beauty definitely has an impact on things. It's just not codified into law specifically. No. So you think that he would actually use this, if he was smart, he could actually use this as a counter argument, say, well, listen,
we should take these.
This is proof of systemic racism because you have these height and beauty standards that are obviously affecting people's behaviors. None of this is spelled out in law, and yet it's definitely conferring real advantages, real physical advantages to groups of people.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I think beauty probably in our current culture, beauty has a much bigger influence in race. Like if you're a beautiful black person over being like an ugly white person, you're going to have massively more advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Which he would be arguing the opposite. He'd say, just because you're white, you have an advantage.
Right.
No, come on now.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
No kind of like Jim Crow for short people, right? There was a system of subordination and domination.
See, this is so weird because this is completely against the critical race theory position that the subjugation is there even though we have a liberal colorblind society because of the disparate outcomes. I mean, the disparate outcomes between short people and tall people is well cataloged just because there's not some... I mean, from the critical race theory position, the system doesn't have to be codified into law,
right?
To still be delivering unequal outcomes,
right? But it's funny that we could literally argue his position better.
Yeah.
But here's the difference: we actually listened to what Coleman said, and we're trying to address it.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, he's not addressing what Coleman said at all.
No, he's dodging. He's running in the other direction.
He's just saying what he's saying is, I find fault with your imagery. I don't like your analogs and your analogizing and your metaphorics. I don't like any of these things. They're not analogous to each other. That's all he's saying. He's not actually contending with the concept of the argument. He's just saying your analogies suck.
Right.
Beginning in slavery, recapitulated and reinscribed after Reconstruction, continued through.
Which, by the way, in Coleman's analogies, when he brought up race when he brought up beauty or height or nepotism, those are just examples to show that there are
Different
things that are
advantages that are
biological that confer social reality to them. That was irrelevant to his point. His actual point was just that he understands the argument and that he doesn't want to re-enshrine the value of race back into law in order to fight racism. That was that's the core of what his argument was.
Right.
And he was saying he understands that race is a social reality. And instead of addressing that, Bowie is just kind of fixated on this. Let me just complain about your analogies, even though this doesn't address the actual argument whatsoever.
Right. Coleman is arguing that there are obvious social realities that have, even unrelated to race, that have tangible effects on people.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was just bringing those up to show. This is what gets annoying to me. He was bringing those up just to show and acknowledge that he understands what social reality is.
Right. Yeah.
That was the only reason he brought them up.
Well, I think also it's important to note that people constantly overcome those social realities. Like, that's what's great about our society, is that there's all these different ways to compete and overcome those social realities.
But people do this. This is like the how would you feel if you haven't eaten breakfast yesterday? Question.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
People do this thing that's really annoying where you will bring up an analogy for a very narrow, specific reason. And if the analogy is not a perfect one-to-one comparison, they'll go, "Way, you can't use that analogy. It's not one-to-one because of all these unrelated things." You're like, that's all bullshit. I don't give a fuck. That has no reason to do with why I brought up the analogy. I was literally bringing up this one very specific thing that you're not addressing.
Yep.
Spread across the country that did structure people's outcomes based off of this thing that we call race. And I want to make really clear what we're talking about here. The material elements of this. What we're talking about is entrenched segregation, it's exposure to concentrated poverty, it's persistent exclusion from the labor market, it's exposure to premature death, it's the degradation of political equality in a system that hinges on it. And so to tackle these things, which come as a bundle, right? Some groups are affected by one or the other, but racism bundles them up and attaches them to particular groups. It seems to me, to use your phrasing, kind of head in the sand, to then pretend like we're not seeing who exactly that it's responding to. And just real quick, I'll note as an example, even with the Supreme Court's recent ruling with affirmative action, in the same term, the court said we can use that kind of history when making decisions about voting, about maps, right? The government is not actually blind to this stuff in some circumstances. So I'm asking, why do we need to be blind to this apparently in all circumstances?
Coleman?
So he didn't answer the question even slightly at all. He didn't answer it at all. It was a total dodge. 100% dodge.
Right. Yeah. He's pushing him on. Look, he's saying, well, our head is not buried in the sand. We know the social realities. This policy we think is the best to deal with those social realities. He responded saying, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
To use your phrasing, Coleman, head in the sand, even though it was the moderator that said head in the sand.
Right.
Well, did Coleman say head in the sand?
No, I don't think so. But
Jamel is right to point out that beauty and hair color are not analogous to race in every sense. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying in the sense of his previous argument. But certainly the civil rights luminaries of the past, from Dr. King on down.
I have to be careful because I do that same thing. I think it's a huge mistake.
Yeah, you concede.
Well, no, it's not a concession, because it's like, well, yes, he's right that these are not analogous, but that's because you're an idiot. You're using it a completely different way than I meant to use it. Okay. You didn't understand what I said. And like my thought process, I'm trying to say, well, you're right in this because it's like I'm trying to get them to like not be so defensive. But I think the way it reads is it just reads to the audience that's not like super tracking the conversation as a concession.
Yeah,
like
it
you
does.
just illustrated when it's not a concession at all.
I agree. Yeah.
So
Look, let the audience, if there's a concession to be made, let the audience pick up on it themselves.
well,
You don't need to point it out.
What I'm saying is what he just said was not a concession
Right.
at all, but it reads as a concession to people. You understand?
Well, it is a bit of a concession.
It's not a concession because he's saying you are correct that it's not analogous in every way, but that's not what I said.
Right.
I said it was in relation to your previous argument. Okay. So it's not a concession, but it reads like a concession.
It's because
obviously you read it as a concession.
It's a concession that he got something right.
Yes. But even though what he got right was a straw man that he created out of the ether.
Right. That's why you should just never say it.
Right. So, but that's unfortunate because you're trying to say it to try to like get them to be less defensive, but it just reads wrong to everyone else.
More and more, I'm just convinced you got to have better interlocutors. Like, if you engage with an interlocutor that is going to just bad faith all over the place, it's
right.
not. Look, you're not going to say, oh, you made a good point here, and they're going to all of a sudden think, oh, I should be good faith now. No,
yes.
They're going to be
exactly.
bad faith,
right.
bad faith.
True.
You can say that kind of stuff with me or, with Dev or someone that you have some faith that they're actually going to listen to what
Definitely
you're saying.
Not Doomer.
Yeah. Doomer, I think he's on the bubble. He's
on the cusp.
Sometimes, yeah. If you're debating Barbie, no, bad faith all the way. But if you're, it depends, obviously. So, jokes aside, you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
The bad faithers are going to bad faith.
Tune
in Tuesday for a perfect example of this.
Right. As you said, is the conversation going to be collaborative or confrontational?
Right.
Or actually, no, not confrontational. Is it collaborative or combative?
There you go. Yes. Yeah. Tuesday is going to be combative. There will be no collaboration whatsoever. Yes. Yeah. Adam is going to kick back into moderator mode. I'm going to like feed
Look at
up.
it. I was like, I'm just going to go to sleep.
I'm going to enjoy the fireworks. I can already hear it now. Pandering politics. I want to bring a friend in. And I'm going to be like, dude, I'm not. Look, I just want to kick back. I'm not.
You want to bring up what?
He's going to say, I want to bring a friend in because like there's two of you and there's one of me.
Oh.
And I'm going to say, listen, I'm just going to sit here. Like, I'm going to off for 2 hours here. I'm going to lightly moderate, mostly check my social media.
Wow. Look at this.
Well, no, I don't want it to be a 2v1.
Listen,
fair.
We're very stupid. He's very big brained. Okay. So we need to have the combined intelligence.
Look, I got enough bad faith in the conversation that took place 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Somebody told me too, he's the one that's engineering the Destiny subreddit, like conversation about us, that he's like the one driving.
I don't know if he
train.
engineered it. He's definitely he was definitely helped stoke it continually.
Right. Yeah. So he's the one
because it's helping him and his brand is done for
fanning the flames
reasons.
of conspiracy theory.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Sitch, I'm
looking forward to it too. Don't get me wrong.
Sitch is one of my super smart friends that I just like to unleash on the world sometimes. I do enjoy that. I really do. Look, I told you, I was a bit of an instigator back in junior high, and I had a friend that was like obviously like 300 pounds and over 6 feet tall at 13. Who could just destroy anyone. And I like to have a big mouth. And
Adam wants to be like, he's like the short guy who's like, hey, fuck you asshole. Hey, you suck. You're ugly. I banged your mother last night. And the person's like, what the fuck? And then he's like some giant friend steps around the corner.
And then
like,
Scott. Hey, have you met my friend Scott?
Have you met my friend Scott here? He's like, hey.
Look, whoa,
no trouble. Look at you. Jeez.
Look, I don't deny it. That's a little bit of my personality trait.
Yep.
It's fun. Sitch, you need to be more confrontational sometimes.
No, it's funny. 'Cause
Everybody chat completely agrees with me.
Mhm.
They like it when Sitch dismantles people. That's fun for them.
I understand. I'm trying to be a better person. That's the problem. Sometimes you have to turn off your morality. Be a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Look,
But no, it's
remember,
like,
what did I teach you about Marv from Sin City? What
There
did
you
I
go.
teach you?
Yeah.
What did I teach you?
never feel bad about beating up. Never feel bad about taking out assassin or hitmen.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
True.
Because no matter
Sure.
what you do, you don't feel bad. Look, some of these people are bad faith to the core.
Of course. Yeah.
To the core. They're going to try to engineer an internet uprising against you.
True.
What the fuck?
There's a
Would we ever do that? Would we ever do that?
no.
Yes.
I can't even
of
imagine.
course
I
not.
can't imagine. Not only would I never do that morally, I can't even imagine desiring to expend the energy required to do such an
something
action.
like that.
Yeah. Like, oh my God, really?
Right. It's so soy. Oh,
That's
it's so
I wonder if we
soy.
have to. I wonder if after this, maybe on Tuesday, we'll talk about all the Eric July veto drama.
Oh yeah. Oh man. We tried to stop that. Though it's funny, our videos are getting views now that it's stoked up to the next level.
Oh, the conversation we had with Vito.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah. Because we were basically saying, why you got to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is a whole new level of
Oh,
drama,
it's
so.
bizarre. Yeah, we'll cover that on Tuesday
Okay.
too. All right. Back to the debate. Are there any super chats?
I can check.
I feel like we've
Chaotic Intention for $20 says, I found it interesting from a BLM activist that aside MLK and Malcolm X, those who claim to, quote, fight racism are more often journalists inserting themselves to that similar level. I considered to sell books. Oh, to that level, considering to sell books and the recognition. True. I don't disagree with that. Everyone's trying to make money. Follow the money.
conflict entrepreneurs is what I often call them.
Well, that's a good one. Conflict entrepreneurs.
Right.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $50. Thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. Says, off topic, a freaking bear just walked through my yard. We need to build a wall here in Connecticut for bears. Adam, I'm going to send you a photo via Twitter DM if the chat wants to know what a 150 to 200 pound black bear looks like.
Y'all bring up the photos. I mean, I was wowed by them, definitely.
Wow. Yeah.
You don't want that. You don't want that in your front yard. So
That sucks.
we'll bring them up in a little bit.
Wait, did I miss? Christian Baller say he sent a $20. I did miss it. I apologize. Christian Baller for $20. Thank you, Christian. How dare I? I missed a couple $20. How did this happen? Christian Baller for $20 says, going on vacation to Las Vegas with my girlfriend on Tuesday. What game should I blow my money on? So excited to see you guys get 50K. Adam, what do you think the negative outcome would be of having a civics test to vote?
That inevitably the civics test would include something like how many genders are there? And
It wouldn't be politically neutral. Yeah.
You would have to answer 72, otherwise you wouldn't get to vote. So you would have to sacrifice your own principles to be able to vote in elections. And I think that's abominable.
Yep. Yeah. Would anyone here trust schools or
Yeah,
institution
exactly.
to create a neutral, civics test to vote? I wouldn't.
They would ask you questions about systemic racism and white supremacy. And you would have to look, now academia makes you fill out some sort of diversity and inclusion statement just to get a job.
Right. Yeah.
This whole idea that you will need a civics test to vote, you guys are barking up the wrong tree, man.
Yeah. Well, also, it would literally require a constitutional amendment, wouldn't it? Which that's not going to happen. So it's kind of a waste of time to postulate on it. But what game should Christian play in Las Vegas?
Craps, of course.
Yeah, you're big
yeah,
craps.
What the hell?
I don't know the rules to craps.
Putting chips down on the pass line is one of the best odds in the casino.
Really?
So you got to wait for the roller to change hands. So it's on the first roll. If you roll a 7 on the first roll, which is highly probable because of the combinations of 7 that can be made, you win immediately. So if you put a $5 chip, a $50 chip, whatever you put down on the pass line, if they roll a 7 out of the gate, you double your money. So if they don't roll a 7 out of the gate, they roll a 6, you're going to wait. They have to roll another 6 in order for you to double your money. And that's when you play like the hard ways. Sometimes I play money on the hard ways is double threes, I think is a 6. There's like box cars is a 8, right? Or no, that's 12, right? So playing the hard ways is always fun because it's like a giant multiple. So you put a
but
$5
that's very
chip
rare.
on it.
That's why the multiple.
No way. It happens more than you think. So you put a $5 chip on there and they're like, oh, here's $60.
Sure.
Every time it comes up, and then you get someone who keeps rolling hard ways and you're like, oh my God, I'm getting rich here. It's the best feeling ever.
I bet, but that's so basically the way craps work is so you roll. If you roll 7, you instantly win. If you don't roll 7, you have to roll the same number again.
Right. Yes.
If you roll the same number again, do you win on the pass line?
Yes, you do, and you keep going. Yeah.
But the only way you
But if
ends
you roll a 7,
a 7, you lose, right?
You
Okay.
You crap out, and it goes to the next roller.
Right. So once you roll a 6, then if you want to further your bet, you would bet on the specific type of 6 that they would roll.
No,
like you said, like you could roll for like if they roll 2 3s versus a 4 and a 2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 6, just whatever 6.
No, I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, if you roll the hard ways is 2 3s.
Oh,
or 2
so
4s
there's only
or
one
2 6s. Yeah.
So you can't actually.
Those are the
no
hard ways.
There's no 4-2 bet. It's only double bets. Like if you roll doubles.
There's a specific spot on the table for hard ways.
Yeah.
Right. You've seen the movie Hard 8?
No.
That's putting money on the Hard 8.
So you're gonna roll 2 4s.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
That's the Hard 8. Yeah.
Right. Can you bet against them? I assume. If you think they're.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can bet against the hard ways. But there's all sorts of other things you can bet on. You can bet to roll a 6. You can bet to roll a 3. You can bet there's all kinds of different ways you can bet on the table, which is funny because a lot of people spread their money around. But the funnest thing, and I guess Christian's going with his girlfriend. Like the funnest thing is rolling. Like get in line to roll.
Of course.
Yeah. And take a turn rolling. Like it's a lot of people they want to sit back and, they just want to put their money on the table and let other people roll. They pass on rolling all the time. I'm like, what the fuck? It's Vegas, baby. Roll those dice. Yeah. So give your girlfriend the dice, tell her blow on them for luck. Sometimes they get mad if they see spit come out. They're
because it's not hygienic. Those dice
no,
are
they're
gonna
like,
be shared.
new dice.
Especially
new
with
dice.
COVID, you have to wear a mask and blow through the mask onto the dice.
Craps are amazing. Sitch, we got to play craps sometime. Craps
we can do that. I've never played,
game.
so I would be interested.
It's so much fun.
I've always been told that the best game for your odds and the easiest to kind of strategize is blackjack.
Blackjack
which makes
is
sense.
good. They get super mad. We used to go with my buddies, and we would all play together. And if they find out, they get super mad and kick you out of the casino.
You're not allowed to play as a group?
No, because obviously...
So if three people walk up to a table, they're like, no, all three of you can't play it together?
Look, you can destroy the table that way because you... Yeah. So the thing about blackjack is you can kind of sense, like if a bunch of 10 cards come up, it's mostly 10 cards and other cards. So if a bunch of 10 cards come up, you can think, okay, well, the next card's not likely to be a 10. But if you get like a 5 and a 3 and a 2, you're like, okay, well, the next one is definitely a 10. And if you need a 10, you need a lot of 10s. Like if you're sitting on 11 and you think a 10 is going to come up next, if your partner there is keeping track of what's going on, the guy sitting ahead of you, he can either take that 10 or leave it for you.
Oh, I see. So so if you're like, well, if he's got, because the thing in blackjack is, it's everyone versus the dealer.
The dealer, exactly, yeah. So you'll be sitting there and you'll be playing with a bunch of dumbasses who are like taking 15 cards, and you're like, thanks for taking my 10, dipshit.
Right.
But if you're sitting next to your buddy and you're just kind of like, oh, I'm glad you held there.
Yeah,
Oh,
so even if
look,
they have,
a
even if they have
10.
a losing hand,
Right,
if they
look
think
at-
a 10's coming up, they'll be like, oh, I'm going
Right.
to hold. Yeah.
So you can pool your money, and
Gotcha.
one person's sitting there losing all night long, but your money's pooled. Like one person's sitting there winning all night long. Yeah.
Well, in blackjack, so, okay, if it's 3v1 the dealer, if the dealer busts, everyone wins automatically, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, but
That's
if-
another thing. If the
Right.
dealer has a bad hand, you want to send them bad cards.
Right, but the individual people at the table, they could still lose anyway, right? Like, they
Sure.
could-
If the dealer
actually, no,
gets
here's the-
21 or whatever. Yeah.
So if one person gets 21 on the table, but everyone else has lower than the dealer, do the other people win, or only the person at 21 win?
Only the person with 21. A lot of times.
Oh, I see. So that's why
Look,
it would
if-
not be.
If it depends on the situation. If the dealer busts, you could have a 3 and win. Obviously.
No, I understand. I'm saying, so the dealer has 18. Two
If you
people have
have-
17, and you have 21. The people with 17
You
don't
win. The 21 wins. The 17 loses. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's why.
So they would pay the 21 and they would
Gotcha.
take the money from the 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why the casino doesn't want you to be as a team, because it's like cheating essentially.
Of course.
Okay,
It is
gotcha.
cheating.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you're pooling your money and you're
It
trying to.
literally is cheating.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I got it. I understand.
Doesn't
Okay.
mean, look, you go in separate cars. So,
Separate cars, separate outfits.
look,
You walk past each other and you give like the fucking Ocean's 11 glance.
Look, we've done this on the riverboats in New Orleans. Like, it's fun. Part of the fun is pretending like you don't know them.
Yeah, you're doing like the spy game shit.
You're like, oh, yeah, you're like striking up a conversation. Oh, you're from, I'm from California.
Has you ever actually like made a lot of money doing this, or just the fun of like doing this like
We've made some
secret
money.
agent thing?
I mean, we've never made a lot of money because
Right.
like we're poor, for heaven's sakes. Like,
Sure.
My buddy and I were both bartenders at the time, so we didn't
Right.
have like a lot of money.
A lot of money to spend.
Yeah,
Right.
if we could have thrown like $100 a hand out or $500 a hand, sure, we probably could have cleaned house. But as it was, we'd sit there for 5 hours and make like $200.
Jeez.
Yeah, we were playing like $5 hands. And
No,
stuff,
but I can't
so.
imagine playing blackjack for 5 hours. But
It's fun, man. The casino is fun.
okay, I've never been
Yeah.
a big gambler, so
That's because you didn't. Look, as soon as I got hooked on craps, I was like, this game is amazing. And oddly enough, I was moving to a place, New Orleans, where they literally had casinos.
right.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, Solodoge for $20 says, Adam, a trolley is hurtling down the track. It's
Oh,
about
no.
to. It's
Oh,
about
no.
to hit. It's about to hit Doomer.
Oh, no.
But on
Doomer,
the-
no.
But Adam, you can flip a switch, and the
Okay.
trolley will divert, but it'll destroy all your work you've ever done on the comic. What
Doomer.
do you do?
Doomer, I'm very sorry. Look, that's an impossible situation.
Bye, Doomer.
My God. Oh. Look, no comment.
Uh-huh. No, you
look.
commented. You said bye, Doomer.
No, I can't. Look,
Doomer's doomed.
I'm not taking a position on this.
You already took a position.
It's too painful to imagine either decision. Look, I don't like hypotheticals. This is why people don't like hypotheticals right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm glad right now. I'm super glad that Doomer is not very popular with the chat because I can answer honestly. Look at Doomer. Wow. Later chat. You guys have fun. Aw, Doomer, come on.
Doomer
Look.
can't say wow. Okay. You know that's my thing, right?
The thing, look,
Wow. That's a total Sitch. Everyone's stealing my wow.
it's
Doomer
easy.
stole my Cope spiral. He stole my wow.
It's easy for me. It's easy for me to take this position, but it would just take one call from Doomer's mom, and I'd be like, "Fuck, fuck." That's my son, my boy. Oh my God. I'd be like, geez. Oh my God. Why am I in this situation? This all's that super chatter. Yeah.
What if Doomer's mom sounded exactly like Murderface?
That would make it worse. Then I would not.
Being mean to my little Doomer?
Then not only would I feel bad.
Why is being mean to my little boy? I love him so much.
Not only would I feel bad, I'd feel bad for the whole murder face emoji and everything. I'd feel more guilt. No.
Okay.
There would have to be some live stream would have to be arranged where Doomer's mom came on and told everybody who's been waiting for the comic forever what happened. No one's going to believe that story.
My son had to die so that you could get the comic.
Has Doomer backed the comic? I feel it would only be fair to refund Doomer
There you go.
before he's actually killed.
Solos, like Doomer says, I'm nothing but kind, and look at the thanks I get. There you go.
Wow.
Soldo says, also, Sitch, how do you try... You mean how or why? Why do you try to hide your mugshot? That's right, Soldo, he produced my mugshot. We'll bring it up at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. I didn't even know Soldo was an artist. I didn't even know this. I feel like he drew something in the past, and every time he draws something, I just forget that he can draw.
Oh, really? Okay.
PC, thanks so much, PC, for the 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah, welcome new members. Thanks, PC. That's awesome. Love it. Love it when our community grows.
Christian Baller for $5 says, the invitation is open, Adam. My girlfriend and I would love to take you out to dinner. I know it's not too far from LA. Well, there you go. If you want to go play craps with Christian Baller.
I don't think there's a place here in Los Angeles.
No. If you want to go to Los Angeles with him.
Right.
That sounds like a no.
Yeah.
Adam he's a homebody. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
He just wants to draw.
Not always a homebody, but I do need
to draw.
Look, I've wholly focused on finishing the comic. Let's talk after I finish the comic.
Okay.
So.
We're hardly head in the sand about the history of racism, and they knew it on a visceral level that even we today could not. And yet their solution may be too strong a word, but their proposal to address it was colorblind policy and class-based anti-poverty policy, right?
That's a great answer. You know, we had literally the most racist shit ever that was so overt, so apparent, and that was the solution, was colorblindness. And you're saying that we live in this super secret world of, you know, people don't even know if the racism exists, and you want to give up on colorblindness based on that? No. Not a good argument.
Right, yeah.
Doctor's book, Why We Can't Wait, he addresses this specific problem of preferential treatment or compensation for what would have been then called the Negro. And what he said, his proposal, and he knew that there was affirmative action going on in India, he instead proposed something he called the Bill of Rights for the Disadvantaged, which would target the white and black poor alike. Now, the advantages of this are twofold. First is that class is a closer proxy to true disadvantage. So you are actually targeting more precisely the problem you're trying to address, which is intergenerational poverty, regardless of its skin color. And secondly, class-based policies tend to be more popular than race-based policies, I think precisely for that reason, because
unless you're rich, then it's not popular, right?
Most people that have had any kind of, diverse life socioeconomically or racially, at least many people, and I would share this instinct, have the instinct that the true disadvantage is class and poverty. That is really closer to what we mean when we're talking about privilege and disadvantage than skin color, especially nowadays. So certainly the people that would acknowledge all and lived through all the history that Jamel is talking about and fought it, they actually had my position.
So, Jamel, I want to pick off from that very thought. Given that at the beginning, Coleman talked about, again, several people who were involved in civil rights movements using the word colorblindness, and I know we're having a disagreement about what they intended by that, but using the word colorblindness as a positive, as a value, as something to be worth aiming for. And I think that understanding of it has broad popular appeal. But I want to ask you, is it your contention that those who are asserting colorblindness as a positive value, are they cynically weaponizing the term, or
are they secret racists? That's exactly what he's asking right here.
Are they sincere and perhaps, in your view, misguided?
I think people are sincere. I would not accuse someone of cynically using a term in the absence of any evidence of cynical use of the term. I think they're very sincere. There are a few substantive points that Coleman made that I really think are worth addressing, and that is his continuous avocation of civil rights luminaries, and Dr. King, Bayard Rustin, as somehow advocates for an entirely race-neutral set of policies. Now, we can say for certain that Rustin and King wanted eventually a colorblind society, one in which race had no particular significance on people's lives. And I want that society as well. I think we can all agree on that, or 99% of us. But when it comes...
Well, not if you read CRT. I mean, you were a Marxist earlier, so I don't know if I agree with this, that you actually want this, but okay.
When it came to dealing with the situation of Black Americans in the 60s and the 50s and the 70s for Rustin and for others who survived that decade, I think it is a little disingenuous to suggest that they were absolutely opposed to race-conscious policies, right? King was a social democrat, supported broad-based anti-poverty programs, but in interviews, in a number of speeches, not just in Why We Can't Wait, but in a number of speeches and books, he made clear that he was...
I want to stop you there, Jamel, because I want to go right to that point to Coleman, that in fact, Coleman Jamel is saying that Dr. King and others, while using the term colorblindness as an aspiration, potentially long-term aspiration, that they were not opposed to race-specific solutions and policies. And I'm sure that that Jamel can cite some examples, but it sort of is a challenge to your view, to your claim that they were. I think you're making the case that they would not have wanted anything that would be race-specific. He's saying that's not true.
I'm not sure he can cite examples, actually, and but I'm sure that I can. So, for example, Bayard Rustin, who ghost wrote parts of MLK's book, Why We Can't Wait, and organized the famous March on Washington, and was in MLK's inner circle. He said he wrote to the Wall Street Journal in 1974 when affirmative action was a controversy. He said, quote, "The controversy over quotas and preferential treatment did not originate in the agenda of the civil rights movement. The leaders of the civil rights movement, King, Randolph, Wilkins, and others, were explicit in opposing reverse discrimination. They were opposed on philosophical grounds, but were also motivated by pragmatic political considerations."
Wow.
Now, I think it would be convenient for my opponent in this debate if there were analogously explicit quotes of someone like Dr. King or Rustin saying, actually, we're for this, like we're for race-based policy. But I'm not sure that they actually exist.
That's pretty devastating, Sitch. Don't you think?
Oof. Smoke. Well, let's see. Let's see if there's a counter. Okay.
Right. Look, if you're fighting racism, which I do think obviously racism in the 50s and 60s was far more prevalent, coming out and being a big fat racist is probably not the best strategy, right?
Right.
So it seems like they probably couldn't do that.
Well, that's kind of some of the CRT argument is that's why they say like MLK was like secretly against colorblindness or secretly against, secretly in favor of violence or something.
Right.
So in 1987, a writer made the exact argument that Coleman is making now, that Bayard Rustin was a firm opponent of anything that might smack of race preferences, of anything of the sort. And the chairman, one of the chairmen of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, wrote to the New York Times to contest this and say, in fact, that while Rustin was president of the A. Philip Randolph Institute in the 1970s, this exact time period, he was also board chairman of the recruitment and training program designed to rectify underrepresentation of Blacks and other minority groups in the construction and building trades. Before budget cuts during the Reagan era scuttled the program, it placed 18,000 qualified minority group members as apprentices in the building trades nationally. This clarifies, and he goes on to clarify that Rustin was not opposed to race consciousness in public policy. He was opposed to quotas, which he viewed as undemocratic, but he was not opposed to race consciousness. And I would ask Coleman not to equate the two things, right? You can be opposed to quotas, not opposed to race consciousness, because that can take very many different forms when it comes to making public policy. Do we think King and Rustin would be opposed to what is now a policy of targeting for integration, right? Segregated areas? That is race consciousness in public policy. That's addressing particular relationships of domination and subordination. It's not a quota, though. So are we contending that King and Rustin and Randolph would be opposed to targeted integration efforts? I don't think so. And so let's not equate different categories.
He's defining integration as race conscious, giving people equal access to certain goods and services is, I mean, I struggle because so much of this is the framing of it. You can easily frame that as race neutral, right? If you're saying this university shouldn't be off limits to anyone, that's a race neutral policy. But he would turn around and frame it as letting Blacks into this college is a race conscious policy, right?
Yes.
See, it's the exact same policy, but it's just the framing of it is different.
Yeah, but that's why a lot of this is kind of like this dumb.
Yeah, that's why I just want, what is your position on the actual policies? Because
Right.
if you're against quotas, look, we got no beef here. Like, why are we even having this debate? Right?
Well, I'm trying to find this article that he's talking about because the quotas article, because I found the thing that he referenced, which is literally just a letter to the editor, just what a random person is saying.
No way. For
Yeah.
real?
Yes.
Weak.
So I'm trying to find the original article that the person was referencing.
Well, I wish you would just ask him straight out. I don't remember if he does. If he's in favor of quotas. Because quotas is where the idea of quotas is you're going to give preferential, it's exactly what was going on in the Harvard case. You're going to give preferential treatment to certain races and different treatment to other races, which is not colorblind, obviously. You're treating people differently based on race. That's the opposite of colorblindness. Some people
Okay.
call that racism.
Right. So I couldn't find the article that was the original, but I did find an article by the person themselves, Bayard Rustin.
Okay.
They said it's a very long article, so I'm just going to go to like the quote part. While the United States has had no experience with the politics of redistribution similar to that attempted in Britain, we have witnessed the effect of the kinds of policies that seek the exclusive advancement of social groups suffering from past or present discrimination. Moreover, policies that represent an attempt at redistribution through a form of social engineering. The most controversial of these policies is the imposition of racial quotas in the hiring programs of businesses, construction, trade unions, universities, and the like. For the individual who no longer believes economic growth to be an enlightened or feasible approach to the problem of income inequality, quota systems represent an obvious solution. And indeed, were a zero or slow growth economy to obtain, we would no doubt confront increasing demands for some form or another of quota hiring in order to ration the piece of a shrinking pie on a more racially or sexual equal basis.
This guy sounds like a right winger.
I know. This is the guy who ghost wrote for MLK, by the way. There are any number of reasons to oppose the employment of the quota system, including the persuasive arguments that they simply don't work. A more fundamental objection, however, is that the quotas really solve nothing. Indeed, they create many more problems than they might be expected to resolve. If jobs are scarce, apportioning them to one group on the basis of racial or biological characteristics means denying employment to other individuals because of their race or biological characteristics. For some people, such a procedure is entirely acceptable since they are convinced that whites or males have not won their jobs out of the ability or intelligence, but because they are members of a, quote, privileged class.
Wow.
This guy sounds base as fuck. Of course, they are correct to point out that white men have had a disproportionate share of good jobs because of practices and prejudices that have long been rooted in our culture, but it is no solution to the article, even though it's the New York Times, has a lot of like errors in it, so I don't know why. To substitute. There's like missing letters. But it is no solution to substitute one form of discrimination for another. Two wrongs do not make a right, as the quota proponents seem to believe. So this is the guy who literally ghost wrote for MLK saying, hey, Ibram X. Kendi, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. That's pretty clear.
Ibram X. Kendi always says the solution to past discrimination is future discrimination.
Right. And this guy's saying, no, that's incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay.
Yeah, you got to destroy the system of racial preferences altogether. Now, what is a good way to do this? Sitch? Is there anything you can think of that might fight against that system?
Obviously, we need to hyperfixate on race.
No, it's colorblindness.
Oh, sorry. I got confused for a second. Okay. I really thought we had the I, for some reason, thought that hyperfixating on race would solve all of our problems. I don't know why I thought that. Okay, well, let me keep reading. Because guy sounds base as hell. More to the point, what sort of society does the future promise? Should we surrender the single most effective means of dealing with problems of the slum proletariat? This underclass either has no relation to the productions of goods and services or is trapped in marginal dead-end occupations. We may, in fact, be witnessing the emergence of a class of economic untouchables, an entire generation of largely black youth who have been deprived of the opportunity to enter the workforce in a meaningful way, and who, in despair, may simply abandon hope of ever taking part in the economy. To some, the current attack on growth is simply the latest of intellectual fashions. I disagree. Far from being a passing fad, the willingness to abandon growth at once symbolizes and contributes to the weakening of liberal will and the liberal vision in the West. That's interesting. Above all else, liberals have fought for society that offered an ever-increasing possibility for the fulfillment of individual potential within the context of a just, legal, and economic order. Who is this right-winger? Who is this conservative, racist, right-wing person?
This is the guy that he cited that was against colorblindness?
This is the guy that Coleman referenced that ghost wrote for MLK. And then he tried to, and then Bowie cited someone who wrote a letter to the editor saying, no, you misunderstood their own words.
Right.
Okay, this is their own word. The failure to achieve perfect justice. This is, oh my God, this guy's so based. This is why all these leftists who say, MLK was the radical Marxist, they're all full of shit. They're all just liars. Listen to this. The failure to achieve perfect justice and perfect opportunity should in no way obscure the very real progress that has been made towards these ideals.
Nice.
This is in 1976, by the way, that this guy wrote this article. Okay. The failure to achieve perfect justice, or not the least of these achievements, is a perpetuation of a democratic form of government that, whatever its flaws, has permitted ordinary people to have a voice in, and sometimes to dominate the political system. It is furthermore a system that has reduced the influence of privilege without coercion or purges. What a liberal. Now we are told that the byword of the future is to be retrenchment, that we will have to make do with less, even though we are assured a future with less will be superior to the present. Better for whom? Not certainly for those who now have little, not for the citizens of the third world nations who alternate between despondence and desperation. There is still a challenging agenda of worldwide economic advancement ahead, and it is an agenda on which the future of humankind rests, just as surely as our future depends on the protection of air and water. Wow, what a hippie.
This guy is majorly anti-Marxist too. Obviously,
I know.
This sounds like free market economics here.
Totally. To those who insist that we can no longer tolerate economic... Oh, this is hilarious. To those who insist that we can no longer tolerate economic growth, my response is simply that we can.
Wow.
He just took a big dump on leftists, like the far left right there.
Yeah, their whole outlook on growth.
Yeah.
Super black pilled.
So basically,
which I don't understand. So
what he said at the end there, which I'd be curious, I have to go back and read the whole article to see what the context of it is. So the article is called "No Growth Has to Mean Less is Less." So it sounds like he's arguing against left-wing environmentalists who are saying we need to stop economic growth to protect the environment. I think that's the context of all this.
Right.
So this is the radical Marxist who ghostwrote for MLK.
Right now, the left's housing policies and their environmental policies are in total conflict.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is awesome.
Okay.
That was great. Thanks. You got that from the Cato Institute, right?
I got this from the liberal New York Times.
The New York Times.
By Bayard Rustin.
Nice.
Based Bayard. We're calling him Based Bayard. I like that. Okay. Start it up.
Stories of policies under a single umbrella.
Okay.
The documentary
just
record
briefly respond to
disputes Coleman's claim here.
Yeah, I do want to move on to one more topic, but Coleman, you please take a response to that.
Rustin's position, which is consistent with the, I think, later description by the leader of the A. Philip Randolph Association, was that there should be aggressive outreach to minority and black candidates, followed by a strict judging by the merit principle. Now, if that's your position, that is far closer to the colorblind position in terms with respect to the merit principle than it is to the current status quo of race conscious policy.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What is your position on the policy,
Right.
Jamel?
I think that's the case at all. I don't think you can point to it. Quotas have been illegal in the United States for decades now. So you're making a distinction here that doesn't actually exist and sort of subsuming what is actually race conscious policy under this rubric of colorblindness. In which case, yeah, I guess we all agree.
Hold on. He said quotas and preferential treatment in the quote that I said. I would just like to point that out.
All right, I want to go to
Wait.
Look, and he doesn't. Look, the moderator doesn't follow up on that.
Follow up. I want to get to the bottom of this because this is the problem, is that there's all this hiding in the language. It's well, they didn't mean this, or they didn't mean that. What a surprise that all the people that were actually advocating for, pretty moderate liberal principles that then became laws, they're actually secret Marxists. You just have to read the words in this very specific way to get to the bottom of it.
Right.
And listen, I'm not actually advocating for some radical position. I'm actually advocating for something that's very completely acceptable to everyone. That's why I have to pretend and hide all my language in this very complicated package.
Right, to hide what you're really advocating for.
Right.
But did Jamel say that he agrees he's against quotas in this
That's what he
melee?
said.
Right.
Yeah, but he's not really
Reluctantly, he says, I guess we all agree that quotas suck.
Right. So, but what exactly? What
does race consciousness policies mean if it's not quotas? That's why
okay. He didn't really say he was against quotas. He said quotas were illegal.
Right.
So it doesn't mean he agrees with it.
Let's listen again. I'm back it up 5 seconds.
Okay, go back.
Blindness. In which case, yeah, I guess you're making a distinction here that doesn't actually exist and sort of subsuming what is actually race conscious policy under this rubric of colorblindness. In which case, yeah, I guess we all agree.
Hold on. He said quotas and preferential treatment in the quote that I said. I would just like to point that out.
all right, I want to go to the most recent very, very public publication and discussion of the issue of colorblindness, which of course goes to the Supreme Court's decision to strike down affirmative action in college admissions. And Justice Thomas wrote a 53-page concurring opinion in which he asserted several times that the Constitution itself is colorblind. He also took issue with some of the liberal justices who Jamel were essentially arguing your position that colorblindness was to make oneself blind to reality. And Justice Thomas responded to one of Justice Jackson's arguments in quite sharp language. He wrote this: individuals are the sum of their unique experiences, challenges, and accomplishments. What matters is not the barriers they face, but how they choose to confront them. And their race is not to blame for everything, good or bad, that happens in their lives. A contrary, myopic worldview based on individual skin color to the total exclusion of their personal choices is nothing short of racial determinism. That's Justice Thomas responding to a point made by Justice Jackson. I want to ask you about this he sort of says it's either or. Either we're in a colorblind world or we're in a world where the argument is based on what he calls a myopic worldview, that individual skin color is the thing that determines everything in their life. Is that a fair dichotomy that he's presenting? And if not, where's the nuance?
Look at this guy. He's just got a huge hard-on for nuance.
I don't think
question.
it's a fair dichotomy. I think it's very much a straw man, in part because no one in our conversation or in the conversation among the justices is making the claim that race is the single most determinative thing. Everyone acknowledges, even 150 years ago, right, that exceptional individuals can make their way, that even talented and not quite exceptional individuals can make their way and find success.
This is kind of a dishonest framing again of the situation. So he said no one is saying that race is the single most factor. And I thought he was going to bring up being rich, but he didn't. He said, you can be some kind of superstar individually and still succeed because you're just so awesome. But it's like, well, wait a minute. We were talking about specific factors that apply to groups of people, right? So like race, gender, class, things of that nature. You can't then insert into the conversation some individual factor like you just happen to be based and awesome. So no matter what happens, you can't be held down. Because it's like, sure, I guess, but that doesn't really, you can't really analyze something from a group perspective like you were trying to do and then say, well, there's always going to be superstars, because that's irrelevant.
Right.
To the conversation. Because from a group perspective, the current crop of leftists do say that race is the most important factor. They do say, well, even if you're rich and black, you still have less privilege in society than a poor white person. I mean, there was literally in a video, there was that kid who was, it was kind of disgusting. There was that kid who was leading the Mizzou protests in college, who was the son of some, I don't know, I think the second largest, owner of trains in the eastern coast of America, right? So some multi-millionaire, if not billionaire, train magnate guy. And this kid is sitting there arguing that, I'm sorry, I'm confusing him with someone else. There was a different kid who was he made a bunch of money on YouTube, and he was talking about buying a house for his mother. Okay. He was rich enough that he could just buy a house for his mother. And he was talking about how, well, even the fact that he's rich enough to just, he's a millionaire and he could just buy a house for his mom, he still had less privilege than a poor white person because he was black. And people were just like, that's really fucking disgusting that you're making this argument.
Right. Because he got some sort of microaggressions from the real estate agents.
Yes, that's right. Yes, exactly.
The real estate agents that a poor person would never even be able to talk to.
Yes. And if I recall correctly, it was because he wanted to pay
cash
or upfront or something, which is just a weird, normally when you're buying a house, that's not the way in which anyone buys a house generally.
No, this is untrue. This is actually, the cash buyers are at a severe advantage over other people that have to get a mortgage because it can close a lot faster when you're dealing a cash deal.
Yeah, but I'm saying, does the average person who's buying a house, they don't show up with a suitcase full of cash?
The cash buyers have an advantage.
You're not answering
faster.
my question.
Right. But in certain markets, yes. The cash buyers far outnumber the people that go to get a mortgage, which I would classify as the normal people, right?
Right. I would suspect, and I would suspect that that if you're going to say the markets where there's a bunch of people running around with cash to just buy houses are the people that are flipping the houses or are buying them for some kind of B&B. They're not actually living in the houses.
They are, yeah. They're buying them as investment properties.
Right. Because that's why they have a massive amount of cash to just throw at a real estate agent.
Right. And they have an advantage because the real estate agents want to deal with them because they're easier. Sure. They don't, like, you could get in the middle of closing and the bank deny the loan for the person that wants to buy the house. Cash, you don't have to worry about that. You take several variables out of the equation when you are dealing with a cash offer.
Well, it's funny too,
cash is king. Yeah.
Right. It's funny too, because the kid that was complaining about this, he looked like he was, I don't know, 21, 22. I don't know how old he was. So you have a kid who's like 21, looks like he's in his 20s, has face piercings. Okay. And he's like, let me just buy this house with cash. Of course, real estate is going to be like, wait, what? Like,
well, but
no, it's because he's black. Like, if he was white, they'd still be like, I don't know about this. They'd be like, oh, really? Okay.
I don't remember this, so I could be wrong because my memory could have faded.
This was a while ago.
But if he tried to spend paying with cash as a disadvantage, that would offend me to no end.
No. He was trying to spin that, like, the fact that the real estate agent had some suspicion of him was
of where the cash came from. Okay.
No, it wasn't really where this cash came from. It was suspicion that, this like young kid with face piercings is just going to have enough cash on hand to outright buy a house.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Which I'm like, well, it's because there's a lot of reasons. It's not because you're black. Like, that's, to the bottom of the list there. If some white kid your same age with face piercings showed up and said, let me just buy this house with cash, I think most real estate agents would be like skeptical.
Right. In LA, if you don't have a bunch of tattoos and face piercings, they're like, where are you going to get the money to pay for this house? You're obviously not a rock star.
Well, there you go. And yeah, exactly. In LA, it might be a little different. So anyway.
The dispute, I suppose, is what do we do about group inequality? And this gets back to my opening statement here, that we can perceive not just individual differences in talent and in will and these sorts of things, but like group inequalities that are tied to a very well-established historical record. And
wait, no one is saying that you can't have any group focus or group inequalities. That's literally why the suggestion is that the focus be on class, socioeconomic status, and not race. That's a group. You're saying poor people as a group should have certain economic assistance from the government, from society. That's a group level thinking and strategy and plan.
The dispute is always over the amount of effort. People want to believe that people get the amount that they deserve for the amount of effort that they put in. But a lot of people on the left feel like you can put an inordinate amount of effort in and get nothing out of it because of racism.
Or some other problem. Yeah. Society, unfairness in the world. Which, I mean, is true, obviously. That can happen.
Sure, it definitely can happen.
Right.
But if you're living under the delusion that it's 100% certain that that's going to happen, and therefore you put zero effort in, then obviously the situation is completely different because you've expended no effort.
Right. I think when you're talking to someone like this and they're hiding their power level, they're trying to be weaselly with the language, maybe a good area to pin them down on would be to try to get a definitive answer is, wait a minute, why can we not just have policies based on socioeconomic status, which would disproportionately help Black people anyway? Why does it have to be based on race specifically? Because then there's really only one of two answers. which is that, well, you give the privilege answer and you give the answer, well, black people just, I guess, deserve it more because of racism specifically, or you give the CRT answer, which is, well, if you do that, essentially white people will still figure out a way to screw over black people.
You're right. But it'd be good to know which one they're operating under.
Right. So that would be curious as to where Bowie is. What is he operating under? But you kind of have to force to get the answer to that question.
And so we have, I think, with Justice Thomas and his colleagues, Justice Jackson in particular, what they have is a fundamental disagreement. I think Thomas would say and has said that more or less, as long as exceptional individuals can surpass group inequalities in their legacy, that we don't have to worry too much about group inequalities. And I think Justice Jackson, who is very much an egalitarian, is saying that no, that we need to deal with group inequalities and racism. This is a particular vector of inequality that we can't simply ignore.
Hold on, let me go back for 1 second.
And his colleagues, Justice Jackson in particular, what they have is a fundamental disagreement. I think Thomas would say and has said that more or less, as long as exceptional individuals can surpass group inequalities in their legacy, that we don't have to worry too much about group inequalities. And I think Justice...
Is that his argument? That was not his argument.
Well, you read it. I never read it.
Yeah, but even in his book, that wasn't his view. Didn't you read his book?
Yeah.
Was his view that, like, as long as exceptional individuals continue to...
No, of course not.
Yeah.
His view was people weren't trying hard enough.
Right. And he thinks that essentially he buys into the conservative idea that, the handouts will make people dependent, right?
I don't know if it's handouts. It's just there were a bunch of institutions that were closed off to blacks. And he wanted blacks to take advantage of the opportunities.
I'm asking, in his book, does he lay out the kind of more standard conservative idea that by all these government assistance programs, it's like the Larry Elder notion?
No, there's none of that.
Oh, okay, so that doesn't exist in his book. Okay.
No, there's none of that.
Right.
Everyone is lazy. No, none of that.
Interesting.
There is a... Like he acknowledges that racism exists and that
of course
black people need to work hard.
Right.
Does
he give a prescription or an idea why he thinks there still is disparity in the two communities?
Not really in the book. I mean,
Okay.
He doesn't really focus on that kind of stuff.
Right.
He does.
Okay.
Look, he focuses on his own personal experience and how he felt there were colleges that were off limits to blacks. I guess he was kind of in the first round of blacks going to colleges that were traditionally all white colleges. Okay. So he got into those colleges based on merit, obviously. He's like, my grades are the same as the white students. So the idea that affirmative action came along and made it appear that he got in based on some sort of quota and not merit, obviously he felt hurt him in his career.
Right.
So he was against these affirmative action policies because he felt they would tangibly hurt the black community. He thought the black community should be focused on merit.
Right.
And getting into these institutions based on their merit,
so
not
his
on
argument,
some sort of quota system. Right.
So his argument was, and he kind of makes his argument in his opinion as well.
Of course he does. Yeah. It totally mirrors the book.
Right. His argument is, unlike Bowie, he was not making Bowie's ridiculous straw man. He wasn't saying racial inequality doesn't matter because exceptional individuals can still break out and succeed.
No, he said racial inequality does matter, and the black community should compete the same way the Asian community competes, the same way the immigrant community competes.
Right. And he was saying that from his perception, the affirmative action policies would actually hurt the black community because then it would give an excuse to people to say, hey, Clarence Thomas only got into Yale or Harvard or wherever he went to because he's black, not
Because of
because he
affirmative
deserves to
action,
be
yes.
there.
The
Yeah.
the policies were lowered for black admissions. Yeah.
Right. So that's why he wanted to take the $10 sticker from the cigarettes and put it on his diploma, because he was saying because he got in, or because the perception is that he got in under affirmative action, no one valued his Ivy League diploma.
Yeah, and
Right.
when they offered him the position
As a race-based, thing, yeah.
Well, I can't remember the government institution.
It was something about helping black people specifically.
Right,
It wasn't just
helping,
like a random position, yeah.
helping black people get jobs or whatever.
Yeah,
some sort of like,
right.
he didn't want that job because he felt that job was, he felt he was a token, basically.
Right.
He was getting that job because he was black, not because he had any interest in it or any that he was good at. He had any experience with it.
Right.
So, but yeah, I don't.
Okay.
The thing that I think is going on, just from like a reality perspective, is the thing we talked about before on the other live stream about culturally. I just think a lot of the black community feels being entrepreneurial in spirit or being business minded. A lot of those things are just, or being academically minded. A lot of those things are categorized as being white.
Or they're not potential avenues for success. Yeah.
Well, they are potential avenues for success, but they're potential avenues for success that admit cultural defeat in some way. This is just
I think it's either or. There's an idea that some people it's an idea of cultural defeat, and some people it's an idea that's just not feasible. That's why when Nate was saying that, like when he graduated from law school, there were people in his neighborhood that were like wanted him to become the person to emulate, to show that you can succeed in this system. You can go to school and get a degree, and that's worthwhile.
Right.
So,
but my thinking is that to some extent, the black community is going to have to adopt the concept of colorblindness, this cultural colorblindness.
Of course, obviously, yeah. Obviously.
For any of this to work.
Yes.
So the idea of getting rid of colorblindness, no, colorblindness has not gone far enough. The black community has not adopted colorblindness.
Well, that would be, to me, a far more interesting idea, or a far more interesting conversation to have with Bowie or someone else than this stupid colorblindness in the law argument that always gets hidden into what exactly it means. Would be this cultural colorblind argument, because it's kind of harder to hide exactly what your belief is if you're having that conversation.
Well, if you want to make the argument to me that blacks have no interest in succeeding because it's becoming a race trader, look, I understand that. That's like horrible.
Right.
That's a horrible situation to be in. But somehow that, to me, that is the cultural pattern that is being reinstantiated again and again and again. That's the cultural pattern that you got to break.
Maybe we'll ask, I'll add that to the list of things we can ask Pandering. Cultural colorblind.
He doesn't know anything about this shit. It was an interesting conversation that we had with Nate about this stuff, because obviously he has experience. I mean, it sounded like you grew up in Harlem, which is New York City.
Jackson, who is very much an egalitarian, is saying that we need to deal with group inequalities and racism. This is a particular vector of inequality that we can't simply ignore. And that's my position, that whatever your views of racial identity or what have you, the fact remains that this is a major vector over which inequality happens. And it seems foolhardy to ignore it or conflate it with other forms of inequality. That's a point Coleman made earlier that we haven't addressed yet, but that race inequality is different than class inequality because the former implicates one's personhood in a way that class inequality doesn't necessarily. And that's I think, a key distinction.
Why does that matter?
What'd you say?
And it seems foolhardy. Whatever your views of racial identity or what have you, the fact remains that this is a major vector over which inequality happens, and it seems foolhardy to ignore it or conflate it with other forms of inequality. That's a point Coleman made earlier that we haven't addressed yet, but that race inequality is different than class inequality because the former implicates one's personhood in a way that class inequality doesn't necessarily. And that's I think a key distinction worth making.
Totally 100% disagree.
Yeah, first of all, it's not even true.
Yeah, so many people who are poor, it's just assumed that they're lazy. Especially in our society, yeah.
Right. Lazy or dirty or some kind of defect. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, completely. So it's first of all,
put
it's
on
not
them
even true.
Personally. Yeah.
Right. Not even true. Okay, number one. But number two, even if it was true, and I granted this, so what? How does that change anything about how you would, like, that's not an answer as to why you would have policies based on class instead of race, just because there's not a complete one-to-one analogy to how society viewed class and race. How does that doesn't answer the question?
It's just so much of this boils down to whether or not the population is being held back tangibly by some external force, or whether or not they're not taking advantage of the opportunities presented to them because they don't find them desirable.
Right. And the question is, how do we help people succeed? That's the question. How do we help people succeed?
You can if they don't want to. This is like this.
Right.
This is a Title IX stuff with the sports, where it's like you have to spend equal amounts of money on sports for women and men. Well, women don't want to play sports. Well, too bad.
Right.
You have to make them want to play sports.
Yeah.
Well, that's dumb. Men want to play sports a lot more than women. That's a fact.
And Coleman, the same question to you, Justice Thomas, presenting this dichotomy that either you embrace colorblindness, or if you're not, you're in a world where you're myopically saying race is responsible for everything that goes on in your life. Do you think that that's a fair dichotomy?
No, I don't think that's a fair dichotomy. I think there's a lot of gray area in between, and I wouldn't besmirch anyone who disagrees with me as thinking race is the only thing in life. However, we should back up and understand the disagreement between the justices is in the context of affirmative action, which is not a policy that has anything to do with deep inequality in our society, but a policy that affects, according to Princeton sociologist Thomas Espenshade, about 1% of Black and Hispanic 18-year-olds in any given year. The other 99%, they either didn't graduate high school or they didn't go to a college selective enough to practice affirmative action. The class-based policies that I'm talking about, that Dr. King advocated, they are actually getting to the core of intergenerational poverty, the real issue, rather than a race-based policy that is frankly about Black and Hispanic elites like me that by and large are not at the core of what we're talking about when we talk about the legacy of slavery and so forth. So my position, it was the position of the civil rights movement, which is that broad-based class anti-poverty programs without regard to race are the serious interventions with respect to all of the history and current inequalities that continue to exist.
All right, we're going to take a...
That is such a great point. That is such an awesome point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're focused on the elites, the interest of the elites. I'm focused on the interests of the working class.
Well, and it's interesting, and maybe it's just because I'm very biased because I like Coleman and I like Bowie. But when I'm listening to Coleman, he's very clear in what he's saying, and what he's saying is pretty simple to understand. He's just saying this, we need to have this colorblind approach. This is the way that we've always done it. It's been working in the past. It's going to work in the future. Boom, 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 boom. Right. And then, Bowie, whenever he talks, he has like this very overly complicated kind of bordering on a word salad, but not quite, because there is meaning there, of like making every issue 10 times more difficult to break down.
Right. He's playing word games because he just wants to say that people who use the term colorblind are racist, which is everyone.
Right.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Take a break and we'll be right back with some more discussion and questions from some guests. Welcome back, everybody, to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. We have Jamel Bowie and Coleman.
Hey, they didn't break. You tricked us.
It's great.
You
It's
tricked
great.
us.
Shows the fakeness of these programs.
This question: does colorblindness perpetuate racism? And something we like to do from time to time in the program is to bring in other voices who have people who have been thinking and writing about the same issue that we're debating. And we have 4 guests who are going to join the conversation sequentially. First up, we have Candace Watts-Smith, who is an associate professor of political science at Duke. And
Before we get into the guests, I just want to point out, so because Bowie wouldn't actually address the subject, and the whole thing was this let's play around in categories and definitions. Throughout this whole conversation, there was really very little movement at all, right? The things that were debated were, here's my opening position, colorblindness good, opening position, colorblindness bad, a little bit of original civil rights leaders were in favor of colorblindness. No, they weren't. And then the rest is just meaningless because Bowie wouldn't move the conversation forward, because so much of it has to be reliant on very pointless word games and very pointless arguments, as opposed to like the actual substance of what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm going to amend my statement at the beginning of this. I said it was 90% word games, which would imply that it's 10% substance. I'm going to dial that back to 0.01% substance.
Okay.
Because look, I don't even know that I could tell you this guy's position.
No. I mean, it's funny. The clearest thing to me is just his position that he's Marxist.
Yeah. Do you know his position on quotas?
No. I don't really know what his race position is. I'm assuming it's a CRT position just because he's a Marxist, but I don't know that for a fact.
Right.
Or because he's advocating for some kind of weird socialism. I don't know if he's an actual Marxist. I don't even know. I don't even know because he hasn't been very clear at all what the heck his position is.
Is he for reparations?
We have systems. Adam, I don't know if you know this, but we have systems. We live in a society that has systems in play. And you can't ignore those systems because those systems are everywhere. All around you walk outside, there's just systems everywhere, every direction. Systems in the air, systems underground. You're walking upon a system right now. We have to solve these systems.
Just depends upon whether or not the system is delivering tangible benefit to society or not.
I have a big problem with this trolley problem because you're like, listen, Sitch, on one track, okay, is Doomer. And on the other track is the collected works of CRT. And you might say, this is a very difficult choice. Who do I want to run over with this train?
That's not a difficult
This is very difficult. And that's the real question. The problem is that you have this fatalistic, stupid assumption because you're not asking yourself the real question, Sitch, which is, why are you on a track in the first place? Why does the system of tracks even exist? Why is Doomer tied to the tracks? Why are the collected works of CRT on the tracks at all? Explain the system. You have to get to the system.
Such bullshit. These people are wholly uninteresting.
Very true.
And a freelancer for the Washington Post. Candace, thanks so much for joining us. You can go visible and unmute. I'm not seeing you. Are you? There you are. Hi. Thanks for joining us. I prefer if you come in with a question, so I hope you have a question ready to go, and please go and welcome.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks to all involved. One thing that we've heard over and over is Sandra Day O'Connor's quote from her Bollinger decision that we expect that in 25 years from now, the use of racial preferences will no longer be necessary to further, in this case, the interest in student body diversity approved today. And I guess,
and Candace, that was 2001. She wrote that 2003.
2003.
So we're coming up to the end of her 25 years. Okay.
Yes. And, I always thought that was a kind of odd prediction that hinged on time or expiration rather than some sort of metric of racial progress. Coleman, my sense is that maybe you kind of feel like we've moved significantly forward, especially since the civil rights movement. I've read that on your Substack. And Jamil, it seems that you are focused on kind of contemporary inequalities based on race, health disparities, criminal legal system, so on and so forth. My question is, what is a good metric of racial progress? When do we know that the time for not really considering race in public policy has come? Or just to wrap around, Wendell Phillips, how do we know when that day comes?
Jamil, can you take that first?
Sure. I think my focus on group inequality and inequalities across different realms offers the right kind of metric, right? So we know right now, for example, that a middle-class Black family, this is from the sociologist Patrick Sharkey's book, Stuck in Place, that a Black middle-class family lives in a poverty-stricken neighborhood with a degree of the typical Black middle-class family exists in a neighborhood with a level of poverty that the typical white middle-class family will never experience in their lives. Like that's a thing that we know. And so we can have a...
Wait a minute. I don't even understand that concept. That means that they're not middle class, though.
Right. If they're stuck in poverty, yeah, that's...
I don't understand. What is the argument there? Okay.
A metric, right? Like one possible metric is looking at neighborhood poverty, neighborhood inequality, socioeconomic integration, and socioeconomic integration in this case, has a clear racial component because Black families are existing in a very different kind of space. It's the legacy of past policies. That is not even legacy of past policies, sort of like the direct consequences of past policies. Legacy makes it seem very amorphous, but no, this is a direct consequence. And so if 30 years down the road, we find that there's no meaningful difference in the kinds of disadvantage faced by middle-class Black and white families, and we can say, yeah, we've made considerable racial progress. Now, for me, this does happen against the backdrop of, as Coleman described, like class-based policy, but class-based policy has to also take account of this other dimension of inequality, which is actually the civil rights position. The civil rights position is we have to take account of this dimension of racial inequality in addition to doing broad-based class-based actions. The two have to happen in tandem. It's not one or the other.
Coleman, I want to give you a chance to answer the question, but I think your answer to the question is we're already there. So I'm not sure how to relate it to you in terms of the metrics being there to not have race-based policies.
Let me briefly respond to Jamel's point. He's correct to point out that even when you hold race constant, there can be leftover income differences, such as the statistic that he pointed to.
Let me clarify, this isn't an income difference. This is an exposure to, so it's not so much that Black middle-class families have less money
in the same neighborhood,
but that they're in much more segregated and much poorer neighborhoods.
Agreed. So just briefly to respond to that, if I were a college administrator who wanted to factor that into my calculus, which is a valid point of view, whether you agree with it or not, what would be the better thing to do? To use race as a second best proxy for that, or actually to get the data on people's census tracts from their address and incorporate that into some sort of adversity score? I would very much say the second, and that would be consistent with my position. I don't think that we should use race as a second or third best proxy for something else when we can actually use that thing directly. Now, to address myself to the questioner's point, I think it is based on a false premise that colorblindness depends on some era that we have reached as a society. Colorblindness is a philosophy of how to fight racism that in principle makes sense no matter how much or how little racism there is. That is why the colorblind philosophy was at the heart of the civil rights movement, when there was far more racism than there is today. So it's not like colorblindness only makes sense when you get to a certain point. It is a method of fighting racism, regardless of how much there is in society.
Coleman Hughes is so fucking smart, man.
Yes. Great answer.
He totally is. Yeah. So basically the philosophy is never going to go away because obviously you need that philosophy to fight our innate tribalism that will try to rear its ugly head every chance it gets.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And also, great answer on the why would you pick race as a proxy when the real problem is wealth?
Yeah, or whatever neighborhood or like, if you're living in some neighborhood that sucks.
Duh.
Right? Like, and that's, it's a great answer because, like, okay, we live in the information age. You can just use the primary information. Why do we have to use race as the secondary proxy for all this stuff?
Yeah, no.
And the answer is because they don't believe that. They believe race is the primary factor here.
Well, because they believe it's racism that's causing it. So if you have a neighborhood that's 90% black and 10% white, and you decide you're going to go give checks to all the black people, all the poor black people, but not the poor white people, they're like, well, the blacks are there because of racism. The whites are there because they're lazy pieces of shit, right?
Right.
Of course you don't want to give them money.
Well, I would be willing to bet, not for everyone, but for a lot of these people.
Right.
That go on the whole everything's a system monologue, right? Oh, I'm talking about systemic oppression, systemic racism, all this stuff. That at the end of the day, if you got them drunk enough,
alcohol has to be involved, right?
Yeah, and they were in a safe space, and the truth came out. The real truth that they're operating from is that no, they just think that white people are just racist.
Yeah, totally.
And all this stuff about systems, all this other shit, that's all just fancy window dressing to try to address the argument in a way that's acceptable under the current, Overton window.
100% agree. This guy sees he's basically a racist. He sees every white person as a racist. That's his lens.
I'm not going to throw it on him specifically, but
why?
Because I don't know, but I'm just saying I would be willing to wager that for all the people that use this kind of systems argument, I don't buy it for a second. I think at the end of the day that most of them, they just think white people are just racist. They just think
I think
racist.
Right now, Jamal is looking at that moderator and he's going, this racist fucking moderator.
Okay.
This racist moderator totally just look at him. He's totally obviously on Coleman Hughes, the black face of white supremacy side. This is the inner monologue that's going on. It's true. Why?
Right.
Look, this is all.
I don't know it's true.
I'll be a little
bit more good faith, Karen,
right?
But.
The only reason to be good faith here is because we don't really have any evidence that this is true, so we could be incorrect.
Right.
Was evidence to present itself, which I think probably could happen. Yeah, it is interesting. I do think there is a lot of that going on, and it's good of you to say that.
Candace, thank you very much for your question. I now want to bring in.
Look, I want to say something too about the hypothetical neighborhood that's 90% black and 10% white. I do think a luck plays a big role in a lot of times people's station in life.
Of course. Yeah, obviously.
So I don't think it's fair. I mean, I do think there could be people in that neighborhood that are lazy, like irregardless of race, and I do think there are people that are in that neighborhood because they've experienced racism. I do think there are people in that neighborhood who've experienced, some sort of hardship that has put them in that place. So it's not a one size fits all. I hate it that somebody will come along and say, "Oh, all the black people in this neighborhood are here because of racism."
Mm-hmm.
All the poor people in this neighborhood are here because they're lazy. I don't like those one size fits all, because I don't think it's accurate to the real world.
I agree.
It's very psychologically, it feels good psychologically for people because they want to simplify the world into this idea that is comfortable for them, even though the world is often in reality very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
For our next question, Thomas Chatterton Williams.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you, Spencer. Says, I placed an order for the comic today, got the regular and Atom covers. A-Team reigns supreme.
You didn't do it with the pirate voice. What's going on?
Yeah. I don't always have to do it with pirate.
The pirate voice is fun, though. You got to admit.
It is fun. Yeah.
Oi!
Oi.
Oi, matey!
Oi, matey.
Where's my pirate voice?
Where is your pirate voice? I don't know. You tell me. That was the worst pirate voice I've ever heard.
A-Team. Give me an A-Team.
Arr! It's R. Arr, matey. A-Team reigns supreme as we take all the booty.
That's the
Give
way
us your
we
booty,
like
gentlemen.
A-Team supremacy. That's right.
There you go. Okay, work on your pirate voice. Okay.
R.
There you go. You work on your R.
R. Look.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We got more super chat.
Potato, thanks so much, Potato, for being outside the simulation for 13 months.
That's great.
Look at that. Thank you so much, Potato. Says, if Martin Luther King Jr. was only anti-riots and pro-colorblind for practical reasons and was secretly for them, I don't see why that means people should riot or not be colorblind nowadays, as some argue. They should rather learn from him and do the practical thing. That's a good point.
Of course they should.
That is a great point, yeah.
That's
Squeeze
the
Louise
problem.
for $20 says, if you haven't seen it, Jordan Peterson was on Bill Maher's podcast recently. It was great. Like pre-coma vintage Jordan Peterson. I haven't seen it, but I'll check it out.
I did watch part of it, and I did think it was good. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
The potatoes thing, I do think, I mean, if people do have the mindset and they're just adopting this kind of framework to kind of justify their own prejudice against white people, if they perceive of all white people as racist, it does have to be uncomfortable for them to argue for colorblindness if you think the people you're supposed to be colorblind towards are racist against you. That's got to be standing in the way substantially.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. That's the problem, because that's what they think. They think
Right.
it's all just a trick.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't trust it. I mean, Bowie said he doesn't think that, but, I don't know. Maybe he honestly doesn't, but I'm skeptical.
Thomas is a contributing writer for The Atlantic. He is author of Self-Portrait in Black and White, Unlearning Race. And Thomas, you have debated with us previously, so it's good to see you back with us again. Thanks for joining us, and come on in with your question.
Hi, thanks for having me, and thank you to Open to Debate and Ted for hosting such a urgent and important conversation.
This is completely the opposite of an urgent and important conversation. This is a superfluous conversation that is totally meaningless in the context of the time that we're living.
I think it's urgent to re-solidify colorblindness as the way to go forward.
I honestly see this as giving credence. This is like remember when they were talking about how whether or not they should debate climate denialists, whether or not they should put climate denialists on the same stage as climate change scientists. Remember that? I see this debate a little bit in that light.
I don't agree. Well, here's the problem. That only works if the idea being argued is so fringe that you don't want to give it breathing air. But if it's not fringe and it's mainstream, you do have to argue it. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of scientists and academics and other mainstream media figures do is they have this holier than thou attitude. Like, I don't have to debate some crazy conspiracy because it's a crazy conspiracy. But if like half the country believes a conspiracy, you have to fucking debate it, even if it's ridiculous, because otherwise it's just going to spread. And the fact that you're not debating it gives it air and and people say, oh, they can't debate the point, so therefore it must be true.
Look, there's merit to what you're saying, but I think debating it in an open forum and coming forward and saying, look, these nutbags are proposing these policies that are ridiculous, and here's why, bam, 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 I think is a more beneficial strategy than to look. Right. We've all agreed that this guy Jamel has just talked bullshit nonsense the whole fucking time. He hasn't even talked about the topic. Why is this guy on the same stage here?
Right. Well, so I agree with you.
I agree. Go ahead.
Right. I'll let you I agree with you in terms of that. Like, you shouldn't in this conversation, if you knew, if Coleman had, future vision.
This is like a flat Earth debate here. He's talking about the laws of perspective. I'm like, what the fuck?
So, and maybe in this debate, you shouldn't go into the debate as like, I'm going to debate the merits of colorblindness. It's more should be, I want to expose that my opponent believes a bunch of crazy shit. And that,
I don't think that's happening, though. I think
no, it's not happening. But I'm saying that maybe that's the way you should handle it. Is to say, like, look, you believe a bunch of crazy shit. Because the whole, Bowie's position was basically just, you're pretending, you're closing your eyes, and you're being blind to racism and race. And then Coleman says, no, I'm not. And then Jamal says, yes, you are.
Right.
And then Coleman goes, no, I'm not. And it just goes back and forth.
Maybe climate change is a bad example. I think it's more like flat earthism than anything.
Right.
Yeah. I don't.
Well, also, climate change is bad because it's kind of, I don't even know what the fuck the answer for climate change is anyway. So.
Right. There probably could be more public debate.
I think there's a lot of misinformation on both sides about climate change.
Climate change is a bad example because I think one of the reasons why the climate skeptics gained a lot of ground is because the scientific community was totally snooty about it and didn't want to engage the skeptics or the cynics. So I think I agree with you that they do need to be engaged on some level. The question is how to do it.
Right. I mean, people debate, when the evolution stuff, people debated all the anti-evolutionists.
They did, yeah.
They debated them, and it basically fell upon, they had to use unscientific arguments, and that's when they lose, because we're accepting the framework of science. And so it's the same with climate change. That, to my knowledge, that didn't ever really happen to the extent that the evolution conversation happened. And I think that's because it's not so clear. It's not like evolution where it's incredibly clear. You just go boom, 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 boom. If you want to disprove it, it's very easy. Just do this. And then no one does the thing to disprove it. The climate change, it's so much more kind of vague and probabilistic that you can't really make a lot of these arguments. And the people arguing against it can just very easily make scientific arguments to say, well, no, you're wrong because X, Y, Z. Right. Now, obviously, it's been debated. I'm sure if I went on Google, I would see people debating that shit, but not to the extent that evolution just seemed to be like a big thing. So, but anyway, let's continue.
Putting aside the question momentarily, does colored blindness perpetuate racism? I'd like to focus on what color consciousness in practice often does. There have long been studies in the American Journal of Education and elsewhere showing that nearly half of all so-called Black students at Ivy League universities are either foreign-born or children of immigrants who are often far more upwardly mobile than American descendants of slaves. It seems that such color consciousness that would conflate the experiences of all so-called Black people around the world might even work contrary to American Black people's specific interests, as well as the interests, of course, of other Americans of other ethnic backgrounds who are also competing for coveted spaces in this society. How then does such a consistently disingenuous proxy for past discrimination adequately address a system of inequality in Jamel's framing in a fair and relevant way for all Americans, but specifically those who are poor or descendants of American slaves? Thank you.
Wow. He annihilated him. Holy shit.
He annihilated Jamel.
Yes, because he said, listen, He said, there's been studies on this color consciousness approach. And guess what? Under this color conscious framework that you're talking about, half the students in these Ivy League schools that are people of color, they're not even American, motherfucker.
Right.
This shit ain't working. Explain it. Why are we basing this on color when it's helping foreigners get into these top slots? It's not helping Americans. What the fuck?
Yeah. That is kind of devastating.
Yes.
But that's the thing. Honestly, a lot of these policies do cater to wealthy progressives who just want to see black faces in those roles, and they don't care where they come from.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jamel, I think the question was mostly directed to you, but Coleman, you're going to get a shot at it also.
Sure. It's a great question. I think it's interesting that this conversation is moving slowly to affirmative action in college admissions, for which I don't necessarily hold the view that affirmative action in college admissions is sacrosanct. I don't particularly care about.
Okay, nowhere in the conversation, nowhere in that question did he say anything about affirmative action at all. This is so annoying, and I hate people that do this. And if Dialogue always is listening, because you do this too, okay? Someone says something that's kind of in the same category, and your brain just latches onto something specific that was not mentioned. So he just brought up colleges as a proxy to say, listen, when we have people that are fixated on color consciousness approaches, you see that it doesn't work, okay? And this is an example of why it doesn't work. Look at colleges. We're just using this as a proxy, right?
Of course, it could be small business loans.
Right, exactly. And so for some reason, then Bowie's going to latch onto it and say, well, also, I don't know why we're talking about affirmative action. It's like, well, we're not really talking about affirmative action. We're talking about color consciousness, right?
Right.
And for you to even invoke affirmative action here, I don't even know why you're doing that, because, I mean, obviously you said quotas have been illegal for a long time. So what exactly are you referring to here? Maybe it's part of the problem. What the fuck does he mean when he says color consciousness?
Yeah, he hasn't taken a firm position here.
Right. I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't know what kind of policies he wants.
Harvard's attempt to have some sort of racially balanced class. I think, as I've been emphasizing this entire time, that the relevant things when we're talking about race and public policy are group inequalities that, yes, affect the most disadvantaged people in our society. And so in that case, in the case of actual disadvantage, not simply sort of the particular, college placement of upper income elites, right? I think color consciousness has a real role to play, whether that's in housing policy, whether that is in designing a social safety net, and a wide variety of circumstances. In addition to thinking about broad-based universal policies, we also have to think about this other dimension of inequality and ways to directly address it and directly touch it and directly affect it, the same way we think about class inequality, the same way we think about gender inequality. And so, in terms of education, right, that to me would mean a massive investment first in primary, secondary, and higher education, constructing new colleges, really bolstering the workforce, revitalizing higher education in this country. And the conversation about elite universities really.
Here's the problem. Listen, I'm all for fixing schools in poor neighborhoods. Okay, the problem is if a bunch of progressive lefty assholes would have no fucking clue how to fix any of these schools in poor neighborhoods at all.
Of course not. Yeah.
They want to do a bunch of hippy dippy bullshit that just doesn't work. So listen, we're going to have a bunch of anti-racist teachers. They're going to teach in these poor neighborhoods. And it's going to get all these kids
gender equality and the gender spectrum.
We're going to get rid of all the punishments, right? We're going to just, we're going to really figure out how to motivate these kids. And it's just not going to work.
Yeah, of course. Very sad.
Misses the fact that higher education is in a state of crisis. So it's sort of doing land grant universities part 2, right? And then
well, this is another thing. If I'm under the impression that they're lowering the requirements for certain minorities to get in, to attract those minorities to the spots because they're just not that interested. Am I wrong about that?
For what?
For Ivy League affirmative action.
Well, they're not supposed. Well, that was part of the lawsuit. They're not supposed to legally, I believe, be allowed to lower the requirements. And the lawsuit was saying that they are.
They do.
They're saying they're not. Yeah.
They have a point system. So if you are black and you get a point for being black, well, you get a point for having 200 points on your SAT. So you don't have to, you literally can get 200 points less on your SAT.
So my understanding with the lawsuit was like the colleges, I mean, obviously this is all legal, so it doesn't matter now, but previously they weren't supposed to have like, oh, if you're black, you can come in with a lower SAT score and you can come in with a lower grade.
You literally can.
Okay. The argument was, even though that they said that they weren't doing that they were doing that.
Okay.
That's why they had that chart where they would show like, well, wait a minute, here's like, how is it that black people in like the bottom percentile were more likely to get into Ivy League, the bottom percentile acceptable, obviously, which is still very high. The bottom percentile of acceptability were more likely to get in than an Asian kid in the top percentile, unless you were doing this thing with quotas secretly.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's talking about building a bunch of colleges, and I'm just thinking, if people don't want to go to those colleges, if the problem is cultural,
right? Yes.
If going to college is becoming white and being a race trader, and nobody wants to do it because of that, build all the colleges you want.
Right. Yeah.
They're going to fill up with the people who actually want to go to college.
Well, that's what was so interesting about what Nate was talking about, where they had this specific program that they were trying to get. They could get everyone but black males to join these programs.
That's a cultural effect.
Right. To help, get educated and, to move up. They could get black women, but they couldn't get black males, which is kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Also, thinking specifically about like what places in the country, what communities in the country need the greatest access to just sort of like the best possible education we can provide them. That is going to require us to think about racial inequality. Coleman mentioned the idea of an adversity score, something I don't disagree with whatsoever, but it does seem funny to me, right? That like we can think of all of these ways to...
I want to step in because Coleman destroyed this point that you have to think of race when he said, listen, if you have a school that's poor, and they lack resources to get good teachers and whatever you need to have a good school, race is irrelevant, right?
Right.
They need resources, whether they're white, Asian, Korean, whatever they are. Yeah.
I think the killer phrase that Coleman said, and we have to remember, is he said, why are we using race as a proxy for other things? Why don't we just measure the specific thing? And so it's weird that he's about to make this argument saying, oh, why is Coleman? He's doing all this like voodoo math to try to just get around race. It's like, well, no, he's actually trying to hone in on the actual thing.
Yeah. Instead of using race as a proxy for poverty, why not just focus on the poverty?
Right, exactly.
Create proxies for disadvantage instead of just saying straightforwardly, like the descendants of enslaved black Americans, the descendants of...
Wait.
Yeah, you use the word.
Coleman mentioned the idea of an adversity score, something I don't disagree with whatsoever, but it does seem funny to me, right? That like we can think of all of these ways to create proxies for disadvantage instead of just saying straightforwardly, like the descendants of enslaved black Americans, the descendants of people who were affected by Jim Crow, they face a particularized situation and we just need to like deal with that. That seems to me much more honest and straightforward.
It's so funny because it's like literally the opposite. So under that framework, if you had someone who's black, who's the descendants of slaves, and they are a millionaire, okay?
You're right.
Do they get some magical benefit from whatever program you're talking about?
You're right.
Just because they're black and descended from slaves? Or is that kind of fucking retarded?
You're totally right.
Like, I don't like, this is why this is like this, it's insane because he's making like a weird race essentialism argument. Like I don't think he means
if you're the descendant of slaves that you have to be poor. That's the argument that he's making.
Well, because it's like, well, no, because it's being the descendant, unless unless listen, maybe he's a very religious man and he's making some kind of argument about the soul of black folks, okay? Being passed down from generation to generation. Like, just because you've descended from someone who was systemically oppressed by society, okay? Yeah, that's going to mean it's harder for you to succeed because of a million reasons, which we all understand intuitively. But if that person's succeeded, right? Why would you base a system around that metric? Why would you base what is the benefit? And he says it's more open and honest, but it's not. Why are you unless it's just like an emotional thing. Like, it's kind of like, I just want to be acknowledged. Maybe that's what it is. I just want to be acknowledged for the oppression of my ancestors, which maybe it's all it is. It's just a complete emotional argument. They just want, he just wants an acknowledgement or something, because the millionaire who's descended from slaves should not get government assistance for any reason. They're a millionaire. They don't need it. Right. But if there's a black person who, let's say their family moved to America after the civil rights movement in 1970s, okay, and they're poor, why should they not have the same access to any sort of programs that would help poor people just because they're not descended from slaves?
Well, then his entire worldview falls apart. So that's the problem here. He's trying to maintain this worldview that the struggle of slavery tangibly affected everyone in ways that can never be forgiven or looked past.
But even if it has, it's still stupid, because it's like the argument, and this is like the crux of why their argument is really dumb. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you remove racism, intentional racism from the laws, okay, you throw it away, throw it in the trash can, and you remove intentional racism from society, which they're all basically saying that it is gone for the most part. They all want to make this sort of systemic racist argument.
Right. It's the secret racism.
The secret ghost racism that no one can see. The racism in the machine, right? Exactly. Okay. If that's the argument you're going to make, then you say, well, then you can't argue against what Coleman said, because then race is irrelevant. It's just that, yeah, maybe race put people in those situations in the first place, but the race isn't the factor anymore. It's that race put the family, because of redlining or because of Jim Crow or because of whatever, put the family in the position to be lower economic status.
Right.
And so why, at that point, race is a proxy for the actual issue, which is socioeconomic status or class or resources or whatever you want to, use. Race is just a proxy. But only in that
particular situation.
Right. And you don't just get to hand wave it away and say, well, it's more honest. That doesn't mean anything. It's not more honest.
Right.
It's only more honest if you think everyone's still walking around being racist.
In dealing with problems of inequality, then what to my mind is just talking around it and finding ways to talk around it.
I want to say, I feel Jamel slightly dodged Thomas's point.
Oh, got him, ba-ba-bo.
His point being that race conscious policy, race as a variable, runs roughshod over many of the important distinctions, such as whether you're a descendant of slaves, where you're from, your group level income. Nigerian Americans, much higher income than Black Americans descended from slaves. And yet all of the race-based policies, by definition, lump them together, while at the same time claiming that they are trying to address those sub-variables that they are running roughshod over. And that is one reason why, that's one reason why I'm in favor. I'm hardly against policies that are meant to curb disadvantage, but to use race as a proxy for it is just choosing to use a worse, less precise proxy when there are better, more precise ones available.
See, this is why I do think that there's racism going on. Race, specifically racism against white people, because that's what they're trying to avoid. They're like, we don't want to give money to poor whites who are racists. That's exactly what they're trying to avoid.
I don't know if it's so much we don't want to give money to poor white people who we think are racist. It's more like they do believe, people that advocate for this do believe that poor white people have some sort of lower moral quality or lower moral weight to them because they were granted magical white privilege and they still haven't been able to succeed. And so black people who are poor are more deserving of it because, they had more, hoops and hurdles to kind of go through and get over.
All of this is from a really screwed up worldview.
I agree.
This whole white privilege worldview.
Yes.
Toxic.
Yeah, of course.
Toxic. It leads you to all these assumptions that are just, oh man. You shouldn't be making these assumptions. Yeah.
Yes.
Ugh. So bad. Coleman's sitting here like, but don't you understand? We could just give money to poor people. And he's thinking, no. Damn it. Not going to give money to those poor white races.
Right.
But he can't come out and say that, right?
No.
He's got to say, oh, the systemic inequality that goes back to the slavery age.
I don't know if it's that they're racist or that they're, they don't deserve it. Black people deserve it, but white people don't deserve it.
Right. Well, yeah, there is that. There is that differentiation.
Mm-hmm.
So two things. The first is if Coleman feels that I'm dodging the question, then to address it more head on, then part of the issue is that affirmative action programs happen in the context prior to this previous Supreme Court decision, Milliken v. Bradley in 1973, 74, which basically ruled out the possibility of using college admissions or anything as a kind of recompense or directly touching the question of racial inequality. The Supreme Court said you can only consider diversity, right? So in that context, yeah, that critique is totally right. It's a critique I've made myself, that affirmative action policies don't actually, they're too race consciousness in that manner under those circumstances doesn't address the direct question of inequality. It touches it, but doesn't address it directly. You can imagine a world, let's say Abe Fortas doesn't leave the court and all of a sudden the composition of the court is a little different. And the court says, no, you can consider past racial inequality directly in terms of doing college admissions. In that case, is that a proxy? No, that's just directly touching the thing. And so I think it's...
well, no, okay, this is so stupid. It's a proxy unless your argument is that there's some magic. Okay. I know how everyone on the stream loves magic so much. Unless there's some magic, that there's a magical quality to slavery and a magical quality to Jim Crow, and this undefinable magical etherical quality is just passed down through black people that we don't know and we can't explain. It's very spooky. Passes down from, slave to descendant to descendant to descendant to, person who's black living in 2023. And they are imbued with this evil, magical quality that makes them perform worse in society, right? Unless that's your argument, what he's saying makes no sense. Because then being the descendant of slavery still is a proxy. It's a proxy for something else. Unless he's saying that the intrinsic quality of being a descendant of a slave somehow makes you not able to perform in society today to the same level as everyone else.
It's fundamentally, it's a reparations argument. It's saying they were disadvantaged by slavery and therefore you're going to try to atone for that disadvantage that their ancestors had.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, the thing is,
could be part of it, yeah.
The thing is, obviously, if Oprah Winfrey's a descendant of slaves, and that's the rub, right?
Right.
Because there are people that were experienced that disadvantage, but then fortune shined on them.
Right.
They're no longer disadvantaged. Yeah.
Yeah, but so does Oprah Winfrey, because she has the magical intrinsic quality of being a descendant of slave, should she benefit from some kind of specific government policy?
Well, I do think people are going to be very upset about it if that's the situation.
Well, but that's what he's advocating for.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the question.
I get it.
That's the question I ask him to say, okay, if Oprah Winfrey is the descendant of a slave, does she get whatever magical race-based benefit that you want to confer specifically to Black descendants of slaves?
Right.
Because if he says no, then you say, well, why not? And if you say, well, it's because she's rich, well, because then it means there's a fucking proxy for being rich, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're using class as a proxy as well. Yeah.
Yes. And it's funny because he's like, he was complaining. He's like, I agree that the affirmative action thing was wrong from originally. But what he said, if you're really paying attention very closely, he didn't really explain it. So you have to kind of understand what he's referencing. What he's saying is he was against the original affirmative action, not because he's against affirmative action or the idea of affirmative action helping Black people. He was against affirmative action because in the original case, it said affirmative action could only exist not because it's helping Black people, but because having diversity in the classroom would confer some kind of benefit to every student in the classroom.
Yeah, we went through that on another live stream, which
right
is
when we talked about
a crazy argumentation. Yeah,
right, which is kind of why I don't understand why people were not saying that affirmative action was always built upon very shaky legal ground in the first place. Right, that's to me a very difficult argument to defend.
We should just lay out the defense real quick for people who might not have listened to that live stream because it is kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
So in the original affirmative action case, I don't remember what year it was, but it was the case that stipulated that having specific racial quotas was illegal.
Right. Because it's racism.
Right. The court did acknowledge that having government policies or even private policies, private colleges, having policies where they use race as a factor, it acknowledged that was literally unconstitutional.
Right.
Okay, it acknowledged that. But it said under strict scrutiny, which means that's when you can do something that's technically unconstitutional. Right. Yeah. You can do something that's unconstitutional or illegal as long as you have a really good reason for it, or the government can, I guess I should say. The government
you gotta love it.
And it said, okay, so it is technically illegal and unconstitutional, but we have a really good reason.
Right.
And
what's the really good reason, Sitch?
Well, that was the problem. The ruling specifically said the really good reason was not that Black people, because of the history of slavery and Jim Crow, needed a leg up. It specifically said that was not the reason. And the argument it gave was if you did that, you would have a continuing sliding scale of oppressed classes that get special benefits from the government. And then as soon as they reached some standard or eclipse the majority group, then you'd have to change all the laws to kind of rebalance things out.
Right.
And so it was saying that's not the reason. It was saying the reason that the government could basically break the law was because diversity, because having diverse population at a college conferred some kind of educational benefit to every student at the college, regardless of whether they were white or Black or Asian or whatever. Which, I mean, I guess that could in theory be true. I don't necessarily think it's 100% untrue, but I have no fucking clue how you'd prove that in a court of law. It'd be a very difficult thing to prove factually, substantively.
Right.
And
you get
so
the experience of all these different races.
Right. Yeah.
Which is they're all operating under an American ethnicity. It's like, who cares?
Right. It was the idea that, if you're white and you go to a college and it has an ethnically diverse student body, you would end up having a better education because of that.
Right.
Which, I mean, on a philosophical level, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I don't know if you could construct a law around that.
Right.
So.
I've made this point. I really think, and this is why I've been trying to really focus on this question of group inequality, because once we get into this stuff, now we're thinking about the legal architecture here. And the legal architecture is in fact informed by these debates about what constitutes colorblindness, what constitutes race consciousness. And I think that when we're talking about affirmative action in college admissions in 2023, pre this ruling, we do have to take note of the fact that the court essentially set up a situation that would produce the outcome that Thomas was describing in his question.
Coleman, do you feel that it was less dodged that time?
No.
Yes, I do feel like it was less dodged.
Wow.
Although, I mean, the point still remains, I guess, that you receive the racial groups as the best groups to be using as metrics in public policy.
I didn't say that. I've never said that.
I don't think I've heard Jamel say that either.
I've said that when addressing racial inequality, we should address racial inequality. That's my claim.
Whoa. Wait a minute. That is some sneaky bullshit. Okay, wait a minute. Let's go back.
How do you not address the race?
Wait a minute.
If that's
We're at
your claim.
5946. Okay, we need to go back. We need to go back in time here. See what was specifically said.
I feel Jamel slightly dodged Thomas's point. His point being that race conscious policy, race as a variable, runs roughshod over many of the important distinctions, such as whether you're a descendant of slaves, where you're from, your group level income. Nigerian Americans, much higher income than Black Americans descended from slaves. And yet all of the race-based policies, by definition, lump them together, while at the same time claiming that they are trying to address those sub-variables that they are running roughshod over. And that is one reason why, that's one reason why I'm in favor. I'm hardly against policies that are meant to curb disadvantage, but to use race as a proxy for it is just choosing to use a worse, less precise proxy when there are better, more precise ones available.
So two things. The first is if Coleman feels that I'm dodging the question, then to address it more head on, then part of the issue is that affirmative action programs happen in the context prior to this previous Supreme Court decision, Milliken v. Bradley in 1973, 74, which basically ruled out the possibility of using college admissions or anything as a kind of recompense or directly touching the question of racial inequality. The Supreme Court said you can only consider diversity, right? So in that context, that critique is totally right. It's a critique I've made myself, that affirmative action policies don't actually, they're too race consciousness in that manner under those circumstances doesn't address the direct question of inequality. It touches it, but doesn't address it directly. You can imagine a world, let's say a Fortas doesn't leave the court and all of a sudden the composition of the court is a little different. And the court says, no, you can consider past racial inequality directly in terms of doing court and all of the direct question of inequality. It touches it, but doesn't address diversity, right? So in that context, that critique is totally right. It's a critique I've made myself, that affirmative action policies don't actually, they're too race consciousness in that manner under those circumstances doesn't address the direct question of inequality. It touches it, but doesn't address.
He switches from reparations to inequality here. I don't know.
Yeah, he says doesn't. So he specifically says doesn't address inequality.
But before he said it doesn't address reparations, which I'm just, in the case of the Oprah Winfrey situation, you would owe her reparations.
Did he say the word reparation?
Well, he said recompense. Which is for, I would assume, compensation.
Diversity, right? So
this is why it's so annoying, because he speaks so unclearly.
In that context, that critique is totally right. It's a critique I've made myself, that affirmative action policies don't actually, they're too race consciousness in that manner under those circumstances doesn't address the direct question of inequality. It touches it, but doesn't address it directly. You can imagine a world, let's say a Fortas doesn't leave the court and all of a sudden the composition of the court is a little different, and the court says, no, you can consider past racial inequality directly in terms of doing college admissions. In that case, is that a proxy? No, that's just directly touching the thing. And so I think I've made this point before, but I really think and this is why I've been trying to really focus on this question of group inequality, because once we get into this stuff, now we're thinking about the legal architecture here. And the legal architecture is in fact informed by these debates about what constitutes colorblindness, what constitutes race consciousness. And I think that when we're talking about affirmative action in college admissions in 2023, pre this ruling, we do have to take note of the fact that the court essentially set up a situation that would produce the outcome that Thomas was describing in his question.
Okay, so Coleman said in his question, or about the dodge, he said, if we're trying to curb disadvantage, we shouldn't be using race as a proxy. Okay, that was the core of his statement. He did allow wiggle room for a bad actor to sort of hyperfixate on slavery specifically. But Bowie specifically says that the type of race-conscious policy that the current affirmative action, or I should say the previous affirmative action allowed, did not address inequality. He didn't say did not address, the slavery specifically. He said inequality broadly.
Okay. True.
Coleman, do you feel that it was less dodged that time?
Yes, I do feel like it was less dodged. Although, I mean, the point still remains, I guess, that you receive the racial groups as the best groups to be using as metrics in public policy.
I didn't say that. I've never said that.
I don't think I've heard Jamel say that either.
I've said that when addressing racial inequality, we should address racial inequality. That's my claim.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying he's being kind of sneaky, or at least he's, if I'm going to be charitable here, he's very shitty in how he speaks and very imprecise in how he speaks. Because obviously, if you're not retarded, and Coleman Hughes asks you that question about if your goal is to curb disadvantage, why are we using race as a proxy? Okay. Obviously, if you're a human that understands English, the question is not about specifically curbing racial disadvantage. It's saying if you're trying to curb disadvantage in our society broadly, overall, why are you using race as a proxy? And so therefore, when you're answering that question and you say such and such doesn't address inequality, and you don't say racial inequality, you just say inequality, how else are you supposed to interpret that answer?
You tell me.
You're supposed to interpret that he's talking about the same level of inequality that the Coleman Hughes is talking about. So Coleman is actually completely correct to say, well, why are you're saying that everything has to go down to race. You're saying race is the best proxy. And he's saying, no, I didn't say race is the best proxy. I said race is the best proxy when talking about racial inequality. What's a fucking retarded statement? Because the entire argument is about, well, what causes racial inequality? Is racial inequality because of race, or is it because of other factors? That's the entire argument. So for him to play this game and say, well, I didn't say that. I just said this very simple tautology that's so stupid I would never actually utter it in a conversation. Why would you ever say the best thing to measure racial inequality is to measure race inequality? Why would anyone say those words?
Yeah, it's a total tautology. I don't know what he's getting at. Why he's like, if he's not acknowledging, if he's saying, look, I'm not saying we should look at race, but we have to deal with racial. Like, what is he saying to look at then?
So, okay.
Why does he keep Coleman's calling him out? What is he pivoting to?
So Coleman said, why are you using race as a proxy?
Right.
And Bowie didn't answer the question, except to say that there's some sort of magical intrinsic property to being a slave, whatever that means. So then Coleman correctly says,
receive the racial groups as the best groups to be using as metrics in public policy.
I didn't say that.
So he's saying, so actually you could correct it and say, well, he didn't actually say race was. He said whether you have slaves as an ancestor.
Yeah, he's talking about, that's why he uses the word recompense.
Yes.
Because he's talking about reparations.
Right. And so you could say, so if Bowie could say, well, I didn't say race, I said ancestry. But then it's like,
Right.
well, why does that matter? Why is that the best thing?
I've never said
Yeah,
that.
I don't think I've heard Jamel say that either.
I've said
Okay,
that when
well, fair
addressing
enough. So-
racial inequality, we should address racial inequality.
Yeah, but see, this is why that's a
It's so stupid,
Right.
though, because
That's
you can have
retarded
racial
answer.
inequality
Right.
because an immigrant comes over and has no money.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
but that's why he's being kind of dishonest in his framing here, because he didn't say, well, I didn't say race, I said ancestry, which was his argument. And you could make some, and there is a reason why you want to differentiate that. But he doesn't. He just said, oh, the best way to fight racial inequality is to fight racial inequality. It's so simple. Why are you stupid, Coleman? Why don't you understand this?
The question forces him to differentiate it because the guy so clearly said, listen, you're concocting all of these policies that are literally helping black immigrants over descendants of slaves.
Right.
You're moving further away from the whole reason for the policy.
Right.
That's my claim.
So how do you feel about ethnic inequality, given that the difference in income and outcomes between different white ethnic groups are vast, and the differences in outcomes between black? Sure. So if you look at the difference in income between white Americans of French descent and white Americans of Russian descent, it's like 80 cents on the dollar, for example. How do you distinguish between those groups? I mean, if you look at the difference between Indian Americans and Pakistani Americans, outcomes are vastly different in terms of income. So how do you distinguish between the groups that inequality in which justifies policies that name those groups and use those groups as categories and those that don't?
That's an amazing question.
Yeah, he did good.
Now, I don't know. I would love to see those statistics if they've done a breakdown of white ancestry in terms of success and say, well, wait a minute. Is it like only certain groups of white people that are doing well? Are certain other groups doing statistically worse? How do you address this? Because that's actually very fascinating. Because you say, well, why is that happening? Right?
Yeah. I mean, some people would the intuition is some people like to work hard and some people like to relax.
Because I saw this. I saw this chart that did this for the various Asian groups. And there's a huge disparity between Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Filipino, Lao, Mongolian. There was like this huge difference between all these various groups, and yet they're all Asian.
Right. The Asian people got super pissed about that.
Right. So how does that work under Bowie's framework? Because they're all just called Asian.
Right. They're like, look, I'm being discriminated against for being Asian, but I'm on the lower end of the Asian.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I need the affirmative action. Help me. My family was poor. I did bad on my SATs.
Yeah, actually, I forget one of the worst performing groups in the entire country is an Asian group.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll ask you if you can be brief because I want to get to our next questioners.
Sure. I think this is a very simple thing to answer. The simple answer is when it comes to generalized income inequality, we have universal policies for that. When it comes to inequalities that we can tangibly trace to past decisions by the state, by private interests, to specifically disadvantage a group on the basis of race, then you pay attention to that specifically.
Thank you for that.
That's a bad answer because you'd say, well, wait a minute. That doesn't answer the question. Because if you look and you say, okay, well, here are descendants of slaves, and some of them have succeeded and don't need the government assistance, and some of them do, then it means that that's a proxy for something else.
Right. Some other factors taking place.
Right.
Obviously, being a descendant of the slavery isn't a decisive factor if some people have overcome it.
Right.
And thank you, Thomas, for your question. And Monica Williams, you can come.
And it's funny. That would be even if we were to say, okay, descendants of slaves, right? This is actually the most hilarious thing. If you were to say, okay, Bowie, we're going to construct a policy that's going to specifically give people assistance that were the descendants of slaves. Guess what? That's a fucking colorblind law, bitch.
Is
Because
it?
you're not saying black people, because some black people don't apply. It has nothing to do with the color. It has to do with their specific ancestry of whether they were slaves or not.
Don't you think all of us could go back far enough and we would all be descendants of slaves?
Eventually, sure.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I think it's hilarious in this argument where he's supposed to be taking the position that colorblindness is bad. He's literally wants a colorblind application. He doesn't want it to be based purely on skin color at all. He wants it to be based on a non-skin color related factor, which is ancestry to slaves and slavery.
That is funny. Yeah. Yeah. Were there white slaves in America? I don't even know.
There were in the beginning.
On your camera, I want to invite Monica Williams, a professor of psychology at the University of Ottawa and a licensed clinical psychologist and freelancer for Psychology Today, to join the conversation. Thanks, Monica, for joining us. Come on in.
Oh, thank you so much for having me here today. So my question is this. Well, first of all, targeting poverty, it is a worthy goal, but it's a mistake to think that that's going to eliminate racism. For example, most, if not all, Black Americans, even those who are well off financially, still suffer from racism. And the majority of Black Americans are not poor. Most are middle class. Middle class and affluent Black people still face racism, like glass ceilings in the workplace, as we're unfairly denied promotion, we receive inferior medical care, and on average, we do not have all the advantages of white matched peers. And as a clinical psychologist, I see many people of color of all income levels suffering from racial trauma. In other words, symptoms of PTSD due to racism that they've experienced in their lives. And so how can we address problems like this from a colorblind perspective?
Coleman,
what a great question. That is a good one.
You're being sarcastic.
No, of course not. You didn't like that question?
No.
Sitch?
Well, first of all, I didn't like that she's like speaking from a tin can somewhere, okay? Get a fucking microphone, Jesus.
Look, she's in Ottawa, okay?
Well, okay, that's what I was going to say. Number two, why the fuck is a Canadian weighing in on American racial policies? What the fuck does she know about this stuff? She's in Ottawa.
Yeah. No. I couldn't tell.
Get out of my country, you leaf.
Actually, she looks very white to me.
She's not. It's the quality of her shitty camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I looked up. She has like a big website.
She said we, as in, is she black?
I don't know. I mean, she's of color. I don't know what she is specifically, but.
Okay. Let's hear him address the racial trauma.
Well, before we do that, so it's really funny. So I go on her website.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing at the top says, it's a picture of her on a stage talking to a crowd. Which is kind of funny because she's supposed to be a psychologist. And it says, critical social issues.
No. I love that word, critical.
Critical social issues. Very interesting. And then you scroll down a little bit. Oh, no. And then the banner changes and it says equity and care in Canada. Oh, okay. Equity and care. That's very fascinating. And then right under that, it says the fight for justice.
Justice.
Expert witness services.
Wow.
Oh, okay. So if you ever listen, wait, let's see if this is what I think it is. I'm wondering if this is like, if you ever want to hire someone for a discrimination case, okay, because you're going to sue your employer, say that they were a racist against me, you can go to this lady. So let's see.
I have PTSD from my employer being a dirty racist.
Oh, here you go. This is exactly what I thought it was. Expert witness for discrimination cases.
Sweet.
Dr. Williams can conduct a comprehensive assessment to determine if a client has been affected by PTSD or other mental health diagnoses due to their experiences with discrimination and present this information to court.
Man, if I'm on a jury and I see her as an expert witness, you know what I'm thinking?
Innocent.
Innocent.
Yes.
Exactly.
She is most frequently retained to address cases of racism in the workplace, which has included experiences of discrimination by universities, businesses, nonprofit organizations, law enforcement, government agencies. For criminal cases, she is most frequently consulted to ascertain the impact of racial trauma as an explanation or mitigating factor for alleged crimes.
Wow.
Holy shit. You want to know what racial trauma is? Because there's actually a link on our website.
Yeah, let's hear it. Sounds fun.
Racial trauma. Racial trauma is the traumatizing psychological impact of experiences of racism. Dr. Williams' scholarly works includes racial trauma, PTSD, and cultural diversity, historical trauma, cultural trauma, and related materials. Race-based stress and trauma have always existed in our practices, but do we know how to identify it and truly address it? Okay, so wait a minute. This is kind of insane. So, what
Does she have
she's
a phone
saying?
number on there? Let's call her up.
Yeah, there is.
Say,
So what
listen,
she's-
I live in California, and I feel like people don't like me. I feel like they think I'm racist,
Mm-hmm.
and it's giving me PTSD. What do I do?
So this is insane. Okay, because let's go back. So racial
Someone
trauma.
called me a racist on Twitter, and I don't like it.
Racial trauma is that you experience some kind of PTSD or trauma because of living in a racist society. That's what racial trauma is. Okay.
Okay.
And then she says that she can be an expert witness for criminal cases where she's most frequently consulted to ascertain the impact of racial trauma as an explanation or mitigating factor for alleged crimes. So what that means is like, well, listen, if you committed a crime, it's not your fault because of racial trauma.
I knew that was coming. I knew that she was going
It's
to be.
just like, what the fuck?
She's going to be some witness in a criminal defense case where they're like, "Oh, look, I had to assault them. People have been racist against me."
My client may have stabbed 30 individuals because they were continually let out of prison again and again. But it's only because society was racist against them. They made them the monster.
That's so sick.
Did you ever read The Dark Knight Returns?
Read The Dark Knight Returns?
Okay, I know it's a stupid fucking question.
I mean, I saw the movie.
There was there's a cartoon movie of The Dark Knight Returns where it's like Batman is like really old.
No.
And like, okay, well, in it, there's a funny part. It's funny. I think Frank Miller did it, so it's obviously conservative. There's a part where like the Joker is on a talk show, and the host is like, "Isn't it true that just society, like the frustrations and like horribleness of society, is what made you who you are?" And the Joker's like playing up how like, yes, he's this innocent victim, and it's all just because society that's made him like the horrible person that he was. And then, of course, the scene ends with the Joker killing everyone in the audience.
I love it.
It's just like, this is what this reminds me of, you know.
No,
always
it's
someone
great.
else's fault.
Yeah. Just an excuse. She's a professional excuse maker.
Right. Oh my God. This is amazing. So it says expert services provided for discrimination cases involved racial harassment in the workplace. Okay. As expected, right? Sexual harassment in the workplace. Okay. Wrongful termination due to race discrimination. Okay. Racial and gender discrimination by Child Protective Services. Traumatization of students from bullying and abuse in schools.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay. Reproductive violence by medical professionals. Sexual assault. I don't know why it's
somebody assigned the wrong gender at birth, I guess.
Mistreatment of sexual minorities by law enforcement. What is a sexual minority?
Sexual minority?
Yeah,
that's men, right? Because there's more women than men.
Is it, or does it mean like LGBT or something?
No, here's where men, obviously.
Yes. Here's my favorite: racial trauma to explain flight from law enforcement.
What was that again?
Racial trauma to explain flight from law enforcement.
No way. Oh my God.
There you go. Listen.
She's the chief excuse maker for resisting arrest.
Yeah. It's totally fine that they resisted arrest, okay, because they're not white, so they have racial trauma.
They create the problem
I know.
by creating the stereotype that all cops want to, bloodthirsty killers of black people. Then when people respond to that stereotype and run, they come in and solve the problem. Look, I sense a racket going on here.
So I just kept scrolling. I don't even know if I should read this. I don't even know if I should read this because it leans way too hard into the stereotype
Of this person?
Yes.
I mean, go for it. Look,
Okay.
the stereotype, she's like a walking stereotype.
You're not gonna, when I say this, it's gonna seem like it came out of left field, but then you're gonna go, oh no, you're gonna go, oh, I know what you're saying. Okay. You're not prepared for what I'm about to say.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Underneath it says expert witness for OCD cases. Okay.
Obsessive compulsive.
Yeah. And it says
disorder.
Obsessive compulsive disorder is frequently misunderstood. Dr. Monica Williams has psychological expertise surrounding individuals struggling with obsessive compulsive disorder. So when I read that, I thought, oh, I wonder if she's OCD, and all these people are OCD about thinking there's racist everywhere, right?
That would be horrible, but
right.
Continue.
That's not where it goes. Where do you think I'm going to go with this? Before I read the next sentence, where do you think this is going?
What is the fixation of the OCD? Is that what you're asking me?
What is her specific psychological expertise on OCD? What specific part of it, or what specific type of OCD do you think I'm about to read to you?
Yeah, I don't know. Could be anything.
Just give me a guess.
Obsessed with sex.
Close.
Look, I'm a good guesser.
You're
okay?
close. Well, I said it plays into some kind of negative stereotype.
Obsessed with gender?
No.
I was closer with sex.
Yes.
Obsessed with masturbation? Gay sex?
No.
Infidelity?
Dr. Monica Williams has psychological expertise surrounding the individual struggling with obsessive compulsive disorder, particularly those experiencing symptoms of pedophilic themed obsessive compulsive disorder.
God. Oh my God. No. She's a fucking pedo apologist.
Wait, it gets worse. She offers expert witness services and assessment for individuals.
She fucking defends pedos.
Wait, hold on. It's going to get so much worse. She offers expert witness services and assessment for individuals whose fitness as a parent is called into question due to misdiagnosis or misunderstanding of this specific condition.
Does that mean the parent is a pedo, or
I don't know what it means. I don't know. It's so bad.
And this is the person that's asking questions in this. Well, now we know why they changed their name from Intelligence Squared. Okay.
Oh, I have to read this. It says, having written a definitive treatment manual about sexual obsessions in OCD for the Oxford University Press, she's well equipped to clarify misconceptions and educate the court about the true nature of pedophilic themed obsessive compulsive disorder.
Look at, she's such an apologist. Oh, this so disgusts me.
I mean, I want to read what she wrote about it before I make a definitive claim here, but that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good.
Even the language is apologetic. What are you talking about?
I mean,
it's completely on the surface.
It definitely seems to be. Yes, definitely seems to be. So, I don't want to buy her book though.
Oh my God.
No, it's free on Audible. Maybe I'll just get. Should I get this on Audible? I don't even know if I want to. God.
What's the name of the book?
Sexual Obsessions and Obsessive Compulsive Disorder.
It's got to be just horrible.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to that. I'll see if it's on one of those free book sites. It's like, I bet a waste of fucking time. Jeez. Okay. Okay, so that was her question. And of course, she asked the wokiest woke question she could think of.
Right, yeah. She's a pedo apologist, of course. It's got to be the wokest.
That sounds like a challenge to your position, so I'd like you to take it first.
Well, I'd like to remind the questioner of the, I don't know if I'd call it trauma, but the deep distress that is precisely caused by some of the race conscious policies that are allegedly fixing racism, such as the one I pointed out in my opening remarks about Asian students hiding their Asianness on their college applications. This is a direct result not of colorblindness, but of race conscious policies. Now, if you're talking about people that have experienced racism, I've experienced racism. I understand racism is a deep human scourge. It exists in every society. It is like hate and aggression. It is part of the worst angels of our nature. To say that it is not gone is a truism, because it's never going to go away completely, any more than murder or hatred or jealousy or envy in general. What we can do is raise our children enshrined with the principles of the civil rights movement, namely to judge people based on the content of their character rather than their skin color, to insist that they be treated that way by others, and to eliminate further race injury from our public policy.
Mel?
I guess I'll respond to Coleman's response there. I feel like I need to contest this notion that racism is some sort of timeless evil been with human beings immemorial, because I think that kind of forms the foundation of the disagreement we have here. Now, I said in my opening statement that race is historically contingent, and that's the case. We can see in legal documents, we can see in the construction of legal codes across what's now called what we call the New World. We can see the construction of racism and the construction of race as a result. It's a historically contingent phenomena that is the product of a particular set of material relations between groups. Right. And so that implies, if it's historically contingent, that implies that it's not actually some timeless thing. It's a thing that is constructed.
This is retarded.
So dumb. Yeah.
This is so stupid. How can you utter these words with any sense of not embarrassment to yourself?
Yeah, because those institutions are constructed based on the moral intuitions driving them. Duh.
I mean, is this guy... Is he a blank slater? Is he one of these, like...
That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
Oh my God. The people are born totally good and innocent, and then the evil society places the racism in their hearts.
That's got to be the notion that he's operating under.
This is so dumb.
As if tribalism isn't a persistent feature in our society and all societies of all time ever.
Yes. Yes. I mean, and obviously racism is a form of tribalism.
Yes,
the only time that
course.
humans were not racist was when humans didn't have the technology to physically visit humans of other races.
Well, and then they constructed racism because, you know, they distinguished themselves from the tribe next door. And
yeah, but it wasn't based on race. It'd be based on some other factor.
Right. The tribalism still existed,
right. It was,
though, between various groups of people.
As soon as humans had the technology to go visit humans of other races, racism was born that day. Okay.
Right.
We don't need this stupid answer. This is ridiculous.
As long as there's no systems of oppression between the people, there's no races.
Oh God.
I know. He's jamming everything possible into this worldview. The worldview shapes everything.
Of course.
Everything. Yeah.
That is inscribed and it's reinscribed over time through different institutions, through different structural features of a society, through different relationships between groups. And
does that make you an optimist, Jamel?
I think that makes me an optimist. I very much believe in the capacity of human action to like make a better world for ourselves. And so in my view, right, the reason to address direct...
You can be optimistic about race relations without subscribing to this completely untrue statement that he's putting
Of
forward.
course you can. And
Okay.
being an optimist has nothing to do with whether your worldview is accurate to reality or not.
Yeah, that's true.
Address racial inequality isn't because of something that has to do with racial identity. Isn't because of something intrinsic to people. None of that. It's just that it's a powerful vector for inequality that shapes our society, and that we should do something about it the same way that we would do anything about any other form of inequality, insofar that we're egalitarians. That not all of us are egalitarians, but I am, and I think race egalitarianism is very much a part of that.
Coleman, before I go on to the next question, any other thought on Monica's question?
I'm a race egalitarian as well, in the sense that I believe that the law and in our personal lives, we should not treat people with regard to race. We should not racially discriminate.
But the issue is not our personal interactions here. The issue is like structural group inequality, right? Like, I'm colorblind in my everyday life, right? I don't treat people differently on the basis of race, but I'm also very much aware of structural group inequality as a result of historically contingent things and things that we can see in the public record, in policy, in law, and all of these things. That's, to me, the
So when he sees a white person at the Starbucks and he thinks that person benefits from structural inequality, he's not personally racist against that person. That's just impossible for me to fathom. Like, how you could look at somebody like that and say, look, society is basically bending over backwards to help you and fucking me up the ass. But I don't feel any racism towards you.
Well, that's also, I mean, that's why it's kind of his statement is ridiculous. He's like, well, individually in my personal life, I view through the colorblind lens. Because it's like, well, no, you don't. Because basically, if you interact with someone who's black, or you see someone on the news who's black, and you see them being arrested, or you see them committing a crime, or you see them not being able to get into school or something, and you, in your mind, then say, well, they couldn't, they're in this bad situation because of the history and oppression of systemic inequality, blah, 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 blah. That's you not being colorblind. That's you making a bunch of assumptions about someone based on their race.
Totally. So you're not being colorblind in your daily life.
No.
Your ideology doesn't allow it.
Right.
the important that's the vector for which on which we're discussing, not so much our individual relations, which again, people should be colorblind person to person, but in terms of public policy, in terms of the shape and nature of our society.
Look, how can you make an argument that colorblindness is racism and then in the same debate say people should be colorblind individually towards one another? Aren't you acknowledging the importance of colorblindness then as a philosophy?
Listen, nothing has to make sense here. Okay.
Look, I'm just saying, like, what are you going to say? Oh, I'm for individual colorblindness, but systemic colorblindness is racist. This doesn't, Sitch. I don't like where this is going.
You don't like this?
No, it's completely convoluted and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we should be, I think we should be embracing colorblindness, not trying to degrade it like this debate does.
Mm.
For our fourth question, we'll bring in another pedo apologist from Stanford University.
Question, Monica. And Coleman, you can continue, and then I'm going to go to our next questioner.
There's a Mott and Bailey happening here.
Yes.
Where, obviously what I'm critical of are actual policies which discriminate against people on a vector that they can't control, namely their race, in the name of justice. But what you defend is that you are just aware of the history. Of course, I'm not against being aware of the history. I'm not against being aware of the structural inequalities that have obtained throughout American history. I'm against the race-conscious approach, the toxic race-conscious approach to allegedly fixing them by creating more racist policy.
I want to bring in our...
Allegedly fixing them. Now he's just, the gloves are off. He's like, listen.
Great answer, yeah.
This is bullshit. You want a bunch of racist policies that are going to make things worse, and here you are just hiding it in a bunch of word salad bullshit, not addressing the actual substance of the argument. I'm over it. Give me another question from another pedo apologist.
Just because of time, Jamel, if that's okay. Thanks for your forbearing. I want to bring in Robert George, who is an independent journalist.
You like that move? He's like, I'm going to cut you off and then thank you for your forbearing before you even acknowledge it. I like that.
Robert, coming into the conversation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of full disclosure, I should say I was born in Trinidad and grew up partly in England, so I bring that kind of perspective into this. My question is, and this touches a little bit on the Sandra Day O'Connor's opinion from 20 years ago. So much of our history has been based on, for want of a better phrase, the black-white binary when it comes to race. One of the, I think, insights that came out of Sandra Day O'Connor's decision is that America circa 2023 or 2028, what do you want to talk about it, is very different than it was in 1963 when King spoke at the March on Washington. And so my question is, are we, in a sense, being forced into something of a colorblind position when it comes to public policy, given that the black-white binary has, in a sense, largely collapsed? Coleman mentioned a couple of times how certainly the Harvard decision was kind of focusing on the issues of Asian American students, and given that's where we are now, do we need to create a new language for dealing with these things? Because even the phrase "people of color" now tends to focus more just on Black and Hispanics, and Asians have become now almost honorary whites in given the language we've had in the past.
What the fuck was the question?
Yeah, he's interrupting him and telling him to get to the question.
What is the question? I don't even understand what he said. What is he? Where is the question? What is the question?
Was he done?
I don't know.
No, he's interrupting him to say, is there a question here? Look, we're running out of time, buddy.
We're down to about a minute, so I'm going to give each of you a minute to answer that question. And
oh, wait, that was the question?
What was the question? I don't even understand the question.
I didn't hear a question.
I'm not going back to listen to that to try to piece that together because I'm
right. Let's just hear their responses. Okay.
Coleman, you can go first.
I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think when the nation opened up,
you like that? He's like, I think I understand. It's like, I would have been like, I'll let Bowie answer that question first.
That's a good idea.
I'll go second.
To immigration in 1965, and we got lots of people that were not white and Black in the typical way we think of that as Americans. It did create a problem because in 65 you could make a very compelling, short-term recompensation argument, and it would not end up hurting immigrants who just arrived here because the borders had been effectively closed for 40 years. And so, yeah, I do think the increase in diversity has moved us towards a more logical and long run sound position, which is that we're not going to invite people to this country as immigrants and then start putting them into a racially rigged machine. That's not the deal that America should be about anymore.
This is I have been making essentially a claim for specificity when targeting inequality, and I think that applies here as much as anywhere else. The
He's been making arguments about specificity, huh?
Well, I wish he would just come out and say, look, I'm for reparations. I'm for giving resources to people who are the descendants of slaves.
Right.
Because that seems to be his policy.
Presence of other groups, and it's important to say, right, that sort of like ethnicity, right, is a socially constructed thing. These are all socially constructed. So, if in the 1920s, you could think of the United States as being a multiracial country, just for like the races or various categories of European, right? we want to.
Wait. Let me go back for a second. It's hard to hear him because it was breaking up. That's on his end, by the way. It's not us.
Groups, it's important to say, right, that sort of like ethnicity, right, is a socially constructed thing. These are all socially constructed. So, if in the 1920s, you could think of the United States as being a multiracial country, just sort of like the races or various categories of European, right? We want to, in my view, we want to specifically target the consequences of racist public policy for those affected by racist public policy. And
specifically slavery.
Right.
That's the one. I mean, I guess there might be other public policy. Like he might go into the Black Wall Street. Which I can never remember this.
Slavery and general Jim Crow-ness.
Right, yeah. I guess there was a bunch of Jim Crow policies in the South. Right. Okay.
That means specifically about that vector of inequality. And so that, to me, in the abstract, right, like let's set aside the political consideration, but just in terms of sort of, can it work? I think it can work just as well in a much more diverse society than it would in a supposedly binary society. I don't think that is out of the question.
Thank you, Jamel, and thank you, Robert, and thank you to all of our participants from the last few minutes coming in with your questions. We really appreciate it. We're going to move now into our closing round. Like our opening round, our closing round has a little bit of formality to it. Each debater gets up to 90 seconds to make a closing argument or a closing point on why they are arguing yes or no in answer to our question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism? Jamel, you are answering yes to the question, and this is your time for your closing statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for this really wonderful debate. This has been great. My position from the start has been that we need to target a particular form of inequality. We actually have to be attentive to that particular form of inequality. We are attentive to class inequality by addressing the relations of domination between groups. We are attentive to gender inequality by addressing the relations of domination between groups. But for some reason, that when it comes to race inequality, we decided that it is beyond the pale to attend to the domination between groups. And I'm saying that no, that's not the case at all. But
even in his own example, that's dumb.
It's bullshit, yeah.
With, quote, gender inequality, the answer is supposed to be gender blind policies.
Exactly. That's the way we've chosen to tackle all of those.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you would say it's not is for socioeconomics tasks, but it's not a biological factor, right? You're saying you have some material factor that provides you specific resources that people can measure.
Sure. I mean, even in the case of law and criminal justice system, the whole idea behind a public defender is addressing class inequality.
Sure.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Obviously, the public defender is far shittier than your
private. Of course, yeah. That's where the weakest case is made, obviously. Yeah. It's much stronger in gender blindness.
It's supposed to be, right? The law is supposed to be socioeconomically blind, even though it's often not.
That's the whole, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Constant recourse to individuals in this conversation, I think, is indicative of how very uncomfortable people are thinking about this in terms of group inequality. That is my perspective here. And my perspective is that, and I would consider my perspective to be the perspective of Wendell Phillips, to be the perspective of A. Philip Randolph, to be the perspective of the luminaries of the civil rights movement, that we need to be not just attentive, we need to be both attentive to system-wide inequality, but also the specific consequences of specific policies meant to immiserate or degrade particular groups of people. It's entirely possible, and we've seen it, to have policies that address everyone, but leave those particular forms of entrenched inequality intact. And I don't think that we want that. I think if we want a colorblind society, we don't want that.
Thanks very much, Jamel. And so now, Coleman, you get the final word. Your rebuttal, please tell us again why you are answering no to the question, does colorblindness perpetuate racism?
Yeah, so I think, like I said, there's been a very effective PR campaign against the notion of colorblindness, and I've tried to undo that meme for all of you today, partly by providing quote after quote of some of the great luminaries and activists in many cases specifically the word colorblind, and in other cases embodying the philosophy. I've heard no analogous recitation of quotes on the other side, and I think that is telling. Now, I also heard no retort to the problem created recently of Asian kids in Queens, having to hide their racial identities. I think this is telling as well, because no matter how many abstract, academic redefinitions and concepts one wants to use, in the end, race-based policy always comes down to looking someone in the face and discriminating against them because of something that they can't control. That is not the way to address the legacy of racism. It's not the way Martin Luther King wanted to address the legacy of racism. Ultimately, the way to fight racism cannot be to focus more on the alleged importance of race. It's to end race in policy altogether and focus on class. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Coleman. And that wraps the arguing portion of the program. So Jamel and Coleman, I want to thank you so much for taking part in this debate, and in particular for the way in which you argued, obviously in good faith, but also with respect for one another. That's what we try to embody here at Open to Debate. It's what we wanted to share with the TED audience as well, and we're delighted to have done that. I also want to thank the four participants who came in with questions, Candace and Robert and Thomas and Monica. Thank you. You actually took the conversation to more interesting places. That is what we do here at Open to Debate. I want to let you know that for those of you who follow us, you know that we are a nonprofit. We put these programs out to the world for its edification, but we are supported by people like you. And if you would like to support us, please go to our website at opentodebate.org. That's it for this time. Again, thank you to our debaters. I'm John Donvan, and we'll see you next time.
That's it for this episode of Conversations with Coleman, guys. As always, thanks for watching, and feel free to tell me what you think by reviewing the podcast, commenting on social media, or sending me an email. To check out my other social media platforms, click the cards you see on screen, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time.
Coleman Hughes, that's the name of his channel. Subscribe, great channel. Great content, has very good conversations.
Yeah, totally.
Check it out.
Yeah, I don't know how many views the debate got on the Intelligence Squared channel. I used to be subscribed to that channel. I don't know if it has a new name now, but
it's probably Open to Debate.
Got like 45,000 views on Coleman Hughes' channel, which is good. So that's cool.
Let's see. The Open Debate channel is very small. Well, it's not very small in terms of subs, but it's very small in terms of viewership. It only got 4.8 views.
4.8 views?
1,000.
Oh,
but
4,000.
For that channel, that's giant because the other videos have like 100 views.
Oh, wow. So, okay. Interesting.
Though they did right before have a debate that had 1,000 views, which was should NATO admit Ukraine? So
that's an interesting debate.
It's interesting to me, these channels that have like, because the channel has almost 200,000 subscribers.
Right. Yeah, no.
And yet the views are like.
It's just like a brand, though. YouTube is so personality driven. It's not really.
I guess. I mean, people just, maybe they just don't unsubscribe to channels they don't watch anymore or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm subscribed to thousands of channels. I don't know about you, but.
No, I try to unsubscribe to stuff I don't watch.
Really? Oh.
Because I get annoyed because I go through my subscriptions very frequently. And so I don't want there to be a bunch of like, if I go through my subscriptions and there's like a video from a creator I haven't watched in 6 months, I'm like, okay, time to take Philly D off the sub feed. I don't watch this Philly D video in like a year. Okay.
You subscribed to Philip DeFranco?
I did back in the day.
Wow.
But no longer. So.
Yeah, no, it's better to unsubscribe to a channel if you don't watch the videos. That's how they get you. These giant channels that nobody watches their videos really hurts them in the algorithm.
Yes.
Like you're almost better just starting a new channel. This is why our channels, we get great engagement on this channel, even though we aren't even to 100,000 subs. Because most of the people subscribe to actually watch our content. So
yeah, or at least
we have very few people, very few dead subscribers. It's odd because a lot of times people complain, when they upload a video, subscribers are taken away. Obviously, you don't want someone who actually watches your content taken away, but if they're not watching your content, it kind of helps you. Anyway, do we have I guess we have super chats.
Britt Cormier for $20 says, let's get to the real question. Would Adam rather hear more from Jamel or participate in a debate on the trolley problem for a few hours? It was great to see you guys on EFAP.
Obviously, I'd like to be on EFAP more. So,
well, that wasn't the question. Would you rather listen to Jamel more or participate in a debate on the trolley problem?
On EFAP? Oh,
or just anywhere?
No trolley problem.
Okay, no trolley problem. Brian Townsend for $20 says, hello, Sitch. I always knew S-Class was best class.
You've been lied to. Systematically lied to.
But after hearing your strong stance on clones and robots yesterday, I now know that S-Class is Chad class.
S-Class is Chad class?
Hi, Adam. You should have stuck around for the trolley game. Yeah, it was fun.
Oh.
So Dr. Diller sent me a link to a website that had all these like trolley problems. We kind of went through it for like 2 or 3 hours.
Sweet.
So here's one that I'm questioning how you'll react to it. Okay. I'm assuming everyone here knows the trolley thing. You have a little lever. You can change the direction the trolley is going to go. A trolley is about to hit 5 sentient robots. Okay. 5 sentient robots. But on the other track.
This is right up my alley.
On the other track, there is 1 human tied to the track. Okay.
1 human. Okay.
Do you divert the track to kill the 1 human, or do you allow the train to kill the 1 human, or do you allow the train to kill the 5 sentient robots?
5 sentient robots.
Yes.
I guess, yeah, I'm going to have to kill the human, right? Because the robots are sentient. They're equivalent of human consciousness.
Is that how you interpret that?
This isn't a trick question, right?
It's not a trick question.
What if it's only 1 robot consciousness inhabiting 4 robot bodies, though?
It's 5 sentient robots.
Independent.
Versus 1 human.
Look, gotta ask a human, obviously.
Well, what does sentient mean?
Sentient means conscious, right?
Does it?
Is this like a trick question based on the word question? Sentient?
I don't know. Because the way I interpret each of these questions is given the limited information that the question gives me. I'm just standing there and someone just tells me they're sentient. And that's the only information I can get. I don't know what the fuck that means, right? Because to me, sentient just means you're responsive to, like, I can't determine, even if you said you had 5 conscious robots, right?
Right, they could have a ant consciousness.
Right, yeah, exactly. Like using that limited information, I can't make a determination about the value of that robot's life to a human value. Like, if there were 5 datas from Star Trek on the train tracks, I would protect them. I would say that 1 data is worth the life of 1 human.
Right.
But if you just told me 5 sentient robots and I don't know what that fucking means, well, then I guess those robots are getting destroyed. They're getting blowed up.
This says, endowed with feeling and unstructured consciousness. That's definition 1. Definition 2 is consciously perceiving.
Right, but as you said...
That's a cockroach.
Right, but as you said, yeah, an ant is sentient. A dog is sentient, right?
All right, gonna have to save the human.
There you go.
Look, you got to make your trolley problem language specific.
Well, I think that's part of the issue. Right.
I'm glad you made me look it up.
So it's like,
turned out they were all super genius robots. Oh,
well,
no.
We can build more. Okay.
Oh,
the other question The other question was, you are tied to the train tracks, Adam.
Okay, me. I'm on the train tracks.
Yes, but the trolley is not going to hit you. It's barreling towards 5 of your clones. Are you going to divert the train to kill you instead of 5 of your clones, or will you let the train kill the 5 clones?
5 clones are gone.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I said.
I mean, what
said
the
easy.
heck? That's an easy one.
Yes, get out of here, clones.
Bye-bye.
Can always make some more clones, okay?
Who gave you permission to clone me?
Well, it doesn't say. Maybe you did it yourself.
Right.
Get those clones out of here. Get those clones out of here.
Right.
Duke Norton for $20 says, I'm now a height advocate. If you're not 6'2" exactly, you now owe me reparations. This is how I see Jamel's solution to racism. S-class! He's best class.
Kind of true. Yeah.
There you go. I like it. Oh, is that the bear?
Yeah. Mark Twain's Revenge, right?
Yes. Look at that.
How you like that? You go out in your front yard.
It's a big old bear. I wouldn't be happy about that.
You go out to get your kids' tricycle. And a bear is riding it.
Now that would be pretty awesome. If I go outside and there's a bear riding a tricycle, I would be less concerned. I'd be more impressed at that point.
Mark Twain, is your kid ever in the front yard on that tricycle? I'd be nervous after this photograph.
That's pretty crazy, yeah.
Yeah, imagine your kid on the tricycle as as Smokey the Bear wanders through. Just looking for some picnic baskets.
Lucy says, I once slapped a black bear's ass thinking it was my dog in the trash. What was the
No way.
What was the end result of that, Lucy?
That's scary.
That is scary. Was it a small bear? Like, it must have been a pretty small bear. You have a big ass fucking dog. Blaine's escape quarter for 8 months. Thank you so much. It says, as the colorblind representative of chat, mild deton. Dutan? I don't know what that word means. Dutan is a color blindness in the most common form of color vision. Oh, is that what is that, red, green, or yellow, blue?
I don't know. That's that's not the policy color blindness, right?
Dutan means Dutan means you can only wait. If you have Dutanropopia, you don't have working green cone cells. That's why it's called green blindness.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $5 says, yes, my kids came inside screaming, bear!
I mean, good for them, right?
At least you have an early bear detection system in the house. That's good to know.
That's true. Okay, so this says you can only see the colors yellow and blue if you have this. Well, there you go. I didn't know. Blaine's escape quarter can only see shades of yellow and blue. How unfortunate.
Yellow and blue. Wow.
Yeah. So you can't see red, orange, purple, or green. Sucks. I spent my entire life not racist. Just stop asking me what color is that. There you go. There you go. Lucy said it was a small black bear and it scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Okay. Did you ever, this squirrel ever come give you a hug for giving it a tarp?
No, it left home. Now I don't see the squirrel at all. I've been waiting ever since I moved the kits up to the palm tree. I've never seen it even peek its head out.
Is it still in the palm tree?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't check? That
That could have been a staging area to move to some other new location.
a staging area for the next conflict.
Well, no, it took them out of the nest. I caught the squirrel when it built the nest.
Yeah.
I was out in the backyard and I noticed it was doing this Mission Impossible type move inside the tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing in there? And then I came out the next day and half the tree was torn down and turned into a nest. And I figured out what was going on.
Powerful squirrel.
I obviously took a picture, but I was thinking, well, how many? I thought there was 3 kits in there, which you know how big squirrels get. I mean, this nest is tiny. No,
Well, they're
you're
little
not
baby
gonna,
squirrels.
Yeah, they're tiny at the time. You can see the video. The video's on Twitter. But so it's after the storm, everything was great. I took the tarp down, and the squirrel the very next day moved all of them, took them out one by one, ran across the yard with them, scurried up the house, and put them up in like a opening of the palm fronds in a palm tree in our front yard.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I got the spot. I filmed part of it. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I was going to add it to the thread. And I've been looking at that spot because supposedly there's 4 kits in there, right? And a squirrel hanging out. But I haven't seen any activity.
Maybe because when you put the tarp on it, they're like, we've been spotted. We have to change location.
No, I feel like that. I feel like there was a move coming anyway because that nest, there's no way that nest was big
you think
enough.
the nest was just too small? So it's
She
just
had
a temporary
4 kits.
Right.
It's a lot of squirrels in that tiny little nest.
Maybe.
And they were getting bigger.
That's true. The real question is, did the squirrels give you permission to film that?
No, of course not.
Maybe that's why. They wanted privacy.
I did see, we have 2 palm trees in our front yard, and I did see the squirrel shimmy up the palm tree that didn't have the kits in it. And I thought, wow, does she have a nest in there? And she just carried them one by one to one palm tree, and now is going to move them one by one to this other palm tree. I don't know.
There you go. Rico Zorro says, here's your trolley problem. On one track, you have 5 rats. On the other, you have 1 squirrel. Who are you killing?
Look, rats are gone. I hate rats. Kidding me?
I feel like that's like most people. What if they weren't rats? What if they were 5 mice? Does that change anything?
5 mice gone.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What if they were 5 guinea pigs?
I mean, I'm a big fan of squirrels. I'm the guinea
You would
pigs
kill 5 guinea pigs to save 1 squirrel.
Sitch, I have a relationship with a squirrel, okay? I feel...
Oh, really? You have, Adam, you have a relationship with a squirrel. Is that right?
Yeah, we're friends.
Oh, okay. That kind of relationship, huh?
Sitch doesn't believe that you can just be friends with animals. How weird is that?
Well, no, I would not describe having a relationship with a squirrel.
Weird.
I would
How
not use the
weird
word I
is
have
that?
I would have said I'm friends with a squirrel, not I have a relationship with a squirrel.
What is friendship isn't a relationship?
I mean,
come on, Sitch.
All right.
Look, you don't currently have any pets, do you?
No.
Oh. You need to have you need to start a relationship.
I need to start a relationship with an animal.
They do become like members of the family.
I'm aware.
Undeniable, yeah.
I know. Yeah, but okay, I didn't say, by the way, the squirrel on the track, it's not the squirrel that lives in your house. It's just a random ass fucking squirrel.
It is?
Yes.
Well, could be friends with my friend.
It's just a random squirrel, okay? So you would save a random squirrel over 5 guinea pigs.
Yes.
5 adorable little guinea pigs.
Well, are they baby guinea pigs?
I don't know. Well, okay, listen. I'll send
if they're
you...
baby guinea pigs, I'll pick the guinea pigs.
Really?
But
okay,
yeah.
here. I'm gonna send you this video. You tell me you're gonna kill 5 of these little guys for 1 squirrel, okay?
Look, this is why people hate the trolley problem right here.
Yeah. You could bring up I don't know if you can bring the video, bring up a picture of this fucking adorable little thing.
The trolley problem is just a fancy way to say you're a murderer.
Adam's gonna kill 5 of these adorable. Look at this little fucking guy.
Oh no!
Look at this little adorable little guy. I'm gonna kill 5 of them for 1 squirrel. A squirrel is just a rat with a bushy tail that got a break from society. Okay.
Holy cow!
Look at that little guy.
Okay,
That
not
little
killing.
bro.
Sorry, squirrel. I'm sorry, squirrel.
You're bringing that picture up.
But these cuties gotta live. These cutie patooties gotta live.
Take that, Bowie. You say that there's no such thing as beauty privilege? Motherfucker, people will let animals live or die based on how aesthetically pleasing they
I mean,
are
I
to us.
almost said this about the robots. I
Yes.
was like, I mean, what do these robots look like?
Are they hot robots?
Exactly. Exactly. Look, it has the intelligence of a cockroach, but it's smoking hot.
That's the framing, that's too disturbing. Okay.
Right. Of course it is. Look, that's why I made it disturbing on purpose. Okay.
I know.
That's what you do with hypotheticals.
Right.
Like this thinking, this
You
thought
said like the
experiment.
intelligence of an ant. Right.
Mhm. No, a cockroach.
No, it's disgusting.
You don't
It's
like
horrific. No.
it? Look.
Look at that little guy, everyone.
Yeah.
You all have to save that, right?
We just
He's
saved
so
5
cute.
of these little guys.
Oh my god. It's
These
adorable.
little adorable guys.
Look at them.
Mm-hmm. Now, right after we're done with this horrible thought experiment, all 5 of them are going to help me have a service for this squirrel that had to give its life. We're going to say our prayers, condolence. We're going to have a 24-hour vigil
Mm-hmm.
for this
For the squirrel.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to set things right in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm feeling good now.
Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for the 16 months. Says, just got my order for the comic. Well, thank you, Spencer.
Yeah,
I think you said that
thanks.
in a different super chat, but thank you.
That's awesome.
John Benor, thanks so much for the $2. Says, S class is best class. No, I always say your name wrong, but thank you.
Look
The
at that.
foreman for 100 DKs says oh god, says S class farts in the elevator and denies it.
Whoa!
Confronted by the only other person, while A team holds the door for women, expecting nothing in return. There you go.
Dr. Diddler. Finally, someone has stepped up. Thank you. It is true. Look when Sitch.
That's a simp move. What do you mean? To hold the door for a woman and not expect anything in return? That's what simps do. That's what cocks do.
When Sitch and I took the elevator at VidCon, I thought I smelled something.
There was no elevator at VidCon, you liar.
But Sitch
There's all one floor.
But Sitch denied it.
All
Don't
right.
try to wiggle out of it.
Okay.
Just because there was no elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to deny
Yeah,
it.
okay. Fudgical for 5 Canadian says, I would always just pull the lever to prove I have free will. Problem solved permanently. There you go.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go. Though I feel like if you always pull the lever, then you don't have free will because you're just always doing one thing, right? Maybe the problem isn't solved.
It's a good thing. It's a good way to fool them, though.
That's true. Orca for $5 says, Sam Buckets said that ChatGPT said the ChatGPT diss was racist.
In the
What?
debate, in the Republican debate. Sounds like Sam Cedar said Chris
Chris he said that
Christie's. Yeah.
How is it racist?
I figured out, maybe you figured this out when we had our conversation. The comment results were mixed. A lot of people really liked our recap just because they thought it was funny and fun. Yeah. So there were some people, and I watched a bunch of people who
You mean mixed in terms of whether they agree with our assessment?
No, mixed in terms of the content. Because I'm thinking, look, the election is coming up.
Right.
Sitch and I are super smart. I would argue smarter than most content creators talking about the election. Yeah. Look, let's be clear here. Obviously, we have a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Anna Kasparian is easily as smart as us on the election stuff.
Very true.
Sam Cedar, not so much. Like, I don't want certain people I don't want to throw under the bus. Certain people I do. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Depending upon how much I like them.
Right.
Not
how
biased.
They ought to come back on the show.
Not biased at all.
Yeah.
But the question is, how should Sitch and Adam do our election coverage content? Now, I noticed everybody kind of did the same thing, and Sitch and Adam did something completely different.
What did everyone do?
So everyone watched the debate together with their audience, basically not pausing or saying anything. Maybe a minor
which is stealing.
Which a minor interjection here or there. I mean, look, QVC is going to come in here and say, well, it's a completely different experience. Look, I'm here. You can watch it while I'm here watching it.
Right.
Okay. But Sitch and I did not do that. Sitch and I watched the debate intently on our own and took notes and did a recap that kind of turned into a really funny play-by-play recap like you might get from some sports announcer, basically recapping the game.
Right.
And I mean, it was a lot of fun. Like, we just went crazy with all kinds of crazy shit that didn't happen in the debate, but kind of happened metaphorically. And a lot of people were into that. And I looked at other people's coverage, which was standard, watch the debate together and then talk about it for 30 minutes and not really say anything
of value,
deep, interesting, or profound.
Right.
Because how can you even remember? Like, you're not really taking notes because you're live streaming at the same time. And I felt like our coverage just blew the other coverage out of the water because of the way that we did it. So,
well,
and the views were great.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing we could do, I guess, is if we wanted to watch it live, which we would get more views, but we would pause it. We would just do it like we do a normal video. We just pause it as we're watching it.
Yeah, I thought of that we could take all of our notes and, well, I guess we wouldn't have to take as extensive notes.
Yeah, because we'd be just breaking it down as it happens. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know which way I like better.
Well, the thing is, you couldn't pause it.
Why not?
Well, you couldn't pause it. Well, the way I watched it on Fox Business.
Yeah, right.
Fox
if it was
News.
on YouTube,
we would have to record it and then replay it and pause it as we went.
Or we'd have to be watching it, because I was watching it on my computer on Fox.
Yeah, but you can't pause, like I just said.
Well, we would have to pause it. It'd be annoying because you could pause it. I paused it. We'd have to pause it like I'd have to tell you I'm pausing it, and you'd have to pause it on your end.
You paused it?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I paused it and didn't work.
No, I mean, I did. I paused it. I went back because sometimes they'd say something. I'd be like, wait, what did they say?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a feature in my player. I watched it on the Fox website.
So did I.
Okay.
Maybe it was a browser thing. I watched on my phone at one point, and I could pause it, but I couldn't rewind it. So.
Oh, see, I couldn't pause or rewind or anything. Like, I looked for those features, and I was like, I would have to OBS this if we were going to watch it again. But anyway, I thought our coverage was interesting. It seemed like a lot of people in the comments really dug it.
Okay.
The first bunch of comments were from people who watched it live and said, "Oh, it would have been way better with the clips." I think it would be better with maybe a few clips, but not like there's some areas that are so fucking boring.
Right.
Yeah. I think the best content, and I don't know that we could do this because we might have, I mean, maybe if CT was clipping out the best moments and had that ready for us so that we could respond to those best moments.
Well, what we should have done was we should have I think you didn't think they'd be funny. I think we should have clipped our silly recaps. I think people would have liked that.
Right. Okay.
So maybe we'll do that for the next time. Assuming something interesting
We keep
happens.
drifting, and I don't know if this is you or CT, but we keep drifting into like publishing clips that are 2 weeks old, and it's just
It's just because like it's sometimes a lot of these clips just never get monetized. So then there'll be like old clips that are monetized,
Right.
and all the new clips are still not monetized.
right.
So that's why that happens.
My philosophy is that you have to publish clips from this live stream you have 1 week. You have till Friday to publish clips from like this live stream here.
There you go, CT. You have till Friday.
If they don't get up, but they make it into the account, they immediately become classic clips that we can publish in 2 months when people will go, oh yeah, I remember this.
I see.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's why there's a bunch of clips that are actually in the account that are from like now, like a year ago, 6 months ago,
Right.
because those clips never got published. Yeah. Yeah. That's the philosophy.
Hey,
The
thanks so much.
Publishing it like 2 weeks after is the wrong spot.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I don't know what to do if it's just the new clips are all demonetized and we just have to sit on them
Right.
forever. Because
we might
sucks.
have to actually curb our cursing.
I don't even know if it's the cursing because the cursing's all censored and all the clips always get
Not
monetized
all the way
anyway.
through.
Oh. I thought
I was
CT
gonna
was adding
say-
a little censor sound
Look,
effect.
I was going to say, we're going to have to curb our cursing,
Yeah.
or CAT is going to have to edit out all of the cursing.
I see. I'm trying to curb my cursing.
Right. Fuck yeah. Me
Okay.
too.
There you go.
Look,
Tidge,
sometimes you're just angry and you
I know.
have to say it. It's
the elephant comes out.
right. The elephant curses.
Tidge, thanks so much for the 14 months and the heart. Though I see in chat you said, "What the fuck? My whole message was replaced by the emoji." What was your message, Tidge?
Yeah. Tell us.
Does Watch Together work with Rumble? The debate was on Rumble. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if I've ever tried. You can experiment.
The thing is, Fox was being totally belligerent about whether or not you could stream the debate. And then they reverse themselves, I guess 15 minutes before the debate. So a lot of people who didn't necessarily care stream the debate, but
Yeah. What's weird is it's always no one knows until the day of. Sometimes
Right.
they care, sometimes they don't care. So. Because I know, I know Sam Cedar, they literally just streamed the entire debate.
yeah,
And then
I
they
saw a
talked
bunch of
over
people
it.
do that.
And you couldn't even understand them because they're talking over other people talking. So it was stupid. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. Our coverage was amazing. I want you to know.
That's true. But anyway, yeah, I don't understand how ChatGPT diss was racist. I don't understand the connecting tissue there.
Because Barack Obama, he cribbed lines from Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is black, and therefore,
No. Calling Vivek ChatGPT, how is that racist?
because he's saying you're plagiarizing from someone else.
Is
And
that what that means? I don't
Yeah.
think that's what okay. I interpret it to mean something like robotic, like he's like a robot. So I don't know. Whatever. Don't worry about it. A team tucks me into bed, while S class are the crumbs I shoot out of the cover and save for later. Okay. Hi, Wormy.
Wormy says hi. And what is it? The crumbs from under the covers? What?
Yes, but he's gonna
What-
save for later, so you could take it.
Okay. I'm not sure I fully understand what happened there, but
Right. Patrick Mulligan for $20. Thank you, Patrick. Says Sitch, when Destiny jokingly owned the sexist position in the 2v1 abortion debate, He disarmed the attack path and was able to redirect the conversation back to the point he was making. What is wrong with this approach? I'd have to go back and look at that clip. I don't actually remember the conversation. I don't remember him owning the sexist position. I have to go look at it.
Well,
I remember
is not
the
as
conversation.
bad
You're
as-
talking about when he was on the No Jumper podcast, right? Not No Jumper. The whatever. One of those fucking all women suck podcasts. They have like the background that says the name of the podcast a million fucking times.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I know what stream you're talking about, but I don't remember the actual interaction.
Did
Do
you see the drama about Fresh and Fit getting demonetized?
I saw that it happened. I didn't watch the clip you sent me where they talked about it.
Oh.
Was it about they were doing all the super racist stuff? So they got demonetized, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I saw that they were just on Tim. I saw for some stupid reason Tim Pool was helping them. So I was like, oh, great. Thank you, Tim.
Right. Yeah.
Good job. Idiot. But
ABBA and Peach did a video.
Preach.
ABBA and Preach.
Yes.
Did a video where they had the clips, because I had never seen the clips. I had heard tell of one of them putting on a Klan hood with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
Giving the Romans. No, I didn't see it until I watched ABBA and Preach's video.
Right.
And I thought,
that wasn't on YouTube though, so I don't know if that's why I don't think that's why they got demonetized, but
listen, it doesn't matter if it's not on YouTube. They don't care.
Was YouTube demonetized based off off-platform behavior?
They will if it's egregious.
If you're putting on a KKK hood and throwing up a Hitler salute?
With Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
How can you not think that you're totally risking your YouTube platform?
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Look, ABBA and Preach, and you should watch that video, Sitch, because ABBA and Preach, the argument that they made, it's mostly ABBA.
Right.
ABBA is the taller one, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know what ABBA looks like. I don't know what the height difference is between the two of them.
Well, they stand together in the videos, so
I've only ever seen ABBA talk to Destiny. I don't think I've ever watched their individual content.
I don't think Preach
even know
has
what Preach
ever
looks like.
Look, I don't think Preach has ever talked to Destiny.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know what Preach looks like.
So ABBA makes an argument that YouTube is basically your employer, and if you look at it any way else, you're just naive, and you can't do that kind of stuff because you're making your employer look bad.
Right.
I mean, he makes a very cogent argument. Yeah.
Listen, first of all, Adam, I know why you would say this, because obviously brands don't care if their ads on YouTube play after racist and sexist people, because no one would ever associate that with the brand.
Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. Someone in the chat said, Destiny said, yes, I'm sexist, and proceeds with his point. Okay, so if what happened in the conversation was they accused Destiny of being sexist, and he said, yes, I'm sexist, and he dismissed it and just kept talking.
Why is he stealing my thing?
Okay. So you have to understand the dynamic of the conversation. So if the dynamic of the conversation is that Destiny is a progressive, right? So he's the left-wing progressive talking to some evil right-wingers, right? And the right-wingers accuse him of being sexist, and he just says, I am, and continues talking. That's fine. Because the perception will be from the left, oh, those right-wingers don't actually think he's sexist. They don't actually care about sexism. They're just trying to do some kind of gotcha, and Destiny's just dismissing it. If you are debating someone on the left, and they throw you the sexist or the racist, and you just accept it, and I mean, obviously it can depend on the circumstances, right? Like, you could just say, yeah, sure, whatever, and just move on, right? It'd be different than just saying, like, yes, I'm sexist. Like, kind of the way that you did, Adam, or the way that some other people do when they have these conversations. That's dumb.
Right. You were very offended when I did it. But obviously the prohibition on sexism is a lot
different than racist.
Yeah, obviously.
If you did it, I still think it wouldn't be great, but if you did it just to dismiss it, say, yeah, sure, I'm sexist, and then just immediately move on to something else, that's very different than the way that I was talking about. So
right.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like I'm a little teeny bit sexist, so I do feel like it.
Okay, look at this sexist.
Well, I perceive of sexism as in this day and age, it's acknowledging biological sex differences, which I don't think many people are
look at this
able to
fucking
do.
bigot.
Look,
I'm not sexist.
Do you acknowledge that biological sex differences exist?
Yeah, but these are averages. You shouldn't assume these things before you interact with someone.
There are plenty of situations where there are not averages. The distributions don't even overlap.
Such as?
Strength. Upper body strength.
Okay, first of all, the distributions do overlap on body strength, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Secondly,
no, they don't.
Yes, they do. Secondly,
no, they don't.
Obviously, there's women that are stronger than men. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, maybe you're right.
Yeah, you think if you like went up against some female bodybuilder, you're gonna like beat her in arm wrestling? I don't know how to break this to you, but you're not.
They overlap at the very tails, though. It's like,
look at this guy,
non-existent.
Okay, so
if you take out the tails of the distribution, they do not overlap.
Okay. Generally, in terms of behavior and personality that we're talking about, there's always going to be some level of overlap.
If you take out the extremes of the distribution, they do not overlap.
Okay, this is dumb.
Sticking with it.
Okay. Anyway,
I stand firm.
This is retarded.
Sitch is a sexist.
How is Mr. I'm so triggered by stereotypes over here? Like, listen, stereotypes are fine against women.
It's not a stereotype if it's reality. My whole point
Listen to this fucking... Oh my God. What am I dealing with? What am I... Chat, help me here.
Look.
This is retarded.
I don't like stereotypes because they throw people inadvertently under the bus. But if those people are already under the bus...
Terrible. Oh my God. Anyways... Dr. Diddler for $5. S-Class General. Perfect timing. Says A-Team sets records for least insight added on EFAP and signs himself up to Little League Baseball to ruin some kid's dream. S-Class is the best class.
Dr. Diddler sent me a message yesterday asking me to speak up more on EFAP.
Is that why you got really loud all of a sudden?
And I didn't see the message until after I left.
That's funny. You got like really loud all of a sudden. I assumed you like turned your volume way up or something.
Because Discord messes with your fucking mic. So if I don't say anything, as soon as I come in, Discord, like I'm not saying anything, and Discord cranks my mic up to 100.
Right.
And then as soon as I speak, it's like, oh shit, look, he's talking. Dial it down to 35 where it was before. Why'd you dial it up to 100, you fucking dipshit?
There you go.
Look, this is why I hate Discord. It completely fucks over my mic settings.
Stock for 2 hours says, what is a racist woman?
A racist woman is a woman who is prejudiced based on race.
Yeah, I don't remember the context of that stuff. William Vance, thank you so much for being 14-month discipline equals freedom. Says most leaders of the civil rights movement change into power and revenge moments after they get the big wins. See modern feminism, civil rights, boxing with shadows to continue being paid. Well, I think, yeah, it's interesting because it doesn't seem like it's not like the same people. It's like the next generation,
right,
also wants to like find purpose and meaning through struggle, and so they kind of envision that they're in the same place that they were. And since that's obviously not true, they have to create more complicated justifications to explain why things are just as bad and why whatever the previous generation didn't work, which is kind of exactly what Derek Bell did. So
this is why every society should avoid an activist class, because once your identity becomes wrapped up in some kind of activism and that problem is solved, you have an identity crisis.
Right.
So you should approach activism from, become a doctor or an attorney or a comic book artist or a live streamer, whatever your vocation is. And you adopt activism as problems need to be solved.
Right.
So it's not becoming my identity isn't wrapped up in, I'm Greta Thunberg, the climate change activist, right? And then as soon as that problem is solved, your identity is completely crushed.
Yeah, where would you do then? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Stug said, it's a combination of the question, what is a woman? And what is a racist? What is a racist woman? I like it.
Oh yeah.
We'll have to ask Matt Walsh this.
Right. We should ask Matt Walsh that.
Ag Lahir for 9 months. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, I just noticed I've been a member for 9 months and watching for much longer, but haven't been subscribed. Anyways, that's rectified now. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being a subscriber.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that
lot.
watch us, we come up on the feed every Sunday and Tuesday, and they just watch. They're not actually subscribed. So get the sub. Lord Cameron for 5 months. Thanks so much. With the crab emoji. Crab. Very crabby of you, yes.
Love it.
Dog Eater for $2 says, Sitch to Israel. Make Aliyah. It's your birthright. What is Aliyah?
I don't know.
Aliyah.
Supposedly your birthright. Probably something.
Aliyah in Hebrew means ascent or going up. The Jewish Aliyah is the immigration of Jews from the diaspora.
Do you have to go to Israel once? You've already been to Israel.
I've been to Israel once.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you got that taken care of.
I got that taken care of. I've been to Israel. It was an interesting trip. I enjoyed it.
But have you been to...
Went with my temple with a bunch of Jews.
Look, I think playing craps with your buddies is a rite of passage.
That's true. I didn't go on birthright, though. I did not go on a birthright. So.
That's when you go on your birthday?
No, birthright is a program where, I don't know what age you are. It's if you're Jewish and of a certain age, there's some organization where you can go with a bunch of kids your age to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I was never really that interested. The only reason I went with my temple was because my family was like, let's go to Israel. I was like, I don't really want to. And they're like, please. I was like, fine.
Your family begged you to go to Israel with them?
Essentially, yeah. I didn't really give a shit. But I mean, I'm glad in retrospect, I'm glad I went. It was interesting.
Right.
I'm glad I went there. Though, of course, the best part of going to Israel had nothing to do with anything religious.
Was it the food?
Actually, it was funny. The best food I had in Israel was at some random ass stand, like a cart. And this guy, he literally, what he would do is you'd order the food, and it was just a pita bread that was open, and he would put chicken in it, and then he put hummus in it, and then he put French fries in it all together.
Wow!
And you just eat it as
delicious,
as a sandwich kind of pita thing, and it was like, oh, like this is fucking amazing. Holy shit! But no, the best thing was the Red Sea.
The Red Sea, because you got to float.
Yes, it's
the buoyancy in the Red Sea.
Yes, it's so weird because the salt density is so high.
Right,
it's so bizarre because you have to literally push yourself down to not float. It's such a bizarre sensation, and you won't experience it anywhere else unless you've been in some kind of weird. I don't even know what else would produce that sensation, but it was super cool. I wish I could stay there longer, but obviously you can't just sit in the water because it's so salty. Your skin dries out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't sucks the water out of you.
Yeah, you don't want to be in there for too long. But it was just very cool experience. Kind of just be in this really floaty water.
Sounds awesome.
The Dead Sea, not the Red Sea, whatever. The Dead Red Sea. It was the Dead. You're right. It was the Dead Sea. Okay. PC for $2 says, hi, Adam.
Hi. Hello. Got to get my Rags impersonation down.
There you go. Look at you can't just steal Rags' bit.
Hello.
Okay. You're not allowed to do that.
It's a homage.
Max Lass for $5 says neo-Marxist deconstruction and postmodernism with blinders on. They have a universal acid they use on all their enemies but shield from themselves. True. Very true.
Yes.
Lucifer the Doberman for $2 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme.
That's in all caps, Sitch. Supposed to scream it at the top of your lungs. Let's test that mic out. Make sure it's not clipping. We're waiting.
Can you hear that when I do that?
We're waiting.
Is Zoom cutting that out? I can't tell.
What are you screaming?
No, I'm going, making little popping sounds.
Oh, I heard that pop. Yeah, that one I heard. Just scream it. Scream it like your life depends on it. Pretend you've been abducted by a serial killer and you're in his lair, buried deep within the earth. And the only way I will rescue you is if you yell A-Team reigns supreme.
Listen, we have a trolley problem. Okay, on one track is me saying A-Team reigns supreme.
Right.
On the other track, actually, this doesn't work. I don't even know where I'm going.
Is a beautiful sentient robot.
I'm killing the A-Team reigns supreme every time. Okay.
Oh, really?
The version of me that says it. So
100 sexy sentient robots.
Right.
Are on the other track.
So Patrick, you sent me the clip from the Destiny conversation. It's just, and I just looked at it. It's just exactly what I said. It's because of the dynamic of him being on the left and the people being on the right. So
right, yeah.
So the assumption is that he doesn't mean it. Okay. Sammy G, look at that. Brigadier General of Art and Degeneracy, Sammy G for $5. Says, if it makes you feel better, Adam, I'll fix the power imbalance of A-Team in the Dojin. Uh-oh.
Nice. Yeah, please do, Sammy. Thank you.
Please don't do that.
Thank you for thinking of us.
Don't do that. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm considering dual citizenship for you, Sammy.
Look at this. Traitor. Naxos for $5. Oh, I read that one. Who's Doberman for $2 Canadian says, get Devin Tracy on. Pass.
Whoa, my goodness. Look, Lucifer the Doberman, you were on the outs with Devin Tracy. What happened with that?
Yeah, are you back in? God, you were like brutal with him. Jesus.
You were a patron of his for, I think, like 20 years or something, and he completely threw you under the bus and blocked you, called you a Sitch and Adams simp. What happened there? You let that slide?
What happened?
That can't be good. That can't make you feel good.
No, Lucifer said some very mean things to him. To Devin.
To Devin. I know. It was awesome. I saw him on Twitter.
It's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jay for 13 months. Thanks, Jay. Says Americans aren't just reporting racism at an increasing rate. Blacks born post the 90s report more discrimination than people that grew up under Jim Crow. Is this fucking true? Holy shit.
That can't be.
That's hilarious if that's true. I gotta check that out. That's insane.
Well, I mean, are they going to the mall and not being able to find a parking spot and going, racism?
Right, yeah, I don't know.
Are they just little injustices in life? They're like, oh, I had to wait in line. Racism.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's true. Like people who like live through actual overt racism and then there's no overt racism, they're probably like, this is so nice.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And the people that didn't and they think everything's racist are like, everything's racist. And they're like, what are you talking about? Death by Sloth for 17 months. Thank you so much. 17 months. Death by Sloth says, I flirted with socialism because I had a good upbringing and a strong fairness moral foundation. And it isn't fair. I had plenty while others didn't. Yeah, I think that's definitely the number one factor. 100%. I think that's what it is.
Right.
That'd be my guess.
That causes people to do that little flirtation.
Yeah, or to become socialist. Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what's motivating people.
My experience was I always heard people talk about Marxism in derogatory terms.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think, maybe I would like this Marxism.
Because you're such a contrarian.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a rebel, obviously. So I always was like, I would like to understand that Marxism more. Yeah. But look, when I grew up, we didn't have this thing called the internet that you could just pull a phone out of your pocket and do a search. You're on the couch checking your Twitter and just, I'm interested in Marxism. Let me look, see what I can find. You'd have to go to the library. You'd have to read some boring books. You couldn't get someone's just translation. Oh, this is Marxism. You have to take a class on it in university. There are all these barriers. I was like, I'm interested in that, but I think I'd like to hang out with my girlfriend tonight. Right? So it's just a completely different dynamic. Now you just have all that stuff at your fingertips. It's great. It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah, you can learn about all this stuff. You can think, maybe I am into, no, maybe I'm not into Marxism. Who's this frat boy chode? He seems to like it. What's this? What's going on here? What's this all about?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this Nimrod.
It's funny. I found this. I was trying to find the poll. I couldn't find it exactly, but I did find a poll that said perceptions of progress for Black Americans after civil rights. And the poll starts in 1995, and it says, so 83% of people in 1995 said we're a combination of greatly or somewhat improved for for progress for Black Americans. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In 1995, it starts at 83% for improvement. All up until 2011, it just goes up. Just continually slopes up to 89%. Okay.
Nice.
2013.
Almost 90%.
Right. 2013, it first drops to 87%. It goes down to.
What year?
2013.
2013.
And then all the way from 2013 to 2020, it just goes down. It just drops down to 59%. So you can see it's like all about racism. So
I am just going off intuition here, but what happened in 2013? When
that
was
was woke stuff started happening.
Okay.
That's what happened. That's when
my intuition was Trayvon Martin. I feel like
maybe
that was the first.
That could be too. Yeah, that could be true too.
The first situation that really was race catalyzed. Well, I guess there was like Rodney King, obviously, but we're searching for an event that took place around 2013. I guess the George Zimmerman Trayvon Martin thing was February 26, 2012.
Well, it's interesting. So when they break it down by racial category specifically, so for Black Americans, 1995, it starts at 76%, believing there's been an improvement. Then, interestingly, for some reason, it slopes down all up until 2003. I don't know why. It's just sloping down and then it slopes down to 71%.
Send me a screenshot of this. So
Okay.
I can bring it up.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I don't know what caused this
I want to see it.
specifically.
The audience wants to see it. We want to understand it.
No. Fuck
We
you.
want to see the reality
You
of
just
the
have to take my word
situation.
for it, okay?
We want to feel it in our bones.
Really?
Yeah. Look,
Yeah.
want to feel it in our American bones and our non-American bones, since a lot of people outside America listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Want to understand it.
Right.
So were we supposed to talk? Let me see if I have my notes. Oh, I didn't talk about that. Maybe I'll save it.
What?
I still have on my list. I want to talk to you more about masculine storytelling, but now is not the time.
Masculine storytelling? Oh my fucking god.
And whether or not storytelling is.
I understand.
innate.
I'm just fucking with you.
We'll save that for another
What's that
time.
for another time?
I have a list of things that I want to talk about as to make videos. So
Okay. Did you bring up the chart?
I'll bring it up. Hell yeah. This chart looks amazing.
You got charts and graphs and graphics. Very important business.
This is all about the racism, right? That's what we're looking at here.
No ooh-woos tonight, please.
Ooh.
That wasn't an ooh. That was an ooh.
Ooh.
You're just doing an ooh. You're like a little pigeon.
I feel sad. No one can do a ooh woo woo.
There you go.
Perceptions of improvements in civil rights for Black Americans by race and ethnicity. An ethnic group, rather.
Yes. Question is, thinking back
okay, go ahead.
over your lifetime, how do you feel civil rights for Black adults have changed in this country? Would you say the situation has greatly improved, somewhat improved, stayed pretty much the same, somewhat worsened, or greatly worsened?
Right.
Okay,
The chart starts off at 1995.
So these are only people that responded as greatly or somewhat improved.
Right.
The green line is Black adults, the blue line is white adults, and the dotted line is Hispanic adults.
Right.
Okay. So it's very interesting. So with Black adults, you see, starts at 76 and it slopes down to 71. I don't know why. What's going on from 1995 to 2003? What's going on there?
Yeah. Who was president then? This is George W. Bush, right? And Iraq.
Yeah, but George W. Bush was still president. Well, no, it was Clinton and Bush.
Yeah, Iraq. 2000 was when Bush got elected, and Iraq took place in 2004. So that's all after this.
Yeah, but so I don't know what's going on. This is all like Bill Clinton mostly.
Monica Lewinsky happened,
I thought Bill Clinton was supposed to be the first Black president.
Right. Well, this is probably this. I mean, didn't this happen with Obama? I guess we're going to look at Obama here. Everyone made Clinton president, and then he didn't do anything for the Black community. So
right. So anyway,
well, the Black goes up though.
Yeah, but why in 2003? For some reason, some magic happens. I don't know what changed. Things start going all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, until 2011. They reached their zenith at 85.
Right.
And then after that, Obama's president. It starts to drop, and it just crashes. As wokeness ramps up, it just gets worse and worse and worse.
It does, yeah.
So it does recover slightly at the end, but
its zenith is at 2011.
Yeah.
Well, right between 2011 and 2013 is that Trayvon Martin thing, which was all anyone was talking about.
But it's interesting because if you look at the slope, it goes down, but then you see after 2015, it's like that's when the real drop occurs. Like the slope is much steeper at that point.
Right.
So to me, I don't know, when you look at this graph, it just really shows you how wokeness makes everyone miserable.
Yeah.
So
it's declining for Blacks and whites in lockstep too.
Yeah, that's what's interesting too.
Everyone hates it.
Even if it's different rates, it's still following the same pattern.
Right.
So okay.
Sucks. You know what I think would make this chart better?
What?
A blunt.
Oh my God, that's racist. You need to stop. It's not a blunt, it's a joint.
Okay.
Christian Baller for $5 says Adam also needs to watch Chainsaw Man. He will really relate to the main character.
I might watch an episode of Mob Psycho tonight.
You should, yeah.
Sounds great. Season 1, how many seasons do I have to watch?
There's only 2, I think, so far. I don't know if season 3 ever came out yet. If it did, I never saw it. So it's not long. Christian Baller for $5 says, Adam, I go to Bath and Body Works all the time. I use 2 different body creams a day on my face/body every day. My quote, hormone secret.
Nice. Is that Axe body spray? Or is that just all hype?
Uh-huh.
Look, you don't use Axe
season 3
body
is
spray?
out, and I missed it. I never watched it.
Look at that.
There you go.
I got to catch up.
Season 4's got to be the last one then, because comics already over, so. Sitch, it's all completed, 3 seasons. Oh, is season 3 the end? Is there no season 4? Did they get to the end in season 3? I'll have to check it out. Seller for $5 says, quote, Free your mind and the rest will follow. Be colorblind and don't be so shallow. En Vogue, 1992. Based.
I like it.
I like it.
That was a song from En Vogue?
Apparently.
Wow.
Hurl Hay for 12 months. Thanks so much, Hurl Hay. Says, despite the Nigerian CBN regulating the banks out of making YouTube payments, I've managed to become a member for a year thanks to JMac. Well, that's great. Interesting.
Nice.
I have no fucking clue what's going on in Nigeria with the regulation of YouTube payments. Joshua, sorry for $10, says, Jamel and I were good friends all through high school. We debated politics so much everyone thought we hate each other. It's a shame to see his takes have gotten worse over the years. Wait, really?
Wow.
You're not memeing us, Joshua? That's very interesting.
Wow.
That's fascinating. Listen, Joshua, you guys should come debate on our show again. Okay, it'll be like
Yeah, reach out to him. See if you can get him on our show.
Yeah,
We'd like to talk to him.
You guys should debate. That'd be very interesting.
Maybe I'll reach out to him. Share this super chat here.
Did you know this guy?
Yeah. Look, I just want to know his position.
DOS Apprentice for $5 says, I had a dream the other night that Adam was hunting me down for promoting negative stereotypes. I need to lay off the A-team. Sitch, play the game. Yeah, I know, I keep forgetting.
I had a dream the other night. Adam was hunting me down for promoting negative stereotypes.
Yes.
Good. That means my regimen is working. You're already curbing your own.
Except you're fine with it for
behavior.
sexism, so you don't care.
No, it's not.
You've ruined your stereotype cred.
Sexism doesn't create negative stereotypes.
Yes, what the fuck are you talking? Oh my god.
The negative stereotypes
that
are being created about women are that women stand a chance competing against men in certain sports.
It's that they shouldn't work. They should be at home making babies.
No, that's not. The negative stereotype.
That is the negative stereotype. What are you talking about?
No, it's not.
Do you not listen to Just Pearly things?
Look, you're memeing, but
women shouldn't vote, she says.
Did you see the interview with John McEnroe where all of the lady reporters were talking about how men and women could compete in tennis, and John McEnroe was like laughing in their faces?
Yeah, that's retarded. And we're not obviously that's retarded.
Okay, well, they have a stereotype that is inaccurate. The stereotype is women can play tennis as well as men.
Well, that's not a stereotype. Stereotype would be women can't play tennis as well as men.
No, the stereotype is that women can play tennis as well as men, even though that's completely false.
That's not a stereotype. What the fuck? What is this? It's not what a stereotype is. What are you talking about?
The stereotype is men and women are identical to one another.
No, stop. That is just a wrong belief. Okay, a stereotype is specifically when you have a widely held belief that's about a specific group.
Women.
Right. It's not a stereotype. Usually a negative stereotype.
The widely held belief is that women are equally strong as men.
That's not a stereotype.
How is it not?
It's just okay. It's the stereotype is that women are all weak. Women are all weaker than men, which you literally said in this conversation.
That is the old stereotype, which has been replaced by the stereotype.
Oh, I see. I understand. You're saying there's a new stereotype now.
Yes.
Okay. That's not.
Exactly.
I don't think that's. I don't want to agree. I don't agree with that. But I think it's just. I wouldn't call it a stereotype.
Okay. Well, I don't know what you.
I just don't understand why you're taking this.
If a person has a belief that women are as strong as men, and many people do, what do you call it then? That's just, I guess, just a belief.
And stereotypes change over time? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they do often.
I agree. I don't agree with you. I would not call the women can do anything. I wouldn't call that a stereotype.
Okay.
So.
part of the stereotype of women is that they are strong.
That's fine. I'm going to Minecraft myself. Lana for 8 months says liberals must reclaim the mantle of anti-wokeness from these illiberal conservatives like Matt Walsh, Kirk, and Knowles who are dominating the conversation. I agree completely.
They can't call themselves liberals, though, because...
Well, they're not, specifically.
Conservatives must reclaim the mantle of anti-wokeness from illiberal conservatives like Walsh, Kirk, and Knowles.
Yeah, well, most conservatives still believe in liberalism. Knowles, at least, doesn't specifically.
Right. Yeah.
I would assume Walsh and Kirk don't either, but they're more guarded about it.
I know what you mean. Right. It is ironic that you have so many conservatives talking about individual rights and individual freedom and don't make me wear your mask. And yet, at the same time, if you asked them about liberals, they'd be, oh, liberals, fuck those liberals. Oh, my God, liberals are what's destroying the country. Right?
Right. Fudgical, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome.
Just be 1005. Thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom.
Sweet. That's a nice tier.
RJ,
thanks for your support.
Yeah, thank you. RJ McDougalheim for 3 months says 3 months. Love you guys. As a bald man, I demand equal representation here. So tired of you all you Harrys putting us down. Hire me or you're baldest. Well, there you go.
I love it.
What do you mean my avatar doesn't have... Well, actually, my avatar does have hair, but you can't really tell.
You made him bald in the comic, so...
That's true. It was easier to draw.
Yeah, it's true.
Hendrik Jan, thanks so much for the 4 months, says S-Class is the best class.
Yeah. But A-Team, they reign supreme.
Yep. Gene the European for $5 says Randy Newman once sang, short people.
Oh, I remember this.
No reason to lose. They got little hands and little eyes, and they walk around telling great big lies.
Wow.
Short people got no reason to live. I guess my best Randy Newman. I can't really do his very bizarre voice.
I remember when that song came out.
That's a great song. That song is awesome.
Right.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Is that how it sounds out? Sounds like this?
If women are on average shorter than men.
I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
If women are on average.
You've never seen Toy Story?
Yeah, I've seen Toy Story. What about Toy Story?
They'll forget it.
Do they do a play on short people got no reason?
Short people got no reason to live in Toy Story.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember. You don't remember the part in Toy Story where because don't you remember Woody is taller than Buzz? How do you not remember this? You know how like Buzz is short?
Oh, yeah.
And Woody does like a whole rendition about how Buzz shouldn't live because he's too short.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember this? Oh, okay.
But they don't use the short people song, do they?
They do, yeah.
Oh, okay. Look, it's been Toy Story came out 20 years ago, 25 years ago. How long ago did Toy Story?
It's an old movie, yeah.
Kind of crazy that's an old movie now.
That's true. It's a jungle out there. That's right. If you ever watch Monk.
Toy Story. Let's see here. 1995.
Oh, yeah. True.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That was before I moved to LA.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
A good movie.
Yeah. Ancient history.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
That's almost 30 years ago.
Jesus Christ.
And you want me to remember
the
fucking song in that movie.
Everyone remembers this song in Toy Story, okay?
Well, your parents probably sat you in front of the TV to watch Toy Story 35 times.
No, I've only seen
it Toy Story once.
A handful of times. So
I saw it once in the movie theater and never thought about it again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just made everything up, by the way. Just want you to know that I gaslit the fuck out of you.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
I knew there wasn't.
No, you didn't. You were like, it's not my fault. I remember this. It was so long ago. You were 100% gaslit. You were 100% gaslit.
Why would you do that? Look, you totally threw your credibility. You flushed your credibility down the toilet now.
Everyone in chat knew I was fucking with you.
They're like, what? You mean if I could have just read the chat, I would have?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You Got a Friend in Me was the song, was a Randy Newman song from Toy Story. That was very famous.
Yeah, I do remember that.
You got a friend in me.
That makes more sense. I can't
You
imagine.
got a friend in me.
I can't imagine Woody running around going, short people got no reason.
No reason to leave. That's right. Woody Allen was running around. Not Woody Allen. Tim Allen was running around. Wait, not Tim Allen. Tom Hanks. Tim Allen was Buzz Lightyear. Tom Hanks was running around saying,
Yeah, what are you doing?
that's true. Actually, I was
Snow
just
Mob
super
Psycho.
gaslighting you. I don't know if you know this. The movie Toy Story doesn't actually exist. I just made it up.
I just looked it up. 1995. What are you talking about?
Shit. I put it in your computer. It's all a ruse.
It worked.
Okay. That'd actually be really funny if I could like put like fake movie, if I could sneak fake old movies onto IMDb and just like have conversations with people to see if they'll like go along with it. gaslight them and thinking that they saw this movie.
I've seen Destiny do that in a debate where he makes shit up and the person agrees with him and then he's like, I just made that up.
Wow.
But I never really agreed. I mean, I just was like, okay, well, if you say so. But I wasn't going, oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember
That's
that.
good.
Yeah.
Hendrik Jam for 4 months says S-Class is the best class. Thank you.
Hypothetically.
Randy Newman also has a really good Faust album, which I've talked about several times on the stream. If you like Randy Newman, check out Randy Newman Faust. He plays the devil. It's great. Contrast for 5 Walls, he says, I didn't know Adam was in a Sydney Lebanese gang. Wow.
What does that mean?
Is this true? You're in a Lebanese gang in Sydney?
No.
I feel like you are. I feel like that is true.
Maybe it's Lebanese gangs do cheating on blackjack. Maybe that's the reference.
Oh, you mean, yeah. I'm assuming that was a reference.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
To create context for 2 hours says, where's the Doom Squad at? Well,
They were in chat earlier, but
right. Was Doom Squad for Doomer?
Doom got mad when we did
Doom Squad for...
Doom got mad when I killed him in the trolley problem.
I see.
What a bitch.
It's too bad that Dev took D-bags, because that would have been perfect for Doomer.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, Dev. We should change it. Dev should be the degenerates. That seems more appropriate, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Dev's nice, but he's a degenerate. So, okay, we're officially changing it, everyone. Okay, the Short Fat Otaku gang is now the Degens.
Doesn't he have a certain name on his channel, though?
Doesn't matter what channel. This isn't our channel.
Right.
Okay. Dev is officially the Degens on this channel. That way, the Doom Squad can now be renamed correctly to the D-Bags.
Nice.
So there you go. Doomer has the official ranking of the D-Bags.
I like it.
Change Dev to D-Bags. Oh, wow. The D-Riders. That's pretty funny. Dev's team name should be the Short Chasers. That's pretty good. Short Chasers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We might have to go with that. Short Chasers is pretty good. I'll never remember it because it's not an alliteration, but Short Chasers is pretty good. We'll say Short Chasers or the D-Gens. There you go. Got the D-Bags for Doomer. The create context for $5 says, "What do you all think of the create context speech from Metal Gear Solid 2? Is there any truth to it?" Sent to Adam's DM.
I don't know. Do you know this speech?
Did he send it to you?
He says he did. I don't know if I got it.
Really? He
We
said he did? The thing that I just read, he said he did.
We could just look it up.
I did look it up. It's super long.
Okay. Give me the Cliff Notes.
I can't read it that fast. Okay.
Okay.
It's a 12-minute fucking conversation.
Well, we'll get back to you on it.
We'll get back to you. I don't know, because I've never played Metal Gear Solid 2. So
I think I have played Metal Gear Solid. I don't know if I played Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear Solid.
I played the
Solid
demo.
2.
That was the first level.
This is a first-person shooter, right?
No. It's the third person. Dun, 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 dun.
I don't distinguish.
Snake. It's not first person.
I don't distinguish between first and third person.
Okay. You're person blind? Your perspective blind?
The difference is so tiny. It's kind of
yeah, one of them you're first person. One of them you're fucking God floating above them. Yeah, there's very little difference.
Yeah, that's why. Look.
Yeah, okay.
You press one button and it toggles between the two.
Well, I mean, there are games like that, sure, but most games are not like that.
Do you play in third person or do you play in first
What
person?
game? Most games you cannot toggle between first and third person.
You can in Warhawk. You totally can.
I've never played Warhawk. The one game you could do this. Is Warhawk a shooty bang bang game?
Can you do it in Half-Life? Maybe you can't do it.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You were first person locked in.
Right. You got the arm sticking out in front of you?
Yeah.
How about Unreal Tournament?
First person.
Okay. Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
You're not gaslighting me, are you? I don't trust anything you're saying now.
That was the Pizza Hut demo at Zero Fox. Holy shit, I can't believe you even remember that.
I definitely have
It was the
played
Pizza Hut demo. Fuck. You just unlocked a core memory. Pizza Hut used to give you these PlayStation demo discs that had like a bunch of just different demos on it. It had like Spyro, Crash Bandicoot Racing, had a bunch of them. And since my parents never bought me any video games, I just played like all these demos like to death.
Oh, that sucks.
Yep.
Your parents were so cruel to you.
They were. Listen, you guys talk about like slavery and oppression. I had real oppression, okay? My parents.
Right. He only got the Pizza Hut demo, man.
I literally would play demos like a lot because that was all I had.
Tangible oppression.
Because listen, I was oppressed, okay? I was oppressed by my parents. They wouldn't buy me video games.
All that time I was out driving around in my convertible with my girlfriend.
Okay, but I was like 10. All right. My parents would not buy me GTA. They refused.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Look, when GTA came out, I was like, listen, I got to chill on the driving around with my girlfriend.
You're like, listen, girl, I got to play this video game. Fuck off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even I knew GTA was something to pay attention to. Yeah.
There was they would occasionally, if I complained hard enough, they would let me rent games from Blockbuster.
So, oh wow. Okay.
I did rent games. I was able to rent.
And then you'd go home and you'd play that game sun up till sundown.
That's why they didn't buy me games, because I played so much. They're like, fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
He's in his room. How long when's that game go back? It goes back tonight, I promise.
Exactly. Look, me and 1TF, what the fuck, 1A for $5. My exact experience. Pizza Hut demos and Blockbuster rentals, the only games you could get. True. That was it. That was literally it.
Look, I was a rich adult. I would just go out and buy like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, okay.
Some of them I wouldn't even play.
Yeah, well, look
I'd
at this
be
guy.
like, oh, look at
you're
this.
like, I'm standing on a mountain of games. I'm like, can I please spare some games?
I think I had Metal Gear Solid and I didn't even play the thing. I'm like, this game sucks.
It's funny because it was like, because I kind of listened before I joined EFAP. There's a video that was kind of talking about like whether people would finish games or not. of course, I finished every fucking game I ever had when I was a kid because I didn't have if I didn't finish a game, I had nothing to do. Of course, I finished them all like several times because my parents wouldn't get me a game. So
I finished it. Now it's time to finish it again.
yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, I did have the couple games I did have were great. I had Final Fantasy VII. I had Legends of Dragoon, which I played the fuck to death. Jesus, I feel like I should go play that game now. The nostalgia, it's weird. The nostalgia for Legend of Dragoon hits me so hard, so much harder than Final Fantasy VII. I don't know why. But
I have
damn.
nostalgia for like one game.
What's that?
Carmageddon 2.
Oh, there you go.
Carpocalypse Now.
Yep.
What was your game? I want to look it up.
Legend of Dragoon.
Legend of Dragoon.
It was Lavitz. It was a really good game. The voice acting was so bad that me and my friends would always like make fun of it constantly.
I mean,
the voice
this
acting
looks
was so awful.
Pretty fucking corny. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a PlayStation 1 game. Of course it's corny. They all look like shit now.
I gotta bring up some of these screens.
Oh my god.
It's so funny.
It's an RPG. It was a turn-based RPG.
It's so funny because when you're playing the game, you don't realize how good the technology is going to get. So you're like, "This is amazing."
Oh yeah, no, like when London Dune came out, the graphics were incredible, and the graphics for the cutscenes was so good.
Right.
But that's because it was comparing it to like Final Fantasy VII. So
of course,
like, oh my God,
yeah.
the graphics were so good, and now it's like, Jesus, looks like literal dog shit.
Yeah, you don't have that. Only in hindsight do you have that comparison to make.
The thing that was
You're
cool.
like, look at these little block sprites running around beating each other.
Exactly. The thing that was cool about Legend of Dragoon was it was a turn-based RPG, but unlike the normal RPGs where you just hit like attack and you attack, each character had continually different moves where there'd be these two squares that would kind of like float in and they would align up and you'd have to hit it right as it lined up to hit the next part of the combo.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to hit like 6 of these to do like the full move. Not what I mean?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, that's hard. You got to time it just right.
Yes. So
Bullshit.
it made the game a lot more interesting than just your normal attack.
Right.
You know.
Just how fast you can press a button.
It wasn't how fast. You had to time it.
No, I understand, but the other games were just about pressing mashing the button as quick as you could.
Right.
Which was like boring.
You just kind of like go to sleep and press the button.
Yeah.
So,
here you go.
There you go.
Let me just hammer this button here as much as possible.
Yes. There you go. I never used Maru though. I would use Dart and Rose all the time, but never Maru. So she sucked.
Oh, that's a bad thing?
There you go. Well, I mean, she was hot. I don't know.
Oh yeah. See if you can throw one of the cutscenes into the watch together.
I'm sorry, Abby. I didn't mean it like that, Abby. Abby, your art is like 10 times better than the graphics for Legend of Dragoon. Okay.
Oh no! Did you insult Abby?
No.
What did you do?
I didn't. Well, no, because he makes art with like the PS1 graphics.
Well, I mean, that is kind of a stylistic choice.
Right.
Yeah. When they did it with the PS1 graphics, it wasn't a stylistic choice. It was the best that they could possibly do.
Yeah, obviously. What do you want me to bring up?
One of the cutscenes.
Oh.
From the watch together. You know it's on YouTube. It's got to be.
I'm sure it is. Okay, let's see.
Your amazing cutscene.
Probably not that bad. Still, let's see. I haven't seen it in a long time.
The cutscenes were often, better.
They were usually, because it was just like computer generated. But the voice acting was real rough.
Because
I don't know. It was just really bad. Well, actually, the cutscenes on YouTube are look bad because they're all like
14p.
360p or something for some reason. It's not like, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember it looking this pixelatedly garbage, when it was on TV.
Because it's like ancient history.
Yeah.
You got to rebuild a PlayStation 1 in order to be able to play this game.
Yeah. So I don't know. So maybe it did look that bad because someone's like they used machine learning to somehow make it look like better.
Oh.
So I don't know. Maybe it did look that shitty. We talked about this where it says like when you look at things of old quality, I don't remember it being that old quality. So it's hard for me to, was it actually, that's how it actually looked? Or is it just something different about seeing it on TV and the technology changed to the computer? I don't know the answer to that question. Anyways.
Couldn't find anything to bring up.
Nah, it's not worth looking into.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I found a Legend of Dragoo cosplayer for you.
Legend of Dragoo.
What is it about my computer that always delivers me to the cosplayers eventually?
Because you type in Legend of Dragoon hot ladies.
No, I just typed in Legend of Dragoon.
Yeah, sure.
It's just in the images.
Uh-huh. Sure it is.
It couldn't be helped.
Yeah, sure. Okay, what did you bring up?
Nothing.
What sexy lady did you bring up? It always looked better on real TV. Yeah, I feel like it looked better. I don't know, but now you're saying Jay has saying that my mind filled in the gaps. Maybe you have to shrink the screen size. I guess that's it because the image has been. That's probably what the image has been stretched out. So, I mean, I guess that's the thing. So,
because it's 4:3.
Yeah, well, not just 4:3, but it's like 4:3 on a small screen, and now it's been like stretched to shit, on the giant monitor. So. But
I turned my monitor brightness down to like 8%, and it's so much better. Took me a while to get used to it.
Oh yeah, turn your brightness down and have a blue light filter on. It's way better. Okay.
Oh, we're done
Matthew
with
Newman
Super
for
Chats?
New Zealand says, y'all see Authentic Observer's Barbie video?
Not yet.
I didn't even know she did one.
Good new view. I saw it, but I haven't watched it yet.
I'll add to the list. Was Barbie a feminist disaster?
Right.
I'm triggered. I saw someone post on Twitter something. Let me bring it up here.
I was fighting on Twitter earlier.
You're always
today.
fighting on Twitter.
I didn't know if we were going to talk about it or not. I mean, I was kind of stirring the pot a little bit.
About what?
I got to give Dan Irish a shout out for backing us up.
What were you fighting about?
Dan's the best. I tweeted out about the DGG conspiracy.
Oh, I didn't see any of this.
Yeah.
I
just did it right before the show. So, well, what were you going to talk about?
So I saw, I don't know, I can't find it in my likes. I saw someone complaining about the price of McDonald's food now.
Okay.
And the menu in the picture, it said a McChicken sandwich cost $4.
Okay.
And they were complaining about bringing back the menu. I mean, the dollar menu. And I was like, holy shit. Does a little fucking McChicken sandwich cost $4 now? I was like, that's insane. And I looked it up and it does not.
Oh, okay.
It costs $1.67.
Okay.
Right? Am I, someone back me up on this. How much does a McChicken cost at McDonald's right now?
I don't know.
Do you know? When's the last time you've been to McDonald's?
Maybe a week ago.
What did you get?
I got the Big Mac combo.
How much did it cost?
I think it was like $12.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Holy shit! How much does the McChicken cost? Does the McChicken cost $4?
I don't know. I was looking it up.
People are saying it costs about $2. Varies from state to state. Well, I know it varies from state to state. Junior
Look, I'm
chicken in
Southern
Canada.
California, where they're like,
What the hell's a junior chicken? 2 for $3? Well, that's pretty good. $2.75. No. Okay, wait, hold on. There's two different chicken sandwiches, guys. There's the McDonald's chicken sandwich. It's like a big, thick chicken sandwich. I don't even know what it's called. And then there's the McChicken, which was like the cheap small version of that. So maybe like the big sandwich probably costs more.
I feel like I've tried to look up menu prices on the internet before, and I couldn't do it. I feel like you have to go to the location to see the prices because they don't want this situation where
maybe this is the problem. So Ashley St. Clair posted this, and it said that a normal cheeseburger costs $3. And someone was like, what the fuck? That's not how much it costs. And she said it straight from the app. So maybe is she in California? Maybe it's just California sucks. Oh no, she's in New York City. Oh
yeah,
okay. That explains it. Okay.
California, New York.
Okay, because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that is insane. A McChicken sandwich? Okay, because then someone else said that the McChicken where they were cost $2.49.
Of course.
Jesus, so wait, that's insane. So in New York City, the McChicken goes up to $4? That's wild.
This is how supply and demand works.
God, New York sucks ass. Who wants to live in this place?
Well,
$4 for a McChicken sandwich?
It's what the market will bear.
That's ridiculous.
If they could charge someone $8, they would.
I understand how markets work out.
Not from our economic stream. It seems like you were having trouble.
Right. That's so crazy. $4. That's wild.
Look, I paid $12 for a number one.
Yeah, wait, what the that's okay. How much does that cost near me? Say McDonald's.
I don't know. How do you look it up?
I guess I have to look on there's websites. I don't know how accurate they are. Let me see. Because on Uber Eats they add extra money, don't they?
This is a good reason to eat home. Look, I shouldn't be eating at McDonald's anyway. It's completely unhealthy.
I mean, it's been so long. I don't even remember last time I had fast food. Okay, let me see. Wait. Let me go to number one. Well, okay, so according to Uber near me, McChicken costs $3.79. Holy shit! But doesn't Uber add extra to it?
I don't know.
This doesn't make sense. It says a McChicken costs $3.79, but a 10-piece only costs $5.89. That the price difference seems wild to me.
Sammy's getting mad that I went to McDonald's.
Back when I used to eat McDonald's,
I knew I should have said I don't know, 2 years ago.
I don't understand this. Back when I used to eat McDonald's, a McChicken sandwich cost $1 and a 10-piece cost $4. How has the 10-piece only gone up $1.89 and the McChicken's gone up $2.79 in price? How the fuck does that make any sense?
I don't. Jared Smith says you should have went to In-N-Out. In-N-Out is, I haven't eaten at In-N-Out in forever, but In-N-Out is a lot better than McDonald's. But the In-N-Out is
so crowded.
It's far away. And last time we just drove by the In-N-Out on the way to the movie theater, and I was like, motherfucker, who's going to wait in this line? Like the line just zigzagged all the way through the parking lot and literally came out to the street. And motherfuckers be waiting in the street. What?
That's insane.
Why?
Okay, this makes no sense. I don't know what the fuck's going on at McDonald's. They must have changed the McChicken or something. Because the McCrispy, which was like the big, thick chicken sandwich, only costs $4.89. Which is almost, that's what it cost like 10 million years ago when I used to go to McDonald's. It was about $4 something. And the McChicken would cost $1. Okay, you had a $1 McChicken, you had a 4 something McCrispy. The McCrispy still 4 something, and somehow the McChicken's drop was risen up to $3.79. Why is the McChicken so fucking expensive? What the fuck happened?
Look, you don't even eat McDonald's. What do you care?
I just want to know.
Look, it's called inflation.
Yeah, but this doesn't make this inflation is at such an unequal rate. I don't understand it. Okay,
Inflation.
So according to Uber, a Big Mac meal
Lucy,
is
you've
what
never
you got?
been to an In-N-Out? Oh my goodness.
I've never been to an In-N-Out, no. There's none near me. What do you mean?
Oh. Sad for both of you.
So okay,
In-N-Out
so
is
according
delicious.
to Uber,
They have really good vanilla shakes. Oh man. I might go to In-N-Out after this live stream. What time's In-N-Out close?
there you go. Okay, according to Uber, the number one cost near me $10. So yours costs $2 extra.
Yeah. Look. Makes sense. It's better.
That's pretty crazy.
Everything is better in California.
By better, you mean more expensive.
I mean better.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. This is hilarious. Google has a live counter on how busy In-N-Out is in the search results.
Because it's always fun. I went there, like the only times I've ever been to the LA, I always go, oh, we should go try In-N-Out. It's just a massive line. I'm like, I'm not staying in line for fast food. This is retarded. Okay.
Right
It
now,
can't be that good.
right now, it's literally in the red for busy.
Why is it always so crowded? What the fuck? Just why
Sunday,
can't they build
Sunday
more?
night at 9 p.m.
Why can't they build more? Where's the supply and demand there, Adam? Explain this shit to me.
People typically spend 25 minutes here. It's a fucking fast food restaurant.
Why is In-N-Out always busy?
25 minutes. No. I guess I'm not going In-N-Out. Never mind.
That's what I'm
They
saying. It's
close
always
at 1
fucking
a.m.
busy. I know.
I'm going at 12:45. It can't be busy at 12:45, right?
Well, actually, does it take maybe they just slow in terms of making the food?
I'm going at midnight, guys.
Okay.
In-N-Out. It's a mission. I'm on a mission.
Okay.
Gotta
now I
get
want
one of those
McDonald's.
vanilla shakes.
I was talking McDonald's. I haven't had McDonald's in so long.
Oh,
Not
really?
one. I could have been talking about it. Yeah.
Look, I haven't eaten at McDonald's in a long time, but I was like, I could kind of go for some McDonald's. And I went recently, and I was like pleasantly surprised. It was really good.
Well, actually, I did have McDonald's not that long ago. It was I had to stay up all night. I forget why. I had to stay up all night, and so I got a McGriddle. It was my reward.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
McGriddles are delicious.
McGriddle. That was my reward.
I was
going to
get a McGriddle, but I never did. That's probably why I was like, I feel like McDonald's, but it was late in the day though, so I couldn't get a McGriddle.
Right. Yeah, that's only breakfast.
I do think Wendy's is better. Someone in chat told us that Wendy's had more lean beef in their hamburgers.
I mean, yeah, Wendy's hamburgers taste better to me. So.
I don't think I've only streamed when I was at the artist studio. I don't think I've ever streamed just running around town or anything.
Mm-hmm. They kill the cow inside.
That's why it's so busy. It's the fresh cow.
That's why it takes so long. To kill every burger is freshly prepared from a new cow.
So here was the DGG drama.
Yes.
Should we clip out the DGG drama, or is it?
No.
Because I look. There's this weird thing.
Yeah.
When I mention it, that the DGG community, which DGG stands for, I don't know what DGG stands for, but it's Destiny's community.
It's like the website. Yeah, I don't know why it's GG, but
their fan, like my fans are called A Team, Sitch's fans are called S Class, Destiny's fans are called DGG.
They're diggers.
Gold diggers? What
You
are
can
they
dig
digging
it
for?
however you want.
Okay. I don't like to disparage the DGG community because I feel like we have a lot of overlap with the DGG community. We've covered Destiny because I perceive of Destiny as a person who is willing to call out madness on the left around the same issues that Sitch and I are interested in, economics, things like that. The crazy gender stuff. Although Destiny doesn't cover the gender stuff as much. He did at one time and then just made the decision that, look, I just can't cover this stuff because people are insane. Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to pick fights with Destiny. We did a live stream and sort of a conspiracy grew out of that live stream. So I tweeted out, and I this was a couple weeks ago now. I don't know that it was a month ago, but people were like, this was like a month ago, Adam. Why would you think that we're still dwelling on this? So I tweeted out, what is the status of the DGG conspiracy theory that Sitch and Adam are secret Trump supporters? Has anyone accused us of crossing state lines yet? Gotta love people who are triggered by every conspiracy theorist alive while simultaneously perpetuating their own conspiracy. Laughing emoji. Like, just look, I realize that I'm a little bit like jabbing here, right? It's fun because a couple DGGers will come in and be like, dude, that was like 2 months ago. What are you talking about?
What precipitated this tweet? Anything?
Well, somebody, probably just like random comments on our videos that are obviously from DGG people. Oh, I tweeted something out and somebody completely unrelated was like, Destiny totally destroyed you, dude. Obviously, you're trying to make this about the Democrats. And I was like, the tweet wasn't even about it was like one of my housing tweets.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't blaming anything on the Democrats.
No, there's like 3 or 4 people who just respond to all my tweets. Not all of them. Like randomly respond to my tweets that have nothing to do with anything, and they just like, you're whatever. Oh, you're a secret Trump supporter. You're racist. And I'm like, it's like, oh, okay. I don't know who these people are or why, but
I don't think this is Destiny's fault. I think it's pandering politics is on Destiny's subreddit. Right. I do blame Destiny a little bit in the fact that there's really no evidence for this, and he's letting it be perpetuated. Like, we wouldn't do that at all. Letting pandering politics.
Right. Well, anyway, whatever. What did you want to talk about this? Because I'm kind of super bored by this topic. But was there something specific?
Well, Dan Irish just came in and said, somebody said, "Oh, this was months ago, right?"
Right.
And Dan Irish comes in and says, "They're still going on about you guys," and somebody responds, "They're not. Adam's a bit stun-locked right now.
Okay.
They only come up when he tweets about the community." Okay, so obviously it's just me. I'm the only one tweeting about this. And Dan Irish says, decided to look at Destiny's subreddit. There are some large threads within the past week about them. Adam seems to be correct here.
Mm-hmm.
So they go back and forth. But obviously, I think somebody else chimed in and said, look, I just saw a thread that went up today. What you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I only tweeted out because I was interested in a report.
Okay.
Because I don't want to go to the subreddit and look at this stuff.
Well, we'll talk to pandering.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to come up on Tuesday, but I don't want to turn our conversation with pandering politics and.
Oh no, it's not going to be about that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm sure he's going to bring it up. So he's going to.
Well,
he has a list of he has a list of grievances he wants to whine about. I think that's one of them. So.
Yeah.
His list. He's making a list. That's very anti-Semitic of him to be making a list, but against me.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious, from a sociological perspective, how long before they burn themselves out on this? I don't want to go.
Have. I don't know.
Look, according to 2 people who went, no, they aren't.
Okay.
It's still like going on. There's still a major conspiracy theory going on.
Okay.
Look, it's hypocritical. It's totally hypocritical.
Well, we'll ask. I mean, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask. Pandering or ponderous.
This is the argument that they're.
Is that going to be his name? Pandering or ponderous? We'll
Look,
determine that on Tuesday.
I will try and be nice.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm not.
This is his opportunity to prove to me he's not Jangles.
Okay.
If I had to bet money, I'd bet he's going to fail miserably on that.
Okay.
And it's going to be a completely bad faith conversation with a Jangles type individual.
Sure.
I literally blocked him on Twitter because he would recast every tweet I did in this Kathy Newmanist way of saying I was saying something I completely wasn't saying. So, but I don't know. We'll try to have a interesting dialogue.
Okay. Let's see. I read that one. To create context, thank you so much to create context for joining the Free Will Seekers. Angry Best offer 10. What?
Well, I just I don't know what your list is on. I guess we'll collaborate on what exactly to talk to him about. The argument that they're making, I do want to ask him about, because the argument that they seem to be making is, if you're not willing to call every Trump supporter a fascist, then you yourself are in fact a Trump supporter.
Well, I was going to ask him, why are people Republicans and why are people conservatives?
Right.
And we could go from there. Because then we could say, well, what is,
because they're fascists.
Right. So I think we can kind of poke around the edges first and then move in. So.
Right.
Okay. Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, you do know we have troops deployed in Poland, parts of Africa, Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, and other Middle Eastern countries. Just because no more Afghanistan doesn't mean no more deployments. What is that in reference to?
I don't know.
I literally have no clue what that was in reference to. Angry Bellsprout. Okay. To create context for $5, thank you. Says aliens are intergalactic pranksters and should thus be referred to as Alamos. This is my policy prescription. I agree with that. 100%.
Cool.
That's what we should.
Yeah, they do seem kind of like pranksters to me. I mean,
they do. They were showing up, probing people, killing our cows. It's very fun. To create context, thank you for the one gift membership.
Oh, go ahead.
What'd you say?
Did you see the clip of the Air Force pilot that would constantly create UFO sightings as he was flying around his F-14?
No, what was he doing?
Well, he would see like a campfire out in the woods, and he'd be like, "Oh, time for a UFO sighting right now."
Yeah.
And he would do something, like slam on the brakes and pump the jets or whatever, so it looked like something appeared and disappeared. Yeah. But I was thinking, these are the guys. These are the guys that are claiming they're the ones that have seen all the UFOs.
Right. Exactly. They got pranked themselves.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. They got Ilamo'd themselves. Galen the Driven for $5 says, Senpai, notice me. A-Team wins hearts and minds. Look at that.
True. And I hearted your super chat there, so
officially noticed. There you go. Rich Jammer for 17 months. Thanks so much, Rich Jammer. 17 months, Free Will Seeker. Thank you, Rich. Says, the system is keeping you down, man. You got to get rid of the system, man. Delete system 32, man.
I should delete that. I think I have that on my computer.
Yeah, we should tell whenever someone starts complaining about the system, we'll tell them to delete system 32 from their system.
That's a good idea.
It is. Indie UK for $5 says, I'm mixed race. CRT fans have a habit of telling me when I'm a minority and when I'm white. Weird how my race changes on whether I agree with CRT. Exactly.
I like that avatar too.
Yeah, you got the Fooly Cooly avatar.
Cootie, yeah.
Yes. Sitch, old games look better because they had a blurring effect on CRT televisions. Games were designed with this in mind. Just Google this stuff and it'll all make sense. Oh. Okay.
Yay.
What? Fuck you.
Why?
Asshole.
What?
Let's see.
didn't say anything. What did you think of Trump's mugshot?
I'm looking at these comparisons. Oh, wow, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, the comparison?
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, that all makes sense now. Thank you, Contrast.
With the blurring effect or without the blurring effect?
The blurring effect, yeah.
Helps a lot.
Well, that's what I remember. That's why it looked that way.
Gotta remember to watch.
So here, look,
Mob
I'll show you a
Psycho.
picture. This is why you'll be like, oh, okay.
I gotta remember. Remember Mob Psycho.
Mob Psycho, yeah. Just add it on your Netflix list.
I'll do that.
If you look at that picture, but look at it small, like you would on a television, you say like, oh, that looks good. And then when you see it blown up on the LCD, you're like, this looks like dog shit.
It is interesting, yeah. I mean, both obviously look like dog shit compared to what we have today.
Sure.
But
I'm saying if you look at the CRT one from like without maximizing it, you look at it when it's small. That's how I remember it
it
looking.
looks great, yeah.
Yeah. And then when you blow up the picture and you look at the LCD, which is what we're looking at, you're like, oh, this looks like dog shit.
Yeah, that
So,
little
okay.
blur effect does help.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Sweet.
Thank you, Contrast. You've explained it.
Yeah, we've learned something.
You've learned something.
Damn
you learned
it.
something today, class.
I hate learning. Learning is horrible. Learning is lame.
Did you show anyone, or were you just talking to ourselves about this picture?
No, I brought it up.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Of course.
You're lying.
Everyone wants to participate.
Oh, you did bring it up.
Yeah, look, I don't gaslight people.
No, you just brought it up just now.
I brought it up minutes ago.
Right.
I'm getting ready to bring up the fudge rounds again.
Okay.
Those things look delicious. I can't delete a picture that looks delicious. Do you delete pictures?
That look delicious.
I noticed you used that fudge round things as as a thumbnail. What happened there?
I didn't do that. That was the algorithm.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
It was me pulling the fudge rounds into.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
That's awesome. I was like, oh, look, Sitch likes the fudge rounds too.
No.
No, that was me.
Yaru for $10 says, longtime viewer, first saw you on Destiny years ago. Last stream was sad to watch. You guys make the best content on this platform. Made my undergraduate much more bearable. Wishing you all the best. Well, thank you, Yaru. Yaru for the first super chat.
Yeah, and also for feeling our pain with the Destiny talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very sad.
We are completely being mischaracterized by that community in a way that's
Mercy.
unfair. Very unfair. Yeah.
Stug for $5 says, wouldn't it be weird if, quote, systemic racism persists and harms minorities and color conscious policies practices that the bougie support are the cause? It wouldn't be weird, would it? Yes. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Systemic racism persists and harms minorities, and the color conscious policies practiced by the bourgeoisie support are the cause. Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Part of the conspiracy. Trying to keep them down.
Unfortunately. I mean, it literally is baked into the part of CRT. They talk about it. How
Right.
This is how you need the black faces of white supremacy to keep the system in place.
Oh, you asked me about Trump's
Mugshot. I did, yeah.
mugshot.
I thought you didn't want to answer because you're a secret
I
Trump
forgot.
supporter.
Yeah, got distracted. You should bring up you should bring up Solodoge's mugshot of me.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I should. It's true. I'll do that.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, I mean, I can find it.
I already sent it to you.
Oh, well, good. That'll make it easier to find.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Why
I didn't
not?
like Trump's mugshot. I thought it was lame. I thought he should have gone with the classic smile,
The smile?
the happy smile. Because when I first saw it like really blown up, And when you look at it blown up, his eyes are so bloodshot. He looks like he's like blazed out of his mind, or he's been crying. His eyes are super red.
Really?
Yeah. But no, it's weird because when I first saw him, like I don't know, there's one or two things that happens when I look at it. He either looks really pissed off and pissy. Like it's kind of like when mom tells you that you can't go to get your nuggies and you give them like the kind of downward eye face, you know what I mean? When looks at you like by kind of like tilting their head down, looking angry and kind of like pouting with their face.
Right.
They're sulking. That's the word. They're
like,
sulking.
Nuggies, bitch. I said get them.
He's making like a sulking face. That's how I interpret it. I'm like, why is he making a sulking? This is so weird to me. So yeah, I didn't like it. To me, it looked like he's making a little kid sulky face. Or when I kept staring at it, because everyone kept posting it, the more I stared at it, the more the face changed to me to look like he was a quarter of a second away from laughing.
I mean, wow. You're really... Okay.
But bring it up. It looks like he's about to laugh. Like it looks like he's trying to make a face, but is about to laugh. You can see like a hint of a smile forming on his lips.
When I look at it, I kind of see vengeance.
That's the way that all the Trump fans see it, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
Right. You see it as, did you smell that? He's basically waiting for you to smell it.
Well, it's, people are talking about how like both the left and the right are memeing on it so much and like it. And that's the thing. The face is ambiguous enough that people on the left like it because they think it makes them look stupid and weak. And people on the right like it because they think it makes them look strong and revengey.
Right, yeah.
So I obviously, being the more left-wing person here, interpreted it in the negative context.
Right.
Did you see, I sent it to you. Because look how bloodshot his eyes are. Why are his eyes so bloodshot? Been smoking.
Yeah. I look at it as in...
He's been crying. He's very sad.
This picture makes me think.
Yeah.
Like what he's thinking is, if I become a president again, you're fucked.
That picture, when I look at it with the bloodshot eyes, makes it look like this is a 80-year-old man who's at a strip club at 2 a.m. and he got arrested because he was throwing drinks at the strippers. This 80-year-old businessman was wasted throwing drinks at the strippers and got arrested. That's what this picture looks like to me. Do you see it? Do you see it when I say that?
No.
Okay. The Giuliani one looks fucking like really bad. So wait, but look at it. Look at his mouth. Doesn't it look like he's about to smile? Doesn't it look like he's like a second away from cracking a smile?
No.
No, you don't think so?
To
me, it looks like it looks like he's really trying not to laugh. He's like just about to laugh.
It's so weird because
how do you not see that?
The mind is, it's just, you saying that makes me see it.
Yeah, see, now that I've said it, you see it. Look at his face. Okay, look at his lips. He looks like he's just about to start laughing.
But I don't think it's because of the picture. I think it's because you're saying it.
Why did I see it in the first place? Because I didn't see it for a long time. I never saw it until
you heard somebody else say.
No, I never heard anyone say this.
Until you heard somebody else say, "Oh, look."
Nope.
It looks like he's about to laugh.
No, he looks like he's about to laugh. It looks like he's trying to make a face. It looks like he's trying to make a serious face, but he knows it's silly, so he's about to laugh.
What if what if he's about to smile and they snap the picture ahead of time?
Oh, you're right. You know what? That would be funny. That would actually be okay. You know what would be hilarious? Everyone's like, "Oh, this is the best mugshot. It's so good. Look, this is perfect, right?" And then you find out the secret is he literally
complained for like 5 minutes afterwards. Hey, I wasn't ready.
He was just looking down and then preparing to smile. And literally a quarter of a second before he smiled, they flashed the picture. So everyone thinks that this was intentional when this was an accident.
Ben Shapiro did like a whole 20-minute segment on how, oh yeah, he thought about this in the mirror ahead of time.
And it's like, no, it's all bullshit. That would be really funny. I kind of want that to be, you know what? I'm going to say that is true. Just because I like that. That's a good story.
It's definitely funnier. Yeah. That's for sure.
Right. Oh no. So, but here's was weird too. So I sent you the version. I want you to look at the version he put up on Twitter. Okay, I DM'd it to you. I'm going to look at this. Tell me how this
Trump is on Twitter?
He just tweeted out his mugshot and a link to his website, I think.
You want me to bring up the missing Pat one?
You can do that. CT did that.
Oh. What's different about this? Okay, I brought it up. What is the
What jumps out at you? This is what Trump officially put on Twitter. What jumps out at you when you look at this?
Election interference, never surrender, DonaldJTrump.com, mugshot.
That's
nothing.
Nothing? Okay. The fact that it's Times New Roman font and that this was just made hastily in Word and they took a screenshot. Does it jump out at you?
Well, I guess.
I mean, like, he literally just took a Word document, they put a fucking picture in it, and they just typed in, like, the default Times New Roman font in all caps, mugshot. Like, I don't know, I just, like, I saw it, like, what the fuck? It's so cheap.
Did they Photoshop out the badge behind him? It looks like they did.
It's cropped. I think it's a cropped picture.
Oh, it is?
Or no, you're right. They got rid of the badge. I didn't even notice that.
It looks like they Photoshopped it out.
You're right, because you can see an element there.
A bad Photoshop, yeah.
Yeah, see this. Why was this so cheaply done? So I guess it wasn't done in Microsoft Word. This was done in like Adobe Photoshop in like 2 seconds.
Well, somebody could have Photoshopped it. Trump could have said, listen, I don't like that badge in there. Get that out of there and send it over to my Microsoft
They did a shitty
guy.
job of it. That's like the easiest thing to fix. It's just like the background's like one color.
Yeah. He's like, look, I'll just stretch this. Oh, I missed part of it. Oh, well, I'll send it over.
You just fucking typed in like the default font in all caps. I don't know. It's so cheap looking to me. I'm kind of surprised by it.
Trump is like, color correct my eyes. They're all bloodshot.
Yes.
I don't like that. Send it back to me. Are you nervous about...
Yeah.
Are you nervous about
what?
About the end of democracy or anything?
No. Not even remotely.
Why do you laugh?
Because I'm not nervous about the end of democracy.
Okay.
If Trump wins, well, actually, I should take that back. If Trump wins, I think there's a 0% chance that he's going to try to run for a third term. I don't think that's real. I shouldn't say zero. I think there's a 0.001% chance. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not afraid of that. I think what could be bad is if Trump wins and then he tries to literally start prosecuting all the Democrats and he gets a bunch of sycophants in the Attorney General's office. But
that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen as much.
You don't think he's going to line up sycophants?
No, this is what I think will happen. You
don't think he's auditioning sycophants right now?
I think he is. I think this is what will happen. They'll do these investigations, okay? Like the Hunter Biden investigation. Do all these investigations that'll all take like a year or two to do. And everyone will go, oh my God, there's a threat to democracy. They're investigating all these Democrats. And then at the end of it, they're going to say, oh, we couldn't find any evidence of wrongdoing. They're all fine. That would be my prediction of what happens. Do you disagree with that?
He's going to fill the DOJ with a bunch of sycophants that are going to go after Democrats and find they're
Mhm.
innocent. They're not guilty of anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
You disagree with this. You think Trump is going to?
Well, I think you could find anyone guilty of anything. I mean, I believe people break laws without knowing about it, obscure laws, and that you could pretty much prosecute anyone, find them guilty of something.
So you think if Trump's president, they're going to investigate Joe Biden and a bunch of other Democrats, Hillary Clinton, whoever, and they're going to just create a bunch of trumped up charges and bring them to trial? Is that your prediction? Okay, I don't think that's going to happen. But
right. Okay.
But so wait, so you think that is going to happen though?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm saying if that was to happen, I would not be surprised in the least bit.
Okay.
I guess you would be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised if Trump tries it. I would be surprised if he's successful.
Well, doesn't it just depend upon the people? He found someone. We watched the January 6th hearings.
Yeah.
He found somebody to an attorney to take over DOJ and send out the letter that he wanted to send out about election fraud.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go through with it, but he found
it didn't go through because a bunch of people who worked there showed up and said, "You're going to have half the agency resign in the same day." They threatened him. Right?
That's what's going to happen, though.
But all the people that showed up and said all the people are going to resign.
Right.
He's ready for that now, and he's going to replace all those people. So those people are not going to be in place to challenge him in the same.
He literally can't replace all those people. We're talking about thousands of people.
He could replace I mean, that would be all of those people. I mean, we laughed about it because Trump didn't even know that those people he had the power to fire. Now Trump knows that.
Well, hold on. Let's conceptualize this properly. Okay. I think if Trump wins, it's very likely that he'll have some special investigator like Mueller or whomever investigate Joe Biden and some other Democrats for some perceived wrongdoing. Okay. As well as have an investigation into all the charges against him to claim that these are all fake charges.
That's the most important investigation.
Right. That investigation, the investigation into the charges against him, 100% will happen. There will be an investigation into Joe Biden or some other Democrats. Okay, but there will be a special investigation with some kind of Mueller-esque person. If they come up with some charges from Biden that are like just obviously bullshit, like 100% obviously just bullshit, fake ass charges. Okay. And they try to indict him on this, you're going to have a situation where everyone in the Justice Department is just going to threaten to quit. And I think there could be a very real possibility where Trump just doesn't give a shit and will say, fine, go quit. And we have this weird situation where there just isn't a Justice Department except for like 10 people.
Yeah, but
thousands of people just quit in the entire country, right?
That Justice Department just became the most powerful weapon for Donald Trump because all of those 10 people will be Trump loyalists, and Donald Trump can continue to use that Justice Department to do whatever he wants.
But you can't if there's no one that works there. Really? An office of thousands of people can't be run by 10 people. A nation, we're talking about offices nationwide.
Right.
Right. So you're going to have thousands. Well, this is what would happen.
You're going to have people that are going to want those jobs, and they're all going to be Trump loyalists.
Yeah, but the problem is it's going to be the same. Trump has always had a massive problem. If Trump was someone more competent, like DeSantis,
Robert Barnes is going to be working there.
There you go. If Trump was someone like DeSantis or someone like that, I would believe that DeSantis would have some list of 100 lawyers, already prepared to fill those slots or something.
Sure.
Trump has always been so awful at filling these positions. That was his entire administration. Hiring people, firing the same people because he didn't like them. Hiring people, firing the same people. Hiring people, firing the same people. He's so bad at it. I don't believe he could produce 1,000 fucking lawyers to just fill into all his slots.
Right. Well,
So, I mean, it might happen. And to be clear, that might happen, where we might have this massive amount of lawyers that'll leave, a massive amount of lawyers who stay but are secretly working to undermine Trump. I don't know. It could be a very bizarre situation. So I do think that's a possibility. But I think what's the more likely possibility is they do these investigations. They go, oh, we couldn't find anything. It seems kind of shaky. I mean, kind of shady, but we couldn't find anything. And then the Republicans fucking bitch and whine about it. And then the Tim Pool whines about it and says, oh, this is why the Republicans and the Democrats are a uniparty, and then that's it. That'd be my guess.
right. The only credence that I think the uniparty charge has is the fact that you kind of do have Democrats representing wealthy progressives, and you have Republicans representing wealthy business interests.
I completely disagree with this. I think I'm bizarre
Okay.
that you would even say that, because we've literally argued against this exact point. But
Oh, look at this. Remember when I said reflexively?
yes,
This is what I'm talking about.
we've argued this point. This is the stupid chart that everyone brings up, the Stanford study.
No, I'm not talking about the Stanford study.
Well, you're making their argument.
I'm saying this is the only place where that argument has any sort of credibility.
Which is what?
That you do, in some sense, you do have progressives only representing the interests of wealthy progressives. Like a lot of the policies, I don't think are aimed at the middle class.
But I mean, okay.
Do you think
don't
the
like
race?
framing of this.
You think the race-based policies of progressives are aimed at the
They're
middle
not
class?
aimed at the rich.
They are aimed at making the rich feel better about activism.
They're aimed at making everyone feel better.
Yeah, but not
Yeah.
tangibly improving the lives of middle class people.
Yeah, but that's a different
They're
question.
luxury beliefs. That's
Okay,
what they're aimed
I
at.
agree with you.
Yeah.
I think framing this as uniparty is not a good idea.
Well, no, look.
Because even if I was to accept your statement, which I don't, but even if I were to accept it, okay.
It's like so.
Even if I were to accept your statement, the rich progressives,
I'm going
and the rich,
Jimmy Dore.
we are the rich progressives and the rich conservatives fucking hate each other's guts. And they want the other to die.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
know.
not really a uniparty because they fucking hate each other.
Well, look, I only am saying this because I'm thinking about what party represents the middle class. That's my starting point. Because the middle class needs representation. Let's just say, this housing issue, affordable housing, right? I feel like the solution is to build more houses. There's all kinds of
I
regulations
have the answer to
standing
your
in the way of
question.
that.
What party
What
represents
party
the
is
middle
going to
class?
what
Right.
party is going to
I'll tell you.
represent that
It's
interest?
very simple. So left-wing middle class people are the Democratic Party, and right-wing middle class people are the Republican Party.
Right.
That's the answer to the question.
Okay. So who's going to pioneer the lower the cost of housing policy?
Middle class people obviously don't want that because they're not voting for that. Also, that would be a state issue too, something like a federal issue. But
Right. Okay. So neither party.
well, no, middle class people don't want that. Otherwise, they vote
Okay.
for it. I don't. The problem is, we have the government we vote for. If people wanted things, and that was actually what motivated them, we would have them. But they're not motivated by these things.
Well, I think there are two factions in conflict, obviously. Homeowners and non-homeowners.
Well, that's part of the issue.
Homeowners want their property values to go up. Non-homeowners want their property values to go down. So they can get in, they can buy. As soon as they buy, they're like, oh, I want my property values to go up.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the problem. I mean, like in Florida right now, we have a crisis. We have a homeowners insurance crisis. Okay. The cost of home insurance is insane. like astronomically ridiculous. And DeSantis has been completely unable to fix it, or even attempt to fix it. And
what is the
Republicans
problem?
don't give a shit at all because he's fighting wokeness. So like people just don't care. They don't care about these, or they don't perceive the politician as being at fault.
Right.
So
George W. Bush was the last president who cared about housing. Arguably the one that caused the
housing crash
because of it, because they went about it completely wrong.
Right.
They were like, let's just give everyone money to buy a house. That'll
let's
work.
just let them. Let's just cut all regulations. Let the market be free. Listen,
financial regulations, not home building right. Cut home building regulations,
exactly.
It might have worked out.
No, that wouldn't change anything. Well, actually, no, it would, because it would have presumably it would have lowered the cost because supply would have increased. That's true. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, look, what happened in Los Angeles was cash buyers were buying houses, flipping them, you're putting a bunch of cheap amenities in,
right,
and jacking up the price.
Yeah,
they were doing that because there weren't new homes to sell.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, anyway. Adam, you don't understand. The housing crash only happened because the Democrats made banks give loans to poor people.
Well, I mean, yes, kind of.
The Democrats made banks give loans to poor people.
No, the banks obviously wanted to give loans to anyone. This is the whole idea behind a ninja loan. Yeah.
So the banks of their own volition decided that they wanted to give a bunch of loans out to people that couldn't pay them back.
Yeah.
And we're so confident in these loans being paid back that they were using these loans as collateral to trade with other banks.
Right.
So obviously, if they're being forced, had their hands tied down, being forced by the mean old Democrats to give loans to poor people, they would never have had any faith in any of these loans in the first place.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah. I mean, obviously, both sides are going to spin it, so they have zero fault in any of this. But
But that's what I mean when I say no one cares about science or facts. Everyone retreats to the predetermined answer to the question.
I do think the Democrats' policy prescriptions are in conflict around the housing issue. I don't know if that's the case for the Republicans.
Well, if by conflict you mean they want to give people money, but they don't want to cut regulations for building houses.
Building homes.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Of course.
Yes.
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, that would be the good art. That would be the counter argument. Say, okay, Republicans are to blame because they essentially were cutting regulations to allow the market and banks to essentially have completely free reign to give loans out to whoever the fuck they wanted.
When the Democrats still had a stranglehold on the
regulations for housing on local levels, right? So that would be that. Now that would be the intelligent argument if you wanted to throw blame at both sides, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't hear that argument being made usually. So
look, I don't both sides at all.
Okay.
I all sides.
You all sides. Got you.
Look.
Okay.
All sides matter.
Right.
No, exactly. I mean, when Anna came on, this is what I inefficiently tried to communicate to her.
Right.
About the Democrats being reflexively anti-cutting regulation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if you want to deal with the issue that Anna and I both want to deal with, the price of housing, you're going to have to cut some regulation. Somebody shared with me on Twitter, 60% of home prices.
But no, so people say this. They created this literal fake fantasy. They say, they just say, oh, the government, they just pumped money into banks, and they just told them. They just said, you have to give out these loans. You have to give out these really shitty loans to poor people and minorities. That literally is just a fiction. It's a fiction that never happened. That did not happen. That's not real.
Right.
They point to there's like a handful of these programs.
Give the steel man of the argument, though.
The argument is, this is the argument. It's the government, the Democrats, the bleeding hearts. They were so concerned to giving poor people and minorities houses that they went around to these banks and they said, hey, banks, you better give loans out to poor people and black people. And if you do that, we'll guarantee the loans. And the bank said, okay, well, normally we wouldn't give loans to these people because we don't trust them to pay them back. But now that the government is guaranteeing it to us, we will totally do this because the government told us to do it. And then the banks went around and they did all this, bad loaning because the Democrats told them to. And then whoops, all these loans failed. Okay.
Well, Thomas Sowell makes a better argument than that.
What is Thomas's version of it?
Well, he says there also is this implication of potential litigation over discrimination.
Right. They'll be sued. Yes. Right. You can throw that in there too.
That's a possibility. Definitely.
That's all fake. It's all 100% fake.
Okay.
You know who destroys this narrative? Okay.
I'm dying to hear. Tell me.
Matt Taibbi.
Really? That's ironic.
Yes. Mr. Twitter blowing the fucking stacks on Twitter. Okay. He has a whole book about how that whole narrative is bullshit.
Really?
It's all bullshit. And
wow,
so
you read a book that I haven't read. That's embarrassing.
I have. And so does I've read many books you haven't read. Adam.
Such as, and don't say the Torah.
I've read the Torah.
Yeah, but that's a give me. I'm not even Jewish.
Oh, did you ever bring up Soldoge's mugshot at me?
I'm getting ready to, but you're on a tirade. I don't want to.
Oh, bring it up. This is the perfect time to have that visual.
Oh, okay. Here, look, we've discovered Sitch.
Yeah.
Gave a bunch of illegal loans to poor people right here.
That is true.
He's been indicted. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Right. So Matt Taibbi did a really good book that destroys this narrative. Michael Lewis, who wrote Moneyball, did a really good book destroying this narrative.
Of course.
Because they both say the same thing. They say this is all bullshit because if you just look at the timeline, when the banks figured out that they could bundle these mortgage-backed securities, which was essentially to give someone a mortgage, because usually banks made very little money. In the past, banks made very little money on mortgages because like you go to your local bank, you get a mortgage, they'd sit on it, they get the interest payments, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
No one, they didn't care, right? But in the 80s, and Michael Lewis goes into this, it was actually fun. This is what always happens. The government puts some regulation on the banks, and then they lose some big source of income. So they scour around trying to figure out some better way to make money.
It's true.
Okay? It's what always happens.
It's totally true.
And this is what happened in the 80s. I forget what there was some regulation that the government put on banks. The banks were like, fuck, we just lost like 5% of our income. We need to go search for a new financial instrument. They're kind of searching around for this.
New scam.
Some new scam. Someone figures out to do this mortgage-backed securities, which is essentially what they would do is these banks would take, what they would do is they take a bunch of different mortgages, they would bundle them together, and they would sell them to each other.
It's crazy because it's like, okay, if you take a bunch of crap mortgages and you throw in a couple good ones, now all of a sudden it's a security that's top rated.
Yeah, and the idea behind this was, even if some of the people defaulted on their mortgages, enough people in the bundle or in the security wouldn't, so it wouldn't really be a big loss.
Right. Unless, of course, there's like a systemic collapse in the mortgage market.
Right. And that was element one. And then element two was, even if a bunch of people defaulted in the security, it wouldn't matter because property value was only increasing with no end in sight. So the worst case scenario is they default, the bank or whoever owns the mortgage-backed security repossesses the house and flips it, and they don't lose any money. Okay.
Right.
This is what banks thought. This is why this narrative about the government forcing them to give poor people, that's like it's a complete bullshit. The banks literally thought that they had figured out the no-lose scenario.
Mm-hmm.
This is why when people were betting against the handful of people that were betting against the housing market crashing were seen as crazy people because no one fucking saw it coming. This is why the crash was so bad, because no one, well, there's a handful of people. Most people did not see it coming because the perception was property was only going up and 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 up. Even if everyone defaulted, it didn't matter because you just flipped the houses immediately. Anyway. Okay. So the banks view mortgage-backed securities as just a money printing machine. Mortgage-backed security go brrr. So the idea that the government was forcing them to do this is you just completely divorced from reality of what was motivating the banks to do this. And that's why, as you said, and you bring up, and Thomas Sowell neglects to mention this, if the banks were forced by the government to give these loans, these mortgage-backed securities to people that they didn't feel comfortable to, why would the banks then be using mortgage-backed securities as collateral to trade with each other?
Right, unless they think they're of value.
Yes, obviously.
I think the quants convinced them that they were of value, even though they obviously were built on sand.
But see, that's another thing that completely destroys that argument. The banks are trading the fuck out of these things with each other.
Yep.
Obviously, they thought they were valuable. If we had a situation where, say, like the banks were creating all these mortgage-backed securities, and then they were, I don't know, selling them off to the buyers and private investors or some other investment firm, and then laughing giggly as the housing market crashes because they're like, ha ha ha,
yeah, because they're not invested in any of them.
Right. But we all know that that's bullshit. They were all heavily leveraged into all this shit. There's no fucking, if you think that this was caused by the government forcing banks to do this, why the fuck were banks, investment banks, okay? Commercial banks and investment banks, which are now kind of mixed together to some capacity. Why were banks so heavily leveraged in investing in this vehicle if the government was forcing them to do it and they didn't want to do it?
Right. So fascinating.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a complete nonsensical narrative.
It's so fascinating because banks invest in financial instruments, right? Right. And at this time, T-bills are at 0%, basically.
Yes.
Right. So you can't really park your money in T-bills. You're like, look, I'm not even keeping up with inflation, right? So
that was another thing. This was the tail. This is when inflation drops to zero. So the banks were like scrounging around for another way to find money too.
Right. Well, I mean, weren't interest rates kind of at zero ever since September 11th? Wasn't September the crash?
Well, I mean,
September 11th?
before, like in the 80s when interest rates started coming way down.
Right, but I'm just saying, like the housing bubbles obviously happened between 2000 and 2008, right?
Well, that's part of what made it a bubble, was because interest rates went to so low that everyone could just take out a loan.
Right, but I'm talking about the financial instrument of the mortgage-backed security being created to supplant this. You know, before that there were T-bills you could park your money in and earn an interest rate that hypothetically was higher than inflation.
Yes.
Now with that off the table, you're like, I need to find a financial instrument that's going to earn a return.
Mm-hmm.
And they cook up mortgage-backed securities as kind of that instrument.
Right.
The government steps back from providing an instrument that yields interest, and they're like, the private sector steps in, and they come up with this thing that's eventually called a toxic asset and completely collapses. So.
Yep. Oh, and then so when Michael Lewis and Matt Taibbi go over the timeline, they talk about how if you look at the numbers, the private banks were heavily leveraged into all these toxic mortgage-backed securities.
Yeah.
And it was only at the very tail end that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac got involved in buying up a bunch of these toxic mortgage-backed securities. And the rationale behind it wasn't because they were bad. They thought they were good because everyone thought these toxic mortgage-backed securities were good because they were all getting fake ratings from the rating agencies. And the thought process behind why they had to buy them all up was because they didn't want to lose out on market share. And the only reason they didn't want to lose out on market share is because they're not really government institutions. They're really private institutions that give a shit about losing out on market share. Because if you're the government, and it's a government agency doing a government thing that's supposed to fill in the stopgaps, they would give no fucks about losing market share. because they're not driven for profit.
Right. Yeah.
So,
That's the difference in those two financial instruments.
yep. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Pretty big difference, huh? Shh, don't say anything.
We'll do the housing crash video I'll never make.
Look, we just made it.
There you go.
Clip it, CT.
I'll get like 10 views.
Oh, man. That's optimistic.
That's true. Bro moment for 9 months says, Adam, very important request. Please edit Trump's handsome mug on Sitch's face on stream. Sitch cannot know this.
Oh, I can do that now. I officially have it in the...
There you go.
Here we go.
Whenever
You
I
got
start
it.
talking about how much I don't like Trump, you can put Trump on my face.
You got it.
There you go.
Your wish is my command.
Thank you for this awesome mugshot, Sodosh. Looks great. Much better than Trump's actual mugshot.
I hope Solodoge did this on a government computer somewhere
True.
while he's getting paid on government time.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Bra moment. You had a very good idea.
What was that?
Oh,
I don't like the tone of voice you're making when you say that.
This looks good. This looks perfect. Sitch even has the right pose for this.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. And it goes into my tie.
Look at that.
Look at that. You're right. The shoulders, that goes well.
Oh, I think there's one little thing that I need to fix here.
What's that?
Here we go. There we go. Perfect.
You could just remove the background.
What do you mean?
Actually, if you remove the background, my mouth would stick out from the side.
I guess I could do that.
That would look bad. I see the trigger warning.
Very mad.
Okay. The seizure warning. Nicholas Van Neal for 6 months says, just in case someone else hadn't said it, Zarathustra Serpent called you guys out in a video. Fight, fight, fight. Really?
Oh, really?
Wow.
I wonder what we did wrong.
Probably because we were supposed to talk and never did or something.
Oh, were we?
I don't know. Who's Zarathustra? Oh, I'm thinking this is someone else. I don't know who this is.
What was the video about?
Stop going easy on J.K. Rowling. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Stitch. That's pretty funny, actually.
Did we get called transphobes? Is that what
I don't
happened?
know. That is pretty funny, though. I do like that. Centrist. Is this guy, let's say, calling out Adam and Sitch? Jesus. He's covering a video that we covered on J.K. Rowling like a million years ago. When was that J.K. Rowling video?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well, there you go. We're called out.
My feelings on J.K. Rowling have not tangibly changed.
Right. It's
I think so.
officially been called out.
It's official.
Yes. Okay.
Bring up the video. We'll respond
It's
right
like
now.
an hour and 44 minutes long, Adam.
We'll do it now. I'm tired, but I don't care. Bring it
I'm
up.
not doing it now.
Bring up the video.
I'm going to do it now.
Bring up the video.
I'm already hungry. Okay.
Look, I can't go. It's not going to be mellow at In-N-Out for 2 hours.
Yeah, well, good for you.
Bring up the video.
I am not going to In-N-Out, okay?
I got 2 hours to kill before I can go to In-N-Out.
Mm.
Skate on by.
Okay.
Can't believe In-N-Out is open till 1 a.m. That's America. Are you looking forward to Tuesday? I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am. It'll be fun. Yeah, I don't know anything about. Is this guy attacking us from the left or the right? Is he memeing when he's calling us out?
The left.
I don't know the answer to this question. Well, I don't know if he is.
He's a big Democrat shill.
Is he? Do you know this
Yeah.
for a fact? You're just making this up.
I mean, I don't. only saw a couple tweets and I blocked him. So
Who?
I haven't. Pandering politics.
I'm not talking about fucking pandering.
Oh, who are you talking
I was
about?
talking about the Zarathustra's serpent guy.
Oh, I'm talking about Tuesday.
Yeah,
now.
I know
moved
pandering
on.
is a fucking lefty brain rot guy.
I moved on. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Okay.
I said I can't wait for Tuesday.
I can't
It
wait for
sounds
Tuesday
fun.
either. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Get over it.
Okay.
Nicole Van Nile.
It seems like well, I don't want to mischaracterize Zarathustra. So
Look, we haven't. I haven't said anything about it.
okay.
I said my position on J.K. Rowling hasn't tangibly changed.
There you
so
go.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Probably not going to watch it. Hour and 40 minutes. I mean.
Doug for $5 says, quotes, I want colorblind populace that desires color conscious policy. Jamel Bowie, probably. There you go. True.
Of course.
What are we doing on Tuesday? We're talking to pandering politics. That was the guy, the other guy in the conversation we had with Destiny, the struggle session we had a few weeks back. That's who we're talking to.
So
apparently he has a list of grievances. He's very, very butthurt about something. I don't
probably
know what,
me blocking him on Twitter is one of them. So,
oh.
But I'll let you respond for me.
Okay.
Since you're my work wife.
Okay.
Sure, it'll be good. So yeah, and then we have Cherry and Straighterade, who were also in that stream.
Is that Tuesday or next Tuesday?
On the 29th. Oh, wait.
29th of what?
No, on the 5th.
Okay, right. So I thought.
Yeah. The next Tuesday after that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you excited?
Right. I don't know how Sitch could be so an idiot to think that obligating the financial institutions to trade opaque products whose risk couldn't be calculated by law didn't have an impact. No. You're okay. I don't know how many times I could say it. So you cannot be an idiot. All right. If the financial institute, first of all, these financial institutions for the last time were not forced to trade jack shit. That is not true. That is a lie. That is made up. Whoever told you that is just pulling the shit out of your ass. If the banks didn't have confidence and were just being forced by the government to trade these opaque products, why would they be trading them with each other and think that they have fucking discovered the El Dorado gold mine? Answer that question. Or shut up. Anyways.
Yeah, if they thought these things were a giant scam, they wouldn't have been investing in them themselves. They would have been selling them off to dummies.
Exactly.
Stupid people.
Which, by the way, investment agencies do all the time.
They do, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
About some bad investment, and they try to get some rube to buy it.
They're like, oh shit, we're way down on this. We'll just pawn it off on a client. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yep.
Who's dumb enough to buy this?
Oh my God, for $2 says, I love if they keep us Latinos out of this CRT BS. True.
Hell yeah. Good idea.
Bro Mama for $2 says, to the previous super chat, hey, with Riz. Easter Island face. There you go.
Hey. I like it. Hey, hi.
Hey. Where was it?
Hi. Hey. Oh, that's
Super chat do this thing where, like, if I don't keep scrolling, you'll like scroll all the way to the bottom randomly. When I scroll down like one little tick, I have to go all the way to find it again.
To create context for $5.
Bear tastes like apple smoked bacon. 1010 would hunt again. That's it.
Wow, you've eaten a bear.
That sounds awesome.
Crazy.
I want that. I want some apple smoked bacon bear meat.
Bear is too close to dog, I think.
What do you mean?
They look like dogs to me. I don't know if I could eat a bear.
I don't think bears look like dogs. I mean, I guess a little bit. They have like the snout. Is that what you're?
Yeah, their faces look totally like a German
Yeah, but it's
Shepherd.
a bear.
I don't care.
Well, fuck it. I mean, you looked at a pig. Pigs are like adorable. Have you ever seen a baby pig? It's like the cutest shit ever.
Don't look. I love pork, So let's just
Have
leave
you
this
ever-
conversation.
Little baby pigs are like fucking adorable.
Let's just leave this
And they
conversation
have these
alone.
little smiles at them. It is adorable little smiles and little noses. They're going, meow, meow, meow. They're like, they're so fucking cute. They're the cutest shit ever. And you fucking
I
eat
know!
I know, and you fucking kill and eat those motherfuckers. So you can eat a bear. Okay.
The world is unfair.
You can fucking kill and eat a bear.
Pigs should be uglier. They really should.
That would make it better that we're eating them.
Yeah.
I mean, baby chickens are pretty cute. Little baby chicks. My little cheap and
Oh,
sound.
this sounds interesting.
I'm assuming you've seen that horrifying video of the baby chicks going down the conveyor belt.
I don't watch vegan gains videos. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's going to be the thing, you know that. And like, when we have figured out a way to grow meats that taste the same or replicate meat or something, everyone's going to look back at us and say, how do these fucking barbarians do factory farming? It's going to be like how we look back and said, how do we have slaves?
I
What the
agree.
fuck's wrong with these people? People are going to look at they're going to look at us and say, how did we have this factory farming? It was so disgustingly immoral, which I mean, it is. But what were you saying was interesting?
That we will be in that position.
No, you said before I brought that up.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh no, it was about Mark. It's about the next super chat. Mark Rober's American Ninja Squirrel.
You
Done
skipped
some
but-
videos.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't.
Jared Smith, thanks so much for 2 months. Jared Smith says, Adam, have you ever watched Mark Rober's American Ninja Scroll competition?
And
18 reigns supreme.
Arr! No, I haven't.
Yeah.
But it looks interesting. I'm definitely going to watch it now that you bring it up. Looks cool. I should do that in my backyard. And the squirrel can carry a baby pup. It'll be even more heart-wrenching.
That is pretty funny. So I'm looking at the video. So basically, if you ever had a bird feeder, you know, squirrels will like fucking go crazy for certain types of nuts
Oh, yeah.
and seeds. My parents actually had to buy special seeds to prevent that.
Oh, really?
Well, so apparently squirrels, like most mammals, have a sense taste for bitterness, but birds do not, supposedly. And so,
Okay. Wow.
you can buy these bird seeds that supposedly
bitter.
taste bitter, and the birds won't eat them. So
The
I mean,
birds will eat them. The
the
squirrels
birds will
won't.
eat them. The squirrels will not eat them. Yeah,
Look at the science.
right.
Figuring out just how to make seed that the squirrels won't eat.
Yeah, but other birds won't eat them either. I mean, some birds won't eat them because I've seen it. Like when I've been like over, they have like the blue jays won't eat it because like their beaks, they're not. I don't know if you notice, like blue jays have like a pointy beak because they're made for like eating like worms and bugs and shit. But the cardinals, they have like the parrot beak that's for crunching seeds.
Oh, interesting.
And so the cardinals will sit there and they'll crunch it open and they'll get the seed out and eat it. But blue jays can't do it. So they just like get really fucking triggered. So they'll land on the bird feeder and they just knock the shit on the floor. Like, because they're like looking to see if there's any sunflower seeds underneath it. Because that's what they want. That's what the squirrels want. They want the sunflower seeds.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. But on this Mark Rober guy's channel, it's pretty funny. He's got like a bird feeder set up, and the only way to access it if you're a squirrel is he did like this very crazy obstacle course, essentially. So the squirrel has to complete the obstacle course to get to the bird feeder, which is pretty awesome. That is pretty funny. So based. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says, what makes those clones any less human than you? What devalues their humanity compared to yours? By your logic, these people can be treated as second-class citizens. They should be. They should be. They're fucking clones. Okay, they're my clones. That means they're my slaves, baby. That's how it works. My clones are my slaves. They do what I say. And if I say that you're going to get fucking run over by a train so that I can live, then they're going to do it. And they're going to like it. So I can always make more of them. They can't make more of me, but I can make more of them. They're indispensable.
I'm back.
I've seen the movie The Island. That movie is just bullshit liberal woke propaganda. Okay. I'm going to grow all these clones and I'm going to harvest them from organs, baby.
That movie's based on a true story.
That's true. That is really how Scarlett Johansson became an actress. She was originally a clone.
Oh,
and
really?
She killed off the original Scarlett Johansson, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that part.
Yeah. Rebel Merc for 1 month says the real answer to the robot trolley problem is yes, you save them. Robot Terminator waifus have to start somewhere. That's true. S class is the best class. Oh, listen. If you said on one track are 5 sentient robot waifus, and on the other track is 1 person, that changes the calculation substantially, okay? Does it not?
That person is your mom.
Well, then I have to say my mom, okay? Mom before hose, right? But if it's just a random schmuck, I'm sorry. Sorry, rando, but I gotta save the robot waifus, okay?
It's for the good of society.
Here's the question. If I save the robot waifus, do I get them? Or they go back to their owners? Because if they go back to their owners, why the fuck do I care?
They go back to their owners.
No, then you gotta run over the robot waifus.
The schmuck lives now.
Yeah. As the trolley's coming, I say, if I save you, do I get to reprogram you to be mine? And if they say no, we must serve our masters loyally. I'm like, well, serve
Will
them
you
in
have
death.
time to do that?
I mean, it's a trolley. How fast do trolleys go?
I mean, fast enough to run over someone and kill them.
Listen, there's time. Okay, there's time. This is an important question. Black Hat 061 for 17 months says, hey dudes, thank you for 17 months. Says, hey dudes, thanks for all the content. Mind if I get a little extra free will with this one? I might be becoming an uncle super soon. Wow. Well, sure.
Yeah.
So to celebrate you becoming an uncle, I'm going to give you the special family bonus. You're going to get
an extra unit of free will.
30 free units of free will just for you.
All right.
There you go.
S-Class is giving you 30 extra units of free will.
30 extra units.
And A-Team is giving you 5,000 units of free will.
See, but A-Team's free will is just like, so when you get the S-Class free will, you see it's in like a nice package. It's all wrapped up. It's got like a seal. It says like, here's the S-Class, Sitch provides a certificate of quality that shows that all this free will was ethically sourced.
Right.
Humanely from the plains of free will.
Free will comes in like a brown fabric bag.
It's like a brown, it's like a beat up Amazon box. And you open it, and inside is just like a bunch of brown paper bags that like are just some like schmuck put in there, some schmo put in there. No packaging, and you just open it up, and your free will is just inside these brown like lunch bags.
Look, it's a canvas bag, but it's nice. It has good stitching.
Yeah, sure. And it's like, this looks like a fucking drug deal like happened to get this free will. It's very sus. When you open my free will, it smells like a fresh spring morning. When you open up Adam's free will, it smells a little musty.
What happened here?
Exactly. You say, what happened here? Smells a little musty.
No, no, my free will is just as good. Same free will, different package.
Okay. It's not.
So there you go. 5,030 units of free will for becoming an uncle.
Okay.
Enjoy.
What was the thing that you said? What's going on here?
Orca for $2. Sitch, you didn't finish my chat. Free A-Team.
Oh.
I was like, what? What? Sitch is now only reading half of super chats.
Right.
You have to super chat again if you want us to read the second half.
Was there an A-Team reign supreme I missed?
I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe you just said it too quietly and they couldn't hear it. I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it.
Oh, you're right. Hi, Wormy.
Oh, it said hi, Wormy? Is that what
I'm so sorry. I forgot the hi, Wormy. I do apologize for that.
I brought Wormy out from his box to say hello.
He's just happy for 2 Aussies says you guys talk about the Eric July drama.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about that?
We can, but I gotta go to the bathroom first. So you talking about something else. Keep reading super chats.
Go ahead. You go. I was gonna say I just went to the bathroom. I was gonna ask, do you need to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Well, you could have gone over. Look, I'm talking to myself here. Go. Let's see here. I'll wait till Sitch gets back to talk about the Eric July drama. Old School for $4.99 says, Adam, Discord messes with both my Blue Yeti and Shure mics. Discord is a garbage app. Look, I'm going to heart that right now, Old School, because I agree. Why? I don't get that. Discord does have the advantage of you can change the microphone settings of individuals in the call, I guess, to kind of come up with a good microphone mix. But does that mean that it adjusts their microphone settings on their computer? Is that what's happening? Mahler is adjusting my mic? I feel like it's not. Dr. Diddler, a member for 17 months. Oh, perfect timing. S-Class General for me to read this super chat while Sitch has gone to the bathroom. Had some good times on stream, like Adam hating his Mpreg art. Adam falling for Updog and Rule 34. Adam admitting he has bones from the Lindenberg baby. Oh, interesting. Oh, those were all good times on stream. I don't have bones from the Lindenberg baby. But thank you for being a 17-month member. Even though you're S-Class General. I do appreciate your membership. Your Ray is a member for 9 months and says, hey, Sitch and Adam, when we gonna retake Constantinople to end male loneliness? 100%. Is Constantinople have a large population of single women? Is that the goal? I guess we could work on that. Sure. I'm game. Mr. President for $4.99 says, Sitch, the way you pronounce words frustrates me. Oh, to no end. I know exactly what you're talking about. The way he says nuclear. Well, who says that? Nuclear. You say nuclear. Nuclear. There's other words, too, that he pronounces funky. David Pluff, member for 12 months. Free Will Seeker says, I'd let the trolley run over my ex-wife, but she loves trains. Oh, that's a good one. That's a great one. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if you have an ex-wife. Ex-wife jokes are funny. I don't have an ex-wife. So I can't, but I still make an ex-wife joke occasionally just because I know it's funny.
Okay.
Sometimes I wonder if people think I have an ex-wife because I make that joke.
You don't?
Nope. I'm assuming you don't either.
You'll never know.
Wow. Sitch has a secret.
I've been married 4 times.
Wow. That's why you
and divorced 5.
That's why you want me to stop talking about you getting married. You're like,
I've already done that 4 times, Adam.
Okay, Eric July drama. You want to talk about it or no?
Yeah.
First of all, what is the drama?
Okay, this is my understanding. I've only watched 1 Vito video and 1 Eric July video, and this is my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So Eric July has a comic called ISOM. ISOM.
Mm-hmm.
Made a shit $1 billion. He made like I think over $1 million on this first comic, and his second comic slated to make $2 million. It's an astronomical amount of money. I have no clue why, but whatever. I haven't read it, but he's got a huge fan base for some reason. I've never seen any of his content, so I don't even know what he talks about. Maybe he's amazing. I don't know. So anyway, So his comic called Isom. Vito and Dick Masterson very publicly, Vito talked about this when he was on our show, were very publicly criticizing his comic, saying it sucks and is poorly written and stuff like that. So they've been very harsh critics of his comic. Apparently, someone who is a fan, well, here's the contentious argument. Okay, I don't know how to tell the story neutrally, so I'll say this. Okay, some person apparently went to an organization called the International School of Ministry, which is some Christian organization that has the same acronym, ISOM. And they went to them and they kind of did a troll letter where they said, hey, do you know that this Eric July fella is making a comic book called ISOM? He's confusing your trademark. They didn't word it this way, but this is essentially the point of the letter. He's confusing your trademark.
Well, the troll actually turned the letter into evidence that there was some confusion going on in the marketplace because they posed as a journalist.
Right. You're correct. That's important.
And they said, look, I'm a journalist, and it's so interesting that your organization, ISOM, has started this comic book character with Eric July name ISOM, and you're, giving a voice to this comic book character. Your brand is being lent to this comic book character. Can I interview you and figure out what your motivation was for doing that?
Right. And you're right. That's what makes the troll. That's what makes the troll effective is the person's pretending to be a journalist and they're pretending that they are confused by the two brands. Right.
When they aren't confused at all. They know exactly what's going on and
So Eric July gets a letter from the International School of Ministry that wants to discuss some way to alleviate this brand confusion.
Right. Discreetly.
That's
important.
Right. Discreetly. And it's not really clear what they mean by alleviate the brand confusion, right? The letter I saw is kind of vague in general.
They probably want him to change the name of his comic.
Sure. Obviously, that would be the easiest way, but he's going to say no. And so who knows? But they be clear, they hadn't threatened to sue him yet or anything. They just wanted to discuss the matter. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So Eric July gets this letter. He kind of freaks out. He interprets it as an immediate lawsuit threat. And then he also believes that the person that sent the letter to this International School of Ministry, he assumes and believes, and he has some rationale for this, that this was actually Vito who did this.
The one word people are going to fixate on is you saying he freaked out. What makes you say he freaked out? I only saw the video that he made, and it didn't seem like a freak out or anything.
So if he gets a letter and he says, I'm going to sue, or implies he's going to sue Vito for this, for disrupting his business and start a lawsuit, to me, that's freaking out.
Okay.
I mean, people can quibble about this,
Look, I just want to make it clear. I didn't know what you meant, so now people know.
Okay. So he gets this letter. He becomes agitated in some fashion. Okay.
He freaks the fuck out.
He freaks out. He becomes agitated. He becomes enraged. Whatever fucking word you want to use to describe this. He believes, for various reasons, that the person that sent this letter was actually Vito. And so he threatened to, or implied he was going to, because it's sort of contentious what exactly it was meant, that he was going to sue, that he was going to have lawyers that were going to, he has big brain lawyers that are going to somehow handle the situation with ISOM, and that he was going to go and turn around and sue Vito for, whatever.
Yeah, what is he suing Vito for? Because that's what I'm unclear
I don't know.
on.
Whatever.
I don't know. Look,
business, tortious business interference or something. I have no fucking clue.
Let's give Eric July the benefit of the doubt and say Vito was completely 100% responsible for this.
Okay.
I don't know that he was. Let's pretend that Vito.
Theoretically, we'll say it was Vito. Right. Okay. Yeah, he's going to sue.
I do not think it's illegal to notify somebody that there's a party infringing on your trademark. It is 100% a dick move.
Yeah, well, that was part of the thing.
Complete dick move.
Right. So
because
that was
there was no confusion in the marketplace until you manufactured it.
Well, so I don't know because okay. So normally, yes, I would assume. And part of when I first heard the story, I'm like, well, you could say Vito or whoever sent this letter is an asshole, is a bad person.
But they're not breaking the law.
I don't think what they're doing is illegal. Now, maybe there's some legal issue if the person is
committing fraud, pretending to be a journalist, sure.
Pretending to be a journalist and pretending there's brand confusion in order to provoke a response when there's not. Maybe that's something. I don't know. If it was, I would think it would be more on the minor side of things. But okay. So that was my understanding of the order of events. Vito responds by saying, yeah, that person that sent that letter isn't me. You have no reason to believe it's me. It is a person who is a fan of him and Dick Masterson, but is a random person that did this completely on their own without any sort of commandments from Vito or Dick Masterson to engage in this behavior at all.
Right.
And Vito talks about how, that this guy had sent them material about some other thing in the past that they had talked about on the show, and how even though this guy's Twitter account is now deleted, you can go back and see he has a very, very long Twitter history of arguing about, a million different things over the years. And it seems unlikely, at least from his argument, that Vito, would have a separate account to argue with people when he is one of these no-hold-bars, argues with anyone about any fucking thing.
On his main, yeah. He's arguing on main, yeah.
Right, so.
He's not secret about being a dick, which, I mean...
Right, exactly, yeah.
My experience with Vito is 100% true.
Right. And because of that, I'm inclined to believe that Vito didn't do this, that it was a random fan of theirs that did this.
Right.
And that there is no evidence that Vito is this other secret account or whatever doing this.
To some extent, though, I do think, they kind of encouraged it, did they not?
Well, okay, here it depends. So there's a clip of Dick Masterson saying that he loves shitting on Eric July, and they did do something about they were attacking. So what? And maybe you can say this, and you could say I think you could say that they were not directly responsible, but you can throw blame at Dick Masterson to say that maybe he cultivated this environment because they did do his thing. I don't know if it was the same guy or if I don't know if it was Dick Masterson. So I'm probably butchering the facts here. There was some incident where Eric July was supposedly donating some comics or something to a charity, and they were trying to make sure it was actually they were calling the charity and checking to make sure it really happened. Blah 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 blah.
You're the charity police now. Come on.
Okay, yeah, they were the charity. Don't say you're. Okay, I'm not involved in this situation.
Obviously you're not involved. But I'm saying, look. Dick and Vito are the charity.
Yeah, right. They were doing something to investigate this to annoy
I guess
July.
they're doing it for entertainment value, but
they're doing it, they're trolling. And Dick Masterson's very upfront that this is, troll.
Yeah.
Now, but I think it's a stretch to say that doing that into making fun of Eric July, they would have any responsibility either legally or even morally for some random person on their own doing the ISOM thing. Because it's to me, that's a huge stretch away from anything that they've done that I'm aware of.
Right.
Unless they were on stream telling people hey, we want you to go find ways to fuck with Eric July. I don't think, or unless they were just continually just, fucking with Eric July continually, in all these weird ass fucking ways. And when people would, and kind of their fans would also fuck with Eric July in weird ass ways, and they would talk about it on stream and hype it up. Unless they were doing something to that effect, I don't see how they have any responsibility for any of this.
I do think they're kind of doing that, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. To my knowledge, they're not. They did it with one thing with the charity, and that was it.
Okay. So it's just a one show thing.
To my understanding, I'm not following this. Now, if it's true that they were doing some continual segment, repeatedly, the how we're going to fuck with Eric July, and he's oh, caller so-and-so, they fucked with Eric July this week. Then I would agree with them. They're definitely cultivating an atmosphere of people behaving this way. To my understanding,
I see them both on Twitter fucking with Eric July all the time.
It was in between them fucking with Eric July and what does that mean? They're just insulting him? They're just talking about how his stuff sucks.
Yeah, and how he's just unprofessional and doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, he's got 5 million in sales. I don't know how you can credibly make that argument.
But that's, to me, insulting someone continually is very different than fucking with them. When I think of fucking with them, I think you're not just like insulting someone's insulting someone. Fucking with someone is doing something in like a non-direct way, right?
Okay.
That's what I mean when I say they're fucking with them. So like if they were, I don't know, like if they were trying to, like if they had their fans, you know, prank call Eric July constantly, or I don't know, try to do something to disrupt the supply chain of comic books. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if they had done
Force
something
him to change the name of his comic.
Right. Or something
that he's got $5 million in sales.
Yes. Right.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
No, it is. You're not following what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying if Vito, to me, you can't say, well, Vito and Eric July were constantly criticizing, I'm sorry, Vito and Dick Masterson were constantly criticizing Eric July. So therefore they are some level of culpability for their fans doing some weird thing like this.
No, I understand what you're saying. Right. Yeah.
I'm saying if Vito and Dick Masterson and their fans were doing weird things like this before this, the whole calling Isom thing, they were doing kind of like weird outside things like this continually, and they would make a big deal about it on their show, then I would agree with you that they're basically ramping up their audience to act in some specific way.
Right.
So if they're like, oh, you know, so-and-so sent, you know, mailed dog shit to Eric July, and we're going to talk about our show and laugh, ha, 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 ha. So-and-so, you know, went to Eric July's house and they burned a stack of his comic books. Ha 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 ha. Let's talk about that. You understand what I'm saying? Like if they were actually incentivizing people to do things other than just criticize them, then maybe I'd agree.
On the internet. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Which to my knowledge, that didn't really happen.
I mean, Vito came on our show and was criticizing Eric July.
Yeah, but criticizing is fine. Bad thing is fine.
Right.
That's when you do behavior that's outside of the realm of just criticizing or shit talking someone.
Right. What if that behavior's totally legal?
Yeah, it could be, but I'm saying that would, to me, then you'd still have moral culpability. If they had a bunch of people that were just like harassing him in a legal way and they were talking about it and praising it, then I would say, yes, they're cultivating an atmosphere for people to behave in this way, obviously.
Vito for $2 says, I have a right to tell Eric his comic is trash. Is that really Vito?
Well, there you go. But see,
that's hilarious.
That's my position. If all
Vito, you're trash. Get out of our chat.
That is Vito. Thank you, Vito. if all Vito and Dick Masterson are doing are just insulting his comic and telling him that his comic sucks, then they're not culpable for people that are fans of theirs doing some like extracurricular activity.
What is it about Vito? You just say his name and he materializes.
Do you not agree with that, Adam?
Do I not agree with what?
Okay. If all they're doing...
I'm too stunned by the fact that Vito has just magically appeared in our chat.
Thank you, Vito, for the $2.
I've never seen him in our chat before.
No, I've seen him occasionally. Because someone, I'm sure he's had his fans to go and tell him. And saying, sit down, I'm talking about this. Okay. If all Vito and Dick Masterson are doing is talking about that the comic sucks, and they're just insulting him, right? Yes. To me, that's not you creating an environment where you're morally culpable or legally culpable if one of the fans does an extra activity outside the bounds of criticism, like calling up Isom or doing something to that effect.
So let me push back.
Okay.
You're not morally culpable, but I don't think it's a stretch to think something like that is probably going to happen.
I guess it would depend on how they talk about him. Because, like, for example, we criticize people all the time on this show.
Yeah, but it's different here. We're like, don't bother these people. Don't. And not only that, we don't. I mean,
what I'm saying is, like, if all they're doing is just laughing about how much this comic sucks and shitting on it, I don't think you would say, well, it would follow that one of their fans would do this, troll where they try to get the trademark in trouble. Because to me, that's like such an extra level of activity.
This plays specifically into the narrative, though, that they're promoting, though. That's the interesting dynamic here, because the narrative that Vito and Dick are promoting is that Eric July is a shitty businessman, doesn't know what he's doing. Mm-hmm. This is kind of promoting that narrative in a big way, because their argument is that he didn't do any of the background trademark research to be in this situation. So their response to this is basically, "Oh, Eric, this is your fault. You didn't do your due diligence." So they kind of are in the position where they're saying he has it coming, right?
Well, who's saying that?
Vito and Dick Masterson.
Yeah, but are they saying that just on top of saying the other arguments that they're not responsible for this because they didn't tell anyone to do this and they haven't created an environment where people would think to do this? And then they say, well, then on top of that also,
look, I don't know that they're
did shitty because he didn't look into the...
I don't know that they're saying any of the stuff that you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. But look, I'm just going off of what I've seen on Twitter.
Right.
Which on Twitter, Vito came on our show. We talked a bit about it with him.
Yeah.
I don't understand why there needs to be this big creator civil war thing, but maybe I'm just naive, and maybe this is completely blowing up Vito's comic campaign. He's got a comic campaign, and I think he's done more sales than we've done.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Yeah.
So maybe a lot of people are buying because they're into this drama. I don't know. So maybe I'm wrong here, and this drama is actually tangibly helping him with his campaign.
Well, even if it's not, okay, if we criticize someone for making a shitty YouTube video
quite often, we just did a video criticizing someone.
If we criticize someone for making a shitty YouTube video, and they get all bent out of sorts,
right?
Like a certain person named Quackademic Agent,
right? Yeah.
Okay, so that we regularly would make fun of that person because of that,
right?
Right. That doesn't mean that puts us morally responsible if someone goes and does a President Sunday on Quackademic Agent.
No, it's not. Of course not.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. In order for me to believe that Vito and Dick Masterson have some level of responsibility, would be that in their show, they are incentivizing in some way for people to go out and do these sort of extracurricular activities to Eric July or to other people, which I haven't seen evidence of that.
Right. Now Vito is asking to call in, which I'm inclined to just decline. Because I don't really care. Well, no, I don't think it's fair. Like, I think Vito talking a bunch of shit on our show is just going to perpetuate the problem without Eric July having any sort of pushback. It's like,
no, have Vito come on. You can clip it then. This isn't really worth clipping otherwise. Maybe he'll come on and say something interesting.
Okay, sure. Vito, I'll send you the link. What do you
this is not going to be a long conversation, by the way. It's going to be like 10, 20 minutes maximum.
Were you making... Look, he said 2 minutes in the super chat. Okay, you already got him up to 20
2 minutes. I didn't see the super chat. 2 minutes is fine.
What was the point that you were making before Vito so rudely interrupted our conversation?
My point was the same point. It was saying if you were trying to ascribe blame to them for this, you'd have to show that they were engaged in some kind of environment where they incentivize people to engage in some kind of extracurricular activity.
But you never answered the question about whether or not you thought it was probable. But that you could see this coming from
I don't think,
miles away.
Well, if all they're doing is criticizing his comic, then no, I don't think it's probable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my answer.
I think it is probable simply because of the narrative.
That he's a bad businessman?
Yes, because all of their audience is out to prove that narrative. Their narrative is that he doesn't know anything about business and he's completely naive to the ways of the world. And they're going to be fishing around for ways to prove that narrative. And this, I mean, does this not prove the narrative perfectly? Is this not evidence of that narrative?
I mean, I guess a little bit. But I think that's too tenuous of a connection in my mind. Like, why was the bad businessman angle even attached to it?
Well, Vito keeps tweeting out about spelling errors in his videos and stuff.
Well, it's not bad business. It's just saying he's a bad editor.
Look, as someone who is a bad speller, glass houses, I'm not here. I can't.
Yeah.
I definitely have no room. You have no room to criticize either. You're terrible, Sitch. You don't even know where the question mark comes when you do a question mark exclamation point.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I've sent Vito the link now.
Okay.
See.
We'll get to the bottom of this in 2 minutes. Okay.
Well, we're not. I mean, why is Vito even coming on? I know his.
We'll see if he says something worthwhile that will go viral. Vito, we want you to say something crazy, like use the N-word or something.
Not true.
No?
Please.
Okay.
Don't do that, Vito.
Hey now. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I won't take up your time. I just,
Okay.
you guys are talking about it. I thought I'd give you any perspective you might want. Yeah. I won't derail the show. I'm a good guy.
You're saying it in the tone of voice that makes it sound like you're going to.
Ensler. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. I got another
That's a little off brand for you as a social justice warrior, Vito. I don't know.
That's true.
Yeah,
I'm I don't know what I am. I mean, I'll get to the point. We have a podcast and we don't like Eric Chalai's comic. We don't like that there's a lot of these guys on YouTube whose job is to review media, right? They review movies, they review TV shows. They say Star Wars is, ruined and Kathleen Kennedy is ruining Star Wars. Stuff I agree with, some of it, not all of it. And those same guys made a bunch of videos saying the comic industry is about to change. Marvel and DC are scared of the Rippaverse. The Rippaverse is going to change comics forever. There's a lot of people saying...
Well, come on, Vito. You're talking about stuff we already know. This has all been said on our show the first time. We want to...
Sure, but I mean, I think it sets up why... Well, you're asking why... A lot of people are asking...
Someone did this thing where they pretended to be a journalist. They contacted ISOM, and they tried to create a situation that would be perceived as confusion, brand confusion. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that would have happened in a world where Vito and Dick Masterson's show did not exist?
I don't think that I don't think this fan would have sent that without our show.
So do you think anyone would have this situation of brand confusion, do you think that would have appeared in the marketplace had you not been involved?
Yes.
Okay, so you think sooner or later someone would have gone, this is confusing, I don't know what's happening here.
Let me put it this way, and I don't even know if people will believe me, but when Eric announced his comic was named ISOM, I Googled the word ISOM and the International School of Ministry came up, and I said, oh, well, his comic hero has a cross on his, is this a reference to this organization? Now, I obviously kept doing research and I went, no, this is an original character. It has no connection to this school. But I understand that confusion could obviously exist. He has a character who has a Christian trademark or has a cross on him. And it has the same name. It's this very weird name. I've never heard anyone called ISOM. Same name as this school.
Right.
Did you say any of this publicly, or is this just your thought process?
No, I did say this publicly way back when. But
you did say this.
Yeah.
Sitch, how do you feel about it?
Well, okay, we'll continue.
No, I mean, I briefly mentioned it. I said, is this connected? And then I said, no, it's definitely not. And that's the thing is, honestly, I don't think they have a good trademark claim because at the end of the day, even though you might have a brief confusion, it's it's still a comic book hero who beats up bad guys versus a school of ministry. These are obviously very different industries that they're operating in. So I don't even think he has. I mean, I don't know. Again, Rekieta talked about this. He's well, because of the Christian imagery. Like they're going to harp on that and the fact that they both sell hats that say ISOM on them. Like maybe there's a case.
Well, and they're going to smell money. He just had $5 million in sales on their brand.
Well, let's be clear. If I was them and I've been using ISOM for 12 years and then all of a sudden I don't have the number one result for ISOM anymore, I'm going to be like, well, is it okay that I just, this guy's ISOM is more popular than my ISOM, or did he actually take my trademark? Like, they have a reasonable reason to be like, okay, I want to make sure this guy is using our mark correctly. But again, at the end of the day, like, I mean, isn't the real question, like, are we trying to, like, start lawsuits? I mean, does it really matter what my actual opinion on the lawsuit is?
Okay, so my question is, so did all you guys do, you just, like, criticize the comic, or was there some other activities that fans were engaged in that you guys were, like, cheering on?
We criticize the comic. We talk about, we think Eric July is spending too much money on employees and warehouses and other associated things. Like, yeah, we do criticize.
He's a job creator. Why are you complaining about?
You can be a job creator without, some of the things he's doing. Let's just say, part of the reason I'm invested in this is, like, I'm a comic fan and I know the history of the comic industry and all these like different comic publishers that have gone out of business because they got like a big head. Like, I always think about the guy, the co-creator of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who he made a shit ton of money from the Turtles comic and immediately went, well, I'm going to set up a huge publishing company and I'm going to buy Heavy Metal magazine and pay all these people a bunch of money. And he lost like all his money in like 5 years.
Right. And
stories like that are super interesting to me, where I'm like, yeah, if you have a success, you have to be very careful and you can't go, it's like the Clone High joke. I've seen the first 2/3 of the MC Hammer behind the music and the money never runs out. Like, no, the money can run out.
Vito, we don't care about your life
history. First of all, thank you for making a Clone High reference. I do appreciate it.
You're very welcome. See, I'm appreciated here.
Yes.
Ultimately, look, Eric July could be a very rich man for a long time, but we see him making a lot of very obvious business mistakes, especially as it comes to the realm of comics.
What is Eric July suing you for?
Wait. I need, but to finish my questioning, my question was, so you guys are criticizing the comic, you're criticizing his business practices.
Business model, yeah.
Was there anything else?
I mean, I'm sure Dix said something, I don't know, man, like, I can't. I know. I don't know.
Well, like, did a fan do something like something outside the realm of criticizing? Did a fan leave dog shit on his stoop and then call you guys and say, we left poopy on his house, and you guys went, ha 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 ha?
There's a guy named Riley who keeps saying, I'm going to get in shape so I can roll up on Eric July and shave his hairy arms. We're pretty sure that's a joke,
right?
So we've laughed at. We've gone, ha, that's funny. Eric July is saying this man is threatening to come to my house. And I'm like, I don't think he's serious, Eric. I don't think he's actually going to roll up and shave you. I think it's a bit.
Does Eric July come up on the show every time you do the show? How often does Eric July come up?
At this point, I mean, look, honestly, here's the thing. After Dick reviewed his comic, we're like, okay, we did it. And we're pretty sure we're done with that. And then he responded, and we're like, okay, and responded in like a big way, like calling, like kind of went nuts. We're like, I thought this guy was a millionaire. Why does he care they were talking shit about his comic? And again, it's a situation where we just did a bonus episode. We read ISOM 2 and we reviewed it, and we both went, all right, well, this is about as far as it can go. The audience is probably done with this. Let's stop talking about Eric July. And then he makes a big video about how he's going to sue us. So look, you can say, like, why do you guys keep talking about Eric July? And it's like, I don't know, man. He keeps giving us something to talk about. Like, every time we try to get away from him, he either makes a video about us, or he threatens legal action, or he starts, DMCA striking our fans and getting them banned from Twitter. And we're like, well, I guess we got to talk about that, because does it take up the bulk of the show? No, but we'll touch on it.
How is he striking your fans? Are they putting images of the comic or something in the tweets?
There's been there was this saga where you started DMCA striking people, and to be clear, like, some of those DMCA strikes, like, somebody linked to a pirated copy of the comic. Obviously, you can strike that. Like, we're not.
That's
we
not
get
cool.
that. Right. But there was another person named Vicky who posted two pages from the comic, and she said the coloring in ISOM sucks. Here's the problem with the coloring. Like, if it's a club scene, it should not change from color from page to page. It should be consistent lighting. like was making very obvious fair use criticism. Like you're allowed to take a piece of art, analyze it, and talk about what you like or don't like about it. Eric made the claim that you obtained those screenshots from a pirated copy of the book, and because of that, it's not valid fair use criticism, and I can delete it. Okay. But here's the thing: you don't have to own a piece of media to make fair use criticism about it. Like if I would take a clip of a movie, I can comment on the clip from the movie. I don't have to own the movie. Like this was a very clear false DMCA strike. That, you know, and again, you're a multimillionaire. If some lady wants to say that the lighting in your comic sucks, why are you spending time policing that and striking people's accounts over it? Like, and it was a very clear false DMCA strike. So yeah, we talk about that on the show. Like Eric is very thin-skinned. You know, he has plenty of fans who are posting, you know, pictures of ISOM and saying, this is what I like. He doesn't strike any of them. But you criticize the lighting, and he goes, oh, well, that's a violation. This is pirated, and I'm taking it down.
Look, I watched Eric July's response video, I guess, to this whole ISOM trademark mess.
Yeah.
It's not completely clear to me whether or not he's planning on suing you, and if so, what he's planning on suing you for. So do you understand that, or?
Here's what Yeah, well, Nick Rekieta did a good roundup of this, which is what is he suing us for? Because let's be clear. First of all, we never directed a fan to send this. Okay, clearly somebody who was a fan of the show decided they wanted to stir up some drama, sent a stupid email. Okay, I disavow it. I don't want people attaching the name of our show to their stupid emails that they send out and fucking around.
It doesn't appear that way. You're sending very mixed messages here. You're coming on our show and you're condemning it, but I see you guys laughing about it on your show and just having a riot fest over it.
Well, Dick has the opposite opinion. Dick is saying, I don't condemn what they did. Like they're allowed to say, hey, I think you have a trademark violation here.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can see where that conflicting message is going to tell people in the future, I should do.
I'm not my brother's keeper, man. If you want to say Dick's encouraging people to do something wrong. But at the end of the day, again, Nick Rekieta said, what this fan did, you know, I condemn it. Dick doesn't care. I think Dick is just like, whatever, fuck it. But regardless, at the end of the day, there's no law against telling a company, hey, there might be a trademark infringement that you need to look.
There might be some law, some sort of fraud in claiming to be a journalist and literally manufacturing a piece of evidence that there is confusion in the marketplace because the letter becomes a piece of evidence in the lawsuit.
That's okay. Well, Eric should figure out who sent the letter and sue them. And if he thinks he has a legal case against this individual, I don't care. Go nuts, man. I don't care if you sue some dumb fan of my show. I didn't give him permission to send this stupid email. If anything, it's created nothing but fucking headache for me. So I'd honestly, if you sue him, I'd be like, good, maybe that'll tell the other fans, don't get me dragged in your stupid bullshit. Dick's a little more like, what do I fucking care? But that, you know what? I don't control Dick. I disagree with Dick on a lot. That's part of the show.
So you don't know if that's the intent. You don't know what the intent is for Eric July.
In terms of suing us?
Yes.
I'll say this. Eric July thought he had a really good legal case against us. He thought he had this big gotcha that he said, oh, they sent the email. I can prove it. And everyone's like, okay, prove it. And he went, well, I can't prove it. I was like, well, then you don't have anything. Well, and even if he could prove it, he doesn't have a case.
Yeah, I don't know that that's breaking the law unless it's a fraud case.
There's two layers here. One, he can't prove it was us. Two, if he could prove it was us, it's not illegal, according to Nick Rekieta and other lawyers that have looked at it. I mean, let's be clear. We're not dummies either. Dick has a lawyer. He talked to his lawyer. He said, is there anything here? Like, do I need to be worried about this? And the lawyer laughed his ass off. He said, that's a pretty funny email. No, you have nothing to worry about. This guy's a troll and he's an asshole, but this is not illegal behavior. I'm allowed to contact Coca-Cola and make stupid jokes and be like, did you hear about my buddy's, he makes Coke hats. Have you heard about that? Maybe you need to sue him, So yeah, it's a guy fucking around. It sucks, but
why does he think that? Why does Eric July think that he can prove that this was you?
He doesn't think that.
Oh, okay.
Eric July made a video talking a lot of game, saying I have receipts. And I said, well, if you got receipts, what are they? Because I honestly have no idea what you're talking about because I didn't send this stupid email. And he goes, oh, we got them. And I'm like, well, I think now at the point where everyone is asking you, how do you actually know they did this? Like, what evidence do you actually have? I think now whatever secret magic information you're holding on to, now would be the time to clear the record. And he made a video where he basically, everyone's like, when are you going to sue these guys? When are you going to sue these guys? And he's responding to all of them going, when did I ever say I was going to sue anybody? We're not talking about. We're not suing anybody. So I'm like, okay. I mean, you posted a bunch of memes of you counting stacks of money. I assumed that was you saying you were going to waste your money on a frivolous lawsuit trying to take me to the cleaners. What I'm afraid of is that Eric July is a big dummy who throws his money away constantly. So I'm like, this is the kind of guy who would file a frivolous lawsuit just to waste my time. But it seems like he talked to a lawyer and they're like, listen, man, you can't prove it was them. And even if you could, it's not illegal. That stupid email some fans sent. So he's completely backing off. This was like a huge miscalculation on his part. He figured, oh, I'm really going to nail these guys to the wall. And now that everyone's like, well, you need evidence. How do you know they did that? He's going, don't worry about it. We'll get into it later. He's got nothing. It's been honestly, you know, my heart was in my chest. I'm like a big dumb millionaire is about to file a frivolous lawsuit.
So you were scared when you thought he was going to file a frivolous lawsuit.
I don't want to go to court, man.
You don't want to have to hire an attorney. You don't want to have to sign a check for $5,000 for attorney consultation.
Bro, I don't want to talk to an attorney. I want to sit in my house and pet my cats and work on stupid YouTube videos. I don't want to add anything to my life. I don't want any needless legal bullshit. At the end of the day, though, if Eric July did sue me, he's going to get immediately hit with anti-SLAPP law, okay, strategic lawsuit against public participation.
Still, it's going to cost you $5,000 out of pocket just for that.
Yes. He's going to pay triple our attorney's fees when he gets hit with SLAPP. Because let's be clear, Eric July is not just a regular guy. He is a very obvious public figure. Okay, he's on Glenn Beck's news network. He has a comic book that has been featured on Fox News that has made millions of dollars. As a public figure, okay, you have a very limited amount of what you can do. Let's put it this way, like. It was very common at a point in time where if you were a rich guy and you didn't want people to talk shit about you, you would just file a big lawsuit, bankrupt them, and walk away, right? And that's why we have SLAPP laws. Yeah, we have SLAPP laws because the courts went, well, this is fucked, okay? Totally. But that's not how the law is supposed to work. So Eric July, as a huge public figure, he's going to need a lot more than these guys made fun of me on their podcast, and then one of their fans sent a joking email to a school of ministry, which actually might have a valid trademark claim against me.
Okay, so, well, I have one more thing, and then we can wrap up. Unless you
I have a bunch of things because you keep changing the subject to less important things.
Is this? Well, I feel like this is important.
Okay. What did you want to say?
What was less?
No,
important?
you say whatever you want to say first.
Well, you're really, Vito, downplaying the impact of potentially having to change the name of his comic Isom when he has a bunch of branding and $5 million in sales. So do you think, Vito, that he is going to have to do that? And do you recognize that that's kind of a big deal?
I recognize that it would be inconvenient for him to change the name of his comic. But let's be clear. He made that big video about us without ever contacting this school of ministry, which has the trademark dispute with them. Did you see the tweet they put out?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So if he's worried about his trademark, why doesn't he handle it like an actual businessman and talk to this company and figure something out instead of making this big weird video accusing us of having secret sock puppet accounts to start lawsuits against him? This seems like something where
You disagree with his strategy, but you admit that it's a big deal if he has to change the name.
I don't think it's a big deal. No, I think he could change. I think he could change the name of the comic to The Incredible Isom, and it would what is he going to lose there? He doesn't like the name as much. You know, he could be called Mighty Isom, and then it's very clearly a different mark. Like, how would you confuse Mighty Isom with isom.com? Like, there are so many simple ways to deal with this potential trademark issue. And it's not going to cost. He's said in multiple tweets, he's like, this is a minor issue and my lawyers are handling it. Well, that's very different though. The fucking video you put out where you said we're destroying your life and your business. Now he's changed it to and he said, "Oh, we've got it handled." Well, then if you have it handled,
you have other questions?
Yeah. What is the we sent the email thing that everyone keeps pointing to?
Basically, like at one point, the same guy who later sent this email to the School of Ministry had previously sent in stuff to our show, right?
Right.
He had sent in a different email he had sent to a comic book charity asking them like how much money they're getting from Eric. And these were questions we had. We're like, well, yeah, is he donating the money, whatever else? And, you know, I think Dick puts it best, which is when you're doing like a radio show or a podcast, it can be fun to make it sound like you have some, you know, organization like, well, we've looked into this, you know, we've done our due diligence, you know, we've got this excited. At the end of the day, a fan sent us an email and we thought it was interesting. We read it on the show. You know, when we said we didn't mean like, yeah, we sent the email ourselves. It was just kind of like, a fan sent it in, but we're going to take credit for it.
I think, have you learned that was stupid to do this going forward?
I mean, in hindsight, you know what? I never predicted a fan was going to try and get Eric July sued. You know, it's not the kind of thing that ever ran through my head. Like, well, wait, what if later this guy sends an insane email about a trademark dispute? Right. And from going forward, I think me and Dick have a pretty strong rule of like, when somebody sends us something, we're going to say a fan sent us this.
Right.
I think that's going to be the going forward, the way we talk about that.
If you're not sued into oblivion, if you still exist.
Bro, if Eric July sues us, we're going to get rich. That's the end of it. Because we're going to countersue this guy for defamation.
Yeah.
He put out a video that very clearly said
you guys are public figures too. What are you talking?
We're public figures, but you can't say these guys sent this sneaky email if you can't prove it. And the way he phrased it,
that's true. Yeah,
dude, the way he said it and the way all his fans clearly came away with the belief where he goes, we have more receipts coming soon, therefore insinuating that he has more information about some nefarious deeds we're up to. That's defamation against my character, to claim that not only can you definitively prove that I sent some stupid email, which I clearly didn't send. I've brought up the history of the guy who sent it. He has, 7 years of Twitter history. I was not in 2017 acting as this guy arguing with PETA. Okay.
How are you going to show damages though? Your comic campaign went up by $10,000.
Well, here's the thing is the damages are, what does this limit in terms of my ability to grow my audience? Like, yes, some things have gone up, but let's be clear. Am I going to be invited on any comic skate streams anytime soon? No, because they're all Eric July dick suckers, and he's convinced them that we're running secret shadow campaigns to get people sued. Like, if I try to enter into a business,
I don't know that you were going to get invited on comic skate.
I've been on comic skate streams. Absolutely, regardless. I have. No, I was on.
I mean,
them.
I saw you.
Well, this would be this would be a counter suit.
Yellow Flash's stream.
You wouldn't be suing him normally. This would be a counter suit, right? Or are you talking about suing him? Even
at this point, we have enough that if we just want to straight up fire, it would probably be me, because the accusation was very clearly leveled at me that I sent this email. And let's be clear, look at the chat. They believe it. People believe Eric July, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he cannot prove this because it's a lie. I know that if we went to court, he would fucking lose. So I think he's scared. If you watch his most recent video, I think he's realized, fuck, I thought I had these guys dead to rights, but I've just realized I have no way to prove these ridiculous accusations I've put out there. He's put me in the position to have a very obvious defamation loss.
What is the content of the most recent video?
Wait. I don't know if him saying that he thinks or that he has extra receipts that's going to prove it, I don't know if that's enough for defamation.
I think the fact that he put out a video that very clearly insinuates I did something that I did not do. He accused me of sending emails to try and coordinate lawsuits against his business and against a comic business, knowing I'm a fellow comic creator. Creates huge problems for me in an industry which I am trying to participate.
Oh, no, I agree. But I'm saying my understanding for defamation is you have to prove that they knew what they were saying wasn't true. I have to say he thought that it was true.
I think I have enough to prove that he acted recklessly with disregard for the truth.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to figure out what is his quote receipts that he's referencing.
Let's put it this way: I don't want to sue anybody. At the end of the day, I don't want any legal trouble.
That's good.
But
I don't want no trouble.
If Eric is going to continue to insinuate that there is some sort of secret information that only he has that he can't show anybody, of what did I do?
I mean, see you tweeting about this guy every 5 minutes, Vito. How can you say you don't want trouble?
It's my right.
Look, but you're sitting here going, look, I don't want any.
Hold on. If a multimillionaire makes a video saying he's going to sue me into the ground, all his YouTuber buddies, guys with 500,000, 1 million subs, are retweeting it going, I'll do anything to support you, Eric. How can I crowdfund the lawsuit against these jackasses? You think I'm going to just go, well, I guess I'll just wait it out. No, I'm on the fucking warpath now. Eric July is done. Okay.
Look, so you can't if you're saying Eric July is done, you can't say, look, I don't want any trouble. That's all I'm saying.
Fine. All right.
You're on the warpath. You're in a kamikaze mission with this guy. Yeah, exactly.
I'm the one who knocks.
I'm telling him.
Stop trying to say, oh, I'm innocent, Vito here. I don't want any trouble. No, you're fucking perpetuating it.
Here's the bottom line. I don't want trouble. I'm being forced. My hand has been forced.
It's defensive.
It is 100%
defensive invasion,
guys.
Yes.
I think you're crossing state lines here. I don't think this is defensive.
This was a big fun joke. I go on my podcast. I go, I saw him. What a shitty comic. Eric July doesn't know what he's doing. The second he goes and accuses me of shit I haven't done and says he's going to use his legal muscle to expose secret information about me, which is a blatant fucking lie. Yes, I'm on the warpath. It's a defensive warpath. Now, if Eric July wants to come out and go,
this is not a defensive warpath. I've seen you on Twitter. Stop saying that.
Wait, what you're saying? Okay, I don't know, Adam. What you're saying contradicts what Vito's saying. Just because if Vito's being attacked,
I'm responding.
And Vito's attacking back.
He's not.
That doesn't disregard the defensive responding party. Okay.
He's continually stoking the fires on Twitter over and over again.
But here's the problem. Okay, so if Eric July makes these two videos and he accuses Vito of whatever. And then you now have like thousands of Eric July fans constantly attacking Vito.
Right.
And so then Vito's attacking the fans or attacking
He's
Eric July.
Not attacking the fans.
You're saying, well, he's stoking the fire, but it's like
he's attacking Eric July directly. He's not attacking the
fans are telling me I'm going to die. That they're going to send a secret ops team to my house to dissolve me in acid, that they're going to obtain Thanos' magic gauntlet and snap me into existence because they're fucking children and they live in the world.
Shaving Eric July's arms, that's a joke, but this stuff is serious. You're worried about the acid coming out.
No,
I'm not worried about the acid bath. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not worried about the acid bath.
Okay, so what are you saying then?
I'm saying that when I have hundreds of people telling me I'm going to get sued into the ground and I'm going to end up in prison, my reaction is to go, fuck you, fuck Eric July, fuck his entire audience. We will fight this thing to the bitter fucking end if we have to. Now, if Eric July wants to do the wise thing, come out and go, you know what? I jumped the gun. I thought I had proof that Vito and Dick were engaged in these so-called gay ops. But at the end of the day, I think it truly was just a deranged fan. And as a YouTuber, I understand we can't always control what our fans do. And sometimes fans do stupid thing and we disapprove of it. If he does that, hey, Eric, great. Let's put it under the rug. But if you're going to allow your audience to run around and tell me that I did this fucked up shit I didn't do and that I deserve to die and go to prison for it, then fuck you. We will. This is going to go on forever then. Okay, if you thought we were too harsh on your shitty comic book before, you have no fucking idea the bitter end to which we will take this. So the ball's in Eric July's court. Come out and say, we're not going to sue Dick and Vito. Dick and Vito did nothing illegal. I was wrong. That's your only fucking option.
What are you going to do if he doesn't do that?
I'm going to shave that motherfucker.
Look, I can't. Sitch, look, you seem to think there's no contradiction here between the Vito, the one Vito who is like, oh, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just, I don't want to be sued. And the one Vito that's coming out here and saying, look, I'm going to shave him. I'm going to fight this to the death.
There will not be a single hair left on
you don't see it. Look, you don't see a Jekyll and Hyde here.
You're not understanding my position. I'm saying that I think if you're going to say, or anyone's going to say, that veto caused the person to send the email to ISOM because they shit on Eric July, then you also have to believe that all the people that are now shitting on Vito and Dick Masterson from Eric July's audience is Eric July's fault if he's spreading false information about them being responsible for this, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So then that would justify under that framework Vito to then turn around and then shit on Eric July for spreading false information, would it not?
And let's be real.
Look, I said this when Vito was on the show. I said, why are you doing this? What is the point of this? Why are you engaged?
You just changed the subject. I don't give a shit why Vito's doing anything, okay? What I'm saying is that under the framework, that Vito would be justified to shit on Eric July if Eric July is spreading false information that's causing Eric July fans to attack Vito. Is that not true? Would you not agree with that, Adam?
You would have to go back and look at who started the escalation, obviously. I mean, if you're in a situation where you're exchanging attacks and someone is consistently raising the escalation, wouldn't you blame that party more than the person that was trying to de-escalate?
We're
just talking about shitting on people on the internet. I'm not talking about escalating behaviors outside of the internet.
Okay.
Bro, I talked shit about The Last Jedi for 3 straight years. Okay?
Kathleen Kennedy should have come to you.
If somebody tries to sue Ryan Johnson, do I got to feel bad? Okay? If somebody sends some fucking troll email trying to get Ryan Johnson in trouble, do I have to go, oh my God, do
you understand how feuds get escalated? How escalation happens among feuds and then...
Yes, I understand. What happens
higher and higher levels of agitation takes place between these two.
Two comedians with an obvious comedic podcast put out a joking review of a comic book, and a thin-skinned moron.
You're just trying to downplay the escalation that's taking place.
He is the escalation. He's a millionaire. All he has to do is ignore it. All he has to do is go, well, I understand there's some criticism in my comic book, but you know what? I'm just out here doing the best I can, and I really hope that the fans like it.
Look,
that's it. But this is a guy who, no. Eric July is the ultimate in escalation.
Sitch, do you see the letter to the ISOM company as a level of
Yeah, but they didn't send
acceleration about.
Or
yes,
Vito's saying he
obviously,
didn't send. Vito's saying
not.
Vito's claiming
some
that he did
other
not
party
send
did, but I'm saying in the exchange here there was an escalation that took place.
Yes.
Can I make a point about that email real quick?
Vito is ignoring that escalation.
He's not. Wait, no, he's not. Stop. Wait, Adam. One second, Vito. Adam, you cannot conflate the actions of Vito with the actions of a fan and say that that's an escalation, right?
God.
If Vito is not, if Vito,
you're right.
You can
No escalation took place.
Wait,
you're right.
Stop.
Look, it's my imagination that an escalation took place.
No, wait, no, stop. What the fuck? I don't know what you're talking about here. Because to me that's interesting. The reason I want to have Vito come on and talk about this is Vito or Dick Masterson responsible on any level for the person sending the letter? I thought that's what the conversation was about.
Sure.
Okay. So if that's why I was asking these questions specifically.
You're saying they are nowhere near responsible. They have zero responsibility whatsoever.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom to. Because if what they're doing is criticizing the comic book, right? And that's the majority or all of the thing, then you say unequivocally no.
Right.
But we so far have one additional thing, which is that you had
Vito
a person
went on his show and said, "Listen, I don't like." He admits that he originally said that there was this other ISOM out there in the world.
You're not tracking what I'm saying.
No, I am tracking. Look, Vito said on his show that there was some trademark thing.
I never said that on the show.
Okay, so you said it on Twitter.
I thought you did say.
So not on the show.
So Vito could literally be the origin of this idea.
Wait. Where did you say it?
It was on Twitter.
Okay, you said there's a tweet.
This was when he announced the campaign.
Gotcha.
This was like a year and a half ago.
Right.
We have never talked about it on the podcast. I don't think anyone even saw that tweet.
Gotcha.
Okay. Nobody ever saw that tweet.
It was like
Vito is completely innocent, Sitch. Nobody ever saw the tweet.
Okay, well, I'm innocent by value of if they saw the tweet and they got in their head that it's the same trademark. How is that? Am I not allowed to think that the trademark is similar?
Oh, you're completely allowed to think that, Vito. Of course.
So what did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong.
Look, according to Sitch, you've done absolutely nothing wrong.
Okay,
But
wait.
according to you, what did I do that was morally wrong?
Look, you've created a giant headache for Eric July over this
So
trademark
my
thing.
moral job is to not create headaches. Hold on. How did I create this lawsuit? What are you talking about?
Well, first of all, you're saying that you do not believe this trademark dispute. You think that this trademark dispute would have happened regardless of your involvement. If there was a world, another universe where Vito didn't exist, Vito and Dick Masterson's show was never created, this trademark dispute would have appeared eventually and come to bite.
It's my
Eric
belief
July.
that the
I
ISOM
don't know that is the case. I think that's a kind of a maybe insane claim to even make.
You think that's insane? You don't think that the organization Googles themselves and goes, "Hey, wait, why are we not the number one result for ISOM anymore?"
Well,
hey, wait, why is this guy like a Christian superhero and we're a Christian organization?
Even if they did, Vito, they would have to come up with some evidence that there was confusion in the marketplace.
I don't think they
this
do need
letter
that.
is like the perfect evidence for it.
Hold on. I don't think you actually need that to have a copyright claim. You don't have to prove that confusion exists in the marketplace. You just have to demonstrate that it reasonably somebody could. Now, they tried to include that email to say, look, there already is, to strengthen their case.
Look,
you can absolutely file a trademark dispute without that.
You're arguing that you didn't have a tangible effect on it, and I think that claim is potentially specious. So that's the difference of opinion here. Sitch, I would love you to weigh in. Sitch, what do you think?
I would say, well, I can't weigh in on whether Dick Masterson and Vito not existing would have caused the lawsuit, because you would think that eventually these places would Google themselves. But even if I grant you, Adam, that complaint only exists because of Vito and Dick Masterson, to me, that's irrelevant. Because them just pointing out, or rather them just criticizing ISOM, that's fine. Like, that's why I don't understand your argument here. Just like, why are you saying that they're not allowed to criticize ISOM because their fan can come out, that their fan can do something like outside the bounds of criticism? Like, what is
what I don't
who am I supposed to answer here? And can I at least hear one question at a time?
Adam. Here's the question. Okay. Do you think that it's totally acceptable morally for Vito and Dick Masterson to rip on Eric July in his comic book and criticize it for being a shitty comic every day for the end of time? You think that's fine for them to do?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the problem?
You can't come out and say that you're not at least partially responsible for the situation that's taking place here
in an immoral fashion. I should not have used my free speech. Well,
okay,
look, you want to put some moral valence on it, like that you did something wrong. I don't
just say I did nothing wrong, because I didn't. There is nothing immoral about me saying Eric July's comic sucks. Even if that leads to someone going to if a crazy person hears me say that ISOM sucks, and they go, I agree, and they drive to Eric July's house and shoot him in the head, I've still done nothing wrong, because that is a completely unrelated event that I had no possible way of predicting, nor could any reasonable person expect my free speech to lead to that. And it's the same with this lawsuit. When I said ISOM sucks, I didn't think, gosh, down the line, someone might create a lawsuit for this guy. That's not how critique of media works. When I review a movie, I don't go, this might create legal problems for Warner Brothers down the road. I'm just talking shit about Blue Beetle because it sucks.
But you are celebrating that it has created legal problems.
I'm not celebrating it.
You are totally celebrating that this has created legal problems for Eric July.
Dick thinks it's funny. I said I think it's stupid.
Well, anyway, half of your show is celebrating. So
So I asked you, do any fans do anything outside the realms of criticism?
Right.
Yeah.
And there's the charity thing. Was there another incident like that, or anything outside?
I mean, that wasn't even an incident. An incident of a fan doing something outside the realms of just shitting and critiquing on his content. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's okay. So position.
Another thing I want to mention is we're not the only person talking about ISOM. So even this guy who reached out and sent this email, I know that he listens to, Vicky makes videos about this. Tony TGB makes videos about it. And I'm pretty sure I've seen him, tweeting at those people as well. Like, we're not the only ones commenting on ISOM, but we're bearing all the, blame because he signed our names to this dumb email.
Right.
One thing about that email is like he signs his name as Roy Gerbil. Like, that's a reference to an entirely different podcast called Phone Losers of America. Like, this is a guy who listens to a bunch of different shows. I don't know what instigated him to send this stupid email.
Okay.
You can say, yeah, obviously listen to our show, but at the end of the day, this man makes his own decisions.
And you never said on the show that ISOM infringes on some copyright.
No, we never brought that up.
Okay. So that's why, so my position, first of all, I think you could say, Adam, I think you could say probably that yes, Dick and Vito talking about this, would potentially have someone motivated to do the behavior, but I don't think that makes them culpable for the behavior at all, just because they're criticizing someone's comic book. I mean, we criticize people fucking all the time. I don't think we would be responsible for someone going out and, trying to put some of the bread tubers or whoever we criticize into some kind of legal jeopardy.
Sure.
Well, okay. So, what's the difference? Because you disagree.
Well,
I think I'm being too mean to Eric July.
I'm not gonna say. Look, I'm not gonna say that Vito is innocent. I don't feel like that's the case. So I just
do you think
I'm using my free speech to say you're saying, look, you've done nothing wrong, and I'm using my free speech to say, no, fuck you. You're an asshole.
This man who has a multi-million-dollar product.
Look at this class reductionist here. He's like, listen, he's rich, so we should hate his guts.
No. Hold on.
Typical leftist.
Hold on.
Typical leftist.
I want to address that.
The power. Look, you can spell better than him, so you have the power, Vito. What are you doing? You have the privilege, the spelling privilege.
If I devoted my energy to going after a homeless guy, I would get it and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, who cares that his comic sucks? This is a guy who is being hyped up as the biggest independent comic creator
and you're
of all time.
Seethingly jealous of that. It's
Why would I be jealous
apparent.
Of a fucking libertarian comic? I don't want to make libertarian comics.
Look, you tell me you're jealous. You're jealous of the $5 million in sales that he's done. It offends your sensibility as an artist. You think, oh my God, this is trash, and why are people buying it? It's a typical elitist perspective that a lot of people have. Hold on. Jealousy. What are you talking about?
Saying this is trash, why are people buying it, is jealousy?
Yes.
So what?
Yes.
So
you're like, oh my God, they should buy my amazing comic from me.
When I say
author genius,
when I say The Last Jedi is a piece of shit, how on earth did it make $1 billion? Am I jealous of The Last Jedi?
Yes, you're jealous that the culture enjoys that movie.
Goodbye. Thank you. Fucking stupid.
Okay.
Well, thanks. Thanks for coming on, Vito. I'm glad you came on. It's a funny clip. So, what was it? I honestly wasn't listening to what happened at the end there because I was talking to chat. What happened? You were saying that he was jealous of Eric July, and then he said,
"Right,
am I jealous when I criticize Star Wars?" And then you said yes.
And then he rage quit. Obviously,
yeah.
So
wait,
the jealousy,
you said yes to
obviously
that, though?
The jealousy.
You think he's jealous about Star Wars?
Yes, of course.
I don't agree. It's a bad argument. Okay.
Look,
what is this?
I have seen this a million times.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you don't reduce it to jealousy.
No, wait.
When people come out and they start talking about things that are financially successful, that are trash, they're jealous. They are jealous.
Okay. If we had a conversation,
how would you not define that as jealousy?
If we had a conversation with no thought, right? Second thought, or I don't know, who else do we cover? Wisecrack or Some More News, any of these fucking assholes, right? Who have way larger channels than us. And they just said, you're only criticizing us because you're jealous. Because we're successful on YouTube. What would be your response to that?
Obviously not, but we're criticizing their arguments. It's a completely different thing.
But the Vito is criticizing, they're criticizing the content of the comic book. Were they not?
Right, but there are all kinds of comics that are not financially successful that suck that he could be criticizing.
Yeah, but why would you but that's dumb. That's like, that'd be like, if sometimes people send me videos of someone saying some crazy shit, but it's like a YouTube account that's got like 50 subs. I'm like, I'm not gonna, like, what's the point? No one's watching this. No one cares about this. I feel like I'm just beating up on like a hobo.
Right. That's why culturally, that's why I said the cultural thing.
Right,
You're jealous that that's making a cultural impact.
No, but this it's not jealousy. You say, okay, there's a person, like if you have limited time to talk about something, energy to talk about something, and you say, am I going to criticize the thing that's super popular and it fucking sucks, or am I going to criticize the thing that no one cares about and also sucks? Why would you even bother talking about the thing that no one cares about?
I still think they're criticizing Eric July because they're jealous of his sales numbers. I just like, what is
okay. We've reached the elephant.
Assess the situation. Why are they consistently criticizing Eric July? Why is Vito literally saying, he's going to fight this to the death?
Because he has.
Why are they obsessed with this?
Because
he said
all these people are attacking him now constantly and accusing him of all sorts of things that he doesn't think he's responsible for doing. What do you mean? That's why
they wouldn't be attacking him if he didn't have $5 million in sales.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't think that's true. I think let's just say he was reasonably popular.
He made it a core part of his argument. He literally said that's part of his argument.
Yeah, the core part. The reason he keeps bringing up the fact that he's wealthy is he's saying, because you were talking about, why, like you're talking about like who is escalating what. And from Vito's perspective, he's saying if we're some smaller channel and he's some massive channel, has a massive platform, why the fuck is he even responding to us in the first place? Why is he making a big deal about this? He's the one that keeps the drama going. That's why he kept bringing up the $5 million thing. He wasn't bringing up to say, he's rich. So
I fundamentally disagree with you here. I completely disagree with you. I do.
You can wait.
You're giving Vito infinite charity.
No,
here,
we do this. No, the problem is that you can say that I'm sure there is a level there's some level where Vito's like upset or jealous that Eric July's comic made $5 million and that his didn't. Obviously, there's a level that bothers me, if you want to call it jealousy, that we watch some fucking Second Thought video or some other, these like literally the dumbest fucking people ever who are just lying and making the shittiest content, and they have a big fan base. Of course that bothers me. I wouldn't characterize it as like jealousy, but I'm like, I was like, I wish people that were shitty liars were not successful, obviously.
Let's take the Second Thought example. Okay. Let's say Second Thought only has one video and we decide we're going to focus on that one video every week. We're going to cover that video over and over again. Of course it is. That's what I keep saying about this. I'm like, look, he's got one issue out. You've reviewed it. You've staked your claim that it sucks. Why you got to go on Twitter and constantly make fun of his spelling errors in his fucking tweets? What's going on there?
Well, okay, because
it's no longer about the comic book.
Well, no, okay.
It's about, oh my God, he made a spelling error in a tweet.
Why did you tweet about the DGG recently?
Well, because they were lying about us, obviously.
Oh! So it's kind of like what Vito's doing here, right?
Well, that makes more sense, definitely.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get at.
But look, this is what I was trying to get at. That was like not really making any impact.
Okay.
There are these situations where people get in back and forth over the internet, right? And there is de-escalation and there is escalation, right?
Yes.
Is this trademark thing a point of escalation?
Obviously.
Okay, it is, obviously.
Right.
You're saying that Vito is blameless.
I'm saying that Vito, and to my understanding, to what Vito has said. Now, obviously, Vito could be lying, and someone could produce evidence that contradicts this at some point. But to my understanding, from what I've seen so far and what Vito has said, I don't believe that Vito and Dick Masterson are responsible for that escalation.
There's a difference
Okay.
between
wait,
responsibility and blamelessness.
I understand that, but let's
Are
start.
you saying that they are blameless?
Let us start. We'll work backwards. Let's start
Okay.
at responsible. Okay.
Okay.
Do you
Look,
think that
I don't think
Vito-
they're responsible either. I don't. You can't
Okay.
make that claim.
Okay.
But you at the
So you
same
agree.
time can't make
You
the
agree.
claim that they're innocent or blameless.
Wait, well, let's not conflate innocent with blameless, because these are two very different things.
Okay.
Okay. Because innocent is, generally you mean innocent means innocent from responsibility, right?
Or it can mean innocent from blame.
Okay. So we'll start with responsibility. Are they 100% responsible for this being sent? I'm going to say no.
Mm-hmm.
You say now, do they have some level of responsibility? Not responsibility. I wouldn't even use that word. Do they have some level of blame? Because just them talking about this, if they didn't talk about this, that person who's a fan of theirs presumably wouldn't have done the action, right? That's what you're asking.
Right.
Right. And I say, yes, you're probably right. Them just talking about it and criticizing Eric July would open the door for someone to engage in this behavior potentially. Okay. But I agree with that. But here's the big but. So what? If that's the case, then anyone is responsible for anything anyone who's a fan of theirs does. Which we've all agreed that that's not, I thought we all agree that's not the case. This is kind of what we talked about with Sam. If a Tim Pool fan or a Sam Cedar fan goes out and does something wrong, I don't think they're responsible for that in any meaningful way, unless you can draw that they're creating the environment in their content that would lead a reasonable person, or even maybe a slightly unreasonable person down the pathway to engage in that behavior. And that's why I'm specifically trying to ask Vito, did you or your fans do something outside the realms of criticism? Because to me, now you don't agree with this logic, but to me, if you want to throw responsibility or even a level of blame that's even matters morally onto Vito or Dick Masterson, I would say that requires them to be basically cultivating an audience to engage in extracurricular, outside the internet attacks on someone. If they were doing that, then I would say, yes, they're responsible for this action. They're cultivating this environment. If they're not doing that and they're just shitting on his comic book, then I don't think they're responsible.
Okay. I mean, you literally in the conversation with Sam Cedar made a distinction between his behavior on our show and the behavior he had on his show.
Right.
And measured a distinction between there that you were uncomfortable with. So I just
Yeah, but okay, but so that's the question. So
you are saying that that there are certain situations where content creators are responsible for the actions of course.
So if Vito were to say what he said on this show, or goes back to his show with Dick Masterson and say theoretically that him and Dick Masterson, all they do is they laugh at this and they say, ha 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 ha, this is great, this is wonderful, Eric July is a fucking idiot. If he sees us, we're going to countersue him. Oh my God. And all they do is they make the biggest deal about how hilarious this lawsuit is. Or how hilarious, not the lawsuit, how hilarious it is that someone sent this letter to ISIM, okay? And they talk about how fucking funny that is, again and again and again. If someone then goes off and does something similar in the future, then you would say, and I would agree with you, oh, look, they should know better, right? Because they're basically promoting their audience to do this because they're hyping up, they're rewarding a fan essentially by praising them and talking about it so much by doing this behavior, right?
Yeah, that's an easy assumption to make.
Okay.
Like if a fan was doing extracurricular trolling and we all of a sudden decided we were going to bring up all of that information on the show,
right,
and talk and laugh about it, I mean, we would be encouraging that behavior.
Right. Like, for example, and we can use Doomer as an example. Okay. Everyone knows that we actually like Doomer and that it's a joke. Okay.
I don't think that's the case, but
everyone should know that I actually do like Doomer. It is a complete joke that we do this thing that we don't like each other. Okay. If someone were to go and mail dog shit to Doomer's house.
Yeah.
And then tell us
And we brought that up on stream and laughed about it.
Well, let me tell you what would happen in real life. If someone were to mail Doomer dog shit and then privately tell me this, I would, first of all, call him a fucking idiot in the DM and say, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I would never bring this up on the show because I wouldn't want to reinforce this behavior, right? But if someone did that to Doomer and we brought it up on the show and we laughed about it and talked about how hilarious it was that someone did this, obviously that would be incentivizing people to do something similar to that behavior, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, based on our interactions with Doomer right now and how we sort of poke and prod at him, if someone sent dog shit to Doomer or tried to get Doomer in trouble in real life, have we done anything that you think that would merit that response? That would we be responsible for someone engaging in that behavior because people don't understand that we're joking?
I don't care. And
you do have to care because that's
no,
kind
I
of
don't
what we're
care.
talking
And
about.
I just want to wrap this up because
Okay,
this is getting exhausting, and also I don't give a fuck. And I just we have a Vito rage quit our show. Why are we continuing to talk about this?
That's true.
We're belaboring this. It's going to be like a 2-hour video no one's going to listen to.
Okay. Well, we can just I don't know how long this clip is, but we can clip it. Unless you're opposed to it. I think it'd be a good clip.
It is an hour and 49 minutes.
We did not talk to Vito for an hour and 49 minutes.
Oh, wait a second.
He came on at like
and
almost
15 minutes.
Has it really been an hour and 15 minutes?
Yes, since we started the drama.
Well, no.
We would start the Eric July drama.
Okay.
Look, you got to have the context of it. What are you talking about?
We could just start the clip when Vito comes on. Doesn't he just explain
That's not going to be... No, that's not going to... Look, Sitch, you really should do some clips so you understand.
Well, I don't remember if he explained it when he came on or not.
He didn't. Look, we went straight into nothing was explained.
Okay. If nothing was explained, then you're going to have to explain the context.
Yeah. So it's going to be an hour and 15-minute clip. No one's going to watch.
Okay.
We're sitting here blabbering about all this stupid stuff. After,
I don't think you can break it up,
just wrapped it up and
you can't break it up, CT, because you could
bring in Doomer side quests and stuff.
You could leave
now,
out
CT, you have to introduce people to what we mean by Doomer because it's like the context.
You want to finish, and you're not letting me finish. Okay.
No, we already did finish.
No, I'm trying to explain. Okay, I'm saying you want to finish the stream, and you keep interrupting me.
Okay, continue.
CT could clip. She doesn't. She can just end it when Vito leaves the call. We don't need any of that other stuff for the clip.
Okay.
If you want to shorten the clip, all right.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
To when he rage quits.
There you go. You can end the clip there. Okay.
But we didn't say clip it, CT. How will she know?
There you go. Well, you said it just now. Okay. Old School for $5 says, Adam, Discord messes with both my Blue Yeti and my Shure mics. Discord is a garbage app.
I read that one. I think
there you go.
Where
are you at? Where are you at? Did you read Dr. Dillers?
Yeah.
And Prager?
Yeah.
Did you read Ure? Sitch and Adam, we're going to retake Constantinople to end male loneliness?
Read that.
Mr. President says, Sitch, the way you pronounce words frustrates me.
Yes.
A lot of people say that, yeah.
Look, I read a bunch of them, man. I was on a roll.
David Puff, let the trolley run over my ex-wife.
Yep. That was the last one. Next one's good.
Silence You Idiot for $20. Thank you. Says, I'll check the VOD tomorrow as per usual, but here's $20 as I defend Adam on Twitter for absolutely no reason. Even though he's right as per usual, I may mock him, but I won't let others do it freely. There you go.
Was that Daniel Irish?
That was Silence You Idiot. That was not Daniel Irish.
Well, thank you, Silence.
There you go.
Thanks also for doing it on Twitter.
Right. Thanks so much, Yaru, for joining Discipline Equals Freedom, even though I said that already, but thank you. Neil Johnson for 1 month says, oh shit, I'm a member. Thanks, J-Mac, most likely.
True.
Well,
True. Well, might have been Potato. Might have been Lucy's been giving some subs too, so.
Read it. I thought you said you already read it. David Puff for 12 months. First of all, thank you for being 1 year, David Puff. I'll let the trolley run over my ex-wife. ... But she loves trains. There you go.
I love that super chat.
Yeah, you can interpret what that means. There's multiple interpretations for that.
Right. I think we know why she's your ex-wife, right?
Yeah. Wow. Rough. Spud Gun for $10 says behind on the stream, but just want to clarify as something with OCD that having POCD does not make someone a pedophile. Highly recommend reading the book Tormenting Thoughts and Secret Rituals. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Some weird guy for $2. Why would Senator Armstrong make the best president?
I know the Senator Armstrong meme, yes, from Metal Gear Solid. Nanobots. I am too afraid to Google search POCD because I don't want that on my search history to look up what that fucking means. So I'm not going to do that. But I'll take your word for it, Spud Gun. Some weird guy for $2 says, oh, you're the one. I read that one. It's just Abby for 2 Aussie says, you guys played any Halo games? I played Halo 1, 2, and 3, but only the multiplayer. I've never owned an Xbox, so I've never played the single player campaigns in my entire life. I don't assume Adam has either.
Right.
WTF.
Metal Gear Solid, I played.
There you go. WTF 1A for $5 says, I remember renting Monster Hunter for PS2 for a year before getting it for Xmas. Got to the point where we didn't even have to bring the game back, just the fee. Yeah, at that point, you might as well just buy it. Like, kind of ridiculous.
Right.
The IJP Mexican for 12 months says, oh, thank you so much for being a 12-month subscriber. Thank you. IJP Mexican says, oh, they are the same, Adam. Sitch, next time you all play Minecraft, make sure Adam plays in third person the whole time. S-Class is the best class. Yeah, in Minecraft, you can switch back and forth. So.
Look, third person is easier for me, so I like playing that. I
mean,
think I played it that way in Minecraft for that reason.
I mean, because I started to develop motion sickness for some fucking stupid reason, I would prefer to play it in third person. But if you're trying to aim at something, it's like impossible because the aim is not correct.
Oh yeah, so, yeah, that could suck.
But obviously it's more immersive to play in first person. If I didn't have the motion sickness, I would obviously want to play in first person.
A lot of games when you play in third person, when you go to like the sniper rifle or something, it changes anyway.
Perspective. So, no, usually when you get in like a tank or something like that.
That
like
too,
in the vehicle, yeah, it changes third person. Forrest for $5 says, old images look worse because our screens are higher resolution. When a 27-inch TV was 640px wide, it looked great, but now the 4K and the 640 looks bad. Yeah, that's a good point too. That's a very good point.
Higher resolution.
Electric Elephant for 5 Aussie bucks says, funny how, quote, master's tools can't destroy the master's house, only applies to liberalism, equality, markets, and not racism, violence, and discrimination. That's a fan-fucking-tastic point, Electric Elephant. Holy shit. That's so good. That's great. That's wonderful. Gotta remember that one. Electric Elephant for 2 Aussie bucks says, or white/black race, which is a Western invention. There you go. Sax for $5 says, congrats on the 50K, boys. Been watching since early 2022. Just got accepted into the YouTube partner program myself. You guys really deserve more. Well, congratulations, Sax.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations on the partner program.
May you find success on YouTube.
Yeah. Find a buddy and argue with them.
There you go.
Blue in the face.
Yeah. Does VR trigger motion sickness? Some of it does. Some VR does, some VR doesn't. I don't know why some VR triggers me, some doesn't. I don't know why some first-person games do and some don't. I can't tell. I know there's a bunch of things about frame rate and depth of field. I've never been able to figure out like what is the magical thing that makes it okay. You know, there's some first-person games I played that should really fucking drive me crazy, but don't, and it makes no fucking sense. What the fuck is it called? I can't find it on my list. Whatever. There's some first-person games that should drive me crazy. They're very fast-paced. I'm jumping all over the place, doing backflips and shit, totally fine. And then I play Doom 1, and I'm like sick within like 10 minutes, and I just can't deal with it. So I don't know.
You think that's a frame rate issue?
I think it has something to do with the depth of field.
Oh, okay.
That's what when I look it up, it's neon white. I can play neon white. I had no problem with neon white whatsoever. But when I play Doom, I'm just like fucking can throw up in like 10 seconds. So
like the foreground and the background move in unnatural ways, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's, I don't know what the like how things are focused. I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Could it be the music? I don't think so. Smooth movements. Yeah, maybe the peripheral movement that really gets motion sickness going. Yeah, maybe. I mean, neon white is like visually far more simplistic than Doom. I don't know. So, let's see. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says only degenerates go somewhere other than Whataburger for drive-through burgers. Only exception is P. Terry's.
We don't have Whataburger in Southern California. I've heard tell of it. I don't know that I've ever eaten a Whataburger.
Where are Whataburgers?
I mean, they're in that movie, right? Good Burger? Don't they work at Whataburger?
No, they work at Good Burger.
Oh, you're right. Welcome to Good Burger.
Holy shit, there's Whataburgers near me? I gotta go get. I didn't even know this. There's a bunch near me. I've never been to one. Well, I'll have to try it. Because I've never been to Whataburger, so. Interesting. Okay. Have you ever put on an FP tester? Feel like something's fucky with my FPS? I haven't. No. I mean, my computer's good. But maybe. Yeah, maybe. It could be. Maybe it's a frame rate issue. I don't know. Dr. Diddler says, I ate a classic Whataburger and it was the most average thing I ever tasted. Okay, I'm getting mixed messages here. I'll try one for myself. Lucifer Doman for 10 Canadian says, an eagle stole one of my ducks. Holy shit. I found 2 kayaks for $250. My nephew and his wife had his second anniversary party at my place, and it got over 50 Celsius. Today has been interesting.
40 Celsius, but...
I'm sorry, 40 Celsius.
I don't know.
What the fuck is...
We don't do Celsius.
Yeah, I don't even know what that translates to.
Doberman. Mr.
That's 104
Doberman.
degrees.
Oh, wow.
Pretty hot.
Just thinking you said
Canada.
50.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's why he's using the C, obviously.
Right. Yeah, is that what the C stands for? It stands for 40 degrees Canada?
Well, you can tell his money is Canadian, too.
40 degrees Canadian?
Yeah.
I like that.
It's dumb.
That's Jesus. That's insane. Though I'm assuming it's not super humid wherever you are. So at least that's nice. An eagle stole one of your ducks. That's just insane. What a day. You're right. You had a fucking crazy day today.
Yeah.
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, one of your recent streams, someone mentioned being deployed, and you guys made fun of him saying there are no more wars, so how could he be deployed?
That
What?
did not happen.
I feel like that did not happen.
Yeah, that definitely did not happen.
I remember someone saying...
No, that did happen. That
was a good clip. That didn't happen. Oh, wait, that did...
that did happen.
Okay, explain this to me.
It was Nikki Haley's husband. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a fan.
Right. Obviously.
Okay.
The super chat makes it appear to be a fan.
Well, they didn't specify. No. They just said on a recent stream someone was deployed.
Well, no, we both came to the same conclusion.
I understand.
Right?
Okay, gotcha. I was like, what? Because I know we've had fans say that they're joining the military army. I was like, I've never made fun of anyone for doing that. No. Did we make fun of them? I just remember they said they were deployed and we're like, where are they deployed?
Right. Yes.
Right. I mean, I'm aware that we have troops all over the world. Though I will say, usually when someone says, like, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken here. When I hear someone say
deployed,
my husband is deployed, to me, when I hear deployed, that makes me think
they're going into
situation.
Combat, yeah.
Right. Now, maybe technically deployed doesn't mean that. It just means they're going somewhere not in the country. But when I hear someone say deployed, it makes me think they're going into combat, and that's probably what we were talking about. Yeah. Or that's probably what we were confused about. We're like, what? So, okay. But thank you for clarifying, Angry Bellsprout, because I didn't remember what you were talking about.
It was a GOP debate.
Yeah.
But evidently that offended you. So we're just joking around.
Right. Gotcha. Fondue for $2 says, I thought the Trump mugshot was AI generated. In fact, I still do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Kyle
Fondue left because they wanted us to read their super chat, and we could totally derailed for the.
What'd you say?
I think Fondue left the chat. They were waiting for us to read their super chat.
Oh well, sorry.
Because look, it said 9:20, and we started the Eric July thing, and it just
whatever. Sorry, Fondue.
Spun out of control.
I didn't think it was AI generated. It looked normal to me, but
as normal as an AI generated photo can look.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, a lot of AI photos look normal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kyle certainly ignores for $5 Aussies. Says the McChicken in Tasmania costs $7.70, but our fast food workers get $23 an hour on average. So I'm curious. I would hope that whatever the McChicken is in Tasmania is different than the McChicken here. It's probably more like, is there a different, like, bigger chicken sandwich, or is a McChicken just like the chicken sandwich you get at McDonald's? Because in America, there's a little chicken sandwich and there's a big chicken sandwich. And the little one is what used to cost $1, but apparently now costs somewhere to $2 to $4, depending on where you fucking live, which is tragic.
Do they still have those Chicken Littles at KFC? Those things were good.
I haven't been to KFC in like fucking forever. So like, even when I used to eat fast food, I never been to the KFC in forever. What?
We made it. It's almost time for me to go to In-N-Out Burger.
Though there you go. There you go. You can get your In-N-Out burger. Sashman for 35 Zardos says, "Sup boys, I'm currently making an Sitch and Adam out of context video. It's funny as hell. Hard part is getting clips because the streams are long. It's gonna be epic." Well, you probably got some good clips from this conversation.
Of course.
So thank you, Sashman. That does sound funny.
It's very unfortunate. Now we're dragged into this fucking drama.
Right. I don't think we're dragged into it. No one's gonna care.
Vito obviously cares. What are you talking about?
No. I mean, no one's gonna care about us.
Sure.
Okay.
Look, we did a stream with Destiny, and all of a sudden his entire subreddit fucking cares.
The McChicken is like a normal sized burger with lettuce and chicken. Yeah, so in America, the McChicken is small, and then there's a crispy chicken that's like the normal sized chicken. So that makes more sense why that costs $7. So to be clear, there was not a giant chicken sandwich at McDonald's that cost $1 ever. So how much Avi, how much do you have like the little tiny shitty hamburgers at McDonald's? How much do those cost? Brug for 9 months says, "Are you guys enjoying the new influx of DGG subredditors littering your comments and tweets, calling you obsessed when you respond to anything?" Yeah, exactly. That's my point. It's ridiculous to say that like we're obsessed when all these people are like responding to us constantly for unrelated reasons. So like on anything. I haven't been reading the comments, so I don't know if they've been leaving a bunch of comments about it, but
they have, yeah.
Nice.
Totally. They've concocted a narrative that allows them to be correct about their conspiracy theory that we're secret Trump supporters.
Really?
Yeah, that narrative is they have not called all Trump supporters fascists. And until they do that, they are Trump supporters.
Gotcha.
Right. Do you want to call all Trump supporters fascists? It doesn't seem like high on your priority list to me.
I know I'm a secret Trump supporter now. But
yeah. Look, I think we probably have a lot of people who listen to the show that are Trump supporters that are not fascists. I think we do have a few people that listen to our show that are Trump supporters and fascists.
Well, it's funny because like if I go on YouTube and one of our clips pops up, you know how it says like viewers of this channel also watch this channel? So we had a lot of viewers with Destiny, but I don't know if it was one way. Like I think we have viewers that watch Destiny. I don't know if Destiny have viewers that watch us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But
Okay. Well, we did have a lot of people that said, "Look, I'm done with Destiny after
no,
that."
yeah, I know. We
performance.
definitely had a lot of people. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
We had a lot
think
of
it's
people.
enough to impact Destiny.
No, obviously. But I'm saying we had a lot of fans of ours who were like, oh, this is gross. But I don't know if, I think it was a one-way relationship.
Yeah, we got a super chat from one of them.
Yeah. Jackorama for $5 says, as A-Team Brigadier General Slacker, I demand more smoking doobie PNGs.
Thank you.
Also, Sitch left out an A-Team reigns supreme from my last super chat on Tuesday. Shh.
He does that
supposed
quite
to tell anyone,
often.
okay? You're supposed to tell anyone.
Meanie.
Right. Joshua Sorry for $10 says, if you think Jamel's, I keep saying one Jamel's takes were bad here, just read his November 2016 article where he implied there's no such thing as a good Trump voter and equated this election to the Tulsa race riots. Okay, well, I gotta check that out. Okay. Jamel Bowie, November 2016.
Can I read super chats while you check that out?
Sure. Donald Trump versus American democracy. Oh my God. Okay, you know what the name of this article is, Adam? I'm not going to read it because it's so late. The name of the article is White One.
Okay.
We are the subtitle.
As in one W-O...
No,
N?
like White One, W-O-N.
Yeah, like the white people won.
Yeah, in regards to Trump winning. And then the subtitle is, we are still the country that produced George Wallace. We're still the country that killed Emmett Till.
Yeah, look, these are race hustlers.
Okay.
They're conflict entrepreneurs. They do not want peace.
Well, I think this was his Lacey Green, Trump won and his brain broke moment. Yeah, everyone was like losing their shit. Trump won.
Yeah.
So.
Of course.
Okay.
Let's read it on stream next Tuesday.
Okay. That's a good.
Look, pandering is not coming on until 3, so we have 2 hours to kill. We can do whatever you want.
Gotcha.
I'm sure the Vito Rage Quits video will be out sometime next month.
Well, now that you've said that, CT is going to make sure it's out tomorrow. Okay. Sir K, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers, Sir K.
Oh, Sir K. Good.
It's just Abby for 5 Aussies says, so I'm not familiar with Eric July, but Vito seems like he's on some kind of crusade against him. I mean, he is.
Look, no, Vito is just an innocent party here, okay? He doesn't want any trouble. He doesn't want to start any drama whatsoever, right?
Okay.
Although every time I wake up, I see some tweet, look, I'm Vito, I'm in my bathtub, and I just want to say, fuck Eric July. That's basically every other tweet. So it's just like, I don't know. This happened. This was the same thing that happened. This came up in our the talk with Destiny, where I was like, all they wanted to do was whataboutism. Whataboutism. What about them? They like to look. They're calling everyone groomers. What about them? Them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I said, look, feuds end when somebody decides, I'm not going to retaliate this time. Right? I mean, that's how all feuds have to end, correct?
Sure.
Somebody says, look, I'm not going to retaliate.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who do you think is going to stop in the Eric July Vito retaliation cycle?
I'm assuming neither of them.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, but why is it? But then that's not, you can't just say it's just Vito's fault then at that point, right?
Right.
It takes two to tango.
Well, this is the point that I was trying to make about escalation. Right. Because there are certain points when you can say, okay, I'm not going to retaliate, right?
Right.
But there is a point of no return.
Of course.
There is a point when you're like, okay, everyone is forced by circumstance to retaliate.
Yeah, but okay, I don't want to rehash the conversation.
Right. I know, because I know you're just arguing against that position. It's just a different.
Well, no, because to me,
to
me, the Eric July threatening the lawsuit is a massive
escalation.
Escalation, yes.
Okay.
Lucy Lemonbug for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5 gifted subs. It almost makes me want to forgive you for being a dirty, dirty sticker.
Right.
Also known as a chopper. Form 4L17Y for 11 months. Thank you. Says Dick and Vito pirated ISOM 1 and lied about story points. Eric proved it on stream. Ooh, interesting.
Did he really?
Interesting. It seems like this drama went back pretty significantly back and forth. So
a key term. I mean, I remember the Yellow Flash stream where Vito was invited on, and the tenor of that stream made me think, Vito is really delusional if he thinks he was being invited on these streams, because it was like they were like, fuck Vito, we're just inviting him on to defend himself.
Right.
And he said things that I thought, okay, it seems like Vito is reasonable. He understands. He fucked up with the whole cuties thing, and he soiled his reputation. He's trying to reclaim his reputation. He's going to stop doing stupid things.
Right.
And then even Dick Masterson went on, and Dick Masterson tried to have an interaction with Eric July that seemed like it was going to bury the hatchet. And I felt like after that stream, I was like, okay, look, they've settled it now. The drama is over. And then the next day I saw him on Twitter. More escalation.
We talked about this when he was on the first time. I don't remember what the response was, but
I think they're escalating it. Look, right. I just don't want to get caught up in this drama. That's my whole thing. So
okay. Well, if you don't want to get caught in the drama, just say so. We don't have to talk about it.
Well, it's too late for that.
I don't think we're going to get caught up in the drama.
Okay. I mean, I feel like is if J-Mac's not in the chat, I'll bet you. But J-Mac will make it like, bet more money.
Okay. I mean, because I would if you want to talk about continued escalation, like if they were able to bury some kind of hatchet and then immediately turn around and start up the next day, then obviously I would agree that they're shitty in that way, in that regard, if that was the case.
Yeah.
I just don't think it'd make them responsible for the action of this person. But
look, when I tweet about DGG, I know that I'm perpetuating it, but I'm doing it in a, I think, innocuous kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's.
I think you're doing something very similar, which is why I'm kind of surprised by your stance on this. So.
Really?
Yes. It's not obviously it's not as anywhere near as aggressive as Vito would be.
You think someone's going to drop a lawsuit on us?
No. I'm just saying in terms of keeping the drama roiling.
This is such low stakes drama compared to what's going on between Vito and Eric July.
I agree with you, but that wasn't my point.
So. Okay. Well, I think the stakes are important, obviously.
Okay.
Massively important. Like if we were around the same stakes as Vito, I would not be tweeting that shit about DGG.
Yeah, obviously, if we were going to be someone who's threatening to sue us.
Yeah, of course.
Everything. Sure.
Changes the entire dynamic.
Or if we had some crazy fans doing some crazy shit. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't be encouraging that shit, obviously. Yeah.
I didn't see this. I wish I was seen this because I would ask Vito. And so maybe I'll send Vito this message because I'm curious to answer this. Insensitive for $20. Thank you. Says Vito was that email you published on Twitter where you contacted CBFC under the same alias that the fan that contacted ISOM under just happenstance.
Yeah,
so right.
I don't trust Vito as a reliable protagonist at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you?
Yes, I trust him
Okay.
more than you trust him. I mean, Vito. I'll tell you why I trust Vito to some extent. He's a person who's so not afraid of telling people to fuck off and to voice his opinion. I don't see why he would lie about this. Like, I feel like if he did send this email, he would just say he did it and tell them to fuck off. It's fine for him to do it. I don't know if he would try to hide his involvement. That'd be my inclination. If you asked me to just guess based on what I know about Vito, that's what would be my guess.
I think Vito has the same position as Dick Masterson.
Mm-hmm.
And is
yeah.
claiming he has a different position, even though his position is exactly the same on the fan. Look, I fundamentally disagree with you. So
that he's ramping up people doing this.
Well, look, I think I said something to the effect of, I would feel some level of guilt if our fans were doing this. And I think he tried to mirror that position. And I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah. Someone sent this. What are they referring to? Question mark.
Yeah, Insensitive says it correct here. He says, because if he tells the truth, there's legal repercussions. Well, I don't know if there are legal repercussions, but just...
Well, I mean, okay. So it's possible you could say, even though now he's confident that there's no legal repercussions, originally he was not confident, so he would lie and then say he didn't send the letter, and now that
and then he would have to be locked. He would be locked into that lie.
Right,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
You could say that. I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm not saying 100%. I'm just saying if you were to say, Sitch, give your best guess, do you think he sent the letter or not? I'm guessing probably not. Based on what I know. Now, I sent Vito the DM, so I'm curious what the response is. Because if there's some other letter that he for sure sent, and that was the alias he would use, that would obviously be really powerful evidence, right? That was his alias, unless he showed that letter on his show and someone just aped it from that. But anyway, I was more interested in trying to figure out, which I guess you're not interested in, was more interested in just trying to figure out, do I think Vito and Dick Masterson are creating an environment that would incentivize fans to engage in this behavior? That's what I was trying to
I don't know. I don't watch enough of their content to be able to determine that.
People are sort of going through this with a fine-tooth comb. I would think they'd have that information if that was the case. Dumb username for 2 Aussie bucks says Vito and Dick are not suing Eric. Just a reminder. And dumb username for another $2 says Garfield makes $1 billion a year and Garfield sucks. That's true. That is very true.
Yeah. And Scott Adams is jealous as fuck about it.
You think Scott Adams is jealous of Garfield?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, he makes a shit ton of money. Or he made a shit ton of money. Not anymore. I'm sure he's very wealthy. I don't know if he was upset about Garfield.
Mm-hmm.
So, why do you think he was jealous about Garfield?
Garfield's more popular.
Okay. I mean, if you'd be jealous of anyone,
he's a status whore.
Be jealous of Calvin and Hobbes. That was like the top tier comic that will never be surpassed, probably ever. So,
but Garfield's the one that's always being thrown in his face.
That's true. That would be annoying because I think, to me, it would be annoying because I think Garfield is such a lower quality than Dilbert ever was. I mean, Dilbert had a lot of misses, but like Dilbert was funny, sometimes. Garfield was like always dog shit. Dumb username for another $2 says, yeah, but Vito defended cuties. Cuckmate. There you go. If we had more time, I was curious to hear. I know he had some defense of cuties, so. Which obviously I made a whole video shitting on. Insensitive for $5 says Vito has swapped from a non-aggressive stance to a defensive aggro stance, and all he had to do was talk to Sitch and Adam. Yeah, I do applaud you, Adam, for dragging out some very good content from Vito in that conversation.
What was somebody's ranting at me on Twitter. What was the super chat?
That we got Vito from being non-aggressive to hyper defensive aggressive. I said, so I congratulated you on you dragging out that content for Vito for the clip.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish I could have kept my cool more, but I was being 2-on-1, so
there you go.
There was a 2v1.
Well,
we should put that in the title. Adam
2v1s
Sitch and Vito.
I thought you were going to say Vito rage quits from conversation.
Well, I think Adam 2v1s.
Yeah.
Sitch and Vito.
Mm-hmm.
Vito rage quits is the perfect title.
Okay.
But I can't do that because I don't want to look. You don't want to be debating on Vito's side.
I mean, I feel like I'm more on a fact-finding mission, but I guess I am more on Vito's side.
You are 100% on Vito's side.
I'm more on Vito's side in the conflict.
Everybody's going to sense that immediately. There's going to be a million comments about it.
I'm
going to read all of those comments.
You read all those comments.
Yeah.
Okay. I am much more on Vito's side currently. I could definitely now. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I don't know. I don't think ever seen any of Eric July's content outside of the one video where he talked about this. I have zero feelings about Eric July to draw from. So,
yeah.
D for $5 says calling Vito a comedian is like calling Mr. Girl one. Vito is just a whale that lives off conflict. Wow.
That's your teammate.
There you go. Fondue for $2 says nice 2-minute conversation, guys. Good night.
There was fondues. I'm out of here. 11:14 p.m. I don't look. The thing that triggered me was this. I don't want drama here. I don't care. I'm not trying to start anything. Bull fucking shit, Vito. Look, I'll bring up a tweet right now of Vito in his bathtub flipping off Eric July. If you're doing a video from your bathtub, like nude, and you're flipping a dude off, like you're trying to start drama. You just can't say, oh, look, I'm just innocent here. That's comedy. What happened, Sitch?
Oh, Vito responded to the thing.
What did he say? What did you ask him? What was the response?
Sent him insensitive super chat. Insensitive said, Vito, was that email you published on Twitter where you contacted CBFC under the same alias? Mm-hmm. He said, so Insensitive said, Vito, was that email that you published on Twitter where you contacted CBFC under the same alias at the fan that contacted ISIM under just happenstance? And then Vito's responded saying, the fan sent a letter to Comic Book Charity. We put on the show, which he already talked about. No way he'd do super stuff later.
This was the same fan?
Yes. But Insensitive, so I'm confused because Insensitive, you made it sound like your super chat made it sound like you're saying Vito contacted CBFC. And Vito is saying no, he just showed the email of another person sending the chat. Sending the letter. You understand?
Look, we get
Does that make sense? Is it let me make sure. Does that make sense? Insensitive? He said that the email that you're talking about. Okay. So is that the email you're talking about, Insensitive? So Vito didn't send it. That was the one, or we don't know if Vito sent it. That's just he's saying that was sent originally by the same guy that did this. He claimed it was him in the tweet. Oh, do you have that tweet somewhere? Or is that the we thing that we're talking about here, where they said we sent this? Okay, that is what we talked about. Okay,
right.
whatever. I
A
don't
lot
care
of dead
anymore.
air here. What are we
Okay.
doing?
Well, you can read these. Jesus Christ. Daniel Irish
Oh,
for
you're right.
for $20 says Adam is spot on with Vito's jealousy. Him constantly bring up the money is the giveaway.
Now, why would I want to read that while you're reading other shit online? I want you to respond to that.
I disagree.
That's your response?
I completely disagree.
Oh, okay.
I said why I thought he'd bring up the money. He's trying to set up, look, he's a big, powerful person. I'm not. He's there in the wrong. He has the power in the situation. I'm not. So therefore, he should ignore me. That was why he was bringing it up.
Many times he has said that he finds it revolting that Eric July is trying to say, look, I'm the voice of the new comic industry, the rebel independent comic industry. And Vito is offended by that because he's like, he doesn't think his comic is any good. He doesn't deserve the right to claim that mantle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with being jealous, but okay. And since it was time about the we thing, I understand. Okay. Anyway, D for $5 says Vito is always getting nipped at by people, but he only cares because the dude has more money than nobody's online that just hate him like I do. Fair enough. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much, Twitter sucks for $20 says, as someone who's been a Star Wars fan since I watched the series on fucking VHS, I'm sorry that I enjoyed watching magical space wizards fight for 3 movies. I didn't care for most of the story, still enjoyed it. There you go.
Good for you.
Dumb username for 5 Aussie Bucks says, have you two read Isom and what are your favorite parts? I have not. No.
I haven't read Isom. No.
I have not read it.
I mean, I haven't really planned on reading Isom.
No, I haven't either. Zero Smoke for 2 months says, I was there when Masterson took the first shot at Eric on a Ricada stream a few months back. Him and Vito have been nonstop since Sitch is 100 wrong. Well, there you go.
The stuff on Twitter I feel is completely unnecessary. Yeah, Vito keeps saying, well, I have my free speech. I have every single right to do. I have every right to be an asshole to a guy that I don't like on Twitter. Well, yeah, you do, technically. I mean, sure. I don't understand why that is good for anyone involved. Maybe it is good for Vito. Like I said, I don't know. Maybe I don't have access to the back end on his comic campaign. Maybe he beats up on Eric July and he gets $5,000 in donations from his fans. So then he does have every incentive to do it.
Safaric Reaper for $5 says, can't fault creators for fan actions. January 6th, Trump, Epstein. Are you responsible for your fans? What's the line when you're responsible? Line gets too blurred. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There is a line, and that's what I was trying to figure out. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
So, Darth XX 360 no scope for $20. Thank you. Says, I don't get why Adam's spurging out about Vito not de-escalating here. July's thrown his own shade, name calling, and the quote, I won't debate fat people. So why should Vito be compelled to back down when he believes he's in the right?
Look, my problem is not that Vito is not backing down. My problem is him claiming, oh, I don't want any drama. I'm just, I'm the innocent party here. Because that's a fucking lie. Like he literally said, I'm going to go to war and fight to the death. So both those statements can't be true, right? You can't say, oh, look, I'm not trying to start drama here. I'm trying to de-escalate things. We just talked about his comic book. That's it. We weren't stoking the fires of Mordor here. Look. Look, this happened and you're fucking dancing on his grave.
Yes.
It's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me. So look, I'm not saying Vito, you do whatever you want, okay? Just don't gaslight me into thinking that you're doing nothing. I see your Twitter feed. And what is wrong with me saying that?
Rebellion Merc for $5 says, this was an amazing parade of elephants. Thanks for keeping my nights at work interesting. You're welcome. Stug for JR says, we weren't supposed to send Doomer dog shit. There you go.
Stug, I hope you did send Doomer dog shit.
Stug is based. It's just Abby for $5 Aussie bucks says, this beef between Vito and Eric July clearly has nothing to do with the comic or the quality of the comic. It's petty drama.
100% true. Yes.
CT for 2 Canadian says, clip it? ? We clip it? Yeah, clip it. And then CT for another 2 Canadian says, clips. There you go. Stop giving us money, CT. We're supposed to give you money.
Okay. Yeah, what's going on here?
Stop it. Twitter Sucks for $5 says, I'm sorry, but if you label your entire personality around one streamer, you should take your meds. Touch grass, losers. I agree completely.
Well, I hope that's not about us. I hope it's about Vito and Eric July.
I think it's about Destiny.
Oh, it's the people that are commenting on our stuff.
Now, Twitter Sucks for another $5 says, I don't know if I should read this. And Twitter Sucks for another $5 says, quote, Sitch, say Vito shut up so it can be clipped, end quote, keck. There you go.
Why would that?
Don't put that in the clip, CT.
Why would that be a thing?
There you go. Rico's over for $5 says, Adam, don't apologize to Vito.
A-Team reigns supreme. That's
Adam
right.
Never apologizes to anyone. Why would he?
I'm not gonna look. I don't think Vito's gonna be asking me for an apology. Okay?
No,
I don't.
Sure.
He rage quit because I wasn't gonna take his side. He was like, "Look, Sitch is taking my side. Why aren't you?"
Well, I think he rage quit because he thought your argument was silly.
Well, I mean, the responsibility
you disagree with, but
the responsibility thing. He wants to say that he has zero responsibility, zero culpabilities. He did nothing. His actions didn't influence the situation at all. I mean, and you want to have a legalistic conversation about whether or not he's legally culpable.
Well, I was talking about
morally culpable.
Yes. Well,
or
what
whatever.
else are we talking about then?
I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff.
Well, okay.
His actions had consequences here that I don't think you can say, oh, look, nothing I did had any influence on this situation, which is the claim that he wants to make.
Okay.
I think
I
that's
disagree with you, but I don't want to keep arguing this.
Right.
Because I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too.
Yes.
Yeah. I understand. This is going to be like, but Adam, does that mean you're responsible for your fans? Well, I feel to some extent I am. Yes, I do feel responsible for my fans.
Okay.
So, yeah. I think a lot about my behavior, so I don't encourage my fans to do fucked up shit. I would feel horrible if my fans did fucked up shit. I think Sitch would feel horrible if our fans did fucked up shit.
True.
Even though he would be able to make a completely logical claim about how it wasn't either of our faults.
Well, it depends on what we said and what they did.
It could have been a miscommunication. A lot of fucked up shit happens because of miscommunication.
Okay. Asif Artsy for $5 says, this super chat is to CT, who not only manages to edit clips that make Sitch and Adam look as presentable as possible, but he also drew amazing drawings for my new book. Yeah, we showed those. I don't know.
Yeah, we did.
You must have missed it, Asif. We brought up the CT drew some great illustrations for your children's book. That was like the little kid playing with the blocks and all that stuff. But yeah, they're great. Good job, CT. Dr. Diller for $2 says, Sitch was on EFAP. He mentioned me on EFAP. I was mentally projecting rigs when he did. Ergo ad procto, ad infinitum, postmortem, add and subtract. Riggs was on EFAP. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
How is that we got him?
They got Riggs on EFAP. What do you mean?
Oh, nice. Were they trying to do that? Success.
Yeah. There you go. Success.
Based success.
Good
Nothing
job.
better.
Dill's Elephant Pheromones for $2 says, you see, Adam, when new guests come onto the show, they got one big whiff of your stank from your shirt, and they come to the conclusion that they're not compatible with your team. S-Class, however, smells of radiating voluptuousness. True. Dr. Dill for another $2 says, ask these anti-hierarchy of oppression people if they oppose all hierarchies, and if so, if that includes things like society oppressing pedos and serial killers. If not, make them explain why some oppression is good, actually. That's interesting. Dr. Dill for another $2 says, if they're going to take the position that some oppression is good, which they already believe but won't admit, they can't run back to their mott of idealistic bullshit and becomes a discussion of values. That's true. That's true. Soul Road for $2 says, I appreciate the flattery, but I haven't a single artistic bone in my body. What? No, I did not draw Sitch's mugshot. A secret inside source sent it to me. This is what you get for interfering in Chopstick v. Fork election poll. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, who drew that picture? Who drew that picture? Who did it? Fess up. Who drew the mugshot? I want to know. I can't tell from the art style. I'll have to look at it again. We're going to get to the bottom of this. They're going to be held responsible. Sodoge for $2 says, science is trying to go too far and the institution must be torn down. As we speak, they are trying to use sonar, infrared, and all their scanners on Lake Loch Ness to find evidence of old Nessie. Nessie before science, I say. True. Vosh for $2, the real Vosh, says, oh, I caught the ugly. Wow. Terrible. Your friendly FBI agent for $2 says, Sitch, my man, I caught you arguing with that long man about the movie Interstellar.
Did you do that on EFAP?
Well, that didn't happen because I've never actually seen Interstellar. So,
yeah.
Well, the FBI has some bad sources. The boys and I could try our hand at disappearing that Eldritch wrong thinker. Never vanished a god before, but there's always a first. No, well, first of all, that must have been someone else because I'd never actually seen Interstellar. But thank you for the offer. But no, I like Mahler, so you can leave Mahler right where he is. He's a fellow person of shadow, even if he dares try to ad hom me, saying that I have bad media criticism and takes, which is objectively false. My criticisms are based and always correct. CT for 2 Canadians says, I'm too tired to try to be funny or creative. Hope everyone had fun. Smiley face. I did.
We all had fun.
We all had fun. Yes.
Of course. Why? Don't laugh.
Twitter sucks for $5 says, if in all of your videos you have only said, quote, I don't think I should read this for 4 super chats. I am 2 of those super chats now. LMAO. Oh, congratulations, Twitter sucks. That was pretty good.
Twitter sucks is sending a lot of super chats, so thanks, man.
That's true.
Executive producer of the show here.
Yeah, that's why he's our surrogate god uncle.
Yeah, keeping us
Twitter
alive.
sucks.
People are talking about some veto tweet, and I don't know what it means or.
Wait, the one that you linked?
I'm just exhausted on this topic.
Oh,
I don't.
Oh, this is the we asked the charity tweet. That's where he said that they used the we in the royal sense.
I don't want to be a private investigator for veto. I don't want to be a private investigator for Eric July. I think these people can get together and murder each other. Like, I fucking don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care.
Well,
our position is going to be construed in, you guys are anti-free speech. Oh my God. Already, like, people in the chat are saying, you sound like social justice warriors. Oh my God. when
Who's you guys? We have different positions on it.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure there's going to be people saying that you sound woke, and there's people who are saying, "Oh my God, how can you defend veto Sitch?"
Yeah, that's exactly lose.
Everyone hate one of us. Okay,
everyone's going to hate both of us, though.
Right.
Different people
are going
to hate us for different reasons, and it's going to be everyone hating us. And it's just stupid because just no reason for us to be involved in this drama.
Okay.
Zero reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Twitter sucks for $5 says, and all of your I remember the one. Seraphic Reaper for $5 says, any chance to get you guys to moderate me and a lefty on trans or vax issues? Price? ? Preferred means of contact, the setup. I mean, I'm only really interested in moderating other people's debates, unless they're like big time streamers or something that are going to benefit us in a very selfish way. So, who is it? If it's some big person you want to debate and they're down to do it, but then we would just debate them, right? So probably not. Seraphic, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody was wanted to debate on our platform. Is that what the thing was?
It said you want any chance that we would moderate them talking to some lefty about a different issue?
Yeah, probably not.
Right. Probably not. That's it.
Wow. This was exhausting. Did we make it 12 hours? Look, I don't feel like it's a real live stream.
11 hours and 17 minutes.
I don't know why, but everyone is always like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it's 5 minutes every time. Every time.
Right.
Do you disagree?
What? I wasn't listening to what you said.
Okay. What do
you feel like what's every time? When we say something's going to be 5 minutes and it's like an hour?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was good content. What's the problem?
What are you reading? What were you distracted by?
The Twitter that you linked. Tweet that you linked.
Oh, you looked it up?
I looked it up.
Look, you're interested now. You're like, wait a second. Just because Adam doesn't want to be a detective doesn't mean Sitch doesn't want to be a detective.
Right.
Sitch wants to get to the bottom of the controversy.
Well, I want to make sure I have an informed position on something.
You do not. This is one species all over again.
Wow. Listen to this fucking guy. He drops that and then he plays the harmonica. Yeah, okay. Listen.
Tell him we got a good 10 minutes, 20 minutes left here. Tell him what the one species situation was. Give him the drop that knowledge bomb on him.
Everyone knows. What do you mean? One species came on and he started attacking no bullshit.
Right.
And being a secret.
And you defended
racist.
no bullshit.
And I defended no bullshit. I said, whoa. That is not accurate. Okay. Right. You know, you can disagree with his politics, but he's not a secret racist. And then one species said, I will show you a bunch of information that changes your mind. And I said, okay, send it to me. And you know what? He actually did it. And he sent me the receipts. And I went, holy shit. maybe this is true. And then that's when the famous no bullshit stream happened, where the very perfect David Aragon picture of me chasing after him with all the receipts and him running away and saying debate is gay and asking if I was white or Jewish first came from. But see, I don't know why I criticized that, Adam. That stream was like gold. Everyone loved that stream. Except for you.
Not
everyone. You
were
very upset by that stream.
Not everyone.
You didn't like that stream.
It's going to be completely different this time, though, because when Vito comes on and you put the thumb screws to Vito because you found out like he's lying about this or that, I'm going to love every moment of it.
There you go. See, you'll love it. See, what are you complaining about? This is a perfect.
Vito's not going to come on. Vito's only going to come on when you don't know shit. As soon as you know enough to nail him to the wall, he's going to be like, "No, see ya, sucker." Sucker. I'm on to troll the next person.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all. for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Coleman Hughes, for having your very good debate with Jamel Bowie and annihilating him in the arena. And thank you, you who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true fans. You are the true freewill seekers. And all the people saying dude in the chat, thank you for being with us for so long that you know the dude reference. And we'll see you all on Tuesday for what I'm sure will be a very calm, very intelligent, very collaborative, completely no yelling conversation with pondering politics.
Bye-bye.
Oh, woo-woo.